Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. I left all my treasure there. The man who conquered the sea pirate King Roger said these words before his execution. That one sentence ignited a worldwide frenzy, and the great pirate era began. People threw themselves into the sea with reckless abandon. Everyone with even the slightest ambition set sail, hoping to find the ultimate treasure and become the new pirate king after Roger. 22 years after Roger's execution in the year 1520 of the sea circle calendar at a remote corner of Cocoyasi Village in the East Blue outside a solitary house 1191, 1192, 1193. The red sun was just rising. A man over 2.5 meters tall, well-proportioned, and ruggedly handsome was doing push-ups facing the ground. Astonishingly, he supported his heavy body on just one finger. And sitting on his back was a lovely, lively girl with bright orange hair. At that moment, the door of the house opened, and a girl with blue hair and Luo Yin clutched his head, unable to understand what madness had gotten into this woman again. What you just said, are you implying that I'm heavy? Nami knew very well that every time Luo Yin trained, his training weight was several hundred kilograms. How could she possibly be that heavy? When did I ever say that? Luo Yin did have a thought like that in his heart, but he didn't voice it. Ha ha ha, it's so lively this early in the morning. You two are certainly full of energy. But it's time to eat. Come in and have breakfast. At that moment, another woman of equally striking beauty walked out of the house, though she was far more mature than Nami and Nojiko. She was the adoptive mother of the three Belmere. Coming. Luo Yin headed inside first. Training consumed a great deal of energy, so he needed to eat plenty. Soon the three sat in their usual places and began to eat. Luo Yin, can you eat slower? Belmere and Nojiko haven't even taken a few bites. Watching Luo Yin wolf down his food and the dishes vanish from the table one after another, Nami pouted discontentedly. If not for Belmere sitting nearby, she would already have raised her iron fist. Ha ha, it's all right, Nami. There's plenty of food, so enjoy it to your heart's content, Belmere said with a laugh at Nami's expression. Luo Yin laughed as he continued eating. But now that I think about it, it seems that's really so, he murmured inwardly. Luo Yin still remembered clearly 14 years ago he had crossed over from Blue Star into the body of a dead child. At that moment, looking at his own small, blood-soaked body, the broken branches and wreckage around him, and the smoke of war still hanging in the air, his mind had gone completely blank. At the same time, after inheriting those memories, he knew he had come to the world of pirates, and his heart was filled with misery. After all, anyone could understand how cruel the world of pirates was. Above were the celestial dragons who committed every conceivable evil and dominated the entire world, leaving people unable to resist. In their eyes, ordinary people were even lower than dogs. Below were pirates, masters of slaughter, arson, robbery, and plunder. At the slightest whim, they would wipe out an entire village or town. Not to mention that after crossing over, he had inherited the boy's memories and seen with his own eyes the brutality of pirates. The boy's parents, his friends, and every villager had been slaughtered by pirates. Those revolting scenes, those terrifying acts were a devastating blow to someone who had grown up in an age of peace. After absorbing those memories, he had needed a long time to accept and adapt. For months before he adapted, those cruel images kept replaying in his mind. Thinking of this, Luo Yin looked at Belmere with gratitude and said, if Belmere hadn't taken me in back, then I probably would have starved to death on that island. I really have to thank you, Belmere. Hey, it's nothing. Back then I was a Marine. Isn't saving people what Marines should do? Besides, you're my children. And if anyone should be grateful, it's us who should thank you. If you hadn't worked desperately for other people all these years and earned money with all your might, we probably Perhaps someone would say, why not just wait for Luffy to come? Yes, at first Luo Yin had indeed considered waiting for Luffy to come and defeat Arlong. But Belmere's murder had never happened, and Nami had never become Arlong's cartographer. He could never let Nami, who ought to be enjoying the bloom of youth, shoulder that pain. Then without Nami's thievery, would Luffy still come? Nobody could be sure of that. Besides, his own talent was not weak. He was fully capable of killing Arlong. So why should he rely on anyone else? To rely on someone who might never come. He made up his mind. Luo Yin told no one. After all, it was always better not to make others worry. He took a deep breath, gripped the blade in his hand, and said, old pal, after 10 years of splitting iron beside me, it's time for you to taste blood. He walked alone down the shadow-dappled forest path. Luo Yin, where are you going? Suddenly Nami's voice came from behind. Luo Yin instinctively turned around. She was not alone. Nojiko was with her. I heard that practicing swordsmanship in the sea can improve one's skill rapidly, so I was planning to practice over there, Luo Yin said, keeping his usual smile on his face. You're lying, Nami said, pouting as she came to his side and grabbed his arm. What? What did I lie about? Luo Yin scratched his head, looking confused. Every time you lie, you subconsciously scratch your head. You're not going to the sea to practice swordsmanship. You're going to find Arlong, aren't you? Nami refused to let him play dumb, directly exposing his lie, her big, watery eyes fixed on him. No, I really am going to practice. You have to believe me. Luo Yin explained helplessly. He could have chosen not to lie, but he knew Nami too well. He was afraid she would secretly follow him. If she did with the battlefield in chaos during the fight with Arlong, how could he possibly look after the fragile Nami? I'm for you afraid I'll hold you back. Do you look down on me? Nami said with a relentless expression. Sai, why won't you believe me? I really am not going to find Arlong Luo, Yin said, steeling himself. He would never admit it, not in a lifetime. Then I'll come with you to practice swordsmanship, Nami said, clinging tightly to Luo Yan's arm, as if afraid he would run away. Then she turned her gaze to Nojiko. Right, Nojiko, you'll come too. Clearly she still did not believe him. Sai, there's no other way. Luo Yan looked at Nami beside him, then at Nojiko, who was not far away, and also wearing a worried expression. Nojiko, come here. I have something to tell you, and Nami, he said to Nojiko. Hearing this, Nojiko walked over to Luo Yan in confusion and wrapped her arms around his other arm. Looking at the two women holding his left and right arms, Luo Yan said seriously, to be honest, all these years I've watched Arlong rule this place, and it filled my heart with rage. I think you must feel the same. Before I didn't have the strength, but now I have enough strength, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to break Arlong's rule. You two know my strength well. You don't need to worry. Just STA. Knowing he could not hide it from them any longer, Luo Yan could only appeal to sentiment and reason. No, I don't want that. I think our life right now is pretty good. As long as we give Arlong enough money, he won't hurt us. I don't want you to be some hero. Having lost their parents, they had finally, against all odds, gained a mother, finally had a home, finally had family. Nami absolutely could not watch Luo Yan walk to his death. Nojiko beside her said nothing, but her resolute eyes made it obvious that she shared Nami's thoughts. In their minds, Arlong was invincible. If Luo Yan went, he would surely die. Sai, I can't fool you with lies, and I can't convince you with reason. In that case, there's only one thing to do. I have no choice but to do this. I hope you won't blame me. Luo Yan said words so baffling that Nami and Nojiko could not understand them. You. What are you going to do? Careful. I'll hit you with my fists. Nami thought he was about to get rough. I think. Like T. Luo Yan was stunned. Having spent so many years in this world after transmigrating, relying entirely on his own efforts, he had thought he did not have a golden finger at all. Unexpectedly, it had arrived today. But system, did you get it wrong? What long-cherished plan? What did I actually do? Am I that kind of person? Ding. The fact that you can bind with this improper system shows that the host is not exactly a proper person either. Slander. Everyone come and see. This system is slandering me. System, I'll sue you for slander. Ding. This system does not accept any slander. Whoever dares to slander this improper system will be flooded with romantic luck from 10 celestial beauties this year. Hey you. Luo Yan was about to say something more. But the system's next words instantly made him behave. Ding. I have no idea what the host was just thinking. Ha ha ha. Nami darling, Nojiko darling, be good, and go home, wash up nicely, and wait for me to come. And I definitely didn't hear anything about silk stockings. And I definitely won't control the host's body and run 10 laps around the village shouting all of the host's perverted inner thoughts. You. Fine. You're ruthless. Luo Yan gnashed his teeth. If the system had a body, and if the system were a woman, he swore he would make her die of bliss. Haha, mere host. Handling him only requires one small lie. I'm not about to let it slip that I actually can't control the host at all. The system snickered. System, what functions do you have? System, what functions do you have? After being interrupted for so long, Luo Yan finally remembered to ask about the system's capabilities. Ding, this system is a favorability system. The host can unlock treasure chests and receive rewards by increasing the favorability of female characters who appear in the original story. At 60 favorability, you unlock a bronze chest. At 70, a silver chest. At 80, a gold chest. At 90, an epic chest. And at 100, a legendary chest. Below 60, no chest. How about that, host? With such a powerful system as me, aren't you in awe? Just a favorability system. It's far inferior to sign-in systems or invincible from the start systems. Luo Yan pursed his lips in hypocritical disdain. In truth, as a penniless loser, he would accept any system. And this perverse one undoubtedly struck a chord with his peculiar taste. Translated, isn't this a flirting to get stronger system? He was extremely interested in flirting with girls. After all, his original plan after killing Arlong was to form a pirate crew, one filled entirely with beautiful women. He Rex D. Luo Yan was merely immortal. What was wrong with wanting to eat a lot of meat? Then Luo Yan addressed the system. System, Nua Chigao and Nami's favorability should be enough, right? Open the panel and let me see. The two girls had grown up with him, practically childhood brides. Their favorability should be at least 70 or 80. Thinking this, Luo Yan turned his gaze to the panel projected by the system. Nami's favorability 89, Nua Chigao's favorability 90, Belmir's favorability 90, Kaya's favorability 70, total chests bronze 4, silver 4, gold 3, epic 2. Favorability, is this high? Luo Yan was somewhat shocked. He had expected at most 80, but there were 90s. Belmir's favorability is also this high. She must really see me as her own son. Luo Yan felt joy in his heart. Nothing is more heartwarming than being loved by family. He didn't waste time. System, open the chests. Open them all. Opening bronze chest obtained a bracelet, a beautiful dress, the world's most delicious orange, and 100 herbs pill that cures all ailments. Opening silver chest. Because it had just awakened, the hockey was briefly out of control, but since the system directly granted the corresponding proficiency, Luo Yin quickly mastered it. These rewards are not bad, basically everything I need. But the reward mechanism seems irregular, almost capricious. After a slight complaint, Luo Yin took out the supreme grade sword first generation Kitetsu from the system space. He drew the blade. Looking at the demonic sword similar to the third generation Kitetsu radiating an eerie aura, Luo Yin felt a mix of emotions. System, are you sure I can wield this? To be honest, did you steal it from the bald five elders? Luo Yin remembered that although the original story didn't explicitly reveal the whereabouts of the first generation Kitetsu, based on speculation the sword held by one of the five elders might be it. If it was, then the system was forcing him to become an enemy of the celestial dragons, wasn't it? Host, please trust the system's integrity. Use it with confidence. The system replied coolly. Hearing this, Luo Yin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the five elders' sword, he was fine. He was just a small fry now, hardly a match for the celestial dragons. However, if the celestial dragons really provoked him, he could still fight. After all, being a dog was truly not his style. Leave the other rewards aside for now. Next, it's time to settle accounts with Arlong. With these equipment and hockey, dealing with Amir Arlong is a sure thing. With confident strides, Luo Yin walked toward Arlong's park. Soon he arrived at the park. He took a breath and shouted inside, "Stupid Arlong, your grandpa Luo Yin is here. Come out and die." With newfound strength, Luo Yin's confidence swelled. Not only could he insult Arlong, he could even flick his little dick. Inside Arlong's park, what's that sound? Arlong, lying on a recliner, seemed to hear someone calling him. Boss Arlong, someone outside seems to be shouting, "Stupid Arlong." I don't know what stupid means, but Arlong is your name. Someone out there is calling your name directly. Chill, go check it out. Arlong opened his eyes and said to the long-beaked, red-lipped fishman beside him, "Yes." Receiving the order, the long-beaked fishman jumped into the nearby water and quickly disappeared. Outside, is Arlong deaf? Can't he hear someone calling him? Looks like I'll have to go in myself. Luo Yin lifted his leg about to kick open the gate of Arlong's park when a fishman suddenly appeared. So that kick was solidly intercepted by the fishman. Boom. Watching the fishman fly backward, crashing through the park gate, Luo Yin was stunned. Did he just do something? Despicable human, you. Attacked by surprise. The fishman, having taken Luo Yin's kick, emerged unscathed. Young man, you're in good shape, Luo Yin remarked. Then before the fishman's astonished eyes, Luo Yin vanished from his spot. What? The fishman cried out. What? Go to sleep. Luo Yin raised Kitetsu, coated it with armament hockey, and struck hard with the scabbard. Bang! With the sound, the fishman collapsed, a large lump on his head, eyes rolled back devoid of life. If a doctor examined him, he'd say he died of a concussion. Young man, you're in good shape. Fall asleep as soon as you hit the pillow. Luo Yin sighed again. He had no sympathy for these fishmen who killed indiscriminately. Well, I'll have to find Arlong myself. As Luo Yin was about to enter Arlong's park, Arlong and his gang walked out to meet him. The two groups faced each other. Perfect timing. You're Arlong, right? You're surrounded. Surrender without a fight, how about it? Luo Yin spoke in a tone that seemed to negotiate. Ha ha ha. Despicable humans, you can't even breathe underwater, and you dare tell me to surrender. Arlong roared with laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. Boss, we're surrounded. There must be many enemies hiding outside. What do we do? The fishman Hachi, wielding a sword in each of his 8 hands, trembled nervously. Hachi, since when did you become such a coward? No matter how many come in front of me, Arlong, all these despicable humans must die. Don't you know our fishmen have 10 times the arm strength of humans? What can they possibly use to fight us? Enough, stop wasting time. Are you ready? I'm coming in now. Luo Yin no longer intended to give these villains any more chance to speak. Before the stunned gazes of the crowd, Luo Yin vanished once more from his spot. Thwack, 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 thwack. A rapid succession of sickening cleaves echoed, flesh parting, bones snapping. After countless such sounds, every fishman, including Arlong, collapsed lifeless, their severed heads rolling like hollow spheres across the ground. And yet Luo Yin reappeared exactly where he had stood. Slaying these fishmen, including Xiao Ba and Arlong, stirred not a trace of emotion within him. For years he had watched helplessly as they oppressed and exploited the villagers. Though he had never witnessed Arlong murder anyone from Cocoyasi Village, it was certain that villagers from other settlements had fallen victim to his cruelty. True, from the fishmen's perspective, they had long suffered human prejudice, but such suffering granted no license to slaughter the innocent. Only after slaying Arlong did Luo Yin realize, belatedly, how vastly his strength had surged. No, it isn't that I've grown so mighty. Rather, Arlong and his ilk are pathetically weak. Even Arlong, their strongest, carried a mere 20 million berry bounty. Wretched. Luo Yin swiftly steadied his mind, then stepped forward and crushed Arlong's skull beneath his boot, twice. Your fault entirely. You nearly made me swell with arrogance. When heaven intends destruction, it first inflates the heart. You almost ruined me. Still unsatisfied, he strode over and kicked the carcass of the octopus man Xiao Ba twice more. Ah, much better. With a long dead, the pent-up resentment Luo Yin had harbored for years finally burst forth, unburdening his soul. Yet a quiet ache lingered. For Luo Yan's original ambition had been clear: slay these tyrants, then set sail upon the Grand Line in pursuit of adventure. True to his nature, he envisioned assembling a crew composed solely of women, ideally drawn fro. Hence Luo Yin felt troubled. Would this preordained future crewmate ever join him? Uncertain. Yet he refused to abandon the prospect. As for Xiao Ba, the eight-limbed octopus, Luo Yin dismissed him entirely. Granted, canon depicted him as intimately close to Rayleigh, even saving the latter's life, and his gentle disposition was evident. But such virtue hinged upon one critical condition: that he neither profited from Arlong's plunder nor aided in the villagers' subjugation. Yet reality told another tale. Though Xiao Ba retained a sliver of conscience, he obeyed Arlong without question. He had not spilled blood himself, but through silence and compliance he had enabled countless deaths. No patronage, no inherent kindness could absolve such complicity. Luo Yin himself had endured their tyranny firsthand, and thus would never forgive them. Rayleigh, merely a relic of a bygone era. So long as he left Luo Yin be, Luo Yin would not seek him out, perhaps even forge a tentative rapport. But Luo Yin scratched his head. The villager, however, seemed not to hear, spinning on his heel and sprinting back, shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone, Luo Yin lives. Luo Yin lives. A tide of villagers surged forward, a roaring wave of hope and urgency. Are you hurt, Luo Yin? You're alive? Thank the heavens. At that moment a figure shot toward him like an arrow. Leaping into the air, arms flung wide, crashing straight into his chest. Luo Yin caught her deftly. Luo Yin, thank goodness you're alive. Nami lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing up at him with shimmering eyes. Don't cry, he murmured, gently brushing away her tears. Tears spoil your beauty. Luo Yin, did you truly challenge Arlong? What happened to Arlong? Did you defeat him? By then the villagers had gathered tightly around Luo Yin, their faces etched with equal parts dread and bewilderment. What on earth has transpired here? Luo Yin himself was more bewildered than they. You said you'd go kill Arlong. Nami and I tried stopping you, but failed. So we called the villagers for help. Now Nokihiko stepped forward to explain. Ridiculous. You're all unarmed, powerless. No match for Arlong's gang. You've only complicated matters. Luo Yan's expression hardened, his voice edged with ire as he glared at the villagers. So calling you Luo Yin makes you arrogant now? Calling us reckless? I'd say you're the reckless one. What does a greenhorn like you know of facing Arlong? Thank the stars you didn't go. If you died, what of Nami and Nokihiko? What of Belmere? Exactly. You're insufferable. Get home this instant. Several elders stepped forth, faces stern with reproach. Fellow villagers, the commotion has surely reached Arlong. Let's finish this now. Storm Arlong Park. Yes, we've endured enough. Storm Arlong Park. Even if we can't kill Arlong, we'll slay a dozen fishmen. Kill Arlong. Reclaim our village. Never pay another berry. Young men surged forward, cheeks flushed, fists clenched with fervor. Preposterous. You pups lack the grit to face Arlong. Back to your homes. This is no task for youths. Let us the elders lead the charge. At the youth's outcry, the same elders who'd scolded Luo Yin now turned, weapons raised, ready to march. Everyone, listen to me. Luo Yin shouted, head throbbing amid the chaos. Luo Yin, why are you still here? Scram home. We elders will handle Arlong. You're young. Your time is vast. Don't waste it on petty vendettas. Silence. Utter absolute silence. Moments later someone finally broke the stillness. Luo Yin, what did you say? Say it again. His voice trembled, as if terrified that Luo Yan's next words might contradict what he had just heard. Luo Yin took a deep breath, then shouted with all his might. The tyrannical Arlong, the very man you all feared, has just been defeated by me. From this day forth, we are free. As if to confirm Luo Yan's claim, a villager came sprinting toward them, screaming wildly. Everyone, Arlong, he's dead. Arlong and his gang. They're all lying at the entrance of Arlong's amusement park, heads severed from bodies. It's horrifying. A thunderous roar erupted the moment those words left his lips. Luo Yin, he truly defeated Arlong. We are truly free. Never again shall we suffer under Arlong's oppression. Glory, Arlong has fallen. People, Luo Yin defeated Arlong. Let us raise his name together. No one knew who first cried out, but instantly the crowd asked. Luo Yin, you're here. Nami approached and lay down beside him, head to head. Luo Yin, now that Arlong has been taken by the Marines and danger has lifted from the village, what do you plan to do next? Her tone carried a gentle ease. I plan to set sail. You intend to become a pirate. Nami abruptly sat up, frowning deeply at Luo Yin. Yes, he affirmed without hesitation. Luo Yin, have you forgotten the cruelty of pirates? They commit unspeakable atrocities. Why would you choose such a path? Nami voiced her confusion. Nami, being a pirate need not mean embracing evil. We could be righteous pirates, buying food when hungry, purchasing clothes when cold, and drawing our swords to aid the wronged whenever justice demands it. Luo Yin rose gently, drew Nami into his embrace, and spoke softly. Do such pirates truly exist? Doubt flickered across Nami's face. In her memory, no pirate had ever defied that darkness. Not the marauders who razed her childhood home, nor Arlong whose 8-year reign had choked their village in fear. Whether such pirates exist in this world, I cannot say. But if we hold fast to our hearts, if we guard our souls against corruption, then we can become those pirates. As Luo Yin spoke, his gaze settled upon Nami. His fingers tenderly brushed her hair, twirling a strand between his fingertips. Nami, I remember your dream to chart every corner of the ocean, to ink each site onto your own map with your own hand. Tell me, do you not wish to set sail? Hesitation softened Nami's expression. Of course she longed to sail, to trace coastlines, record islands, fill blank seas with meaning. But becoming a pirate, that was the very thing she loathed most. Seeing her pause, Luo Yan's lips curved faintly upward. Nami, I know your innate talent for navigation is unmatched, and your knowledge of the sea runs deep. Come aboard my ship, be my navigator. I will carry you across the world. I will help you fulfill your dream. Luo Yan, you refuse. Luo Yan furrowed his brow. Nami was not only the finest navigator imaginable, she was also the woman he cherished. What meaning would the open sea hold sailing alone? Nami, my ship cannot sail without you. If you decline, I'll have to. No, I accept. Nami hastily waved her hands, then frowned again. But don't we lack a ship entirely? Haha, so that's what troubled you. A mere ship. I'll build one soon enough. Luo Yin laughed heartily, then arched a brow. Oh, I haven't told you yet, have I? I've mastered shipwright techniques. I can craft an exceptional vessel with ease. You're lying. I've never seen you study shipbuilding. How could you possibly build a ship? Nami refused to believe him, assuming he teased her playfully. Haha, I'm not under your gaze 24 hours a day. Have you forgotten I sail monthly with the village's cargo vessel, to trade goods in neighboring towns? It was during those voyages that I learned shipwright arts. Is that so? Nami's beautiful eyes narrowed with quiet suspicion. Absolutely, Luo Yin nodded firmly. No fidgeting. I speak the truth. Nojiko, you've listened long enough. Step forward. Having settled matters with Nami, Luo Yin turned his gaze toward the great tree behind him, more precisely toward Nojiko concealed behind its trunk. He'd sensed her presence there long before. How did you spot me, Luo Yin? Caught Nojiko emerged, cheeks faintly flushed, embarrassed at being discovered eavesdropping. Haha, Nojiko, what do you think? Luo Yin asked, smiling. What do you mean? Nojiko looked puzzled. Join me at sea. I know your citrus trees flourish like miracles. I'll build a grand vessel, and you'll cultivate your finest fruits and vegetables upon its decks. Luo Yin rose, walked to her side, wrapped an arm around her waist, and whispered near her ear, and most importantly, sail with me, so I may see you each day, my dearest Nojiko. Nojiko faltered, flustered beyond words. So, will you come? Luo Yin asked once more. Yes. Nojiko nodded. 1 month later. Luo Yin, you're quite something. Actually built a full-sized ship. It's stunning. Noki Gao exclaimed in awe. Nami and Noki Gao stepped eagerly aboard, their eyes sparkling as they took in the spacious deck, iron-plated and lush with verdant grass. Luo Yin gazed upon his masterpiece with quiet satisfaction, having poured nearly all his wealth into its creation. Named the goddess, the vessel bore a deliberately unpretentious title. At its prow stood a faceless yet exquisitely sensual bust of a goddess, her form sculpted with hypnotic grace. The hull was crafted from an exceedingly rare and resilient timber, its keel forged from the sacred Adam tree. Its dimensions dwarfed even the Thousand Sunny, the flagship of the original crew, more than 3 times its size. The hull shimmered with an iridescent gradient of pearl white and moon silver, catching sunlight like the flowing silken folds of a goddess's gown stirred by a gentle breeze. Naturally lavish amenities abounded within: entertainment lounges, rest cabins, and private quarters, numerous enough too. Luo Yin, word has it you're setting sail as a pirate. Are you out of your mind? Luo Yin, will Nami and Noki Gao be joining you too? The villagers pressed questions without pause. Yet Luo Yan's gaze lingered, not on the crowd, but on a single woman. Belmer, you've come, he said warmly, stepping forward to clasp her hand. Luo Yin, have you truly decided? Belmer asked softly. Yes, I wish to see the world. His voice held quiet certainty. If this is your choice, I won't stand in your way. But promise me, you'll protect Nami and Noki Gao with your life. Not a hair shall touch them. Do you understand? Uncharacteristically grave, Belmer's tone carried the weight of solemn oath. I swear it. I'll guard them with everything I am, Luo Yin vowed resolute. Here, these are provisions for you: food, clothing, enough to last 1 to 2 months. At her words, villagers carried crates of supplies aboard. When do you depart? She asked again. Today, Luo Yin replied. Then drawing a single orange from his breast pocket. I hear this variety stays fresh for years. Belmer, take it. I'll return before it spoils. He handed her the orange, a reward granted by the system. Leaning in, he kissed her gently, then embraced her, before turning toward the ship beneath her sorrowful gaze. Once aboard, he summoned Nokigao and Nami to bid Bellmare a final farewell. From the bow, he watched in quiet stillness as the three, Nokigao, Nami, and their adoptive mother Bellmare, parted with tearful reluctance. Half an hour passed. Nami, Nokigao, won't you stay a little longer? No, we've said enough. Nokigao replied. Then, hoist the sails. Set course. Under Bellmare's lingering gaze, and the villagers' collective farewell, Rex D. Luo Yin embarked at last upon his own odyssey. At sea, aboard the goddess. Luo Yin, where are we headed? Ah, do you recall that girl from Syrup Village I often mentioned? Kaya, you intend to invite her aboard. Nami pondered briefly before speaking. Indeed. Last month during a cargo voyage, Syrup Village was one of our ports of call, so I made a pact with Kaya I'd return to bring her with us. She'll serve as our ship's physician, the indispensable healer for our journey ahead, Luo Yin explained. So, you plan to defeat Arlong and set sail? A full month ago. Nami's expression sharpened with quiet danger. Luo Yin, oblivious, nodded earnestly. Yes, that's precisely how it unfolded. Clang. Predictably, Nami landed a swift, solid blow on his head. Luo Yin, what now? Why hit me again? He asked, crestfallen. Humph. Because you kept this plan secret for a whole month and only told me now. Nami scoffed. Now, Nami. Luo Yin merely delayed sharing it. There's no harm done. Nokigao interjected, stepping calmly between them. Ha. My dearest, Nokigao speaks wisely. Luo Yin chuckled, sweeping her into a warm embrace. Humph. Call her dearest, Nokigao, but me just Nami. How swiftly old affections fade. Nami rolled her eyes. You're both my treasures. No old or new. Only beloved equals, Luo Yin declared, drawing Nami close as well, holding them side by side, savoring harmony in perfect balance. 5 days adrift upon the open sea brought them to Syrup Village. Luo Yin strode straight to the iron gate, produced a key, and unlocked it without hesitation. 2 guards stationed at the entrance ignored the trio entirely, as if blind to their presence. Passing through, Luo Yin entered Kaya's villa as though returning home. Inside, he met Mirai, the villa's loyal butler. Mr. Luo Yin, why are you here? Luo Yin asked, puzzled. At this hour, Mirai should have been attending Kaya's medicinal regimen indoors. Master Luo Yin, Miss Kaya knew you'd arrive, and sent me to greet you, Mirai replied with a gentle smile. Ha. So Kaya couldn't wait to set sail with me after all. Luo Yin grinned, ushering the 2 women inside, and heading directly to Kaya's chamber. Knock. Before his knuckles left the door, Kaya's voice floated out. Is that you, Luo Yin? Come in. At her invitation, he entered, with Nami and Nokigao beside him. There, reclining upon her bed, lay Kaya, pale-faced, her golden hair cascading like spun sunlight. Kaya, did you take your medicine today? Luo Yin seated himself beside her, voice tender with concern. Yes, Mr. Mirai ensured I did. She murmured, soft-spoken and frail. Ah, good, he laughed heartily. Oh, and these are the sisters I spoke of, my elder sister Nokigao and my younger sister Nami. Nami, Nokigao, this is Kaya. Though each had long known of the other's existence, this marked their first meeting, and their shared future aboard one vessel demanded formal introduction. Kaya, you're exquisite. And so are you, Nami, and Nokigao too. Once introductions concluded, the 3 women quickly fell into easy, animated conversation, laughing, teasing, sharing stories as if bound by years of friendship. Luo Yin, meanwhile, found himself gently eclipsed, standing quietly apart, a contented observer in the warmth of their camaraderie. After a long while, seeing that the 3 had nearly finished their conversation, Luo Yin looked at Kaya and said, Kaya, are you willing to set sail with us? Kaya replied, I, Luo Yin, actually really want to set sail with you. Over these 3 years I have learned much about medicine, hoping to be your ship's doctor. But because of my body, Mr. Mary might not agree. Her tone was slightly dejected. I have anticipated this, Luo Yin said. Kaya, look, what is this? He took out a green pill from his pocket. This is... Kaya was puzzled. This is a cure-all pill I found for you. Once you take it, your illness will soon be cured, and then you can set sail with us. Luo Yin held Kaya's hand and placed the pill in her palm. Really? Can this pill truly cure my illness? Kaya was somewhat excited, grabbing Luo Yin's hand. She desperately wanted to be cured, and then set sail with Luo Yin to witness the wonders of the world. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Luo Yin affirmed. Then he added, Kaya, take it. Once you take it, your illness will be cured, and you don't need to worry about whether this pill works. Even if it doesn't, I have another thing that will surely cure you. Luo Yin encouraged Kaya. Kaya lightly responded, then took a deep breath and placed the pill in her mouth. As soon as the pill entered, it melted like cotton candy. A powerful life force instantly flowed through her body with her blood. Kaya felt a tingling numbness throughout her body, comfortable and light. At the same time, her complexion visibly improved, no longer as pale as before. It really works. This pill really works. Kaya was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She could feel that her body was truly healed. This was something she Luo Yin raised an eyebrow. Of course not, mister. Luo Yin was able to see through the great pirate lock scheme 3 years ago, and kill him. His strength is undoubtedly unquestionable. Moreover, after 3 years, mister, Luo Yan's strength must have grown even stronger, Meili quickly said. Baki Locke was indeed killed by Luo Yan, but at that time Locke was severely injured, probably self-inflicted, as part of his plan. It just so happened that Luo Yan came to deliver supplies, and Locke failed, and being seriously wounded Luo Yan got the easy kill. Under normal circumstances, Luo Yan couldn't guarantee that he could have defeated Locke 3 years ago. But that's not the matter at hand now. So, Luo Yan continued. So after setting sail, please take good care of Miss Kaya, and not let her suffer the slightest harm. Meili's eyes were full of pleading. Haha, so you butler Meili agreed to let Kaya set sail with me? Luo Yan asked with a smile. Of course, how could a servant like me hinder Miss Kaya's dream? Meili replied seriously. Great. Mister. Meili has agreed to let me set sail. Kaya, who had been downcast and anxious, immediately beamed with joy. Then Kaya, pack your things, and we'll set sail in 3 days. Okay, please, mister. Meili, help me prepare the provisions for the voyage, Kaya said softly to Meili. Certainly. Meili turned and left to prepare the supplies. By the way, where's Usopp? I haven't seen him since I arrived in the village. Luo Yan was puzzled. He asked this because Kaya knew Usopp. Of course, due to Luo Yan's influence, their relationship wasn't as close as in the original story, but they were still friends. Well, a week ago, 3 people came and took Usopp out to see, Kaya answered. 3. Shouldn't it be 2? Luo Yan felt some doubt. Logically, without Nami as the navigator, the current protagonist group should only consist of Luffy and Zoro. What did they look like? Luo Yan asked again. Well, because I want to see Usopp off, I have a deep memory of them. I remember one wearing a straw hat was the captain, another with green short hair was a swordsman, and a long-haired man who seemed to be their navigator, Kaya said, counting on her fingers. Then she suddenly looked up, bit her lip, and said pitifully, Oh right, because I wasn't sure if you needed a ship and Usopp was eager to set sail without a suitable vessel, so I gave the Going Merry to Usopp and his crew. You won't blame me, will you, Luo Yan? Haha, of course not. Luo Yan naturally didn't mind. The Going Merry was originally Luffy's, and he had his own ship, so there was no need to take it. That's good. If you need a ship, I can ask mister. Meili to build another one, Kaya said softly. We don't need a ship, we have our own, Luo Yan replied with a smile. Then he added, but thank you for thinking about the ship. Hearing Luo Yan's thanks, Kaya blushed. Haha, Kaya is so cute, Luo Yan couldn't help but praise. Kaya's face turned even redder. 3 days later, under the gaze of Meili and others, Kaya successfully boarded Luo Yan's ship. Luo Yan, what's the next destination? Nami as the navigator was always paying attention to the ship's course. Well, Nami, although I'm the captain, when it comes to navigation you're the expert. Last time I decided the course because we were picking up Kaya, but from now on you make the decisions. I trust you. Alright, leave it to me, Nami said with a confident smile. Next we go here, and our ultimate goal is to enter the Grand Line. 1 month later at the naval base. Numerous naval officers assembled. Recently the forces in the East Blue have been reshuffled with 2 major factions drawing the most attention. One of the pirate crews is captained by Monkey D. Luffy, who after setting sail, first defeated Navy Captain Monka, then defeated the 15 million berry bounty clown Buggy. Recently he even defeated the 17 million berry pirate Don Krieg. Another pirate crew, according to intelligence, its captain defeated the 20 million berry bounty Arlong, but at that time, he was not a pirate. Unexpectedly, after defeating Arlong, they set sail and became pirates. These 2 pirate crews are surging fiercely and may become extremely evil forces in the future. We must stop them. Let's issue bounties immediately, another officer said. The goddess. Nami, where are we heading next? Luo Yan asked while applying sunscreen to Nojiko, who was lying on a deck chair. Well, according to the normal route, our next destination is called Lobetown, Nami said after looking at the map. Lobetown, also known as the town of the beginning and the end, is the birthplace of the pirate king Roger, and the place where he was executed, Nami added. Lobetown, huh? If I calculate correctly, the Straw Hat Pirates should be arriving there around this time too, Luo Yan muttered to himself. Nami, how many days until we reach Lobetown? Luo Yan asked again. About 2 more days. Good, full speed ahead, target Lobetown. Luo Yan gestured grandly. Luo Yan, be gentle. Nojiko frowned and turned her head. Oh, sorry, I got too excited. 2 days later. Lobetown Naval Base. Colonel, according to the latest intelligence, 2 pirates with bounties over 10 million berries will be coming to Lobetown. Their target should be the Grand Line. 10 million berries. What are the exact bounties? Smoker asked lazily, sitting in his chair and smoking. The Straw Hat Pirates Monkey D. Luffy bounty 25 million berries. The Angel Pirates Rex D. Luo Yan bounty 22 million berries. Only 20 million berries. Got it. I'll deal with it when the time comes, Smoker waved his hand. Colonel, don't you want to see what they look like? The Marine asked cautiously. I know what they look like, Smoker replied indifferently, waving his hand. Finally arrived at Lobetown. Luffy, huh, where's Luffy? Colonel, don't you want to see what they look like? The Marine asked cautiously. I know what they look like, Smoker replied indifferently, waving his hand. Finally arrived at Lowtown. Luffy, huh? Where's Luffy? Colonel, don't you want to see what they look like? The Marine asked cautiously. I know what they look like, Smoker replied indifferently, waving his hand. Finally arrived at Lowtown. Luffy, huh? Where's Luffy? Where is Luo Fei? The navigator Riga was about to say something when he suddenly noticed Luffy wasn't here. Riga, Luffy ran off as soon as we got on the island, Usopp said. That guy, can't he be a little more reliable? If he were reliable, he wouldn't be Luffy. On the other side, Nami no Jiko, Kaya, is there anything you want to buy? I need to stock up on supplies, Nami said. I'll go with Nami no Jiko said. Then I'll stay and watch the ship, Kaya said. Kaya, no need to watch. I've set up an automatic defense system on the ship. It will activate if strangers board. You go shopping with Nami and Nojiko. I'll look around the island to see if I can find a chef, Luo Yin said. Oh, all the money is with Nami. If you want to buy anything, ask her for it, Luo Yin reminded. All right, Kaya said, joining the shopping group. After giving instructions, Luo Yin also headed inward. He wasn't worried about the three girls' safety because they had eaten the cloud fruit Nami, the healing fruit Kaya, and the plant fruit Nojiko, giving them considerable combat power. As for Luo Yin himself, he rather wanted to eat the vermilion bird fruit, but a ship couldn't have all devil fruit users. There had to be at least one non-user ready to rescue anyone who fell into the sea. I wonder where the system got so many on. Oh ho ho ho, you know me. The woman held a fan, looking both crazy and arrogant. So crazy, Luo Yan's mouth twitched. Carmen's demeanor was too damaging to her image. She was originally a cute girl. If she fixed her hair and toned down the craziness, she would be an absolute stunning beauty. What's with this Chinibyu? However, despite Carmen's craziness, Luo Yan had a strong tolerance. It's good that you're Carmen. Let me introduce myself, I'm Luo Yan. I came to find you because I heard you're the best chef in the East Blue. I want to invite you to be my ship's cook. Are you a pirate? Carmen seemed surprised. Pirate? Don't come near Lady Carmen. If you want to harm her, you'll have to go through us. At this point, a man with nostrils unusually large, and another who called himself Leo, stepped forward, separating Carmen and Luo Yan. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to invite Lady Carmen to be my ship's cook, Luo Yan explained calmly. By the way, have you found Sanji? Luo Yan thought for a moment and asked again. How do you know I'm looking for Sanji? At this moment, Carmen's expression turned slightly serious, no longer the previous Chinibyu. Since I want to invite you on board, naturally, I would know a bit about you. If you're looking for Sanji, you can wait at the chef competition. I heard the prize for this competition is an elephant tuna. As a chef, I think he wouldn't miss such good ingredients, Luo Yan said after thinking. Meanwhile, he mentally adjusted. Looks like I came too early. Carmen hasn't found Sanji yet. In that case, sorry Sanji, I have to reveal your whereabouts to gain Carmen's favor. Thank you for telling me about Shanji's whereabouts, but I have no intention of joining you as a pirate, Kam Min declined haughtily. Haha, that's fine. I believe Miss Kam Min won't refuse later, Luo Yan replied with a confident smile. In the original story, Kam Min lost to Shanji in the cooking competition. That would be his opportunity. Luo Yan thought, then said to Kam Min. Although Miss Kam Min has rejected my invitation, I still don't want to give up. Since I'm also going to watch the cooking competition, would you mind if I accompany you? I'd like to invite you once more after the competition. If you still refuse, then I won't bother you again. How about that? Oh ho ho ho, suit yourself, Kam Min said, then headed toward the cooking competition venue. Luo Yan followed behind. Soon it was 1 o'clock and the cooking competition began. Kam Min spotted Shanji in the distance and exclaimed, Oh ho ho ho, Shanji, you came after all. Shanji was startled by her words, then dropped to one knee, eyes sparkling with hearts. To think such a beautiful lady knows me. I'm truly blessed. As he leaned in, the competition started cutting him off. Disappointed, Shanji returned to his spot. The cooking competition proceeded with great fervor. Watching Kam Min's flamboyant techniques and hearing her eerie laughter, Luo Yan's mouth twitched. Good grief, where's her dignity? A woman's image. No, I can't let this slide. Once she's on the ship, I'll have to make her tone it down. This is terrifying. He also wondered, will a woman as unhinged as Kam Min become this crazy after becoming someone's wife? Or will she undergo a complete personality change, becoming gentle and endearing? How intriguing. Unsurprisingly, Kam Min lost the match. It ended with Shanji, eyes full of hearts, trying to approach her, only to be intercepted by her apprentices, who smacked a spatula across his face. Then it was Luo Yan's turn. He walked up to Kam Min. So Miss Kam Min, would you like to become the chef on my ship and sail the seas with me? Kam Min, dejected from the loss, seemed about to refuse. But before she could speak, Luo Yan quickly added, Miss Kam Min, you must understand that the East Sea is merely a corner of this world. Beyond it lie the South Sea, West Sea, North Sea, and even the Grand Line. These places are home to countless renowned chefs. In the East Sea, aside from Shanji, no one surpasses your culinary skills. To improve, you must keep learning. But the East Sea can no longer offer you that. So you must go to the South Sea, North Sea, or even the Grand Line, learn from the chefs there, interact with them, and surpass them. Miss Kam Min, you are still so young, and already the Essie. Of course, I've heard that on the Grand Line the Kingdom of Renyao possesses such techniques. Their food can strengthen the body and is incredibly delicious. Once we enter the Grand Line, we can go to the Kingdom of Renyao and learn this method of cooking. Then you will surely become a top-tier chef, even world-renowned. So Miss Kam Min, come aboard my ship as my chef. Let us explore this realm of culinary mastery together. Luo Yin spoke passionately, extending his hand to Kam Min. Alright, I accept. I'll go with you to the Grand Line, she said, her heart stirred by his words. Under Luo Yan's expectant gaze, Kam Min placed her hand in his. He successfully recruited a chef. Luo Yin chuckled inwardly. Yet despite coaxing her aboard, he felt a bit odd. I feel like some kind of swindler luring people onto the ship with their dreams. Oh, well, what I said wasn't false. It's not a pyramid scheme. Everything is for the sake of realizing dreams. With that thought, he felt a sense of clarity. By the way, since you're coming aboard, are your two little apprentices joining us? Luo Yin asked casually. No. We've heard the Grand Line is extremely dangerous, and our culinary skills aren't yet at Miss Kam Min's level. There's still much to learn in the East Sea. Please take good care of Miss Kam Min. They bowed in unison. We entrust her to you. Alright, rest assured. I'll take care of Kam Min. As my chef, I won't let anyone bully her. If you ever make it to the Grand Line, let me know, and I'll come pick you up, Luo Yin said solemnly, moved by their earnestness. Miss Kam Min, they said, tears welling up. Oh ho, it's fine. Leo Jose, remember to focus on your culinary studies after I leave. Yes, Miss Kam Min. We won't let you down. Same here, they vowed. Now that you're my chef, the issue of ingredients is in your hands, Luo Yin said cheerfully. Alright. Having boarded Luo Yan's ship, Kam Min readily accepted the chef's duties. Oh, by the way about that. The money on the ship is with the navigator, so could you cover the cost of ingredients for now? The navigator will reimburse you once we're aboard, Luo Yin said, blushing sheepishly. He felt a bit embarrassed. Luring her onto the ship was one thing, but now he was eyeing her money. That was a bit much. Leave the money to me. As a chef, I always carry plenty of berries for ingredients, Kam Min replied, unusually serious. That's right. Leo and I also have some berries. We can use them to buy ingredients for Mr. Luo Yin. The two apprentices chimed in unison. Then, thank you, Luo Yin said, scratching his head. Thus far his crew consisted of himself as captain, the ship's Dr. Kuya, the navigator, Nami the botanist, Nua Chi Gao, and the chef Kam Min. The basic lineup was complete. Next, after the events in Logtown, they would enter the Grand Line, the tea. After Carmen finished purchasing provisions, she headed toward the silver vessel anchored at the harbor, a grand ship crowned by a statue of the goddess. Luo Yin walked alone toward the central plaza. As he strolled, the sky above gradually darkened. The weather is shifting, he murmured, pausing briefly, then resumed his stride. Soon he arrived at Central Avenue. There before him stretched a sea of people, and rising above the crowd the towering scaffold where the pirate king Joel D. Roger had once been executed. Now two figures stood upon it. One was the clown Buggy gripping a long blade, the other a young man with a straw hat, Monkey D. Luffy, his neck locked in iron shackles. I am going to become the king of the pirates. No sooner had Luo Yin grasped the scene than that declaration echoed across the plaza, bold, unshaken, reverberating beneath an increasingly ominous sky. Aha! Straw Hat, today is your execution day. Buggy threw back his head and roared with laughter. Then, precisely, Luo Yin affirmed with a slight nod. He hadn't come for honor or justice. He'd come for her. For Alvida as she was now. Desirable, radiant, irreplaceable. I might not have noticed you earlier. Perhaps you could have slipped away unnoticed. But now, you won't leave Logtown. Not even the Grand Line will be within your reach. Smoker's aura swelled. Suddenly the smoke coiling around Buggy and Alvida twisted violently, surging toward Luo Yin like a living serpent. Not necessarily. Perhaps you are the one who won't leave Logtown today. A faint, confident smile curved Luo Yan's lips. Simultaneously, he gripped Geish's hilt with both hands. Armament hockey surged up the blade, coating its length in a deep violet-black sheen. One sword-style mountain-splitting cut. As the words left his mouth, he raised the blade high, then brought it down in a devastating arc. Before the steel struck, the sheer force of the strike cleaved the air, deafening, razor-sharp, splitting the very. Do I know you? Why save me? Alvida turned her head, puzzled, her voice muffled against his shoulder. You don't know me, but I know you. As for why I saved you, you're beautiful. I desire you. Is that reason enough? Luo Yin spoke as he ran, his blade flashing rhythmically, clearing naval officers from their path. This man is astonishingly direct, Alvida murmured, dazed. She had never encountered such unabashed, unapologetic passion, nor such brazen candor. Ugh, this man is shockingly blunt. Yaorita felt lightheaded. She had never encountered such an unabashedly lecherous fellow. Though Luo Yan's reason for rescuing her struck her as peculiar, Yaorita, who was inherently vain, quickly accepted it. Then Yaorita said to Luo Yin, well, though I know I'm beautiful, being held like this is terribly uncomfortable. Could you please put me down? No, Luo Yin replied without hesitation. Why? Yaorita frowned in bewilderment. Surely setting her down would make his escape swifter and easier. Because your body is smooth and holding you feels pleasant. I simply wish to indulge myself. Distracted by the legion of enemies closing in Luo, Yin spoke impulsively, voicing his unfiltered thoughts. You're utterly devoid of chivalry, Yaorita murmured, speechless. Ha ha. If you truly find this uncomfortable, I can hold you like this instead. It's far more comfortable. As he spoke, Luo Yin slid ghost cut to his waist and swept her into a regal bridal embrace. At that very moment, a violent gale swept across the entire town. Objects whirled skyward, and the Marines advanced ground to a halt. Seizing the wind's momentum, Luo Yin sprinted wildly toward the harbor, boarded his ship without pause, and found Nami no Jiko Kokoro and came in already aboard. Nami, the Marines are overwhelming. If warships encircle us, we'll be trapped. Confirm our course and set sail immediately. Luo Yin laughed heartily as he gripped the helm. Luo Yin, you're the only one who finds it thrilling. None of us ever want to endure that again. Nami retorted indignantly. Actually, it wasn't so bad, Kokoro murmured softly beside her. Kokoro, you've betrayed us. Nami gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. I think it was rather fine, Nojiko added coolly. Oh ho ho ho. Yes, quite stimulating indeed, boarding the ship only to be chased by the Marines right away. Cayman nodded approvingly. Is there truly only one sane person aboard this ship? Nami whispered, lost in thought. Ha ha, perhaps it's simply that you're the most timid among us, Nami. Luo Yin turned, grinning. Don't. Unsurprisingly, such mockery earned him a swift, decisive fist to the head. Another swelling knot bloomed atop his skull. Oh, by the way, who is this? Another new crewmate besides Cayman. Only then did Nami notice Yaorita leaning quietly against the rail on deck. Luo Yin affirmed with a nod. Once aboard his ship, she was unquestionably part of his crew. Yaorita regarded him with detached calm, offering no protest. To her, sailing under Luo Yin was no different from sailing under Buggy. She'd originally allied with Buggy solely to track down Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates. But after glimpsing Luffy and narrowly evading capture by the Marines, her pursuit had lost all appeal. Instead, joining Luo Yan's crew proved unexpectedly agreeable. At least, she could follow this brash, shamelessly candid, yet undeniably formidable man across the Grand Line. Nami, what's our current heading? Luo Yan asked. All stable. Excellent. Then, let's celebrate our newest crewmate with a feast. Having confirmed the course was secure, Luo Yan proposed the celebration. Life at sea offered little diversion. Festivity was among its rarest joys. Oh, and Nami came and purchased provisions early. The Going Merry, is that ship? And Usopp, Kokoro, is he a friend of yours? The women turned curiously to Kokoro. Yes, Usopp hails from my hometown. I gifted him the Going Merry when he set sail. Luo Yin knows Usopp too. I became friends with Usopp through Luo Yin, Kokoro added, beaming. Ah, I see, the others nodded. From here we can't tell if anyone's aboard. Let's draw closer and check. Luo Yin guided his vessel nearer, until at last the Going Merry's deck came fully into view. A straw-hatted youth devoured meat with wild abandon. A green-haired swordsman dozed lazily on his bunk. An elderly man crowned with a flower reclined nearby. Usopp stood beside a stranger, likely their newly recruited navigator replacing Nami. Sanji was nowhere on deck, presumably cooking below. As the goddess vessel drew near, everyone aboard, including Zoro, who had been asleep, rose to their feet, faces stern as they gazed at the approaching ship. Hi there, everyone. Luo Yin strode to the bow and regarded Luffy and his crew. Luo Yin. Usopp was the first to react, astonishment coloring his voice. Yes, Usopp, long time no see. Mr. Usopp. Kaya's cheerful face peeked out from behind Luo Yin, beaming as she greeted him. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. He distinctly recalled Kaya being gravely ill. How could she possibly set sail? Mr. Usopp, Luo Yin healed my illness and I longed to sail the seas. So I joined his crew as ship's physician, Kaya said with a sweet smile, then explained. Ah, I see. Usopp murmured, comprehension dawning. Then he added, I never imagined you'd be skilled in medicine, Luo Yin. Curing Kaya's severe ailment is no small feat. He spoke with quiet admiration. Usopp, is this your friend? Luffy finally broke the silence. Yes, he's my friend. And Kaya, you've met her before, she gifted us the Going Merry. Usopp declared cheerfully. Oh, I remember now. You're Kaya. Thank you for giving us the Going Merry. Luffy exclaimed, suddenly recalling. Hee, I'm delighted you love it. Please cherish the Going Merry well, Kaya replied softly. Ha ha ha, we adore it. Look, this is my special seat. Luffy plopped himself onto the ram's head of the Going Merry. Then, eyes gleaming like stars, he turned toward the goddess vessel. Wow, is that your ship? It's absolutely incredible. Far larger than the Going Merry. Huh. If you like it so much we could swap ships, Luo Yin teased. No way. No one touches the Going Merry. Luffy shot back, without hesitation. Ha, just kidding. Luo Yin laughed heartily at Luffy's deadpan expression. By the way, since you've entered the Grand Line, why haven't you sailed onward? Luo Yin asked, puzzled. He'd assumed they'd anchored here due to the two agents from Baroque Works. But scanning the deck, he saw neither of them. The only unfamiliar faces were the navigator, and the elderly man who'd once served as the Pirate King's physician. Oh, that's right. We just finished a feast and are preparing to bid farewell to Laboon before departing, Usopp explained. I see, Luo Yin nodded. Then feigning ignorance he added, Laboon? Who's that? This elderly gentleman. No, Laboon is a colossal whale. Massively colossal. Luffy grinned broadly. Is that so? Luo Yin nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, are these all your crew members? Are there others? And have you encountered anyone else since arriving here? Our crew numbers more than this. We also have Sanji cooking in the galley. As for others, we've met only Laboon and this elder since arriving. It seems they're the sole inhabitants here. Usopp replied. I see. Luo Yin murmured, pieces falling into place. So Luffy's crew hasn't yet faced the Baroque Works agents' assault on Laboon. Did we arrive too early? Or too late? Or perhaps they're hiding somewhere nearby. Luo Yin pondered silently, then shook his head, dispelling the thought. No matter, their paths would cross soon enough. In a shadowed corner. Miss Wednesday, isn't this crowd too dense for action? Mr. 9 asked the woman beside him. Mr. 9, we'll wait until they depart. Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi, whispered. A sound plan, Miss Wednesday. Naturally, Mr. 9. After some time spent conversing, familiarity settled between the crews. Hey Luo Yin, did you enter the Grand Line to become king of the pirates? Luffy suddenly asked, locking eyes with him. Not at all. I merely wish to wander the vast seas, to witness wonders beyond measure, Luo Yin replied, shaking his head. King of the pirates held no allure for him. What truly intrigued him was, good, because if you did I'd have to knock you clear across the ocean. Luffy grinned. Ha ha ha. Luo Yin burst into laughter. Hee hee. Luffy joined in, unreserved and bright. Mr. Zoro, you've been watching me intently. Is something amiss? Luo Yin asked suddenly. He knew precisely why Zoro kept staring. It was the sword. And why not speak it aloud? Idle moments were best filled with meaningful connection, even with characters from legend. Ah, your blade seems formidable and strangely familiar, Zoro murmured, eyes fixed on the sword at Luo Yan's waist. My blade? Luo Yan smiled knowingly. The sword you carry, that's the 3rd generation Kitetsu, correct? Then it's no wonder mine feels familiar. After all, ours share lineage. He drew forth his own blade. This too is a Kitetsu, born of the same cursed bloodline as yours. So that's it. No wonder its aura is so uncanny, so resonant. A true Kitetsu. Zoro nodded, accepting the explanation. He failed to recognize Luo Yan's blade as the 1st generation Kitetsu, merely sensed its power rivaling his own Wado Ikemanji, assuming it to be the 2nd generation. Oh no! Luffy suddenly cried out. What's wrong? All turned bewildered. I shattered the log pose. Luffy wailed, hopping frantically. What a... The Straw Hat crew stared stunned. Their navigator seized Luffy by the collar and shook him. Luffy, I told you to handle it carefully. Now we're stranded. What a... Does that mean I can't become king of the pirates? Luffy howled. Then, eyes lighting up, he snapped his fingers. Right. Luo Yan's crew must have a log pose. At his words, every gaze shifted to Luo Yan and his companions. Don't look at me. I forgot all about log poses. Didn't bring one. Luo Yan scratched his head sheepishly. En route he'd been preoccupied, courting companions, welcoming them aboard, not thinking once about navigational necessities in the Grand Line. In the shadows. Did you hear that, Mr. 9? Their log pose is broken. I heard, Miss Wednesday, huh? Ours is intact. Mr. 9 pulled a log pose from his coat and tossed it idly in his palm. Careful, Mr. 9. If you drop it, we'll never return to Whiskey Peak. Relax. A gift from nature itself. Luo Yin gazed at the log pose he had acquired effortlessly. With a thought, he activated his observation haki. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. So you're here after all, Vivi. Miss Wednesday, what shall we do now? Mr. asked Vivi instinctively. Get out there and take back the log pose, Vivi replied. Now they had no choice but to face the situation. Without the log pose, even if Luo Yin and his crew left and they managed to catch the whale, they would never find their way home. Let's do it. They exchanged a glance and stepped out together. Listen, that log is truly ours. Please return it to us. Oh, yours? What proof do you have? Luo Yin fixed his gaze on the blue-haired woman before him. This is our log pose. No, it fell into my hands, so now it's mine. After a lengthy dispute, they finally agreed that Luo Yin would keep the log pose. In exchange, the woman would board his ship while the man would join Luffy's crew. Together, they would follow the log pose to its destination. A day later at Whiskey Peak, amid the cheers of the townsfolk, Luo Yin and his group set foot on the island. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. To celebrate your arrival, we've prepared a banquet. A curly-haired man stepped out from the crowd, clearly the leader here. Under his guidance, they joined the feast and enjoyed a hearty meal. Finally, the crews of both ships retired to their assigned rooms and fell into a deep sleep. Night fell. I don't get it. They're just kids. Why didn't we defeat them at the harbor? A pink-haired, dark-skinned, muscular woman asked in confusion. Take a look. I've looked into them. They're no ordinary P. Princess Vivi asked. Killing them would reduce the bounty by 30%. Hand them over to the government for execution. Capture them alive. Ah, blue-haired beauty, so lovely yet a fraud. So what criminal organization are you from? At that moment Luo Yin stood lazily on the rooftop smiling at Vivi. Having read the original story, he naturally knew who these people were. He wasn't here to deal with this lot. His real target was the two Baroque Works agents who would come to hunt Vivi later, specifically the nose-picking man. As for Miss Valentine, he intended to recruit her into his crew. For now, he would amuse himself with these underlings. This guy, shouldn't he be fast asleep? Monday, the muscular woman stared at Luo Yin in astonishment. Impressive. I didn't expect you to be so alert. But since you've overheard so many of our secrets, we'll have to regrettably send you to your death, the curly-haired man said expressionlessly. Everyone attack. Kill this sword. Another figure appeared on the rooftop. Oh, it's Zoro. If you want to help, I'd be delighted. Luo Yin continued blocking bullets, knocking rooftop climbers off, and conversing with Zoro. After a while, Luo Yan's surroundings were littered with bodies. He had used armament hockey and sheer strength to knock them unconscious with the flat of his blade, so there was no gruesome scene of bloodshed. Zoro had also taken down Monday and several others. Damn it. How can these two be so strong? The curly-haired man muttered in disbelief as he lay on the ground. Luo Yin sat bored on the rooftop waiting for Miss Valentine. He glanced casually at the defeated men and the cowering Princess Vivi. These people were far too weak to warrant his involvement. He had only swung his blade a few times out of sheer boredom, otherwise a single burst of Conqueror's hockey would have sufficed. Meanwhile, not far away, run. They've killed all the agents below rank 12. Where can we flee? We'll hide somewhere. Luo Yin, standing on the rooftop, spoke while admiring Miss Valentine's figure. Huh, there's a rat here. But don't worry, since you've heard our secret you'll die, Miss Valentine said, looking up at Luo Yin with a smile. Listen, why not stop working for Crocodile? What's so good about being his assassin? Join my crew instead. Luo Yin finished speaking and smiled calmly at Valentine. He found this woman, with her short golden hair, deeply appealing. How do you know the boss's name? Valentine asked, eyes wide with astonishment. Even she herself had no knowledge of the boss's true identity. Her shock swiftly gave way to an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. Whether or not the boss is Crocodile, you clearly know far too much. It seems that today not only Miss Wednesday, but also you, shall be reduced to dust and ashes. Mr. Five spoke in a voice as cold as frozen steel. Princess Vivi, did you hear that? He has come to kill you. Shall I lend you a hand? Luo Yin ignored Mr. Five entirely and turned instead toward Vivi. You know who I am. Vivi stared in disbelief. Neither man had revealed his identity, yet Luo Yin knew it. Worse still, he appeared intimately familiar with Crocodile's schemes. Ha. As a pirate sworn to build a home for every girl under heaven, I naturally acquaint myself with princesses, queens, and the like, Luo Yin replied with irreverent nonchalance. You? Vivi faltered, bewildered. Was this pirate's ambition truly so grand, to shelter every woman in the world? Luo Yin opened his mouth to speak again, when suddenly a chilling sense of peril struck him from behind. Instinctively, he drew his blade and slashed backward. Boom! Blinding fire erupted, the explosion roared across the air. Moments later, coughing, Luo Yin emerged from the smoke and flame brow furrowed as he glared at the man who had attacked him. What a revolting, snot-faced wretch. Using nasal mucus as ammunition is grotesque enough, but interrupting my conversation with the princess. Unforgivable. You shall die. No sooner had the words left his lips than an awe-inspiring aura erupted from his very being. A visible crushing pressure that warped reality itself. Sand flew, stones shattered, debris scattered violently outward. Those nearby instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces. Snotface, you partnering with Valentine. I can scarcely imagine how she endures you. Then for Miss Valentine's sake, accept your judgment. With theatrical gravity, Luo Yin activated a system, open a chest. Give me one brimming with immense strength. I'm taking her home today. Current affection levels. Belmir 92. Nami 92. Nojiko 92. Kabeji 85. Carmen 70. Alvita 65. 2 bronze chests, 1 silver chest, 1 gold chest, 1 epic chest. Opening bronze chest yields premium culinary set leather whip. Opening silver chest yields 1/3 of the Okama Kingdom's culinary manual. Opening gold chest yields complete medical texts of Drum Kingdom supernova class physique equivalent to Marine Vice Admiral, original physique Marine Rear Admiral. Opening epic chest yields technique for consuming devil fruits, cat fruit, ancient zoan type, Smilodon form, log pose, mimetic training ground. Seeing the physique upgrade among his rewards, Luo Yin exhaled slightly in relief. Then, swallowing hard as Valentine plummeted toward him, her descent mere inches from his head, he stepped back just once, arms rising. Thud. He caught her, his feet sinking deep into the earth-cracked spiderwebby. Princess Vivi frowned, voice edged with concern. Yes, I said I don't trouble women, Luo Yin affirmed firmly. Then added, besides, having failed this mission, she has only 2 paths: either pursue us relentlessly to complete her task, or return and face Crocodile's execution. She'll choose the former. She'll come after us again. He turned to Vivi. By the way, I hear your kingdom faces grave difficulties. May I offer my assistance? Mr. Luo Yin, you truly mean to help me. Vivi seized the words like a lifeline, her eyes bright with desperate hope and disbelief. A secluded garden, a mysterious island frozen in prehistoric time, teeming with dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers. Sanji lunchboxes, meat-only pirate bento. I'm off on an adventure. Luffy's voice rang out from the Going Merry. I want to explore the island. What about you? On the Thousand Sunny, Luo Yin turned to the women beside him and asked, what shall we do? I'll stay aboard to guard the ship. Me too. Same here. Nami no Jiko and Kaya chose to remain on deck. This island appears rich in large fauna. I'd like to scout for potential ingredients, said Chef Carmen. I'll go ashore as well. So will I. Princess Vivi and Arlonga spoke in unison. Only the little yellow duck trembled nearby, clearly reluctant to set foot on land. Very well. Given the island's dangerous wildlife, we'll all go together for safety, Luo Yin said to the three who wished to disembark. They nodded in unison. Back on the Going Merry with companions, including Vivi. Remaining aboard, the entire crew landed on the island. Luffy, Usopp, and their navigator Izoro and Sanji vying to hunt the largest prey, and Luo Yin accompanied by the three women and the trembling yellow duck. Gazing upon the primordial forest's towering ancient trees, Luo Yin marveled. Luo Yin turned to Carmen beside him and asked, Carmen, can you prepare this creature? Of course, Luo Yin. Don't underestimate me, Carmen replied confidently. Excellent. Let's bring it aboard as provisions. By the way, who'd like to take the lead? Luo Yin courteously asked. The three women shook their heads, clearly intrigued only by the prospect of dining on such beasts, not by engaging them in combat. Very well. Luo Yin drew Ghost Edge and stood motionless, waiting until the dinosaur launched, then thrust forward with lethal precision. Roar! A guttural cry tore from its throat as the blade pierced its skull and the beast collapsed lifelessly. Best to preserve the carcass intact, Luo Yin murmured, gazing down at the fallen titan. After hours of wandering and dispatching several more dinosaurs. Luo Yin, this island holds little else of interest. We should return to the ship with our haul. Agreed. He nodded. As the three women turned to head back laden with game, Luo Yin suddenly said, You two go ahead. Vivi, yes. Carmen and Arlonga raised their brows, eyeing Luo Yin with quiet suspicion. You're keeping Vivi behind. Surely not planning something peculiar. Carmen studied Luo Yin with open doubt. It wasn't that she distrusted him. Far from it. After all, through shared voyages and trials, they had come to know his nature well. He was no villain. Indeed, perhaps even a rare good man, treating his female crew with unfailing kindness and respect. Yet therein lay the anomaly. His generosity bordered on excess, blurring the line between captain and crew, so much so that it stirred quiet unease. In short, they concluded Luo Yin possessed an uncanny affinity for women's favor. Thus, when he singled out Vivi, their suspicions flared instinctively. Ahem, what exactly are you imagining? Do I look like that kind of man? Luo Yin coughed awkwardly under their unblinking, faintly disdainful stares. Yes. All three nodded in perfect accord. Ahem, this isn't what you think. Baroque Works agents have almost certainly tracked us here, and Vivi is their primary target. Keeping her. Arlonga narrowed her eyes. And what of us? Won't Baroque Works come for us too? After all, we're but fragile women already marked by their sights. Carmen sidled up to Luo Yin and gently tapped his chest with a fingertip, feigning delicate vulnerability. You've got a point, Luo Yin conceded after brief reflection. Indeed, at Whiskey Peak, he'd made enemies of Baroque Works' entire roster, leaving no guarantee they'd spare his crew. After a moment's pause, he added, Then I'll stay aboard with you. I'd rather ensure your safety than indulge my curiosity. He'd originally longed to explore the primeval jungle, but loyalty outweighed wonder. No need. We were only teasing you. As crewmates, how could we stifle your spirit of discovery? Carmen laughed lightly. Then with quiet pride, Go on, leave us be. Remember, our ship carries numerous devil fruit users, and though I'm a chef, my strength is nothing to scoff at. We are not in any sense helpless maidens. Her confidence was unmistakable, rooted in genuine prowess. Is that so? Though Luo Yin, likely you weren't present that night, so your names won't appear on their kill list. Their main targets remain Vivi, myself, and the straw hats already marked. Luo Yin mused aloud. Then, back to the ship you go. I'll explore the jungle with Vivi. With that settled, the two women departed with their spoils while Luo Yin and Vivi pressed deeper into the wilds. Yoshi. The moment familiar faces vanished, Luo Yin shed all pretense, his disciplined captain's demeanor dissolving into unrestrained exhilaration. He soon spotted a saber-toothed tiger, and before Vivi's wide-eyed astonishment subdued it with sheer force, then mounted its back and galloped wildly, unleashing primal ambition. How could he resist? In his former world, such titans belonged only to myth, extinct eons ago. Now standing face to face with these awe-inspiring colossal beings, feral, majestic, undeniably alive, his heart raced with pure boyish rapture. What thrills a young man, after all? Mecha fierce battle. As for Vivi, she trailed behind Luo Yin with a vein pulsing darkly on her forehead, increasingly uncertain whether entrusting the fate of her nation to this captain, so seemingly frivolous, unreliable, and perpetually playful, was truly wise. And Luo Yan's current frenzy struck her as entirely unsurprising. After all, she had already heard from Nami and the others precisely what kind of man he was. Luo Yin likely imagined himself a paragon of virtue in the eyes of the women around him. Yet they had long since seen through him a man enamored with color and play childlike in spirit, though undeniably dependable when it truly mattered. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Luo Yin directed his Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops into battle, the island's largest volcano erupted. Simultaneously, earth-shaking footsteps thundered across the land. Two colossal giants emerged from opposite horizons and clashed in a cataclysmic duel. From Luo Yan's vantage point, their titanic struggle unfolded with breathtaking clarity. He gazed on intrigued. So these are the giants. Their scale is staggering. I wonder, does Little Garden refer to a garden of dinosaurs or of giants? Then another thought surfaced. In the original chronicle, these two giants unleashed a devastating joint technique called Hakoku. If I approach them now and cultivate goodwill, might they teach it to me? Or could the system's daily GI giants? Vivi stared at the battling colossi in the distance and collapsed onto the ground, eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, the little yellow duck, swift of foot but trembling violently, had already frozen in terror, eyes bulging, behind a massive ancient tree not far from Luo Yin. It's him. Valentine crouched in concealment, spotting Princess Vivi, and beside her Luo Yin. Curses. His strength is overwhelming. That day he nearly killed Mr. 5 and effortlessly absorbed my 10,000 catty gravity. Without Mr. 5 I stand no chance against him. I'll deal with the others first. Let Mr. 3 and Golden Week handle him, and Princess Vivi. With that resolve, Valentine vanished in a blur. Moi. The instant Valentine departed, Luo Yin glanced sharply behind him. A trick of the senses, hey? He shook his head. By then the giants' battle had concluded. I recall the sword-wielding giant swallowed a bomb and fell to his rival. Should I warn him? A timely intervention might earn goodwill, and perhaps even unlock Hakoku. Driven by obsession with that legendary technique, Luo Yin guided Vivi toward the giant's domain. Soon they arrived at a mountain riddled with cavernous openings. Its true form, Luo Yin knew, was that of a colossal dinosaur skull, but his attention lay elsewhere. There, conversing easily with the giants, stood Luffy. Usopp and the navigator set out with him. Where are they? Did they go to the other giant? Bewildered, and still captivated by the promise of Hakoku, Luo Yin approached. Luffy, where are Usopp and your navi? Oh, it's Luo Yin and Vivi. Usopp and the others must have gotten lost. Honestly, I told them not to wander off. Luffy paused mid-bite atop a massive roasted slab of meat, his expression disarmingly innocent as he greeted them. Luo Yan's lips twitched faintly. You're the one who wanders most. Gaha. Luffy, is this your friend? The giant roared with laughter upon seeing Luo Yin and Vivi. Uncle Dory, this is Luo Yin, and this is Vivi. They're dear friends of mine. Luffy grinned, flashing his trademark grin. Gaha. Since they're your friends, join us in feasting, the giant declared, and skewered a hunk of meat over the fire. Then he produced 2 barrels of wine, tiny in his palm, ready to drink. Wait. Luo Yin stepped forward urgently. Gaha. What is it? Dory tilted his head, puzzled. This wine is tainted, Luo Yin stated, gaze unflinching. Gaha. Tainted. The giant frowned, bewildered. Luffy's expression hardened. Impossible. This wine came from our ship. My crew would never tamper with it. No, I don't doubt your crew. But I sensed unmistakable peril emanating from this wine. Someone must have poisoned it, intending for you, but you gave it to the giant instead. If you're skeptical, place the barrels on the ground. We'll test them. He turned to Luffy and Dory. Gahaha, if it's true, then so. At that moment, the volcano erupted anew, the signal for the giant's next duel. Gaha, thank you, but I must go. Dory seized his colossal sword and strode toward the battlefield. Luffy, let's go too. If Broggy has drunk the poisoned wine, we may still intervene, Luo Yin urged. Right? If Uncle Broggy falls, I'll hunt down every last one of those despicable bastards. Luffy growled, and followed Dory without delay. A volcano erupts and battle commences between 2 giants. This isle, dubbed the Little Garden, is indeed a garden to them, small, verdant, serene. Yet their clash shakes the entire island to its roots. One wields a sword, the other an axe. Blow answers blow, neither yielding an inch. Still, Luo Yin, observing from afar, detects something amiss. It's changed, different from the original. In the source narrative, Broggy was unharmed. Yet now blood stains his lip. Clearly he was injured earlier, meaning the bomb concealed in his wine detonated. Luo Yin fixes his gaze upon the other giant's mouth, where crimson traces glisten. Then he shifts his eyes to Dory, who relentlessly assaults Broggy. Yet why does he persist? Has he truly failed to notice his opponent's wound? Could it be that he hasn't realized Broggy was wounded by the bomb hidden in his wine? Watching Bragi falter, Luo Yin resolves to intervene. He acknowledges the giants' unwavering faith in the god of Elbaf, and honors their fierce, sacred devotion to combat. Yet this duel is undeniably unjust. He draws the demonic blade Kiketsu. Gripping its hilt, his heart thrums with both trepidation and exhilaration. In every prior confrontation, he has never unleashed Kiketsu's full power. Several reasons account for this: adversaries were seldom formidable, but above all he feared losing control over the blade. Blades choose their masters, and Kiketsu, as one of the supreme grade Mido, chooses with ruthless discernment. Though the system granted him foundational mastery, Kiketsu remains a demon, unyielding, unforgiving. Those who cannot tame it perish beneath its hilt. Thus, this intervention differs fundamentally from all before. A century ago, these two giants were pirates, each bearing bounties of 100 million berries. Today, theirs would surely exceed 10 billion. Their street. Then, under Luo Yan's unwavering will, the pinnacle of supreme strength, his crimson Haoshiku surged forth steadily, overpowering the azure aura and devouring it. As the crimson consumed the blue, a deep, ominous black suffused with crimson emerged. Luo Yan's ultimate Haoshiku now elevated to the intermediate tier. A soul-shaking force erupted from him. In that instant, surrounding foliage fell utterly still. Nearby creatures froze mid-motion, collapsed unconscious, or prostrated themselves in awe. Whoa, what is this? Luffy, standing beside Luo Yan, gaped, jaw slack with disbelief. Having never before experienced Haoshiku, he stood thunderstruck by its overwhelming might. Princess Vivi too stared in stunned silence, her doubts quietly giving way to conviction that Luo Yan truly could aid her. She remained conscious, of course, thanks to Luo Yan's deliberate restraint. At the intermediate tier, Haoshiku was no longer wild and uncontrolled. Simultaneously, the Haoshiku's sweep caused. He stared incredulous as the two giants sobbed wildly, tears cascading like rivulets down their cheeks. People in the pirate world really are simple, Luo Yan mused, though this was merely his impression. In truth, while innocence existed among pirates, it was rare. The giants' acceptance stemmed less from naivety than from circumstance. Their deep-rooted faith in the god of Elbaf made invoking his name, provided it wasn't egregiously false, a potent rhetorical tool. And Luo Yan's timing was impeccable. After all, East Blue would have fallen ill without intervention. Mutual injury would have ended the duel. Was that not the god of Elbaf's quiet decree to halt their strife? Moreover, a century of draws confirmed his equal regard for both. Now, with both incapacitated, his affirmation was unmistakable. And the intrusion of an external foe, who poisoned their wine, surely signaled the god of Elbaf's wish for them to set aside rivalry and unite against a common enemy. Thus, this was the god of Elbaf's will. What do we do, Mr. 3. I never imagined that wretched fellow would be so powerful, halting the giants' battle and even reconciling them. Valentine whispered from the shadows, turning to Mr. 3 beside her. Haha, I never expected anyone to unravel my intellect. Still, one giant lies gravely wounded and unfit for combat. That man who intervened, he must have exhausted his strength with that single strike. To force himself into further battle now would be nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew remains lost in the forest like headless chickens. All we need now is to defeat the uninjured giant, and that Straw Hat boy. Then everything ends. Leaning against a tree, the man whose hair formed the kanji sans sipped coffee with unwavering confidence. That Straw Hat isn't weak, and the giant's power is terrifying. Are you certain you can take them down? Valentine eyed Mr. 3 skeptically. Do you truly think I'm like you? Or that fool, Mr. 5? Stay here. I'll handle them alone, Mr. 3 sneered dismissively. With that, he drained his coffee, let out a grotesque laugh, and strode forward. Golden Week, the little girl who accompanied him, remained hidden in the shadows, refusing to follow. Valentine's gaze lingered uneasily on Luffy, whose eyes sparkled with stars as he wildly shook Luo Yan's collar. Her attention settled most intently upon Luo Yan, the man who had left an indelible impression upon her, especially after unleashing that horrifying attack moments ago, sending shivers through her very core. Hey Luffy, stop shaking me. The enemy's arrived. That last strike drained nearly all my strength. This one's yours, Luo Yan said, addressing the boy still wrenching his body. So this is the guy, the one who planted bombs in the giant's wine. Luffy glanced toward the approaching Mr. 3, adjusting his straw hat, his expression darkening. Vivi watched Luffy with quiet concern. Don't be fooled by his foolish appearance. He's extraordinarily strong. No need to worry, Luo Yan nodded. Thanks to Luo Yan's arrival, the little garden arc had spiraled utterly out of control. By now, Luffy was already locked in combat with the newly appeared Mr. 3. Luo Yan sat calmly aside, observing Luffy's every move. Watching Luffy's arms stretch impossibly far and deliver crushing blows, Luo Yan felt a fierce yearning, desperate to consume a devil fruit now. After all, its power boost was undeniably immense. After a long while, Golden Week's sudden intervention tipped the scales against Luffy. Under the influence of her fruit ability, Luffy slumped listless and weakened. Fortunately, Zoro arrived just in time to lend support. allowing the fight to continue. The giant remained idle, perhaps deeming this a battle of honor between Luffy and the foe, thus forbidding his interference. Yet with the giant as their unshakable safeguard, defeat was sim. Yet rage could not rewrite fate. Valentine knew her path narrowed to two choices: become his crewmate, and perhaps survive Crocodile's wrath under Luo Yan's protection, or flee back to her boss begging for mercy. But that hope was vanishingly slim. Escape? She didn't even consider it. Crocodile's methods were infamous. No agent who failed ever survived his pursuit. Have you decided, Oi? Luo Yan asked, his thumb still tracing her jawline. I. She closed her eyes, voice thick with reluctant surrender. I will join your crew. Excellent choice. Wise and timely. Luo Yan smiled faintly. I've done as you wished. I am now your crewmate. So. She opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. So, Luo Yan blinked, puzzled. So, could you please stop touching me and put me down? A delicate blush warmed Valentine's cheeks, her gaze flickering shyly. Oh, haha. My apologies, my apologies. Old habit. Luo Yan laughed gently, setting her down. Nearby, Vivi listened silently, watching Luo Yan's gestures, and the certainty she'd once held within her heart trembled anew. Can he truly save me? Luo Yan's hand swung down fiercely. Smack. Do you still dare to do bad things? Whoa, I was wrong. I'll never do bad things again. Please don't hit me, cried Huang Jinzhou, lying on Luo Yan's lap, being spanked, tears streaming as she begged for mercy. Learning to be bad at such a young age. What will become of you later? This is just a small lesson. From now on, stay obediently on my ship and study hard, understand? Luo Yan said to the pitiful Huang Jinzhou on his lap. Understood, Wu. Huang Jinzhou, terrified, replied amidst sobs. Luo Yan, stop bullying such a little girl. You're inhuman. Miss, I'm coming to save you. Just as Luo Yan was about to let Huang Jinzhou go, a sneaky voice rang out from deep within the forest, and a figure dashed out, charging at Luo Yan. Then in Huang Jinzhou's hopeful gaze, Luo Yan lightly sidestepped, and Sanji, having overshot, crashed straight into a tree and knocked himself out. This guy. Zoro beside him pinched his forehead. Luo Yan. Just then King Renji walked out from the depths of the forest. How did it go? Did you get the eternal pose to the kingdom of Alabasta? Luo Yan asked King Renji. King Renji nodded softly. Great. That way we can set off for the kingdom of Alabasta immediately, Vivi beside them said excitedly. She was extremely eager to save the endangered kingdom of Alabasta. Time waits for no one. Since we have the eternal pose, let's go now, Luo Yan said to Vivi. Vivi nodded firmly, wishing she could fly to Alabasta right away. Luffy, what about you? Want to come along? So this is the infinitely enhanced version, the embodiment of the giant's ultimate power, the flying slash. In short, its principle is simple, the perfect combination of a powerful physique and immense strength. In the original story, Big Mom also used a similar technique, called Waigwa. The principle is the same as Bagua, but she used it alone with a sword as the medium, so the technique resembled a slashing attack. Bagua. As a swordsman, this technique suits me perfectly. With more practice and a stronger physique, I should be able to unleash a slash similar to Big Mom's, and if combined with armament haki, the effect would be even better. Ooh, the giant uncle's technique is so strong. If I can master it, I'll definitely become stronger. Luffy shouted excitedly, his eyes sparkling with stars on the Golden Mary. Then he shouted to the giants, thank you, giant uncles. I've learned it. Luo Yan was surprised to hear this. Luffy's learning ability is truly impressive. Though his on the Golden Mary, Luo Yan asked Kaya, who had just finished treating the navigator of Luffy's ship. Kaya shook her head. No, I've never seen this strange disease before, and it's not in any medical book I've studied. My development of the healing fruit is too shallow. Its power can only suppress the disease, not cure it. She said to Luffy, sorry Luffy, I can't cure this disease. What? Is Leijia going to die? No, I don't want Leijia to die. Kaya, you have to save him. Luffy jumped around in panic. Miss Kaya, how many days can your ability suppress his illness? Sanji stepped forward and asked. At most 1 month. Should the navigator remain uncured after that, he may well perish, Kaya said. Miss Kaya, is there truly no other way? Sanji spoke, stepping closer. His distance from Kaya shrinking from 2 meters to just 1.5. Then Luo Yan stepped squarely between them. Luo Yan, what do you think you're doing? I'm consulting Miss Kaya on healing methods, Sanji replied, his curled eyebrows arching with solemn intensity. Curled eyebrow. Your navigator lies gravely ill, and yet you still dare flaunt your lecherous heart. Luo Yan observed Sanji, whose eyes flickered incessantly with pink hearts. His inner thoughts laid bare upon his face. Inside he muttered bitterly, this fellow has been scheming to board my ship for days. Kicked overboard time and again, yet never relenting. Now he seizes this moment to draw near Kaya when I'm not looking. Truly, a lustful kappa. But should you so much as graze a single finger of theirs, consider me defeated. As for charm, you pale beside me. Luo Yan's lips curved faintly upward. Ah, what did you call me? You accursed giant. At 2.5 meters tall, how could Miss Kaya and her companions possibly bear it? Sanji twisted his face in outrage. Yet inwardly he seethed with envy. Why does he command a vessel brimming with such beauty? Damn. Thus knowing Sanji well, Luo Yin had watched him closely these past 2 days. Kaya, if recovery proves impossible, let us return to the ship first, Luo Yin said gently. Kaya nodded softly, then turned to leave, glancing back at Sanji with quiet apprehension. Miss Kaya, what does that look? No. Sanji crumpled to his knees, stricken by her parting glance, his expression one of utter desolation. Hey lustful Kappa, must you perform such melodrama? Does your navigator still require saving? Luo Yin pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. You're the lustful Kappa, hoarding so many exquisite ladies all to yourself. How utterly despicable. Sanji rose, cigarette clenched between his teeth, glaring fiercely upward at Luo Yin. If my memory serves, there exists a nation nearby called Drum Island, renowned for its peerless medical arts. To save your navigator, seek out its shores. Luo Yin stated calmly. Truly, is there really a nation nearby capable of saving Rika? Luffy burst forth from nowhere, gripping Luo Yin's coat with exhilarated urgency. Indeed, such a nation exists, but its precise location escapes me. You'll need to find it yourselves, Luo Yin affirmed with a nod. Yash, Zoro, Sanji, let's go now to Drum Island, Luffy declared, sweeping his arm grandly. First rescue your navigator. The matter of Alabasta Kingdom falls to me. Once you've saved him, you're welcome to lend aid, if you wish. Of course I'll take Alabasta's eternal pose for myself. How you reached the kingdom thereafter, that's entirely your affair, Luo Yin remarked as the Straw Hat crew finalized their decision. Then with grave warning, remember, your comrade has only 1 month. Should you fail to secure treatment within that span, his fate will be sealed. Understood, Luo Yin. We entrust Vivi to you, for now. The moment Rika is healed, we'll sail straight to Alabasta. Luffy replied, voice uncharacteristically steady. Luo Yin nodded, then lightly tapped his foot. In the original chronicle it was Nami, but now it is Rika. Puzzling indeed. A pity. I hadn't yet imparted Drum Island's medical knowledge to Kaya, nor do we possess the facilities required to save the navigator here. Otherwise I might have sailed alongside them to Alabasta, and shared further adventure. Now clearly Alabasta's crisis rests solely upon my shoulders. And perhaps that is for the best. In the original tale, Crocodile committed unspeakable atrocities, mocking Vivi and Alabasta with impunity, yet escaped death. That injustice gnawed at me. Now, Luo Yin shook his head, cutting off the thought. Then he turned to the women assembled before him. Nami, Nojiko, Kaya, Carmine, Arlong, Valentine, Vivi, Luffy, and his crew depart shortly to seek a physician for their navigator. It seems Alabasta's burden now falls to us. Haha, is that so? How delightful, Nami laughed, though her smile strained at the edges. Inside she raged, why now? This is a kingdom. Our foe is one of the 7 Wa. I couldn't care less, Arlong declared indifferently. Luo Yin, I've developed new applications for my devil fruit ability. I'll certainly aid you, Nojiko smiled confidently. I trust Luo Yin, Kaya murmured softly. I am a chef. Combat falls to you, Carmine said, calm and serene. I am your crewmate. I will assist you, Valentine affirmed. Gagaga, running fast, waved his duck-shaped hand, emitting a cheerful quack. I'll help too, Goldweek, ever the quietest among them, timidly raised her hand. Thank you, Luo Yin regarded Goldweek with genuine surprise. Then he turned to Vivi, rest assured. I will defeat Crocodile for you. Vivi nodded, distracted, distant. Then, let us set sail. Full speed toward Alabasta Kingdom, Luo Yin commanded. Each woman took her station, the ship eased into motion. Across the boundless sea the goddess ship surged forward. On deck Luo Yin gazed upon his crew. What awaits us is the greatest trial our Luo Yin pirates have ever faced. Tell. The women exchanged glances, then turned as one toward Luo Yin. Though we boarded this ship for disparate reasons, one truth stands clear from the day we set sail: we embraced the resolve to sacrifice our very lives. In the kingdom of Alabasta, a secluded coastal town on the outskirts of the shoreline. Let's leave the ship here. Our appearances have already been exposed to Crocodile. If we enter the town openly, we risk immediate detection. Hiding the ship here minimizes exposure. Afterward we'll disguise ourselves and proceed into town, said Princess Vivi. Agreed, nodded Luo Yin. Then, what shall we do with him? What about him? Asked the gentle, soft-spoken Kaya, pointing toward a large barrel beside her, inside which lay a tightly bound, unconscious Okame agent. His strength is formidable. He's an operative of Baroque works. Let's confine him here for now, and decide his fate once our mission concludes, said Luo Yin as he sealed the barrel's lid. Won't he starve to death? Kaya voiced her concern with quiet trepidation. No, he won't. Those of exceptional strength possess extraordinary vitality. He'll likely survive 2 or 3 days without food. We'll move swiftly and return just as fast, replied Luo Yin. Indeed, the man sealed within the barrel was Mr. 2, or rather Bentham, of Baroque works. Just as in the original chronicle, Luo Yin and his companions had encountered him by chance upon the open sea. Recognizing his identity, Luo Yin subdued him instantly, yet spared his life. After all, according to the original account, Bentham was not truly evil. But releasing him was out of the question, as a current agent of Baroque Works. Doing so would merely forge another enemy. At present, Baroque Works possessed only 6 elite combatants, precisely the number Luo Yan's group could handle. Any additional opponent would tip the balance beyond their capacity. Capturing this one was ideal. All right, Vivi, tell us where Crocodile is, then lead us there, Luo Yan said, turning to the princess beside him. Luo Yan, didn't you promise to help me prevent the war? Vivi, you must understand, Crocodile alone ignited this war from its very inception. Even if you succeed in halting the clash between the rebel forces and the royal army, now ultimately we will still be forced to confront Crocodile. So long as he remains unvanquished, the war over Alabasta will never cease. Thus our most urgent task is not to intercept the armies, but to locate Crocodile and eliminate him. He is the architect, the sole mastermind behind it all. Vivi, however, refused to yield, her voice trembling with anguish. But if we don't stop the armies from engaging, countless lives will be lost. War inevitably claims lives, Vivi. What we must do, before even more perish, is eradicate the source of this catastrophe without delay. Yet, must war always demand bloodshed? If we act now to halt the royal army and rebels before they meet, we can save so many, she protested, shaking her head. Clutching Luo Yan's sleeve, tears streaming down her cheeks, she pleaded, please, come W. After a moment's reflection, Luo Yan spoke again. Vivi, you wish to save everyone, don't you? Yes, I know war takes lives, but I refuse to accept it. I want to save all of them, she affirmed, resolute. Very well. Since you seek to save every soul, allow me to offer you a path. Her eyes brightened faintly. Who ignited this war? Think carefully. The royal army and rebels have not yet clashed. No blood has yet been spilled. Crocodile, she answered instantly. Exactly. Crocodile, driven by ambition, seeking to devour this kingdom whole. To save Alabasta, we must inevitably face him. So why not confront him now? Shatter his reign, expose his vile schemes, and damning evidence to the people, the royal army, the rebels alike. Once Crocodile falls, and his treason is laid bare before all, the enmity between army and rebels dissolves like mist. The nation's wrath will converge upon its true foe. Unity will replace division. War will cease. Is this not salvation? For everyone, far more certainty. This country is little more than desert, and Luo Kuda Air is the bearer of the shasha fruit. He commands the sand itself, drawing every last drop of moisture away and condemning the land to unending drought. If we defeat Luo Kuda Air and expose his atrocities, the shasha fruit's power will be nullified and the rains will return. Tell me, would war still be inevitable then? Luo Yan finished in one breath, then fell silent and regarded Wei Wei. Wei Wei listened to Luo Yan. Wei Wei, aren't we comrades? Trust Luo Yan, the women urged at the right moment. Wei Wei opened her mouth. Under Luo Yan's expectant gaze, she said, I will listen to you. I want to save more people. I want to free this country. Please, defeat Luo Kuda Air. She bowed deeply to Luo Yan. Haha, that's the spirit. Then take me to Luo Kuda Air. Luo Yan laughed, patting her shoulder. And don't thank me. From now on, don't say such things. As comrades, helping you is only right. Wei Wei's eyes reddened as she looked at Luo Yan. Let's go. Now is a matter of time. Save the speeches for after I beat Luo Kuda Air. Luo Yan stroked her head. All right, we leave at once. Luo Kuda Air's domain is the Rainlands. I will take you there now. One day later, in the Rainlands, Luo Yan and his companions stood before a building crowned by a vast crocodile statue. This is where Luo Kuda E. Luo Yan's impatience tightened into a scowl when Luo Kuda Air did not appear. He gathered a ball of flame in his palm that swelled until it towered like a man, then he hurled it with brutal force. The impact shattered the gigantic crocodile statue and tore away half the exposed facade, the blast echoing across the deserted grounds. A gruff male voice called out, "The assassin I sent failed to kill you, and yet you delivered yourself to me." A torrent of wind and a swirl of sand coalesced into a figure. Luo Kuda Air. Wei Wei's eyes widened, terror and rage flared across her face as she faced the newcomer. The sandstorm dissipated, revealing Crocodile, standing before Luo Yan and the others. A cigarette dangled from his lips, a heavy cloak draped over his broad frame, his left arm severed and replaced by a gleaming iron hook. His expression was grim. Luo Yan's destruction of his casino had clearly incensed him. That's Crocodile, the warlord of the sea. He's terrifying, Nami murmured softly, instinctively stepping back until she stood behind Luo Yan. Crocodile, you devil. You incited this nation's war, plunging the kingdom of Alabasta into poverty and chaos, causing countless deaths. Do you feel no remorse? Vivi confronted him, without flinching, her voice blazing with righteous fury. Remorse? Remorse toward whom? Toward you. Toward King Cobra. Or toward this entire kingdom? Princess Vivi, your naivety is almost comical. Everything I've done, from beginning to end, has been solely to seize control of this kingdom. And you who've conducted such thorough investigations into me surely know that well enough. Crocodile spoke with utter indifference, his gaze glazing over Vivi's notion of remorse, as though it were dust in the wind. To him, every life in this kingdom weighed less than his ambition. You devil, leave this country now. Vivi cried, her rage surging anew. Had Luo Yin not restrained her, she would have charged forward, recklessly certain to meet her death. Princess, how terribly naive you are. Do you truly believe that if you simply command me to depart, I'll obediently slink away? Who do you think I am? I am Crocodile, the hero who plunged this nation into chaos. His eyes remained cold, unmoved by Vivi's words, his tone utterly devoid of mercy. What do you want? Why won't you spare this kingdom? Spare its people? Vivi choked on sobs, her burning gaze locked onto Crocodile. To her, his power was suffocating, despair incarnate. He toyed with the kingdom as one might shuffle chess pieces, its citizens mere playthings in his hands. This demonic figure clung to the land with unrelenting tenacity, and though Vivi knew every detail of his schemes, she remained helpless. What do I want? Princess Vivi, savor the fleeting glory of your title for these final minutes. By nightfall this kingdom shall cease to exist. Its last sovereign will be none other than me, Crocodile. Crocodile laughed wildly, a sound born of years spent lurking in shadows, weaving intricate plots across Alabasta. With Vivi's death today, all threats to his grand design would vanish. He would claim the kingdom as his own foundation, building upon it the utopia he envisioned. Crocodile. Vivi screamed his name raw and desperate. Vivi, calm yourself. Trust me, Crocodile's scheme will never succeed. Luo Yin gently handed the trembling, exhausted princess to Nami behind him, then turned to Crocodile with serene resolve. Crocodile, I confess I'm puzzled. Your bounty hasn't yet breached 100 million berries. How then did you earn a place among the 7 warlords of the sea? He posed a question wholly irrelevant to the moment. Vivi, is this the man you summoned to save your king? Crocodile ignored Luo Yan's query entirely, instead addressing Vivi with detached disdain. Vivi lay cradled in Nami's arms, glaring fiercely, but silent. Seeing her mute defiance, Crocodile grew bored and shifted his gaze toward Luo Yan. You wish to know why I became a warlord? You'll learn soon enough, though the price will be your life. A faint contemptuous smile curled his lips. Still, I'll grant you a courtesy since you've gone to such lengths to reach this kingdom and challenge me. You're but an unseasoned boy. You and we've never occupied the same tier of piracy. As he spoke, his eyes swept over Luo Yan with unmistakable scorn. How exquisite. What? Crocodile frowned, perplexed. Has this boy lost his wits? Nothing at all. I meant the lady beside you is stunning. Though once I've defeated you, she'll join my crew. Luo Yan spoke confidently, his gaze fixed on Robin beside Crocodile. Then, ignoring Crocodile's seething glare entirely, he turned to Robin and said, Miss Robin, we meet again. Indeed, they'd crossed paths once before en route from Whiskey Peak to Little Garden. Hee. Mr. Luo Yan, how delightfully intriguing. Robin chuckled softly, hand covering her mouth, her eyes flickering ever so subtly toward Crocodile's darkening expression. Bold little brat. You dare covet Robin. Go ahead and try. Crocodile's fury surged. This insolent youth had mocked him repeatedly, and now dared lay claim to Robin, the linchpin of his entire plan. Only she could decipher the poneglyphs and reveal the location of the ancient weapon Pluton. Until that goal was achieved, anyone threatening her had already sealed their fate. I didn't expect a rookie with a bounty of only 22 million to wield Conqueror's hockey. Crocodile was taken aback. There's much more you haven't expected, Luo Yin said calmly. He turned to the figures behind him, Valentine and Golden Week, and said, Go help Nami and the others. They nodded in unison before swiftly departing. Luo Yin kept a wary eye on Crocodile while surveying the battlefield. Nami with her cloud fruit could conjure clouds and control the weather, while Valentine could fly. Together they faced the explosive-haired woman with the sea urchin fruit ability. In the original story, Nami had fought this woman as well. Kaya had already retreated to a safe distance. Alvida and Carmen were jointly engaging Robin. Nojiko and Golden Week handled Mr. Four and his partner. This seems quite reasonable, Luo Yin nodded to himself. In the original, Nami had defeated Miss Doublefinger. Now with her devil fruit ability, Nami was essentially an enhanced version. With Valentine able to carry her into the sky, they could launch lightning strikes from above. Luo Yin stomped the ground with force, accelerating toward the bald man with teleport-like speed. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Just as Luo Yin was about to close in, a sandstorm swept past, and Crocodile appeared before him in an instant. Seeing this, Luo Yin immediately executed a skill in response. One-sword-style tornado. He mimicked a move reminiscent of Zoro's 3,000 Worlds from the original. As the blade descended, a crimson sword wind like a tornado swirled the sand toward Crocodile. After delivering this strike, Luo Yin ignored Crocodile and instantly teleported to block the bald man who was about to attack Kaya and the duck. The battlefield is evenly matched. You're the only extra one. I'll have to eliminate you first, Luo Yin said, his hands already moving. I just learned a technique from the giants. I'll use it on you. Boy, when it comes to sandstorms, I'm the expert. Crocodile rushed at Luo Yin as he prepared to unleash Bagua to finish the bald man. Mister. One had not even uttered a single cry before he lost his life breath. Boy, you have truly infuriated me this time, Navigator growled, seeing Luo Yin annihilate his subordinate in the blink of an eye. He was enraged. Sandstorm. Navigator swung his hook, which gleamed with a cold light, and a sandstorm whirlwind far larger than the previous one surged toward Luo Yin. Simultaneously, he himself appeared behind Luo Yin. Caught in a pincer attack between the sandstorm and Navigator, the latter's hook laced with poison also came hurtling in. One sword style power. 9-9 returns to 1. Luo Yin roared inwardly as he gripped the geisha, coating its blade with armament hockey, and began to spin and swing it just as before. This time, however, though a whirlwind formed, the technique was different. 9-9 returns to 1 was a sword art that leveraged inertia and borrowed force to amplify attacks. Each successive strike was stronger than the last, culminating in. What do you mean? Luo Yin, who had been about to deliver a killing blow, paused. Ha ha ha, think about it. Nico Robin should be arriving soon. In 10 minutes, the royal army of hundreds of thousands will be utterly annihilated. Navigator laughed heartily. Robin? What is she doing? Only then did Luo Yin realize that Robin indeed was no longer there. Navigator looked at Luo Yin with a manic, mocking gaze. Curious, aren't you? Well, you can stew in your curiosity and unease. I won't tell you. Navigator, what have you done? Just then the women had already defeated their respective opponents. Vivi had also heard Navigator's words. She didn't believe a madman like him would lie about such a thing. So she rushed frantically toward Navigator. No, Vivi, don't go near him. Luo Yin roared while diving to the ground at top speed, trying to protect Vivi, who was not far from Navigator and about to approach him. But it was too late. Navigator was closer and faster. Though severely wounded and weak, he could still use his devil fruit ability. He wrapped a silken ribbon of sand around Vivi's neck, then controlled the sand to tighten around her throat, lifting her to a spot a meter away from Luo Yin. Luo Yin, don't act rashly. Don't try to save he. Luo Yin stopped looking at Navigator, who sat weakly on the ground. You care about her, don't you? You want to save her, but she's in my hands now. With a single thought, the sand ribbon can snap her neck. She'll wither like a flower before your eyes, Navigator said in a calm tone, uttering cruel words. So what do you want? Luo Yin asked again. See over there? All those useless fools you knocked out. They've got sea stone handcuffs. Find a pair, put them on, and I'll release your beloved companion. How about that? Navigator smiled at Luo Yin. You? Despicable. Vivi heard his demand, turned her head with difficulty, and glared at him furiously. Despicable. I told you you're so naive. I'm a pirate. Have you ever met a kind pirate? Navigator flashed a wicked grin. Navigator revealed a sinister smile. You monster. Luo Yin, don't listen to him. Kill him now. Wei Wei whirled around and shouted at Luo Yin. Ha 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 ha, cough cough cough. Princess Wei Wei, you clearly haven't grasped your predicament yet. Kill me. Will he really do it? Crocodile roared with laughter, his gaze fixed on Luo Yin. His expression turned vicious. If you wish to spare your dear comrade from a gruesome death, go ahead. Try it. Luo Yin surveyed the dire standoff, paralyzed by indecision. If Crocodile spoke true, and if he truly wore the sea stone handcuffs, though Luo Yin couldn't be certain whether Crocodile would spare Wei Wei. He had no doubt whatsoever that Crocodile would never spare him. Yet if he refused Crocodile's demand, Luo Yin glanced at the deranged warlord. This man stops at nothing to achieve his ends, and now cornered desperate, he'd slaughter Wei Wei instantly as his final act of vengeance. A resolution crystallized in Luo Yin's heart. Luo Yin, I'm so glad I met you in this moment of depai. She finished, and looked at Luo Yin, her eyes brimming with hope, even longing. Huh. Luo Yin burst into laughter as if he'd just heard the most absurd jest. Seeing his reaction, Wei Wei's eyes dimmed, her head sank once more. Luo Yin watched her, scratched his head, then grinned broadly. Wei Wei, what nonsense are you saying? You've always been our comrade, since the very beginning. By then the women had gathered behind Luo Yin, all gazing at Wei Wei with warm, affirming smiles. Luo Yin, everyone. Hearing his words, Wei Wei snapped her head up. She saw his smile, genuine, unwavering, full of recognition, and in that instant something new kindled deep within her. Her tear-streaked face blossomed into radiant joy. Luo Yin, everyone, thank you. Thank you for always treating me as your comrade. I'm truly, truly happy. Wei Wei seemed to shed a weight. Her expression now clear, her smile bright and unrestrained. With newfound lightness, she said, Luo Yin, I understand now your demand. Having spoken, Luo Yin turned away from Wei Wei's stunned expression. Under the anxious gazes of the women, and Wei Wei's pleading eyes, he walked calmly among the unconscious crowd and retrieved a pair of sea stone handcuffs. Then he faced Crocodile. Remember your vow, I wear these cuffs. You release Wei Wei and harm none of them. A wise choice, Crocodile replied, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Just as Luo Yin raised the cuffs, something occurred to him. All right, this. From his pocket he withdrew several thumb-sized golden bracelets, each engraved with the character fire. He approached the women, distributing one to each, then selecting a larger one fastened it onto Runfast's wing. Amid their puzzled glances he explained, well, I've long believed that comrades ought to bear a mark, something binding, something sacred. He held up his own bracelet. This, I forged it recently. It signifies not only that we are family, but also serves a vital purpose should we ever face F. Luo Yin raised his bracelet high. Of course. The women echoed in unison, lifting theirs. Gak gak. Runfast lagged a beat, then proudly raised his wing. Good, Luo Yin smiled. Then he turned to Crocodile and tossed the bracelet toward him. Would you mind placing this on Wei Wei? Crocodile examined the trinket, flipped it over, weighed it, scrutinized its craftsmanship. Finally, he concluded, mere gold. No hidden power, no enchantment. He cast Luo Yin a cold, dismissive glance. So this is your bond, is it? Yet in these final moments he chose not to provoke further chaos. With a flick of his will, sand coiled gently around Wei Wei's wrist and fastened the bracelet there. Luo Yin. Wei Wei gazed at the bracelet, her eyes alight with pure, unguarded delight. There. That's perfect, Luo Yin murmured softly. Even as he spoke, he clicked the seastone cuffs shut around his own wrists. Once secured, he met Crocodile's gaze. Keep your word. Release Wei Wei now. Ha ha ha. Luo Yin, you. Wei Wei, it's not your fault. This is my choice, Luo Yin whispered gently to soothe her. What a tender scene. Pity it must end. At that moment, Crocodile rose to his feet, suppressing the agony in his body as he strode toward Luo Yin. The women instantly stepped before him, assuming battle stances. Step behind me, Luo Yin commanded, his voice brooking no dissent. Luo Yin, you're mad. This man is a merciless demon who kills without hesitation, cold-blooded and ruthless. If he reaches you, he'll show you no mercy. Nami glared at Luo Yin, fury blazing in her eyes. Even now this fool insists on playing the hero. Nami resists no longer. You stand no chance against him. Struggle only invites deeper wounds. Luo Yin gazed at Nami, then at the women surrounding him. He stepped forward, shielding them with his back, and fixed them with a fierce, unyielding stare that forbade them from advancing. Then Crocodile stood before him. His iron hook had been shattered by Luo Yin, now a slender bee. Nico Robin, why did you disobey my order and fail to fire the cannon from the clock tower, to obliterate the capital city and annihilate the royal army? Crocodile fixed Robin with a piercing, incisive gaze. He was furious. Nothing enraged him more than subordinates who failed their tasks. Only her indispensable skill in deciphering the poneglyph spared her life, otherwise she would already be a corpse. Mr. Zero, though I wish to comply, you must recall the cannon's destructive force. It would not only level the royal castle and the royal army, but also collapse this entire underground chamber. Then we'd lose all hope of locating the poneglyph. Robin spoke calmly, her tone detached yet precise. Is that so? Crocodile fell silent, studying Robin intently. Of course there's more to it. Wasn't your original plan to pit the rebel forces against the royal army, and then eradicate them both? If that cannon had fired, what weapon would we wield to crush the rebels? After all, they've shown no sign of moving yet. Nico Robin continued, voice steady. So it seems. That greenhorn boy riled me so deeply. I forgot such consequences in the heat of the moment. Crocodile conceded, albeit grudgingly. At the time death had loomed so near, he'd had no room for calculation. At that thought, a flicker of twisted gratitude stirred within him, for Princess Vivi. Pity. She's dead, he murmured softly. What? Robin turned to him, puzzled. Nothing. Rain-soaked ground. Luo Yin, why? Just yesterday, everything was fine. You were smiling, boasting that defeating Crocodile would raise your bounty and bring you one step closer to becoming the world's strongest. Didn't you vow to become the world's strongest? Didn't you promise to help me realize my dream? Didn't you swear an oath with Belmir? Will you break that oath? Will you betray your word? Then wake up, damn you. Nami collapsed onto the sodden earth, staring at Luo Yan's desiccated corpse, lifeless, hollow, utterly still, as her voice shattered into raw, inconsolable sobs. Meanwhile, Vivi remained convinced that Luo Yan's death was her fault. Consumed by guilt, she had already fainted. Nojiko stood silently beside Nami, not stepping forward to comfort her, nor possessing the strength to do so. Nami and Nojiko had grown up alongside Luo Yan since childhood. Undoubtedly, among all aboard the ship, these two childhood friends bore the deepest affection for him, and thus suffered the. Could Luo Yan still be alive? Vivi, burdened most heavily by guilt over his death, gasped aloud at the surreal sight. Look at our wrists. The character he gave us, the one formed from his bracelet, is burning. Kaya cried, her voice soft yet urgent. Burning, truly burning. The women stared astonished at their own wrists. Remember when we were buried beneath the desert sands? His bracelet activated a shield that saved us, then shattered. The character, fire, imprinted itself upon our skin. Now as Luo Yan's body displays this uncanny phenomenon, it blazes anew. They exchanged glances, then turned as one toward the conflagration. Luo Yan is not dead. At the break of dawn, light pierced the silent darkness. A piercing cry echoed across the sky. Simultaneously, a magnificent bird, radiant crimson as if forged from living flame, soared heavenward, a creature straight from legend. Strikingly, 2 golden feathers crowned its head like a sovereign's diadem, gleaming brilliantly in the morning sun. Then the divine avian plummeted earthward, only to transform into a man upon nearing the ground. Luo Yin. They rushed forward at last, surrounding him tightly. Easy, don't crowd so close. It's oddly comfortable. Luo Yin raised both hands, eyes half-lidded with a wry smile. Clunk. Instantly a swelling bump appeared atop his head. Luo Yin, you despicable wretch. You weren't dead. Why didn't you tell us? You made us worry ourselves sick. Nami stood arms akimbo, glaring fiercely. The other women did not share her wrath. Instead, their faces bloomed with unrestrained joy. Ha ha. Honestly, do you think I could have spoken a single word in that SD? Luo Yin gazed helplessly at Nami. He'd been reduced to little more than a desiccated husk. Merely clinging to life long enough to resurrect through his fruit's power was miracle enough. Speaking was utterly beyond him. Ha ha. Well, it's still your fault, Nami declared, crossing her arms with defiant pride. Yes, my fault, entirely my fault, Luo Yin conceded with weary resignation. Against such irrationality he had no recourse. Luo Yin, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Vivi stepped forward, head bowed low. Vivi, if you keep bowing like this I will get angry. I told you it was my choice. And besides, I'm very much alive. Luo Yin gently stroked her hair. Oh, and Luo Yin, last night your breath truly ceased. Your entire body lost all vital signs. So how did you return to life? Nico Robin asked, curiosity shimmering in her voice. She'd fervently wished for his survival, but his resurrection defied logic, compelling her wonder. The others likewise turned their inquisitive gaze. They accepted the answer without question. After all, they knew well the uncanny marvels of devil fruits, and sensed instinctively that Luo Yan's was extraordinary. Luo Yan nodded. Indeed, his fruit was no ordinary one, a mythical zoan. The vermilion bird Suzaku, the celestial sovereign of skies, king of all aviants and embodiment of supreme fire. Its tier matched Kaido's azure dragon. Moreover, this resurrection was far more profound than mere revival from death. Had it been that simple, it would have been tragic indeed. This time Luo Yin had glimpsed the deeper powers latent within the Suzuka fruit. Foremost among them was rebirth through flame, so long as even a single breath remained. Any wound, no matter how grievous, could be healed by contact with fire. Whether resurrection was possible after true death remained unknown. This time, he retained a faint spark of life, not total extinction. Yet, given the fruit's legendary status, even post-mortem rebirth would hardly surprise him. Vivi replied urgently. Grief over Luo Yan's apparent death had clouded her judgment. Alabasta's crisis had slipped her mind entirely. Now urgency for the kingdom burned anew. Vivi, find me a megaphone or anything that amplifies sound. Once secured, we leave immediately, Luo Yin instructed. In his past life watching anime, he'd ached watching Vivi strain her voice amid roaring crowds and chaotic clamor, desperate to halt war yet unheard. Now that he stood here, a megaphone was non-negotiable. What purpose does a megaphone serve? Vivi asked, puzzled. Do you imagine your voice alone could rise above hundreds of thousands locked in battle? To expose Crocodile's treachery, to stop this war, you must first be heard, Luo Yin explained. I see. I'd overlooked that entirely, Vivi murmured, realization dawning. Then she added, I have a din mushy. It can link to the royal broadcast system my father uses for public addresses. She withdrew a small shell-like communication device from her palm. Excellent, Luo Yin nodded. He then addressed the women. By the way, who among you has fruit? An apple or any other fruit will do. His query betrayed lingering ambition for the Sansan fruit. As for the one previously tucked in his pocket, reduced to ash long ago, I have one. Golden Week retrieved an apple from her satchel beside her. Thank you, Luo Yin accepted it. Noticing their curious glances, he offered no further explanation. The Baroque Works operatives have been neutra. The women nodded in unison. They understood their role was now one of waiting. A war involving 1 million souls could not be halted by a handful. Luo Yin shifted into his Suzaku form. Then he said to Vivi, climb onto my back. Yes. Without hesitation she mounted him. Though swift on foot, flight eclipsed speed. This was no moment for modesty or doubt. As Vivi settled upon his back, Luo Yin unfurled his wings. With a single powerful stroke he ascended, swiftly, seamlessly, into the heavens. Simultaneously, a radiant shield of flame coalesced around his back, shielding Vivi from wind shear and centrifugal force. A streak of incandescent light carved the sky, then vanished into the distant horizon. The capital of the kingdom, Alyabarna, within the royal castle. Crocodile had just finished listening to the report from his subordinate embedded in the royal army. The rebels have finally mobilized, he said with a grin. In 1 hour the royal army and the rebels will clash. Half an hour later the rebels, with their overwhelming numerical advantage, will reach the plaza. Then the cannonballs from the clock tower will be fired, annihilating millions of soldiers within a 5-kilometer radius. Ha ha ha, and I will become the new master of this country. His laughter echoed, but then his expression darkened. Nico Robin, whether you are deceiving me, or the poneglyph indeed does not record the ancient weapon Pluton, it no longer matters. Once I seize this country, Pluton will be mine as well. In the tomb of the kingdom, King Cobra, his limbs pinned to the wall, struggled to raise his head, and looked at Robin, who was leaning against the poneglyph half dead. Nico Robin, why did you deck? Cobra asked in confusion. And you, what is the purpose of all this? I seek the true history. Yet this end is not so bad. It seems this world has no need for someone like me. My dreams, my everything will end here, Robin said with a self-deprecating tone. She recalled the hellish life she had endured over the past 2 decades. No one understood her, no one helped her, and everyone who approached her was either after the bounty or wanted to kill her. Whenever she could not bear it, the words of the giant who had risked his life to send her out of O'Hara echoed in her mind. But after more than 20 years, she had never met a comrade willing to protect her with his life like Saul. Cobra looked at the girl who had lost all will to live, speechless. An hour later, outside the royal city, dust rose and shouts filled the air. The rebel army, 1,000,000 strong, advanced majestically toward the city. On the walls stood rows of cannons, and the royal army ready to attack at any moment. People of this land, lay down your weapons. Let this war end. As Vivi's voice faded, the wall of flame dissolved and silence descended upon the battlefield like a shroud. Then Jaka and Bell, the commanders of the royal army, and Kuza, the rebel leader, were the first to cast their weapons onto the ground. One by one, blades and spears clattered down, their metallic echoes ringing across the vast plain. 1,000,000 soldiers, men, horses, banners, stood motionless, surrendering arms in unison. Now aware of the truth behind this conflict, they yearned for its senseless slaughter to cease. They yearned for Crocodile's death. Ha ha ha. Vivi, Luo Yin, I must confess, I am utterly astonished. You have truly exceeded my expectations. A cold, furious voice tore through the sky. A gust of sand swept across the air, and there he stood, Crocodile, his silhouette sharp against the wind, a massive spherical object wrapped tightly in swirling sands hovering behind him. Crocodile. Vivi glared. Yet he knew, wounded as he was, he stood no chance against Luo Yin. To engage him now would mean certain death. Rage burned white-hot within him, not merely at failure, but at the utter collapse of his grand design. Still a sliver of reason remained, and guided him toward the only viable choice: retrieve the cannonball stored within the clock tower and deliver one final devastating blow before his retreat. And just moments ago, he had hurled it down. A bomb whose blast radius spanned 5 kilometers, capable of obliterating all life within its reach. If Luo Yin dared intervene, he would either perish or be grievously wounded. And in that opening, Crocodile might yet seize control of the nation, openly, irrevocably. No. As Crocodile released the bomb, the encasing sand dissipated, revealing its true form. Vivi gasped, voice stolen by dread. She understood instantly the scale of devastation it would unleash. Vivi, do not fear. I am here. Luo Yin would never stand idle while, and Crocodile was dead. The sky was overcast with gloomy clouds casting a chill over the air. Occasionally a faint ray of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating Luo Yin. The people stared at the sky with dazed eyes, at the one who had saved them like a deity. Drip, drip, drip. Raindrops fell one by one. This country, which had suffered 3 years of devastation and drought, welcomed its first rainfall in 3 years. The rain gradually grew heavier, turning the earth muddy. The people's hair, cheeks, and sleeves were soaked through, yet they did not seek shelter. They stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, gazing at the sky, occasionally licking their parched lips with their tongues. Rain? It's raining. It's raining. It's been so long since it rained. The rain brought joy, but more than that, a sense of peace. Laughter of wild abandon, rapturous joy, and manic glee did not appear on the faces of the people of Alabasta. They simply felt the comfort the rain brought and sighed at the long wait for it. A day later, the rain gradually dispersed, carrying away the people's battered hearts and the scars of war. The entire kingdom of Alabasta launched a massive mobilization after the rain. Amidst laughter and joy, broken limbs and debris vanished, replaced by the figures of people working diligently. The nation tenaciously weathered yet another crisis and embraced a new beginning. At the kingdom's harbor, "You've come, and you brought the ship," Luo Yin said with a beaming smile, looking at the women. "Of course, the Nushin How is our lifeline. How could we forget it? We had nothing to do, so we sailed it in from the harbor so no one would take it away," Nami said happily as she approached Luo Yin. Her eyes turned into belly shapes. To this, Luo Yin said it was a basic move, nothing special. Of course, in reality, defeating Crocodile seemed to take only one move, but it was not easy, because Luo Yin had used 2 secret techniques, Endless Fire Prison and Sky Splitter, both of which were extremely exhausting. Naturally, consuming stamina meant great power. As everyone knows, once a devil fruit awakens, it can affect or even assimilate the surrounding environment. For instance, Doflamingo's string fruit, after awakening, could turn surrounding buildings into strings for battle. Luo Yan's Endless Fire Prison worked in a similar way. It could affect the environment within a certain range, turning everything within its domain into an endless sea of magma and fire. At the same time, Endless Fire Prison could use a powerful barrier to separate the world of fire from the real world, allowing him to easily withstand the massive bomb explosion. This technique was a domain-type skill that Luo Yin obtained after Fu. Vivi's eyes sparkled as she smiled at Luo Yin. Goth. Karu rushed toward Vivi eagerly upon seeing her. Haha, Karu, slow down. Luo Yin, thank you for saving this country, and for saving me. King Cobra stood up and formally bowed to Luo Yin. Oh, don't be so formal. It's weird. Luo Yin waved his hand dismissively. Then he asked, what about Robin? I remember I brought both of you up. You mean Miss Robin? After you rescued her, she disappeared and seems to have left, Cobra said. I see. Luo Yin nodded slightly. At the same time, he thought to himself, I wonder if Robin will come to my ship like in the original story. If she goes off on her own, I'll be crying. After that, Luo Yin sat down and began to eat ravenously without any regard for appearances. Of course, when it comes to eating, probably every pirate loses their dignity. Just like the women now. Though they were ladies, their table manners were far from elegant. Even Vivi was the same, and Kaya could not escape the. After another fight, Luo Yin was now so hungry that his stomach was practically glued to his back. As a devil fruit user with a powerful physique, he needed a lot of energy, and this time, he had consumed so much stamina that he couldn't help but eat a lot. Amidst laughter and joy, the dinner, resembling a pirate banquet, came to an end. While Luo Yin and his companions savored the joy of victory, news of the Alabasta Kingdom incident reached Marine headquarters. In the Grand Assembly Hall, numerous high-ranking Marine officers gathered to deliberate on the matter. Standing at the podium once again was the familiar Marine staff officer. Leishi D, Luo Yin, and Monkey D, Luffy, both emerged from the East Blue as dangerously malignant pirates. Though they have only recently entered the Grand Line, their actions have already sent shockwaves across the seas. Should they be allowed to grow unchecked, they will undoubtedly become grave threats in the future. Indeed, the Alabasta incident was exceptionally severe. Crocodile, the warlord of the sea, committed such heinous crimes yet remained unexposed. Most critically, this crisis ought to have been resolved by the Marines, but instead it was quelled by a fledgling pirate crew. Such an outcome severely undermines the Marine authority. One vice admiral seated among the ranks are, did you, or did you not, do anything to Vivi? Nokabu, ever the most level-headed among them, refrained from jumping to conclusions and instead asked cautiously. No, nothing happened. Last night, I felt unsettled. Unable to sleep, I quietly lay beside Luo Yin after he'd fallen asleep. Vivi hurried to clarify. Is that so? Who would have thought you were like this? Hearing her explanation, the women exchanged astonished glances, eyes wide with newfound admiration. Vivi's face flushed crimson, flustered beyond measure. She buried her face deeper still. Gak. Amidst the commotion, Runfast stirred awake. Hearing Vivi's voice, he waddled over then, with irresistible charm, nudged past the women and nestled his head beside hers. Gently, he tugged at her sleeve with his beak, urging her unmistakably to rise. Kuro, already mortified, Vivi recoiled, then lunged forward, scooping Runfast into her arms and vigorously kneading his fluffy head. Gak. Flapping why? After all, the royal lineage of the Kingdom of Alabasta belongs to one of the 20 families, and this truth will inevitably surface. Consequently, the kingdom is destined to stand in opposition to the world government. If events unfold as they did in the original timeline, then for the next several years King Cobra will remain in control, rendering Princess Vivi's presence, or absence, largely inconsequential. Moreover, by then my cultivation will have advanced dramatically. I may even ascend to the Emperor tier, or beyond. With Vivi at my side, I can safeguard her far more effectively, ensuring she possesses the strength to survive even if pursued by him. Very well. I have decided first I shall cure King Cobra's hidden ailment, so he may continue ruling the kingdom for several more years. Then I shall take Vivi with me now and address the world meeting when it arrives. Option 1. Escort Vivi back to the Red Line during the world meeting, serving as her personal guard. Option 2. Assume the throne of a nation myself within these coming years, then secure its membership in the world government and attend the meeting accordingly. As for whether pirates may participate, nonsense. Was not Luffy's subordinate representing the Flower Country at the world meeting a clear precedent? Don't Doflamingo also serve as a delegate, albeit an exceptional case? Undoubtedly, with proper maneuvering, even pirates may attend the world meeting on the Red Line, provided they possess a legitimate, credible identity. And perhaps in doing so we might even uncover M's true identity. Vivi, come with me, Luo Yin declared plainly after reaching his decision. Luo Yin. Vivi hesitated. She had nearly resolved to stay, but his words instantly unsettled her resolve. I know your concern for this kingdom, and for your father. I can have Kaya heal him, once restored, he will surely govern again. As for you, you'll join me on this voyage. When the world meeting arrives, I'll return you safely. Luo Yin had already settled his course. King Cobra must be saved, and Vivi must board the ship. But how exactly would he save Cobra? Either accompany Vivi back to the Red Line during the world meeting as her sworn protector, or within these years seize sovereignty over a nation and orchestrate its accession to the world government, thereby earning formal delegation rights. As for pirates attending, precedent exists. Luffy's subordinate represented the flower country. Doflamingo served as a delegate, though his case was exceptional. Clearly, with skillful manipulation, even pirates may gain entry to the Red Line, if granted a plausible sanctioned identity. And perhaps in that sacred assembly, we might finally unveil M's true nature. Luo Yin, I'll board your ship. I'll sail with you. Vivi's final decision. Indeed, her deepest fears had always centered upon her kingdom and her father. Yet now internal strife and external threats had been eradicated. Our reconstruction had begun in earnest. So long as her father's health permitted continued rule, he would undoubtedly govern more capably than she ever could. Thus joinin', Luo Yin murmured softly. In the original chronicle, though Luffy defeated Crocodile, few witnessed it directly, and the Marines deliberately suppressed the news. Hence, despite saving an entire kingdom, Luffy's bounty stood at only 100 million. Luo Yin knew the Navy had likewise muffled his own feet, otherwise his bounty would surely exceed this sum. Flipping further, he paused in mild surprise. Alvida, bounty 30 million berries. Carmi, bounty 10 million berries. Only 3 members of Luo Yan's crew currently bore bounties. Alvida's increase makes sense. She already carried a bounty, but Carmi, why her? Luo Yin pondered carefully. Could it be Robin? I recall Alvida, Carmi, and Vivi confronting her together. 2 were branded pirates, while Vivi, as royalty, remained exempt from bounty. That must be it, otherwise no explanation holds. Thus Robin's whereabouts have been exposed. He stroked his chin, glancing sidelong at Robin, serenely reading in her chair, before turning the page. The following entries listed recently active pirates: Monkey D. Luffy. Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy bounty 1600. Pirate Hunter Rorinoa. Zoro bounty 900. Blackleg Sanji bounty 500. Only the 3 main fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates had bounties. Upon seeing Luffy's wanted poster, Luo Yin abruptly sat up. What the hell is this guy? What earth-shattering thing did he do now? His bounty is higher than mine. That's just ridiculous. Luo Yin, here's today's newspaper. I've finished with it. Take a look, Nami said, approaching him and handing over the paper. Luo Yin set aside his astonishment and took the newspaper, beginning to read. The first thing that caught his eye was information about Straw Hat Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, in collusion with the giant sea beast Minga, wreaked havoc in the Jagea kingdom, severely disrupting order and disturbing the kingdom's peace. The newspaper listed all of Luffy's so-called misdeeds. Yet Luo Yin believed that the world government had twisted the facts and fabricated the story. Next came his own information. Rex D. Luo Yin, the most heinous of pirates, conspired with the 7 warlords of the sea to usurp the Alabasta kingdom, only to engage in a massive battle due to conflicting interests, ultimately slaying the former warlord Crocodile. Following that was a description of Luo Yin. He possesses a bizarre devil fruit ability. His body is wreathed in flames like ghost fire from the underworld. His blade exudes a sinister aura, and with each swing it seems to steal the souls of men, as if a demon. All who have seen him call him the Flame Demon. So that's how the title Flame Demon came about. They just demonized me, didn't they, Luo Yin clicked his tongue and tossed the newspaper aside. He didn't need to read the rest. He knew it would be useless to him. At the same time, Luo Yin finally understood what Luffy had done to earn such a high bounty. No wonder. Crocodile's bounty never broke 100 million. After I defeated him, mine jumped to 12. Oh ho ho ho. I'm a real pirate now. I even have a bounty. Carmen twirled around in her dress, holding her own wanted poster. Strange. We all participated in the Alabasta incident. Why don't we have bounties? Kaya asked in confusion. Kaya, isn't it better not to have a bounty? If you get one, people will be chasing you everywhere, Nami said, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Luo Yan's wanted poster. A staggering 100 berry. But Luo Yin has been marked. As members of the Luo Yin pirates will definitely be hunted too, Kaya replied, puzzled. Nami said nothing, but her tears flowed even more freely. She glared fiercely at Luo Yin. It's all your fault. I'd love to turn you over to the Marines and be done with it for the money. Her heart ached. Luo Yin was a glutton who never earned a dime, and they hadn't reaped any benefit from the Alabasta affair. Now they had a bounty on their heads, and she could already imagine the hellish life of constant pursuit. Nami, how much berry do we have left on the ship? Luo Yin, in a rare display of concern, asked Nami. Only 1 million berry. At your appetite, that'll last a few days at most. The mere mention of it made Nami furious. Thinking of the tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, they once had now reduced to this pittance, her heart ached. Then, Duong. Luo Yin bore the brunt of Nami's anger without complaint. With a lump on his head, he grinned at Nami. Nami, actually our trip to Alabasta wasn't entirely fruitless. Go check the room where we keep the berry. He raised an eyebrow. Huh, could it be? Nami's heart leaped and her eyes turned into berry symbols. In an instant she vanished, rushing into the treasure room. A scream echoed. Then came Nami's ecstatic voice, "Berry. All berry. There must be hundreds of millions here." Within moments, she had hauled every chest of treasure into her own room. She sprinted back to Luo Yin, leaped onto his lap as he lounged in a deck chair, and planted several fierce kisses on him. Luo Yin. 3 days later. Luo Yin, we've spotted an island. Yao Rita lowered her telescope and called out to Luo Yin, who was fishing. Luo Yin immediately set down his fishing rod and hurried to Yao Rita's side. They had drifted endlessly across the vast ocean. Only desolation, only silence. It had grown profoundly tedious. The only respite came in fleeting moments of flirtation with the women aboard. Thus discovering an island and exploring it suddenly felt thrilling and invigorating. Straight ahead. We'll see it clearly soon, Yao Rita said, pointing forward. I can already make out its silhouette, Luo Yin murmured, gazing ahead and nodding. Before long the ship drew near the island. Luo Yin stood at the bow scanning the shore. Numerous buildings. This must be a populated coastal town, perfect for restocking supplies and feasting heartily. He regarded the island with quiet satisfaction. Then the vessel halted. Luo Yin cast the anchor and strode ashore without hesitation. Glancing back, he called out to the women, "You can take your time. I'm off first." Without another glance, he hastened toward the town. As he mused, he continued eating voraciously. At that moment, 3 masked figures entered the inn. A sudden instinct prickled Luo Yan's senses. He turned instinctively toward them. Beauty flashed through his mind the instant he laid eyes on them. Though masked and clad in loose garments, my intuition never errs. These are unquestionably women, and extraordinary ones at that. He ate steadily while observing them from the corner of his eye. "Stare any longer, and I'll gouge out your eyes," snapped the one standing furthest right, closest to him. Her voice was androgynous, yet that very ambiguity confirmed her femininity and heightened his certainty that she was stunning. Luo Yin neither flinched nor retaliated. He simply resumed eating undisturbed. The trio in turn ignored him entirely, ordered several dishes, packed them up, and departed. Only after they left did the innkeeper approach Luo Yin. "Brother, you're newly arrived from afar, aren't you?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Luo Yin looked up puzzled. "No offense meant. Please don't take her words to heart." Luo Yin shrugged. "I bear no grudge. But tell me, do you know them?" His interest quickened, not merely because the innkeeper confirmed their beauty, but because he sensed something uncanny about them, a subtle, chilling aura of danger. Best left unsaid. Best left unsaid, the innkeeper sighed, shaking his head with theatrical vagueness. Then leaning in close, he whispered, "You're unfamiliar with local customs. So heed this warning. Tonight is the full moon. Leave the island before dusk. If you absolutely must seek shelter, stay indoors. Do not step outside under any circumstance." "Understood." Luo Yan's pulse quickened. Something extraordinary dwelled here. Yet the innkeeper, now tight-lipped and unyielding, offered no further insight. So Luo Yin refrained from pressing. Still questions coiled thickly in his mind. That night the full moon hung immense and luminous, a silver disk blazing over the sea. Luo Yin and T. "Oh, Admiral Gray, what solution do you propose?" Kuro asked, intrigued. "Capture more common folk. 20 years have passed. We've taken countless already. Their awakening draws near. More sacrifices mean surer, swifter ascension tonight. Even if chaos erupts, the cost is justified. And I, as Rear Admiral, hold full authority to bury every trace of this island's events. Risks are far lower now than in decades past. Would you not agree?" Gray's gaze turned icy, his tone venomous. "Kikik, Admiral Gray, you should have spoken thus long ago." This time a rare, satisfied smile creased Kuro's fleshy visage. With a sweeping gesture he commanded, "Listen well, lads. Tonight's rules change. No longer 3 captives per full moon. Tonight, take as many as you wish, and whatever wealth lies in their homes, yours to claim." "Truly, Captain. Brilliant, Captain. We've endured like beggars, paying for meals like commoners. Unbearable." "Exactly. We've suffered long enough. Let's slaughter them all. Seize every coin, every jewel on this island. After tonight you'll command awakened beings, and we'll vanish into legend. Are you certain this is wise? Fool. If trouble arises, Admiral Gray bears the weight. What risk remains? Besides, we are pirates. Obsessing over rules is the true folly. Captain's word is law. Tonight begins the massacre." "Sister, what do we do?" "That villain Kuro is utterly deranged. He intends to obliterate this entire island. Should we rush back and warn everyone to flee at once?" Shuang Yuexia's eyes brimmed with profound unease. "What is there to fear? Simply go there and cut them down. Then all problems vanish." Shuang Yuelong replied coldly, "No, we cannot. They command countless underlings. Even subduing their foot soldiers would exhaust us completely. By the time we arrive, the village will already lie in ruins. Moreover, the Navy Rear Admiral is manageable, but Kuro's strength is overwhelming. We are no match for him. And do not forget he wields them. With their aid, we would likely fall within mere exchanges of blows." "Shuang Yue," she analyzed calmly. Shuang Yuexia's face flushed with panic, her brows knotted tightly. It is not yet so dire. Remember, the name of this island. Xuan Yue, she spoke gently. Sword King Island. Xuan Yue Lung intoned voice icy and precise. Yes, Sword King Island, once famed across the seas for its peerless swordsmen. Our villagers are no feeble, defenseless folk. They are all swordsmen. Xuan Yue, she murmured as if lost in memory. But now they hold no blades. And 20 years ago, after that catastrophic defeat, has their reverence for the sword truly endured? Xuan Yuexia gradually steadied herself, whispering softly. It endures, undoubtedly. Father and the others fought to their deaths precisely because of their unshaken devotion to the blade. Those elders who witnessed that battle, uncles and aunts alike, still harbor that sacred yearning deep within their hearts. Only harsh reality forced them to bury it beneath layers of resignation. Now, however, our island stands at the precipice of annihilation, and they will surely unearth that heart once more. Xuan Yue, she's gaze burned with unwavering conviction. Yes, you are right. Xuan Yuexia nodded, reassured. Xuan Yue Lung remained silent, but her stillness spoke volumes. She stood shoulder to shoulder with Xuan Yuexi. Oh, sister. A group of outsiders arrived today. That man who kept watching us, his aura felt exceptionally formidable. Should we? Xuan Yuexia suddenly suggested. No. This is our island's fate, and ours alone. We must not drag strangers into our storm. Xuan Yuexi shook. Xuan Yue Lung remained impassive, yet her silence confirmed her agreement. Very well. Xuan Yuexia pouted slightly. We have no time to spare. Little sister, second sister, hurry back to the village. Alert everyone. Prepare to meet the coming enemy. Xuan Yue, she commanded her younger sisters. Sister, what will you do? Surely you aren't planning to confront those two villains alone. Xuan Yuexia's expression tightened with worry. No, Xuan Yue, she shook her head gently. Then she added, I am going to rescue the 3 souls slated for sacrifice. Ah, I see. Then let us depart at once. Xuan Yuexia declared, vanishing in a flash. Xuan Yue Lung followed without a word. Inside the inn. Strange, though no sound reaches my ears, my mind floods with chaotic, clamorous voices. Noki Gao lay awake on her bed, sleepless through the night. Ever since arriving on this island, or rather ever since the battle in Alabasta Kingdom, she had sensed something uncanny about herself, whispers beyond human hearing, fragmented yet persistent. Here on Sword King Island, the phenomenon intensified. Her consciousness swarmed with phantom footsteps, overlapping conversations, an unbearable din that barred slumber. No, I must act. The impressions flooding my mind foretell catastrophe. I must investigate. Noki Gao threw off her blanket, rose silently, and glanced at her sleeping companion. How noble of you. Unless you harbor some hidden agenda. And how could you possibly know anything, having set foot here only today? Xuan Yuexia watched warily. Xuan Yue Lung said nothing, but her hand rested lightly upon the hilt of her blade. I cannot explain it, but from the moment I stepped onto this island, I began perceiving sounds no one else hears. Only now, approaching the forest's heart, have I understood. I receive knowledge through the trees themselves. Every event unfolding within these woods flows into my awareness. Noki Gao explained. Is that truly so? Xuan Yuexia continued her guarded scrutiny, yet inwardly marveled. Who is this outsider? Her kin Bunshiku is terrifyingly refined, yet she seems unaware of its nature, mistaking it for mere wonder. Yes. Noki Gao met her gaze with unflinching sincerity. Very well, I believe you. Xuan Yuexia lowered her guard instantly. Just like that. Noki Gao blinked, momentarily stunned. She had prepared far more explanations. Indeed. If you wish to aid us, follow me. Xuan Yuexia turned and sped toward the village, heart alight with quiet triumph. Her kin Bunshiku spans the entire forest, a priceless asset for both sister and me. She'll surely praise me for securing such an ally. Thus the 3 returned to the village, moving house to house, delivering urgent warning. Upon recognizing Xuan Yuexia and Xuan Yue Lung, the villagers voiced no doubt. They readied themselves at once. Yet murmurs rose. That accursed Kuro. We've endured him for 20 years, yet he swore to depart once he claimed them. Why this sudden slaughter? Pirates are scum. Always have been. I warned you we should have united long ago and cast him out. Alas, if unity were possible, we'd have banished them 20 years past. Precisely. With Navy protection, this island became a sealed prison. No cry escapes its shores. Alone we stand no chance against them. Who would have thought it would end like this? Perhaps it is our own fault. We believed enduring it would suffice. Even if we had fought back, then we likely stood no chance against Kuro. He was a notorious pirate whose bounty reached 10 billion 2 decades ago. Defeating him was nearly impossible. Even the 3 sword masters perished in their clash with him. That tragedy occurred solely because Kuro was treacherous beyond measure. Had he not feigned injury, disguised himself as a Navy officer fleeing pirates, and manipulated the 3 sword masters' compassion, they would never have fallen to him. Indeed, the 3 sword masters were too noble-hearted. They welcomed him with fine wine and sumptuous feasts, only for him to poison their drinks. The Navy bears immense responsibility for their deaths. Had they not aided the pirates, holding the three sword masters' three daughters hostage. The masters whose swordsmanship was peerless would long since have severed Kuro. Others warned her, "Outsider, you should leave. Kuro is no foe you can overcome. Leaving is no longer possible." In the past, Kuro never targeted outsiders, not even those weaker than himself, so none knew of this island's grim reality. Now his fangs are bared. He will permit no one to depart this island. Too late, far too late. A villager shook his head, gazing upon Nojiko with pity. At that moment, Shimo Aka and Shimo Rei stepped forward. Shimo Aka addressed the crowd. "This is Nojiko. She has come to aid us. Do not underestimate her. Her observation haki is extraordinarily potent. She can perceive Kuro's entire force within the forest. Her role in this war will be pivotal." "Is that so? If true, her ability could prove invaluable." Murmurs swirled among the villagers. "Enough. Everyone, be still and listen closely to Nojiko." Shimo Aka commanded loudly. As her voice echoed, the villagers instantly fell silent, eyes fixed on Nojiko. "Yes, I can sense all that unfolds across the forest, Ev." "Shimo, she now reunited with the other three?" asked Nojiko. "No, they remain unaware of the villagers' resistance still stationed at the forest's heart," Nojiko replied. "I see." Shimo, she lowered her gaze in contemplation, then lifted it decisively toward the three sisters. "Let us first reinforce the villagers. Once Kuro detects this uprising and acts, inform us immediately." "Agreed," Nojiko nodded. Shimo, she's reasoning was clear. Confronting Kuro directly would be reckless. Better to eliminate his subordinates first, thereby drastically reducing pressure before facing him. Thus the four women dispersed across the battlefield, aiding the villagers. Nojiko simultaneously monitored Kuro's position while manipulating vines and branches, entangling foes, piercing them, striking with ruthless precision. "Kill them, slaughter these beasts." Years of pent-up fury surged forth. Armed at last, villagers not only overwhelmed their enemies, but seized their iron weapons afterward. With numerical Sue. "Of course, defeating those three rigid fellows back then was largely thanks to you. I'd never forget that. You'll certainly receive 1/10 of the treasure," Ku Luo said with a sly, gleaming smile. "Haha, many thanks, Captain Ku Luo." Gray chuckled darkly. "Shoo." Just as the two spoke of the dragon horse treasure, a blade of light slashed toward them. Ding! At the very instant the sword light threatened to sever Ku Luo's throat, his entire body shimmered with an iron-like luster, and the blade struck his neck with a sharp clang of metal on metal. Seeing her strike fail Xuangyue, she instantly leapt backward. No sooner had she steadied herself than Xuangyue Xia and Xuangyue Lung appeared behind her. "Sister, are you all right?" Xuangyue Xia asked with genuine concern. "I'm fine, Xuangyue," she replied, shaking her head, but her gaze fixed upon Ku Luo with grave intensity. "Kuhi, I wondered who dared intrude. Turns out it's you three little girls. So you've managed to skulk." At Gray's words, the normally gentle Xuangyue, she flared with fury. That single phrase had haunted them for 3 long years. Whenever they dared strike back, these two, unable to capture the sisters, would instead retaliate against innocent villagers. Thus they endured in silence, until now when Ku Luo, utterly unhinged, had issued orders to annihilate everyone here. "Kuhi, little girls, until now we spared you only to use your safety as leverage over those foolish villagers. But you've outlived your usefulness. Since you've come seeking death today, leave your lives here." Ku Luo roared with laughter, his formerly bloated, unthreatening frame now radiating a razor-edged aura of lethal danger. "Enough talk." Gray. Xuangyue Xia could no longer contain herself. Following their plan, she lunged fiercely at Gray. Gray's cultivation was weak. Even among the three sisters, Xuangyue Xia, the weakest, could effortlessly overwhelm him. "Captain Ku Luo." Gray shrieked in panic as Xuan. Instantly the two sisters surged forward, each brandishing a blade, as they closed in on Gray. Ku Luo reluctantly intervened, parrying their relentless assaults. Stripped of Ku Luo's protection, Gray was forced into direct combat with Xuangyue Xia. 5 figures clashed, chaos erupted. Yet the three sisters were no ordinary warriors. They wielded the unique armament haki, enabling them to hold their own, even gain advantage against their foes. Indeed, Xuangyue Xia pressed Gray relentlessly, dominating the fight. Meanwhile, at the forest's heart, Nuachi Gao had arrived in silence. Her gaze fell upon the central altar, where 3 blades stood embedded, exuding an eerie, malevolent aura. So these are the inheritance blades spoken of by Xuangyue Shi and her sisters. Truly extraordinary. Yet just as they warned, they radiate profound evil. Removing them will demand great effort. Upon the altar stood the 3 sinister blades, dread-inspiring to behold. Justice Blade, Qingguang. Benevolence B. What is happening? Nuachi Gao stared bewildered as sword energy streamed from the trees, raining toward her. Shoo shoo shoo. As the energy drew near, she braced herself, only to hear, "Do not fear. Do not fear. We mean you no harm." The voice held inexplicable authority, and inexplicably she believed it. Sword energy surged through the sky, its intent piercing the heavens. Nuo Chigao watched in amazement as the sword chi emanated from the surrounding trees, yet it struck the three divine artifacts through her own attacks. She also felt her body continuously absorbing the life force radiating from the environment. Her skill life drain grew more potent, its terrifying suction drawing in blood energy with greater force, and her control over the vines became increasingly adept. Amidst this, the three divine blades underwent a transformation. Their blades simultaneously emitted a pure light and an evil aura, as if two opposing forces clashed and battled. Then the pure light grew stronger, suppressing the evil aura. As the pure light prevailed over the evil Nuo Chigao's efficiency in absorbing blood energy surged dramatically. Seeing this, a smile of delight spread across her face. At this rate, I'll absorb it all soon. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Captain Kuro saved me with a scream for. This is a blade, indeed a divine sword utterly purified of all malevolent energy. And the three sisters first gasped in astonishment, then their faces blossomed with joy. Second sister, third sister, grasp your swords and unleash that technique once more. Shuang Yueshi seized Qingguang and called out to her siblings. Yes, elder sister. Both nodded in unison, then took hold of Chunshui and Ao Shuang. Standing together, blades drawn, their very presence began to shift. Nan aura surged forth. Awe-inspiring, yet soothing simultaneously, drawing one near and compelling one to recoil. Dragon severance. All three raised their swords as armament haki, flowing sakura, coalesced along the blades. They stamped upon the earth, vanishing instantly, only to reappear before Kuro. Before his eyes widened in terror, their blades carved across his body, and in the same breath they materialized behind him. Ugh. Kuro's eyes bulged, filled with disbelief, resentment, and fury. Yet this strike, huh? Does it, Nojiko asked, puzzled. It does, Shuang Yueshi affirmed, then clarified. Yet it is no artifact granting supremacy in swordsmanship, as Kuro imagined. The island's true treasure lies in the intangible legacy passed down through generations and unwavering sacred yearning for the sword. We told him so, but he refused to believe. He clung instead to his delusion that the treasure must exist here. His reasoning was absurd merely because swordsmen pilgrimage here to pay homage to these three blades, merely because the island consistently births great swordsmen. He possessed no evidence. Only conjecture weaving fantasy into dogma, yet his folly brought ruin upon the entire island. Shuang Yue, she wiped her tears, then smiled bitterly. In truth, if one seeks material treasure, the three blades we now wield are this island's most priceless possession. He held them in his hands, and still hunted phantoms. How pitifully laughable. So that is the truth. I wonder where he heard such f. Luo Yin stood bewildered. He had slept soundly through the night, undisturbed by the thunderous commotion. Do any of you know what occurred here? And where has Nojiko gone? Luo Yin turned toward the women. We don't know, they replied in unison, shaking their heads. They too had slept deeply, oblivious to everything that unfolded. After inexplicably receiving a warm welcome from the people, and then clarifying the situation, Luo Yin and his crew continued their voyage after spending another day on the island. On the vast sea aboard the goddess. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Yin and Shuang Yueshi wielded their blades, exchanging strikes in a duel. After a moment, Luo Yin was sent flying by Shuang Yueshi's blow, crashing into the ship's cabin. Cough, cough. Luo Yin stood up, coughing, and smiled wryly at Shuang Yueshi. Indeed, when it comes to pure swordsmanship, I am no match for you. He at your age reaching such a level in swordsmanship is already remarkable. Far better than Xiaomei, at least, Shuang Yueshi said with a chuckle. Sister, why do you always compare me to others? Shuang Yueshi pouted discontentedly. All right, I won't say it anymore, Shuang Yueshi replied, her eyes filled with affection for Shuang Yueshi. Though not blood sisters, they had lived together for 20 years and were closer to. Hey kid, are you tired of living? Dare to ignore Bellamy's words. Stop it, stop it. Someone frantically tugged at the man who had spoken. What are you doing? Can I speak? The man was utterly indifferent, paying no heed to the one pulling him. Then he turned to Luo Yin. Come on, kneel down and bark like a dog for me. I'll let you leave today. Otherwise, since you dared to disturb us, you'll walk in standing, but crawl out lying down. Ha ha ha. The entire tavern erupted in laughter. His bounty is 120 million. Stop it, stop it. Seeing that he couldn't be dissuaded, the man finally shouted aloud. What? 120 million. As the words fell, everyone was startled. Then came more laughter. Ha ha ha, have you lost your mind? This guy looks like he hasn't even grown a beard. How could he have such a high bounty? Really, if you don't believe me, take a look. The man pulled out two wanted posters from his pocket, one of Luo Yin and one of Luffy. These were just issued a few days. Bellamy's attitude remained arrogant, though relatively more restrained. I'm going to kill you now. Be prepared. What did you say? Bellamy, hearing Luo Yan's words, instantly became furious. A pirate with a 120 million bounty dared to say he would kill him. Bellamy would slay this arrogant fool today. But clearly reality was harsh. Bellamy truly couldn't kill Luo Yan. Not to mention the bounty, their strength was worlds apart. Clang. Whooshed. After giving the warning, seeing Bellamy ready, Luo Yin simply drew his blade and swung it casually. Thud. Thud. Two heads fell to the ground. One was Bellamy's, the other belonged to the man who had been mouthing off. Bellamy has been killed. As Bellamy's head hit the floor, someone screamed, while others turned pale with terror, too afraid to speak. This is the Grand Line, not a playground for children. Before you become strong, learn to restrain yourselves. Luo Yin said casually, then walked to the bar, took a G. Wouldn't that mean the end for everyone on Skypiea? Perhaps from an anime fan's perspective, Enel's defeat and departure were regrettable. But Luo Yin had transmigrated into this world and witnessed its cruelty. So he could only say this. This world doesn't need destructive powerhouses, it needs those with a merciful heart. Like Luffy and Shanks. At least they distinguish good from evil, know right from wrong, and don't wreak havoc or vent their desires wantonly. Except when it comes to food. In fact, they can hardly be called pirates, they are more like voyagers. In the world of pirates, people like them are extremely rare, while those like Enel are abundant, the celestial dragons being a prime example. So setting everything else aside, from the perspective of the suffering, Luffy's victory was good. In short, Luo Yan's thoughts boiled down to one thing: he simply disliked Enel. What about those long ears? And what about those strange eyes? And the abnormal skin and his deeds? He looked handsome, yet inexplicably repulsive. So, I must obtain the rumble fruit. With this fruit, my crew will gain another formidable combatant. Luo Yan mused to himself. Meanwhile, somewhere in the town. Zehahaha. A bounty of 120 million berries. Just in time. If I capture him, I'll easily secure a warlord position. Blackbeard, with missing teeth and a body that seemed to spin like a top, laughed heartily as he stared at Luo Yan's wanted poster. He had set his sights on Luo Yan, intending to use him as a stepping stone. Now I need to prepare to go to Skypiea. But before that, should I meet the chestnut-headed old man on the opposite shore? He probably knows a lot about the currents that can send people to Skypiea. Luo Yan pondered. Luo Yan, are you truly determined to sail toward that ethereal, unconfirmed sky island? On board the ship, Nami and Nojiko nestled against Luo Yan, one to his left, the other to his right, like affectionate kittens. He paid no heed to the disdainful glances cast by the other women. I've heard the sky island holds vast quantities of gold, he replied, adding casually. Gold? Really? Is it truly abundant? Nami shot upright instantly, her eyes sparkling with starry excitement. Of course, Luo Yan affirmed with a firm nod. How can you be so certain without any evidence? Nami regained her composure and rolled her eyes at Luo Yan. Yet she declared resolutely, decision made. We're heading for the sky island. Besides, the log post points there too. Then she asked, by the way, where exactly are we going? I've heard there's a man on the island across the sea who knows much about the sky island. To reach it, we'll need to consult him, Luo Yan explained. Is that so? The women nodded in sudden understanding. Shishishi, Luo Yan, the flame demon. Where are you off to? Just as the ship sailed between two islands, a sinister, echoing laugh pierced the air. A vessel appeared, crudely assembled from massive wooden logs, carrying four figures: Blackbeard, a sharpshooter, a frail, ailing elder, and a hulking, muscle-bound man. There was no mistaking them. The Blackbeard pirates had come for Luo Yan. Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard. I know who you are. But where, pray tell, are you bound? Luo Yan narrowed his eyes, surveying Blackbeard and his crew blocking the path of the goddess ship. Shishishi. I sought you out deliberately, Blackbeard chuckled. Sought me? We've never met. I recall no prior connection between us. Luo Yan continued to scrutinize Blackbeard, while his mind swiftly recalled the man's lore. Marshal D. Teach, a profoundly treacherous figure, the very embodiment of a true pirate. His deeds embodied piracy in its most ruthless form. Patient beyond measure, he had lurked for years within Whitebeard's crew, biding his time solely to obtain the dark fruit. Later, he murdered a comrade to claim it, shattering the code, and fled Whitebeard's ranks. He then captured Ace, delivered him to the Marines, and ignited the Summit War. At Impel Down, he amassed a formidable crew, dramatically escalating his power, before seizing Whitebeard's tremor fruit after his death, becoming the sole dual fruit wielder in the world. Thereafter, his rise was meteoric, seizing Whitebeard's territories, defeating Marco, the Phoenix of the remnants, and ascending as emperor. He stood at the fulcrum of the old and new eras. Luo Yan dared not underestimate him. His gaze hardened, assessing Blackbeard with so. Luo Yan already suspected the answer. Shishishi, excellent question. I require your assistance for a certain undertaking, Blackbeard boomed with laughter. It seems negotiation is impossible, Luo Yan exhaled deeply, bracing himself for combat. My current strength, combining swordsmanship, physical fortitude, and tactical acumen, rivals that of the Navy's elite rear admirals, perhaps even approaching an emperor's right hand. Even if Blackbeard possesses admiral-tier power, and despite the advantage granted by his Phoenix fruit's aerial mobility, I can minimize contact with his dark fruit abilities and withstand the assault. Should matters deteriorate once Nojiko and the others subdue his crew, the entire Luo Yan fleet will converge upon him. With the Frost Moon trio leading the charge, victory is assured. Though outright triumph remains uncertain, defeat is improbable. Without hesitation he drew Ghost Cut. Bakuku. Mastery of the technique. Enhanced by recent refinement I. At this stage Blackbeard's only noteworthy asset in comparison to Luo Yin was the dark fruit. He was still somewhat weak. Only by obtaining the tremor fruit and gaining its devastating power would Blackbeard be qualified to face Luo Yin. The farce ended quickly, whether he gave up or for some other reason Blackbeard did not pursue further. Luo Yin smoothly reached the island on the other side, where he met Mont-Blanc Cricket, the man Luffy called the chestnut-head uncle. After some pleasantries, Mont-Blanc Cricket, who had a deep interest in Skypiea and was eager to find the City of Gold, agreed to help Luo Yin. He also told Luo Yin that the next knockup stream would appear at noon 2 days later. During this time Luo Yin made ample preparations, such as searching for south birds. 2 days later, thank you. Luo Yin bid farewell to the chestnut-head uncle and headed for the location where the knockup stream would emerge. At sea Luo Yin, that giant whirlpool should. Luo Yin asked the old woman. Since it had been quite some time he remembered the general plot and key points, but such minor details slipped his mind, so he inquired. 1000 berry, the old woman said. 100000. That's not bad. Luo Yin nodded, acting as if it were nothing. Then, ignoring the old woman's expectant gaze, he said to the women, let's go. Since the old lady said we can enter without paying, we won't waste that money. Huh, is that so? Nami was taken aback, having thought Luo Yin asked about the exchange rate to pay. The old woman also looked at him in shock. Of course, who would pay if they can get in for free? Freebies are the best, Luo Yin said naturally. In reality, if entering Skypiea only required payment and caused no further trouble, Luo Yin would not mind paying. But clearly from the original story, Enel was not peaceful. Even if they paid, that guy would not let people from below go unharassed. So why bother paying when he had the strength? Alright, we W. Nami asked tentatively. Yes, that's what you Blue Sea people call it, Konis nodded. So does that mean there's endless gold here and the legendary City of Gold? Nami asked, eagerly confirming they were in Skypiea. Gold? What is that? Konis blinked, puzzled. How, you don't know? Nami was surprised. Did these people not even know what gold was? No, I've never heard of gold. But if you don't mind, you could come to my house for tea, Konis said gently. Oh, can we? I have so many questions to ask you. Nami happily went over to Konis. Of course, Konis smiled warmly. Nami, you all head to Konis' house first. I have something urgent to attend to and must step away for a while. Should anything happen here, Nami, you and the others may decide how to handle it. Luo Yin addressed Nami and the others. Ah, what are you off to do? Nami asked, puzzled. She simply couldn't fathom what Luo Yin intended. After all, they had only just arrived on the Sky Island, utterly unfamiliar with its terrain and people. You'll find out soon enough, Luo Yin replied coyly. Then he added, well then, I'm off. With that he transformed before Konis' astonished gaze into a colossal bird soaring skyward until vanishing beyond the clouds. Nami. Long after Luo Yin disappeared, Konis finally snapped out of her daze and turned to Nami, eyes clouded with bewilderment. It's fine. He's always like this, impulsive, fiery, never lingering long enough to explain himself. Heaven knows where he's rushing off to now. Nami smiled gently. Is that so? Konis still harbored questions, but kept them unspoken. As for Luo Yin, Inaru will surely send enforcers soon. Rather than wait for trouble to find me, I'll strike first, eliminate that nuisance outright. Only then can I truly savor this Sky Island journey. His plan was simple: ascend and confront Inaru directly. His flight was swift. Within moments he reached the sacred land spoken of by Sky Islanders, the former island of Jaya. As he soared, his gaze often swept downward. Though he'd anticipated grandeur, he still felt a quiet awe. Such vast flora and fauna were exceedingly rare upon the sea. Just as he glided low over the island, a thunderous explosion erupted below, followed by blazing firelight. Luo Yin peered down intently. This is it, the mountain folk clashing with the divine guards. Realization struck him instantly. Below, several men, bodies adorned with tribal markings, some clad in beast pelts, others bare-chested, fought fiercely against a man mounted upon a colossal hound. From his knowledge of the world, Luo Yin knew such skirmishes between these two peoples were commonplace on the Sky Island, and judging by their evenly matched struggle, he initially deemed interference unnecessary. Yet moments later another figure caught his eye, farther away, half hidden beneath the canopy. A woman, lying motionless on the ground. Is she wounded? Driven by instinct, Luo Yin swiftly descended, landing lightly and reverting to human form. He approached the woman, unconscious, perhaps injured. She was strikingly beautiful, draped in soft violet robes, skin pale as moonlit porcelain, save for the crimson pool beneath her. Kneeling beside her, Luo Yin slid one arm beneath her back and gently lifted her upper torso. Only then did he see the wound, a brutal blast injury across her spine, raw torn flesh, oozing blood. He immediately withdrew his hand. Glancing at the fresh blood staining his palm, he summoned a flicker of flame, evaporating the gore in an instant, leaving his skin immaculate. Then with deliberate slowness he guided the burning flame toward her wound. What followed defied reason. Though the flame burned fiercely, her wound neither blistered nor charred. Instead, as the fire touched her flesh, bleeding ceased, and the gash began to knit itself shut layer by layer. Within a minute, the wound vanished entirely, leaving only, "Where am I?" she murmured, dazed and disoriented. Then, focusing on Luo Yan's face, her eyes widened, her expression hardening into suspicion. "Who are you?" "One of the divine guard's hounds." She tried to push herself upright, recoiling from him, until Luo Yan gently but firmly held her down. Calm yourself. Calm yourself. Though I've mended your external wounds, your internal injuries lie beyond my reach. For now, remain still." Indeed, though his Phoenix rebirth ability had granted him mastery over flame-based healing, his devil fruit's essence remained rooted in destruction, not restoration. Thus his art could seal flesh, but not mend shattered organs or ruptured meridians. "You saved me." Raki, startled and wary, hesitated, then studied Luo Yan's features, his attire, finally recognizing he bore no mark of the divine guards. Luo Yan glanced around. "Thank you." Relieved that Luo Yan truly meant no harm, and reassured by his unwavering composure, Raki relaxed slightly and offered her gratitude. "Oh wait." Her brow furrowed suddenly, nerves tightening anew. "Thank you for saving me, but I cannot repay you now. My comrades are locked in battle with the enemy. I must go to them." She attempted to rise, but agony flared through her limbs. As Luo Yan had warned, the blast had fractured more than skin. Her insides screamed with every effort. She collapsed back, breath ragged. Could you help me?" she whispered, eyes wide and pleading. Raki gazed up at him, vulnerable, almost childlike in her desperation. "I told you not to move." Luo Yan sighed, exasperated yet gentle. He knelt again, sliding one arm around her waist and lifting her carefully. Her body, drained of strength, swayed unsteadily, instinctively leaning into his chest. They stood thus, pressed close, silence thickening between them, warmth, tension, unspoken things humming in the air. "Sorry, I'm too unsteady on my feet," Raki murmured at last, cheeks burning as she lowered her gaze, fingers resting lightly against his chest. "No need to apologize. You're wounded." "I understand," Luo Yan replied quietly, holding still, giving her space, sparing her further embarrassment. After a pause, she lifted her head, hesitant lips parted as if to speak, then paused. She wanted to ask him to carry her back to her allies, but to burden a stranger who had just saved her life with yet another request felt deeply improper. "I know what you're thinking," Luo Yan said softly. He spoke truthfully, though he'd witnessed their desperate fight earlier. His armament haki had confirmed their retreat moments ago. "Is that so?" Hearing Luo Yan's words, Laki let out a quiet sigh of relief. Her companions had retreated, though she had no idea of their casualties. It was clear she need not rush to rejoin them. After all, she was gravely wounded and barely able to move. Silence fell between them, once more, neither knowing how to break it. After a long while, Luo Yan finally recalled the purpose of his journey. He lowered his gaze and asked gently, "I have something urgent to attend to. Shall I escort you back to your comrades first?" "No, that won't be necessary. Since my companions have already withdrawn, their enemies must have done likewise. This forest is likely safe now, and I can make my way back on my own." Laki hastily waved her hand. She did not wish to trouble Luo Yan further. "That's out of the question. Though I don't know who these enemies or their retreat doesn't guarantee this forest's safety. I saw numerous colossal creatures on my way here. In your current state, traveling alone would make you little more than prey." Luo Yan frowned as he spoke, then added, "Here's what we'll do. You'll accompany me for now. Once I've completed my task, I'll depart this island, and I'll see you safely home along the way." Indeed, Luo Yan intended to take Laki with him to confront Enel. Why? Not only because Enel was his true objective, but also because he planned to invite this woman aboard his crew. Bringing her along served two purposes: confronting Enel together and cultivating rapport en route, making the invitat. Is that all right?" Laki asked hesitantly, not troubled by the idea of accompanying Luo Yan, but uneasy at the thought of burdening him. "Since you ask, you must be fine, right? As for whether it's acceptable, I can only say I'd be honored to spend time with you," Luo Yan replied softly, meeting her eyes with quiet sincerity. "All right, fine." Laki's cheeks flushed faintly at Luo Yan's words. Though his tone was perfectly ordinary, growing up among warriors, in a warrior tribe, had left her unaccustomed to such gentle phrasing. What followed was simple. Luo Yan swept her into a princess carry, unfurled twin wings from his back, and soared skyward toward their destination. After brief acquaintance, Laki gradually relaxed. As familiarity deepened, her questions multiplied. "Luo Yan, those wings behind you, did you eat a devil fruit?" Scipions knew of devil fruits, hence Laki's question. "Yes, the Tori Nami model phoenix. It grants flight." Luo Yan nodded. "You're not from Skypiea, are you?" "No, I'm not," Luo Yan confirmed without hesitation. There was no reason to conceal it. Anyone with discernment could tell he wasn't native to Skypiea. "So, you hail from the Blue Sea?" "Yes, I ascended to Skypiea aboard an upward sea current." Luo Yan nodded again. "Then what brings you here?" Laki asked, tension tightening her voice. In their brief time together, she'd found Luo Yan remarkably kind, far gentler than the warriors of her tribe. And having saved her life, he'd already earned her trust. She now regarded him as a friend. That very thought made her nervous. In her memory, many Blue Sea visitors had arrived with ill intent. She feared Luo Yin might be one of them. Truthfully, I'm an adventurer. I roam the world seeking wonder. Down below, they call me a pirate. I came here to explore, though I do have other objectives as well. Rest assured, we'll depart soon and cause no harm to this land. Luo Yin smiled faintly at her anxious expression. I see, that's good. Lucky exhaled slowly, her shoulders easing. Only then did she truly take in their surroundings, and her breath caught again. Luo Yin, are you flying in the wrong direction? No. My destination lies precisely there, Luo Yin said, pointing toward the island's most striking landmark, the colossal spiraling vine. There, you're mad. That's the abode of the god. Any approach draws immediate intervention from the divine guards, powerful warriors all. If they spot us, we'll surely die. Lucky stared at Luo Yin, horrified. To her, his actions seemed utterly reckless. If the god's sanctum were so easily reached, their centuries-long war would never have endured. Relax, I know the ones you mean. And all right, the lightning wielder. He's exactly why I'm here. Luo Yin smiled faintly down at Lucky, cradled in his arms. You're insane, Luo Yin. You're no Scipion, you can't grasp the god's true terror. His power dwarfs anything you could imagine. Before he notices us, let's flee. Now. As they drew nearer the colossal vine, Lucky grew increasingly agitated, urging Luo Yin repeatedly to turn back. Lucky, I'll tell you a story. Luo Yin suddenly interjected, seemingly out of nowhere. A story? Let's return first. Once we're back, I'll listen to as many stories as you wish. Agreed. Lucky's heart hammered against her throat. She feared no death, but not this futile, senseless end. Dying to reclaim her homeland held honor, dying pointlessly held none. 400 years ago, a man named Mont Blanc Noland. As they flew, Luo Yin began recounting the tale. Thus Jaya was carried aloft to Skypiea, becoming the sacred land spoken of in legend. The fabled Golden Bell, along with the poneglyph guarded by your Shan Dia ancestors, vanished without trace. Soon Luo Yin concluded the full history of Skypiea. Lucky stood stunned. So overwhelmed she forgot to urge Luo Yin to retreat. Just as Vipa described, and even more complete. So, this is our people's true history. She didn't doubt its truth. A passage matched word for word what her elders, and warrior Vipa, had always told her. For 4 centuries the Shan Dia had fought not merely for land, but to reignite the Shandora light, and strike the golden bell, to fulfill the solemn vow made long ago between the great warrior and his dearest friend. So I know everything about Skypiea, and I know precisely what the god is capable of. I am far stronger than I appear. Otherwise, why would I seek him out deliberately? Don't worry, I won't fail. Luo Yin gazed at Lucky with unwavering confidence. Seeing Luo Yin's unwavering confidence, Lucky inexplicably believed him. She ceased speaking of leaving. Silently, she gazed upon Luo Yin. He truly is unlike any other man from the tribe. Meanwhile, among the women, I'm sorry, I didn't wish to deceive you. It sounds strange, doesn't it? Yet it is true. Sky Island is not as glorious as you imagine. Every one of us here must obey the will of the god. A sacred duty binding all Sky Islanders. Coney spoke tearfully. Quickly, distance yourselves from that man. He has revealed everything to outsiders. The god shall descend punishment. Yes, flee from there at once. Upon witnessing Coney's disclose all to Nami and the others, the surrounding Sky Islanders recoiled in terror, scrambling away from her. What on earth is happening to them? Nami stared at Coney's, bewildered. You must leave this place at once. I have told you everything. Now the god will punish me, a traitor. Wiping away tears, Coney stood resolute as she addressed Nami. Indeed, events from the original narrative had unfolded once more. Coney's and her father, indeed, all Sky Islanders, were bound by tradition to lure outsiders into the trial of the god. Shortly after Luo Yin departed, a group of white beret envoys claiming divine mandate confronted them, accusing them of sin and demanding tenfold entrance fees, then fabricating further charges against them. Enraged, the women struck them down without hesitation. What followed was inevitable. The divine envoys secretly approached Coney's and her father, commanding them to deceive Nami and the others into undertaking the trial. With no choice, Coney's submitted to the will of the god. In the end, Nami, Robin, Nico, Robin, Nojiko, and the 3 Frost Moon sisters were deceived and left behind. Kaya, Carmen, Arlong. Lucky scanned the surroundings, eyes alight with awe. She never imagined they would reach this place unimpeded, this sacred peak long dreamed of by her mountain-dwelling people. And yet, they had arrived, so effortlessly. It was almost beyond belief. Yes, this is where Enel resides. As for the god's abode, merely empty boasting. There is no true god in this world, only charlatans masquerading as divinity. Some wield devil fruit powers, others cling to inherited authority. Enel falls into the former category, a fortunate devourer of a formidable fruit. The world nobles belong to the latter, useless dim-witted heirs basking in ancestral glory. Among them, only the god's knights, the 5 elders, and possess any semblance of capability. One day he would trample them all beneath his feet, and let them taste what it means to grovel like dogs. Having spent time with Luo Yin, Loki's courage had grown, and her reverence for the so-called god had faded considerably. "Where is everyone?" she asked. "You're the leader of those who came from the Blue Sea. I wonder, though you've only just arrived, why do you seem to know so much?" At that moment a figure materialized before Luo Yin and Loki. "Are you Enel? I confess, I'm curious. What suffering or delusion warped you so utterly that you dare proclaim yourself a god?" Luo Yin regarded Enel with an expression of detached amusement. "Haha, mortals always think themselves bold enough to challenge divinity. Yet in the end they remain nothing more than dogs, playthings for gods to toy with at will." Enel did not flinch at Luo Yan's gaze. Instead he met it with an aura of arrogant, all-encompassing disdain. "Loki, step aside. I shall teach this arrogant brat a lesson," Luo Yin declared, adopting a patronizing demeanor as he gazed at Enel. Loki nodded, retreating to the side, her trust in Luo Yin guiding her movements, though her eyes remained fixed on Enel with caution. Their gazes locked, and the battle was poised to ignite. 1,000,000 volts. Enel struck first, dismissing Luo Yin as beneath his notice. Lightning surged from his hand, forming a thunderous bird that shot toward Luo Yin. With a mere thought, Luo Yin vanished from its path, the bolt striking the ground where he had stood, shattering it. Enel's eyes widened in surprise. In that single move, he realized Luo Yin was unlike any foe he had faced before, possessing the same instantaneous movement as himself. "Since you've made your move, it's my turn." A faint smile curved Luo Yan's lips as he murmured, "Endless flame prison." At his words, a tide of fire erupted from beneath his feet, spreading outward like a relentless wave. Enel's voice trembled with frustration. He was a god. Shouldn't a god be able to go anywhere at will? How could this be happening? "Enel, the rumble fruit is formidable, even terrifyingly so. But my fruit is no weaker. If lightning represents the pinnacle of thunder, then I embody the zenith of flame. Now your lightning's teleportation is sealed. Your heat is useless against me. My destructive power rivals yours, and my overall strength surpasses yours. So what will you do, O so-called god?" Within the endless flame prison, Luo Yin, empowered by the mythical beast Vermilion Bird, achieved a state akin to elementalization, merging his body with the flames and the unique spatial domain. He became the prison, while the prison was not him, allowing him to traverse freely. As long as the prison remained intact, no one could harm him. The Vermilion Bird's flames matched or even exceeded the heat of lightning, and its inherent spatial power confined Enel's movements. The only way out was for Enel to shatter the space with the rumble fruit's ability to vibrate reality. But could he muster such a devastating attack? Moreover, would Luo Yin ever give him the chance to unleash such power? Clearly, from the moment Enel stepped inside, the game of cat and mouse had ended. "Enel, it's time to relinquish the rumble fruit." Flame breath. Luo Yan's voice echoed through the space. Simultaneously, torrents of fire surged from all directions, encircling Enel completely, yet the flames failed to scorch him. Elemental transformation. Luo Yin instantly grasped how Enel had evaded his assault. "Then, let us test this technique." Bakuku. A streak of light pierced through Enel's body. As it vanished, Luo Yin stood revealed in its wake. He turned, and behind him Enel's heart lay shattered by Luo Yan's blade, blood gushing ceaselessly from the wound. Within moments, Enel's breath ceased entirely. "Enough playtime," Luo Yin murmured indifferently. Then from his pocket he withdrew a fruit etched with crackling lightning patterns, the Goro Nami. Its presence confirmed Enel's death beyond doubt. With his current strength, slaying an Enel who had yet to master armament hockey was effortless. Meanwhile, the women's group. Nami had passed her trial and slain the bloated porcine god. Soon after, inexplicable chaos erupted across the forest. Scipions and other priests clashed indiscriminately. After surmounting countless perils, the women finally converged upon the sacred altar. At that very moment, Luo Yin gazed upon the airborne craft before him, its hull gleaming with vast sections of gold, and whistled softly in admiration. Then flame ignited in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it upward. Instantly, the vessel burst into roaring conflagration. Timber crumbled into ash while the gold remained unscathed. Before him loomed a mountain of gold, vastly exceeding his own stature, and Luo Yin nodded in quiet satisfaction. Once more he cast flame into the air. Under its searing intensity, the gold began to melt, slowly yielding to his will. After a long while, he shaped the molten metal into fist-sized spheres and stored them within his system space. These ingots should fetch several hundred billion belly on the market, enough to ensure the Luo Yuan pirate crew never lacks for coin again. Luo Yin mused, inwardly surveying the gleaming hoard filling his storage. Well then, everything I intended to accomplish on Skypiea is done. Time to reunite with the girls and Savo. Where have you been? And who is she? Nami asked, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Just how long has he been gone? And already brought back another woman. Could she possibly be a new crewmate? Nami felt a subtle pang. Not the indifference she'd once worn, but something deeper. She and her elder sister Nojiko had both become Luo Yan's own. Knowing his nature, she understood he would not leave any aboard untouched. Thus, though she did not oppose it outright, a quiet resistance stirred within her, yet one tempered by acceptance should he truly desire it. Allow me to introduce Luffy, my newest crewmate. We shall fight side by side henceforth. Feel free to get acquainted. Luo Yin gently set Luffy down. Indeed, after defeating Enel, he had extended the invitation. And though Luffy had initially hesitated at the prospect of sailing to the Blue Sea, brief companionship, heroic rescue, and overwhelming power had kindled genuine affection. She accepted. Later, observing Lucky's easy rapport with the others, Luo Yin escorted Robin to the Golden City to translate and wreck her. Since I brought you so much gold, what reward do I get? Luo Yin whispered, slipping silently behind Nami and leaning close to her ear. What reward do you want? Nami stammered, cheeks flushing crimson, well aware of his meaning, yet flustered by his formidable presence. Leave your door unlocked tonight, he murmured softly against her ear. She breathed, fingers absently caressing a golden sphere in her palm, face burning with shy assent. Heh, he chuckled low and deep. Then he approached Nojiko. Nojiko, tonight share a room with Nami. How does that sound? Why? Nojiko tilted her head, puzzled. Each had her own cabin. Why force them together? Is that all right? Luo Yin offered no explanation, only a look of eager anticipation. All right. Though baffled by his sudden whim, she acquiesced, especially since recent trials had left little time for private sisterly moments. She too longed for quiet intimacy with Nami. Heh, Luo Yin grinned triumphantly. Tonight promises to be most entertaining. Meanwhile, far beyond their horizon, on some distant unnamed island, confirmed the approaching vessel belongs to the Luo Yin Pirates. Admiral Redith demanded of the reporting soldier. Confirmed, Admiral Redith. The soldier stood rigid, voice grave. Very well. Issue full alert across the island. Yes, sir. The soldier saluted sharply and departed. Redith then lifted his den mushi and dialed Marine headquarters. Moshi, is this Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Speaking. Fleet Admiral, Luo Yan's crew has been sighted. Moreover, reliable intelligence confirms Nico Robin, the Devil Child, has joined them. I see. I will dispatch a Vice Admiral and 5 Rear Admirals to assist. Until then, hold her at all costs. The call ended. Sengoku stroked the lamb beside him, lost in thought, then murmured softly, Nico Robin, having eluded capture for so many years, now entangled with the most Vic. General Lacey, the Yinma gang has approached this island. Judging by their course, they are likely to pass through here en route to Aqua City, reported the soldier to the general. They're already near. Indeed, this island lies strategically between Aqua City and Eni's Lobby, a vital naval outpost entrusted with maintaining maritime security. If their destination is Aqua City, passage through here is inevitable. General, Lacey murmured to himself, arms folded upon the desk. He then raised his gaze toward the Marine officer. Has the full contingent assembled? Yes, sir. All combat personnel stationed on the island are aboard the 3 warships awaiting your command to apprehend the pirate crew. The Marine replied solemnly. Excellent. Issue orders immediately. Advance all vessels and encircle the Yinma pirate crew. Aye, sir. Luo Yin, according to the chart, there's a Marine-controlled island not far ahead. To traverse these waters safely, we must proceed with utmost caution and remain vigilant against naval assault, Nami said, tracing the map with her finger as she addressed Luo Yin. Understood. Luo Yin nodded. Moments later, Luo Yin Marine warships sighted, closing in fast. Arlita called down from the crow's nest, telescope in hand, relaying the alert without delay. Speak of the devil, their noses truly are sharp. Luo Yin muttered wryly, curling his lip. Then he looked up at Arlita. How many warships? 3. 3. Not enough to deter us. Full alert. Prepare for battle. Learning there were only 3 vessels, Luo Yin chose not to retreat. After all, they stood squarely across his path. Within moments, the 3 Marine warships drew perilously close to Luo Yan's ship. As they closed, distance cannon fire erupted, shell after shell arcing toward the pirate's vessel. Luo Yin unsheathed Kichiku, and with a casual sweep, cleaved one incoming cannonball cleanly in 2. Glancing around, he saw the women focused intently, dodging, deflecting, and shattering each explosive projectile midair. TCH, no archers aboard. This passive defense is utterly grating. Though formidable in strength, none among the women possessed aptitude for ranged combat, not even after rigorous training. Whether due to innate limitation or uncanny misfortune, every shot, even at close range, flew wide. Frustration simmered within him. After a brief barrage, he turned to Valentine at the helm. Valentine, this standoff F. Sir, the pirates are closing in. A Marine officer shouted through his spyglass toward General Lacey aboard the flagship. Artillery, redouble fire. Everyone else, draw weapons and stand ready. Aye, sir. At the general's command, Marines surged with readiness. None doubted the outcome. After all, a bounty of merely 100 million berries hardly marked a match for a Marine admiral. Soon the vessels converged, less than 10 meters apart. Cannon fire ceased, muskets and sabers replaced artillery. Marines braced, blades drawn, breath held. With a thunderous crash, Luo Yan's ship slammed into the flagship. In an instant he and his crew leapt aboard, battle erupting in full fury. Luo Yan's gaze locked onto a hulking figure who had just vaulted from another vessel onto the deck. His uniform unmistakable. That brute commands this fleet. Take him down now. Without hesitation, Luo Yan charged, drawing back his blade for a devastating slash. Hegemon realm. A colossal crescent of force, over 10 mi. Well done. Luo Yan greeted the returning women with an arm slung casually around one, sealing the embrace with a kiss, a gesture of reward. You wretch, go kiss your 2 fiancés instead. She shoved him away, shooting him a scathing glare. He was insufferable. She'd merely boarded his ship, she hadn't pledged herself to him. At the very least, a formal declaration, and some semblance of ceremony, was required. How dare he presume intimacy before defining their bond? Honestly, do you have no shame? Public displays like this. And when exactly did you two become entangled? Aerolita leaned idly against the rail, watching Luo Yan with cool disdain. Exactly. A captain shouldn't play favorites. Rewards should be shared equally. Frost Moon Xia added, glancing sidelong at a visibly seething Nami, deliberately stoking the flame. Kokoro pouted, unusually joining the chorus. Luo Yan said nothing, merely stepped forward, wrapped an arm around Frost Moon Xia, and declared, You're right. No favoritism. Let's begin with you. Her eyes fluttered shut, then snapped wide open in disbelief as his lips met hers. No one dared breathe. Under dozens of watching eyes, she hadn't expected him to act so boldly. And so, under a sky of mingled reluctance and quiet yearning, Luo Yan bestowed his rewards, one by one. Yet his audacity ignited Nami's fury. You insufferable fool. Do you imagine this entire ship is your harem? You grow bolder by the day. From now on, The vast ocean stretched endlessly beneath a leaden sky. 10 naval warships cut through the waves. Among them, the flagship bore the unmistakable insignia of Admiral Lacey's fleet. A crackling voice erupted from a din mushy aboard. Headquarters, this is Admiral Lacey's unit. Admiral Lacey has engaged Luo Yan in combat, and fallen. A choked gasp followed. Request immediate reinforcements, urgently. The transmission dissolved into static. What do you make of it? Asked Commodore Mamanga, her breathtaking composure unshaken, as she lowered the shell-shaped communication device and turned to the 5 other admirals assembled around her. Could the Luo Yan pirate fleet truly be this formidable? So soon. And yet they've utterly shattered Admiral Lacey's entire force. One admiral scoffed, disbelief sharpening his tone. Damn it. The voice sounded chaotic, desperate. If Admiral Lacey is dead, then his entire squadron must have been annihilated. These pirates are truly despicable. According to intelligence, Luo Yan, the so-called flame demon, has only recently set sail, yet his strength has already surged beyond expectation. This mission will not be easy. What is there to fear? With Commodore Mamanga leading us, how could he possibly escape? Admiral Lacey's defeat may alert the most evil pirates, and Nico Robin too. We must accelerate our advance and apprehend them before they slip away. Mamanga rose, her expression grave and unwavering. That night, however, Luo Yan did not flee as Mamanga had predicted. Instead, he sailed at steady pace. Suddenly, Nami kicked him out of his cabin, so he crept quietly to another door. Honestly, Nami provoking me is one thing, refusing to help resolve matters is another, but stealing Nojiko away. What am I supposed to do now? Frustration simmered beneath his muttered complaints as he reached the threshold. Knock, 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 Alvida? It's Carmen. Open up. I need to speak with you. He knocked softly, whispering the name. His VO? Alvida regarded him with a half-amused, half-skeptical smile. Let me in first. I have something important to discuss. Luo Yan's gaze lingered on her sleepwear-clad figure. Her skin was porcelain pale, flawlessly smooth, perhaps the silkiest aboard the entire ship. Alvida rolled her eyes, having seen through his pretense long ago, and stepped aside. Luo Yan darted inside and locked the door behind him. What is it? Speak quickly. Alvida paid no mind to his haste. She seated herself on the edge of the bed, rested her chin upon her palm, and gazed at him with an intoxicating, knowing look, her meaning unmistakable. Luo Yan drew near. Moments later, a soft melodic murmur began to rise, then swelled, lingering long into the night. Suddenly, a blazing fireball tore through the darkness. A thunderous explosion rocked the goddess, followed instantly by a barrage of cannon fire, each detonation shaking the deck, hurling seawater high into the air like silver rain. Startled mid-moment, Luo Yan recoiled with a curse. Damn it. Who dares? Wait, I'll go check. He glanced at Alvida, then opened the door, only for a crashing wave to drench him instantly. Before him loomed dozens of naval warships encircling the goddess, shells bursting across its hull, splintering timber and igniting flame. Once again he stood soaked, dripping, furious, exposed. The violent concussions roused the women aboard. One by one they emerged from the... We're surrounded by the Navy. Prepare yourselves. This will be no ordinary battle. Luo Yan shouted over his shoulder before sprinting toward the flagship. At the goddess's rail he launched himself skyward, propelled by raw power and perfect timing, landing squarely upon the enemy deck. Pirate died. Before his feet even settled, a blinding arc of sword light slashed toward him. Fortunately, Luo Yin was no novice swordsman, and his body honed by relentless discipline twisted aside just in time. Retreating swiftly, he widened the distance between them, then finally took stock of his assailant, a stunning naval officer in her 30s, statuesque and radiant, her beauty arresting, almost surreal. What in the world are you babbling about? Luo Yin retorted, irritation lacing every syllable. And indeed, he was furious. Just when he'd secured another victory, just as the moment bloomed, interrupted. Who wouldn't rage? Fortunately, his resilience held firm, otherwise such a cataclysmic blast might have scarred his psyche for life. Little thief, how dare you speak thus? Momonga despised him utterly, not merely because he was a pirate, but because he had slain Admiral Lacey mere days prior. Now this boy, barely more than a youth, dared address her with such insolence. Without hesitation, she charged forward, her blade Kikoku gleaming in the moonlight. Luo Yin met her fury head-on, drawing Kitetsu and meeting her strike with equal ferocity. Steel clashed, sparks flying, blades ringing, arcs of lethal intent slicing the air. Elsewhere, the other admirals engaged the women who had stormed the flagship. Frostmoon's three sisters each held an admiral at bay. Nojiko faced one alone, Nami dueled another, the rest fought fiercely against naval officers flooding the deck. Though outnumbered, the Luo Yin pirate crew, fortified by the Morphic training ground and their unwavering dedication, had ascended far beyond Supreme Nation. A colossal slash swept across, instantly severing the mast of the Navy warship, and even many Marines were caught in its wake. Yet formidable as it was against Tao Tu, a great swordsman whose swordsmanship even surpassed Luo Yan's, it inflicted little more than a scratch. Luo Yan, damn you. Though Tao Tu could parry Luo Yan's slash, the sight of it claiming so many Marines ignited a blaze of fury within her. Tao Tu, call it off. Today, even if you could capture me, you'd pay a terrible price. Use your forces against worse pirates than me, not waste them on me. Luo Yin spoke while fending off Tao Tu's attacks. It wasn't that he feared the Navy, rather his mind was a tempest of irritation devoid of any desire to fight. Enough talk, Luo Yin. You pirates are all scum, and you're the worst of them. Not only guilty of heinous crimes, but also harboring the accursed child of the devil Nico Robin. Today I will drag you back in chains. Tao Tu showed no sign of relenting. Gazing at the unconscious Tao Tu, Luo Yin fell into deep thought. She's quite a looker, top tier in the world of pirates, but a bit old, more than twice my age. He stroked his chin, then clapped his fist into his palm, making a decision. The Navy and pirates are natural enemies, but killing her would be a waste. I could just prolong what happened earlier onto her. She's older, sure, but she's beautiful, and isn't a pirate supposed to follow his whims? One chance only. Having made up his mind, Luo Yin acted without hesitation. First, he produced several sturdy ropes from his system space and bound her in a special manner. Then he embarked on his first journey through the Navy's Justice Gate since his transmigration. Outside, the battle raged fiercely. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Marines steadily retreated. Within the blazing sphere, combat burned just as intensely. Under Luo Yan's relentless assault, Captain Robin was driven back again and again, foaming at the mouth and rolling her eyes in dazed agony. Midway through the struggle, Robin regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she first blinked in confusion, then recoiled in shock and terror. Villain, what are you doing? She struggled violently while staring at Luo Yin with wide-eyed horror. Don't speak. But you may scream, Luo Yin replied, coolly meeting her loathing gaze as he stained her sense of justice with an undeniable aura of darkness. How long had passed? Dawn broke over the battlefield. The Marines, overwhelmed by the women's coordinated assault, crumbled utterly. Some fled, others scattered, and many perished. 5 Marine rear admirals were bound to wooden stakes awaiting Luo Yan's judgment. As for Luo Yin himself, he had not emerged from the fiery sphere since entering it. That female Marine officer is formidable indeed. She held out against Luo Yin for so long without decisive victory. The women murmured anxiously before the blazing orb. No one knew what transpired within. Could Luo Yin alone truly overcome such a foe? No need to panic. The barrier remains intact after all this time, meaning Luo Yin is unharmed. We all know his strength. He will not lose. Naki stepped forward, steadying their nerves. Right? Luo Yan's power is unmatched. We needn't worry about that woman. He'll surely triumph. Reassured, the women's confidence surged. Pirates, abandon all hope. Facing him is none other than Captain Roby. At that moment, the fiery sphere Luo Yin had forged finally dissipated, revealing Robin collapsed limply in his arms, seemingly unconscious, and Luo Yin himself standing victorious, yet visibly drained, his face pale with exhaustion. Luo Yin, are you alright? Did you sustain injuries? Let me heal you. Luo Yin. Luo Yin. At his emergence, the women rushed forward in unison. I'm fine, just exhausted from the battle. My stamina is depleted. Luo Yin assured them gently. I've prepared food. We can eat while we talk, Carmen interjected swiftly, noting his pallor and fatigue. Luo Yin, what's the story with the woman in your arms? One of the women asked. She's unconscious. I struck her down as she won't awaken anytime soon, Luo Yin explained calmly. In truth, he'd expended every ounce of strength, pushed himself to the brink of collapse, to subdue her. Robin was fully conscious now, but too humiliated to face her own subordinates, so Luo Yin had discreetly suggested she feign unconsciousness. Though she seethed with hatred for him, she had no choice but to comply. I see she appears gravely injured. Shall I treat her? Kaya asked, her expression soft with compassion. Yes. Take her away for treatment, then release her once she recovers, Luo Yin nodded. After all, he had wronged her, so healing her was only fair. He couldn't bring himself to take her life, but letting her go was the only honorable course. Still, he anticipated fierce retaliation later, but remained unconcerned. If she dared return, he would subdue her again effortlessly. Luo Yin handed Robin over to Kaya, who led her away for treatment. None of the women objected. They trusted Luo Yin implicitly, and as captain his decisions commanded unwavering loyalty. He's such a charming captain, isn't he? Battling such a formidable opponent must have worn him completely out. No wonder he's so drained. Captain, you've worked hard, Robin observed with a gentle smile, her eyes glinting with quiet insight, as though she saw far more than she let on. Yes, quite taxing. That woman's strength was extraordinary, not easy to overcome, Luo Yin replied smoothly, utterly unfazed by his own fabrication. Did he not know precisely how difficult, or effortless, she truly was? To put it plainly, she was in the prime of her vitality, yet still untouched by love or intimacy. And yet he had nearly been overpowered. But of course he'd never utter a word of that. Though thick-skinned, even he retained a shred of dignity. While the women fought fiercely outside, he had engaged in an entirely different kind of combat, within and unwillingly on her part. To speak of it would shame him utterly. Yet he felt no regret. Given their opposing allegiances, any genuine connection between Luo Yin the pirate and Robin the marine was all but impossible. Fate, however, had delivered her straight into his hands, and as a pirate, how could he refuse such an opportunity? Luo Yin, the female marine officer wishes to speak with you, Kaya whispered softly, as Luo Yin sat aboard the goddess devouring food to restore his strength. After swallowing the last morsel, he rose and made his way to Robin's chamber. Neither Kaya nor the others followed. He closed the door behind him, approached the bed, and found Robin gazing at him, her cheeks flushed with color. You summoned me. What is it? He asked. Inside, he was startled. Given the circumstances, shouldn't she have? Luo Yin, why not renounce piracy and come back with me? Tao Tu asked, her face lit with expectation. Do you really think that's possible? Without a second thought, Luo Yin rolled his eyes. Had that battle scrambled her wits? He was a pirate. If he followed her back, what good fate could possibly await him? Or perhaps she had anticipated that and meant for Luo Yin to suffer. In that case, he had no retort, but returning with her was out of the question. I knew it. Tao Tu was not surprised. It would have been the surprise if Luo Yin had agreed to go. She would not be bested, so she had offered that foolish suggestion. Luo Yin's refusal did nothing to dampen her spirit. She shifted her posture, and with a coquettish look filled with unspoken promise fixed him. Luo Yin felt awkward through and through. At his limit, he demanded, so, why exactly did you bring me here? Tao Tu's final answer left Luo Yin both astonished and stunned. In the end, he could only concede that the old saying held true: there are shortcuts to a woman's heart. At least there was a shortcut to Tao Tu's. Under her defiant gaze, Luo Yin found himself used once more. She left with a victorious smile. Events often turn unexpectedly. Tao Tu and her companion's arrival and departure affected Luo Yin and his crew, but only lightly. After a night of rest, they resumed their voyage. A bell buzzed in the distance, then a voice came over the line. Hello. This is headquarters. How are things on your end? Zhanghua, having seen Tao Tu absent so long with no word, had to make the call. The man beside him would not drop the matter. Once Tao Tu was involved, he seized every scrap of information. So Zhanghua yielded to the nuisance and dialed. Admiral, the mission failed. I'm very sorry, Tao Tu replied after a moment of silence, biting her lip upon the warship's deck. What? Failed? That cannot be. With Tao Tu dispatched, how could a mere pirate with a bounty of 100 million escape capture? At Navy headquarters, before Zhanghua could answer, Jia Ji snatched the receiver in incredulity and shouted. The matter was bewildering. Tao Tu, though a deputy appointee to admiral, was certainly stronger than many of the Navy's elite vice admirals. With such strength, seizing a fledgling pirate fresh to the sea should have been a straightforward task. How could they possibly fail? How could they possibly fail? The fact is, as I say, everyone underestimated him. That man is exceedingly strong. Even in pure strength he outmatched me, and he was despicably cunning. I didn't guard against his methods. Tao Tu bit her lip as she spoke. She did not wish to dwell on Luo Yin. He had left a lingering psychological shadow. Moreover, before she departed, she had willingly subdued him, and that left her with a faint guilt. A Navy officer behaving as if bewitched to deal with a pirate felt like a betrayal of justice. In the ensuing questions and answers, Tao Tu outlined Luo Yan's power and the broad strokes of the battle to Zhanghua, omitting many particulars. I understand. As long as you are uninjured, return quickly. We will deliberate on this matter in due course, Zhanghua said, then ended the call. Admiral, why did you hang up? I wanted to say a few words and ask when he will arrive at headquarters, so I can fetch him, Jia Ji complained, eyeing Zhanghua with displeasure. Zhanghua paid the clamor no h. After several days adrift at sea, Luo Yan and his companions at last reached the water city. Wow. It's magnificent, and the whole city floats on the water. It's wondrous, the women breathed, marveling at the spectacle. I plan to rest here for a few days. Everyone can buy what they need or gather supplies. We'll set out after a short stay, Luo Yan said, in no rush to sail. The women eagerly agreed and split into threes to explore. Elsewhere in the city, two figures in white coats and masks watched Ni, Luo bin below. From their vantage, Robin, strolling with Nami and the others, had not noticed them. I heard orders were issued. The Navy was to arrest her. They mobilized forces at the level of a slaughter order, yet she still escaped. Astonishing, one CP agent murmured. It seems Luo Yan's pirate crew must not be underestimated. Taking Ni, Luo bin will not be easy. No matter, the devil's child should not exist in this world. Regardless of the cost, we must capture Ni, Luo bin. At the same moment, another pirate ship entered the water city. Adventure, adventure. This city is incredible. I want adventure. I need a shipwright and a musician. Luffy shouted and dashed ashore the instant the ship berthed. Luffy, wait for us. Remember, our main task is to find a shipwright, and we need help carrying these gold coins. Come on, help. The navigator called, chasing after him. Right, the gold. It's for repairing the ship, and we must buy a statue, Luffy exclaimed, breaking mid-stride to help. The ship must be fixed after all. Luo Yan had originally planned to wait until Luffy and his crew defeated the CP agents, then scoop up Kali Fa and bring her aboard. But that plan now seemed unworkable. Robin was on his ship, and the Navy's attack had ended in failure. He could not simply barge and knock someone unconscious and cart them off. It felt wrong. Luo Yan encountered no unexpected incidents as he rode a seahorse-like sea beast gliding through the streets of Water 7, immersing himself in the local customs and occasionally purchasing local specialties to satisfy his cravings. After some time, he came across a startling figure. Curly Brow, what are you doing here? Bastard, what are you doing here? Both were astonished that the other was in Water 7. Straw Hat, have you been to Skypiea already? So fast. It's only been about a month since we parted, and I thought they were still dawdling on some island. Never expected they'd already arrived at Water 7. Luo Yan was somewhat surprised. Hey, you're here alone. Where are Nami-san and the others? Don't tell me you abandoned them, you bastard. Sanji raised his eyebrows, looking at Luo Yan with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, this bastard dared to abandon Nami-san and the others. But if he did, I could invite them aboard. That would be fantastic. Obviously, Sanji was overthinking. TCH, you think I'm like you? Don't you dare try to poach my crew members, or I'll beat you up, Luo Yan said helplessly, looking at Sanji. This guy was a pervert to the extreme, still thinking about his own wife. No wonder he was the most lecherous of the perverts in the original story, truly terrifying. Nami-san will eventually return to me. You'll be abandoned by them sooner or later. One day Nami-san and the others will realize I'm more charming than you. Just you wait, you bastard. Sanji spoke deliriously, his words sounding so convincing that one might think it was destined to happen. What daydream are you having, Curly Brow? If you're not awake, I can help you get some sleep, Luo Yan said, shaking his fist. Sanji raised his eyebrows, glaring at Luo Yan with a very strange look. I won't bother with you. Where is Luffy? Luo Yan couldn't be bothered to argue with Sanji. After all, his wives were his own, nothing to do with Sanji, so there was no point in jealousy. At the same time, he was curious about what Luffy was up to, since Luffy might cause some huge disaster. If that happened, he might have a chance to recruit some world government agents onto his ship. For some reason, ever since he had invited the women aboard, Luo Yan had become obsessed with inviting beautiful women from the original story onto his ship. Everywhere he went, he wanted to invite them, and if even one refused, he would feel uncomfortable and restless. Luffy, why are you asking about him? Sanji looked at Luo Yan as if protecting a child. Hey, what's with that look? It's like you're protecting your wife. I'm not going to do anything bad to Luffy. Why do you have to be like that? Luo Yan, seeing Sanji's reaction, got goosebumps. Could this guy have some special feelings for Luffy? Every time Luffy was mentioned, he acted like a protective spouse, as if Luffy were his wife. What wife? You bastard, stop talking nonsense. I'm just afraid you might harm our captain. Who knows if you're a good guy or a bad guy now? Sanji stood up, his face slightly red as if caught in the act. Hey, I was just joking. Could it really be that someone has feelings for his captain? No way. Luo Yan looked at Sanji in shock and astonishment. What was up with that blushing face? Damn, he was just casually joking, or could it be that he had actually hit the mark? In the original story, Sanji had constantly fawned over Nami and Robin, two beautiful women on the ship. Now that both were on Luo Yan's ship, and if he remembered correctly, the Straw Hat Pirate ship was entirely composed of men. Without women around, could Sanji be led astray? Thinking this was quite possible, after all, there was precedent. In the original story, Sanji had been led astray for a while on the island of Okama. You bastard, you want to die, don't you? If you have the guts, come down, and we'll fight 300 rounds. Sanji stood up, his face even redder, looking at Luo Yin with anger. Confirmed this guy has ill intentions toward Luffy. Luo Yin thought, seeing Sanji's reaction, countless scenarios flashing in his mind. But he remained composed on the surface. Forget it, I won't ask. Your precious captain seems very dear to you. Don't worry, I won't take what's yours. With an ambiguous glance at Sanji, Luo Yin turned to leave. Bastard, what do you mean by that? Explain yourself. Sanji yelled, chasing after Luo Yin, abandoning his food stall. Meanwhile, among the Straw Hat Pirates, Usopp, Nami, and Luffy successfully exchanged the gold they brought from Skypiea for 300 million berries. They then headed to the shipyard to refurbish. I'm from the shipyard, and also one of the foremen of Dock 1, Kaku replied. After that, Luffy and the others met Iceberg with the sexy Califa by his side. If Luo Yin were here, he would definitely be tempted to invite her aboard. Eventually, what happened in the original story occurred. Luffy's group had their money stolen, but it was retrieved by Barry from the shipyard. Then came the pigeon-keeping man Rob Lucci. However, at this point, he and Califa had not yet revealed their identities, still posing as shipyard employees. Afterwards, Kaku inspected the Going Merry and concluded that it could be repaired. Yes, it could be repaired. After all, the incident where the keel was broken in the original story did not happen. Although the Going Merry had become battered from various adventures, as long as the keel was undamaged with the skills of these top shipwrights, it could still be restored. It just needed some time. The following events unfolded almost exactly as in the original. The second day after Luo Yin and his companions arrived in Water 7, a shocking rumor swept across the entire city. Iceberg, the revered stoic master of Water 7, had been attacked the previous night and nearly killed. In its wake, panic rippled through the populace. Countless reporters gathered at Dock No. 1, clamoring for the latest updates on Iceberg's condition. Naturally, Luo Yin had come aboard the Going Merry to learn more about the Straw Hat Crew's adventures, and to observe how their journey diverged from the original chronicle. Equally important was the fact that the women aboard his ship had vanished somewhere for leisure, failing to return all night. So Luo Yin had simply come to Luffy's ship for breakfast. Through last night's conversation, he had learned the broad contours of their exploits, largely consistent with the original account, save for minor deviations during the Skypiea arc. Moreover, Luo Yin had witnessed a dramatic spectacle firsthand. Though the Going Merry had not suffered irreparable damage, as it did in the original narrative, the theft of repair funds had nevertheless sown discord between the Straw Hat Crew and Usopp. Yet this rift fell far short of the full-scale departure scene before. Instead, Usopp had remained withdrawn and despondent since last night, a clear sign that the incident had struck him deeply. Luo Yin observed silently, choosing not to intervene. This was the Straw Hat Pirates' internal affair, and no outsider, not even he, had the right to meddle. Luffy, here's today's news spa. Luffy stared blankly at Luo Yin, blurting out without hesitation. Hey, you bastard, don't slander people so recklessly. I was with all of you last night. When exactly did I have time to go assassinate some iceberg? Luo Yin glared fiercely at Sanji. There was unmistakable personal grievance behind those words. True, his crew boasted numerous beautiful female officers, and yes, every one of them was his wife. But was that reason enough for Sanji to falsely accuse him? So it wasn't Luo Yin who did it. Luffy scratched his head. Of course not. It's likely someone framed us. Luo Yin spoke calmly, though inwardly suspicion began to stir. Could it be Robin again, entangled with CP9? Yet it made little sense. Their journey thus far had forged a bond solid enough to qualify as true comradeship, even if not especially warm. Did she truly distrust him so profoundly? Or had she once again yielded to CP9's coercion? Honestly, hadn't he already defeated a near Admiralty-level Marine officer? His strength was undeniable, plain for all to see. Yet they still dismissed him so lightly. Luo Yin remained uncertain whether Robin had participated in last night's assault. The newspaper offered no definitive names, only naming both the Luo Yin Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates as suspects. Still, such a deliberate linkage strongly implied her involvement. Thus Luo Yin resolved, once Robin rejoined the crew, he would give her a firm spanking, a stern reminder of the consequences of doubting her captain. Luffy, I'm going to speak with Iceberg. Would any of you like to come along? Luo Yin swept his gaze across the Straw Hat crew. Absolutely. I need to find out why Iceberg-san accused us of trying to kill him. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, then leapt off the ship onto the water road. Luo Yin and the others followed closely behind, leaving only Usopp and Zoro to guard the Going Merry. Meanwhile, in a secluded tea house, I don't understand. Why falsely implicate the Straw Hat Pirates in Iceberg's assassination? Robin gazed impassively at the masked CP9 agent seated across from her. He who falsely accuses one may as well accuse two. It's merely unfortunate timing. They arrived precisely when tensions ran highest. Besides, the Straw Hats have met Iceberg personally, and maintain close ties with the captain of the Luo Yin Pirates. At such a critical juncture, even the smallest misstep is intolerable. Let them drown in chaos. When they're too preoccupied defending themselves, they'll pose no threat to our plans. The masked CP9 agent spoke coolly. I see. Robin murmured softly to herself. She understood perfectly their sole objective, from beginning to end, was the ancient weapon Pluton. Whether through Iceberg's assassination to seize its blueprints, or through coercing her with Luo Yan's life, their aim remained unchanged. Now that they'd chosen action, eliminating external interference and simultaneously entangling both the Straw Hat and Luo Yan pirates in turmoil was precisely the kind of ruthless calculus they would employ. At Dock No. 1, Luo Yan and his companions arrived. The place was packed. Nearly the entire population of Water 7 had gathered there desperate to verify whether Iceberg's assassination was real. They also sought answers about Iceberg's condition, yet another complication soon emerged. Frankie the cyborg appeared suddenly, scattering the crowd and plunging the Straw Hats into fresh turmoil. Hey Eyebrow, trouble's coming your way. You hold him off while Luffy and I rush inside to find Iceberg. Luo Yan turned to Sanji. Don't order me around, you non-crew scum. Sanji scoffed, turning his head away in pride. Luffy, what do you think? Luo Yan glanced at Luffy beside him. Though I'd love to fight this guy myself, finding Iceberg Sand takes priority now, so I'm counting on you, Sanji, and everyone else. For once, Luffy spoke with uncharacteristic gravity to his crew. Go ahead, Luffy, I'll handle him. Sanji didn't object, but accepted the task without hesitation. Hearing Sanji's reply, Luffy seized the nearby building ledge, scaled upward with swift momentum, then launched himself forward, vanishing instantly through the shattered glass of the Grand Villa. That guy didn't even wait for me. Luo Yan rolled his eyes, sprouted wings from his back, and shot skyward, pursuing Luffy through the jagged opening he'd created by crashing through the window. Inside, Luo Yan surveyed the surroundings. Luffy had already disappeared without a trace. What an impulsive fool. Luo Yan shook his head, abandoning further concern for Luffy. After all, the rubber man would inevitably locate Iceberg soon enough. Then, extending his observation haki, Luo Yan instantly pinpointed Iceberg's location, just one floor above him. Tap tap tap. The footsteps echoed softly up the silent staircase. Perhaps due to his recent arrival, the guards inside had yet to detect the intruder Luo Yan. He ascended smoothly to the floor where Bing Shan resided. Who's there? The moment Luo Yan stepped onto the floor, the guards stationed before Bing Shan's door spotted him. They raised their rifles ready to open fire. Luo Yan swept his gaze across them. Then in an instant, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted from within him. Under the sheer dominance of his conqueror's haki, dozens of guards collapsed onto the corridor floor, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. What's happening outside? The thud of falling bodies naturally drew Bing Shan's attention from within. I'll go check. Karifa, seated nearby and overseeing Bing Shan, rose at once after uttering those words. Luo Yan approached the door. Just as he reached for the handle, it slid open silently from the inside. Before him stood a strikingly elegant woman with golden hair and pale-framed glasses. Captain Luo Yan of the Luo Yan Pirates. What business brings you to Mr. Bing Shan? Karifa glanced coolly at the fallen guards, adjusted her glasses, and fixed Luo Yan with a stern gaze. Nothing urgent. I merely wish to speak with Mr. Bing Shan about certain matters. Luo Yan replied calmly. Mr. Bing Shan is injured and sees no one. Please leave. Karifa made no move to let him pass. Karifa let him in, came Bing Shan's voice from within, just as Luo Yan prepared to act. Very well. Hearing his master's command, Karifa stepped aside and Luo Yan entered. Bing Shan then gestured for her to withdraw, requesting a private audience. Mr. Bing Shan, our first meeting. I trust you know who I am. Luo Yan said once Karifa had departed, and he stood beside the injured man. What do you want? Bing Shan asked quietly, his expression composed, unshaken by Luo Yan's presence. Did Nico Robin come here last night? Luo Yan cut straight to the point. At the question, Bing Shan lifted his gaze in surprise and drew a pistol, leveling it steadily at Luo Yan. So, the assassination attempt last night was orchestrated by you? No, that attack was not our doing. This is my first time in Water City. We have no prior grudge, nor any motive for such a pointless act. Bing Shan's eyes narrowed with doubt, yet his hand remained steady on the gun. He still did not trust Luo Yan. This matter is rather intricate, but in short, your current situation is perilous. Luo Yan said, watching him intently. Of course I'm in danger, when a notorious pirate like you sets his sights on me. Bing Shan continued to regard Luo Yan as an enemy. Well, there's little more to say. I only came to confirm whether Robin had been here. Now that I've verified it, my purpose is fulfilled, Luo Yan stated evenly. So you came all this way just to ask that? Bing Shan's face fell slightly with disappointment. No, I have one more request. Luo Yan met Bing Shan's gaze. Bing Shan frowned faintly. A pirate like you. I hardly know what favor I could possibly grant. Until tomorrow, I wish to remain in this villa. Could you arrange a room for me? Luo Yan intended to stay through the night, waiting for Robin, then dismantling CP9's scheme, decisively capturing Karifa outright, and sparing himself the ordeal of Judicial Island altogether. Bing Shan fell silent. Deep down, he already suspected Luo Yan might be behind the assassination, so when this request came, he hesitated, unsure how to respond. I won't impose without offering something in return. I can provide you with valuable intelligence, Luo Yin added, seeing Bing Shan's silence. Staying wasn't strictly necessary, but lying in wait here was far more efficient. If Bing Shan refused, he would simply depart. What intelligence? Bing Shan studied Luo Yin, sensing he knew far more than he let on. There's no harm revealing it now, Luo Yin continued, glancing at Bing Shan. The mastermind behind this attack isn't us, it's CP9. You've surely heard of CP9 before. As for Robin, she's merely a cherished crewmate coerced under threat. Why they targeted you? I trust you understand that much. With this I believe my meaning is clear. Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, Bing Shan's pupils contracted sharply. So it has come to this. The day I feared has finally arrived. He didn't doubt Luo Yan, not after hearing him name CP9. Compared to Luo Yin, CP9 held far stronger motive. I'm staying only to rescue my crewmate, nothing more. Will you grant my request? Seeing Bing Shan lost in thought, Luo Yin pressed on without delay. Since you know of CP9, you must also know their objective. After a pause, Bing Shan looked up, his gaze searching. Naturally, I know precisely what they seek. Luo Yin nodded. Then, does taking Nico Robin aboard your ship mean you're after that artifact, as well? Bing Shan dropped all pretense. His eyes sharpened, piercing, as if confirming Luo Yin truly understood the truth of the Pluton. In fact, I brought Robin aboard not for that artifact, nor have I ever cared for such relics. As for why I took her in, how could I stand by when a girl, wrongly entangled, despairing in innocence, doubting her very worth, cast aside by the world, yearning only for death, stood before me? What reason could I possibly have to let her perish? And what reason could I possibly have not to give her a home? I simply wish to love her. That is all. That is why I brought her aboard. Luo Yin spoke, voice thick with quiet reverence. Love? For pirates, it's a luxury indeed. Bing Shan murmured, absorbed in thought. Yes, a luxury for pirates, and even more so for Robin. That is why I wait for him to appear, so I may crush utterly the wretched man who seeks to exploit Robin's heart to manipulate her soul. Luo Yan's tone turned icy, his aura darkened, intensifying palpably. He burned with fury, not having left Robin's side for long, yet this had occurred. Robin had endured too much, suffered too deeply, lost too greatly. Now at last she had found him, and here, seeking nothing more than to offer her warmth, sanctuary. And someone dared try to tear her away. Such a man deserved death, 10,000 times over. It seems you truly love her. I begin to believe you. You may stay here. Thank you, Luo Yin murmured softly. Haha, no need for thanks. Still, I must admit I'm somewhat surprised. I didn't expect a pirate like you to be so courteous, Iceberg remarked, visibly taken aback. Haha, Luo Yin chuckled faintly, offering no further reply. Khalifa, come in. After their exchange, Iceberg summoned Khalifa. Arrange a room for Mr. Luo Yin. He'll be staying here tonight, Iceberg instructed. Mr. Iceberg, are you certain? He's a pirate. What if he harbors ill intent toward you? Khalifa frowned deeply as she spoke. She strongly opposed Luo Yan's presence. After all, CP9 was scheduled to act tonight, and as one of its agents, how could she allow Luo Yin to remain here and jeopardize their mission? It's fine, let it be. I trust Mr. Luo Yin won't harm me, Iceberg replied calmly. His decision to host Luo Yin wasn't born solely of trust. From their brief conversation, he'd already deduced who sought his life. Beyond genuine confidence in Luo Yan's restraint, Iceberg also intended to use him. For if all went as expected, his imminent adversary would be CP9, ruthless operatives who spared no means to achieve their ends. Luo Yin might prove useful. In Iceberg's eyes, the pirate was neither wholly virtuous nor irredeemably vile, merely an instrument readily employed. Luo Yin too had his own motives, and had in fact requested to stay. Thus Iceberg felt no guilt in leveraging him. Should Luo Yin choose to leave, Iceberg wouldn't detain him. Using him was merely opportunistic, though truth be told, Iceberg doubted the pirate stood any real chance against CP9. Very well, Khalifa conceded, relenting at Iceberg's firmness. She turned sharply toward Luo Yin. Though Mr. Iceberg trusts you, I never will. I advise you, keep your actions in check. Cross that line and you'll regret it. Her warning was icy, unyielding. TCH. She wears devotion like armor, but beneath that polished facade lies a killer's ruthlessness. How dare she speak so solemnly when she and her CP9 comrades are the ones who'll freeze Iceberg's heart? Luo Yin mused inwardly. Aloud he replied with quiet composure, rest assured, I mean no harm to Mr. Iceberg. My purpose here isn't him. See that you don't. Khalifa adjusted her glasses, her gaze piercing and sharp as she held his stare. After a silent, measured pause, she said, follow me. I'll show you to your room, and strode ahead. Luo Yin fell into step behind her. Her figure moved with hypnotic grace. Each sway deliberate, each curve sculpted by fate itself. A vision of lethal elegance. Luo Yin watched amused from behind. Luo Yin quickened his pace, drawing level beside her as they walked. None of your concern, Khalifa replied coldly. No need to be so aloof. We could have a proper conversation, Luo Yin said, studying her profile. We have nothing to discuss. Khalifa remained silent, refusing to engage. Tell me, how does Mr. Iceberg treat you as his secretary? Luo Yin asked, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Mr. Iceberg treats me with great kindness, Califa replied, her expression softening with unmistakable reverence. When Iceberg was mentioned, she offered no evasion. Her admiration, outwardly sincere, was almost theatrical. What a wasted talent. She'd shine on any stage, Luo Yin thought, observing her devotion. So, do you love him? Luo Yin asked, mischief dancing in his tone. He knew full well such sentiment was impossible. CP9 agents were forged as emotionless instruments of the world government, trained to kill, without hesitation or remorse. Affection had no place among them. Not for enemies, least of all for targets. How dare you speak so? Someone like me has no right to love Mr. Iceberg. Califa's voice trembled with feigned humility. Her posture bowed, her eyes downcast, as though Iceberg were a star forever out of reach. Then tell me, Miss Califa, what do you think of me? You'll marry someday after all. Why not consider me? Luo Yin teased, voice low and playful. I'm sorry, but you're a pirate. It's impossible. Press me further, and I'll report you for harassment, she retorted, frost in every syllable. Truly impervious to salt, oil, or charm, Luo Yin mused, unfazed by the rebuff. He knew well he wasn't some storybook hero whose words alone could win over legendary beauties. Especially not someone like Califa, a killer whose heart ran colder than winter sea. To seduce her would take more than wit. It would take genius. Here we are. This is your room. Califa led him to a secluded chamber, the farthest corner of the building, miles away from Iceberg's quarters. Her caution remained palpable, even in silence. Thank you, Miss Califa. Shall we go in together? For a moment. Luo Yin slipped his arm around her waist from behind and whispered into her ear. Despicable pirate, release me now. Califa recoiled in shock, twisting urgently to break free. Don't resist. After all, you're unwed, and I find you utterly captivating. A little closeness wouldn't hurt, Luo Yin murmured, and before she could react, claimed her lips in a sudden decisive kiss. Her eyes flew wide, disbelief etched across her face, as she struggled fiercely, hands pushing against his chest. But he held her fast, and she dared not unleash her true strength. Not yet, not here. Got you now, Luo Yin thought, savoring the softness, the sweetness. His mind sharp, even in the heat. He'd never force himself upon an ordinary woman. Consent mattered. But Califa was no ordinary woman. She was a weapon, trained, attached, dangerous. Words and flattery wouldn't sway her. To win her, or at least unsettle her, required boldness. A calculated risk. If she joined his crew later, a triumph. If not, 2 stolen kisses were still worth the gamble. And certainly, not that he'd ever admit it, the sheer arrogance in her earlier glare had. Huff, huff, huff. After a long while, seeing that Califa could barely catch her breath, Luo Yin finally relented. Yet his arms remained locked tightly around her, refusing to let go. You despicable wretch. Let me go now. Once freed from his grasp, Califa glared furiously at him while struggling fiercely. Califa, Luo Yin murmured, feigning deep affection. The moment I laid eyes on you, my heart was irrevocably ensnared. If only we'd met sooner. Perhaps you wouldn't harbor such disdain for me. After all, my identity is indeed difficult for ordinary people to accept. Even as he spoke, he held her firmly from behind. Monster, let me go. Her face flushed crimson. She was utterly exasperated. After 5 grueling years, undercover liberation was finally within reach. She'd soon stride confidently back to her organization. Instead, this pirate, Luo Yin, had ambushed her path like an ill omen. Not only did he lack the self-awareness befitting a rogue, but he dared to violate her person. How did things come to this? Califa's heart churned with turmoil. And yet, lying nestled in Luo Yan's arms, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within her. A quiet, unsettling warmth. What is this feeling? Is it safety? How strange. He is a pirate, utterly unknown to me, yet he forced himself upon me. And yet, it has been so long since I last felt anything like this. Though the sensation was undeniably soothing, she refused to surrender to it. From beginning to end, she remembered who she was: a CP agent, a killer. Whether Luo Yan's professed affection was genuine, or even mattered, was irrelevant. To a cold-blooded assassin, love and desire are superfluous luxuries. Should necessity demand it, she would slit even a husband's throat to prove her devotion to the Tao, without hesitation. Though she had no husband, born solely to serve as the world government's executioner, sold into its custody as a child and forged into a weapon, she required no extraneous thoughts or emotions. Enough. I'm leaving, she said coolly after a moment's silence. May I ask, how did you become a killer for the world government? Luo Yin had no reason to pose such a question. Yet just moments earlier, an unfamiliar tide of emotion had surged through him, a dense layered current of calm, detachment, bewilderment, dread, terror, and unwavering resolve. He knew instantly this was not his own sentiment. If not his, then whence had it arisen? It belonged unmistakably to Califa, and through his observation, Haki, Luo Yin had sensed the buried complexity of her inner world. Thus he understood Califa was no mere automaton of ice and steel. She possessed feelings, though far fewer than ordinary souls, and governed by an iron intellect. In essence, she suppressed them, crushing every tremor of emotion beneath relentless discipline, molding herself into a ruthless instrument of will. Perhaps her environment had shaped her thus what life could await one raised solely to kill. Obedience. Execution. The erasure of all unnecessary feeling. These were etched into her bones from childhood. In Califa, Luo Yin perceived a profound sorrow, not loud or dramatic, but silent, suffocating, the sorrow of powerlessness, of fate unchallenged, of blind submission. So he pierced her veil, not for conquest but clarity, and asked the question. If at first his interest had been carnal, drawn by her beauty, tempted to lure her aboard his ship, his intention. What are you talking about? Califa feigned ignorance. Must I spell it out? You abducted Robin. You sought to assassinate Icebook. You are CP9. Luo Yin lowered his gaze, holding her steadily. So, you've known our identities all along. Her cover exposed. Califa did not rage or flush with shame. Only cold composure remained. Yet beneath that stillness raged a tempest of killing intent. Indeed, in her mind, the moment Luo Yin uttered those words, his death sentence had already been sealed. To lose control before a man already doomed seemed pointless. Yes. Luo Yin nodded plainly. Since you knew my identity, why conceal it before Icebug, and why reveal it now? What purpose does this serve? Or have you already disclosed our identities to Icebug? Califa sought vital intelligence before delivering his final judgment. These years as an assassin, they must have been unbearably harsh. Luo Yin offered no answer to her questions, only gazed at her with quiet sorrow, his hand gently brushing her cheek. What do you mean, eh? Califa stared at him bewildered, unable to fathom his intent. His insolence had exhausted her patience. Califa, don't be an agent anymore. Come aboard my ship, be my crewmate, and sail the world with me, free and unbound. Luo Yin said earnestly, gazing at Califa. Impossible. I will never become a filthy pirate. I think we've talked enough. So die. Califa refused without hesitation. At the same time she ceased to conceal her strength, a powerful force burst forth from within her, attempting to push Luo Yin away. However, though Califa's power was far beyond that of ordinary people compared to Luo Yin, it was ultimately too weak. Luo Yin did nothing but hold her, rendering her immobile. Damn it, why is this happening? Califa's expression darkened. Her strength was many times greater than an ordinary person's, her physique already surpassing human limits to reach a superhuman level. Yet against Luo Yin she felt like an infant, utterly unable to exert any power. Undoubtedly, this meant Luo Yin's strength was far superior to hers. She had underestimated him, even if she attacked she. You've seen it. My power is immense. I could even say that none of the CP9 members in this city are a match for me. Even that CP agent hailed as the most talented in the world government's 800-year history, I could crush with a flip of my hand. So consider it be my crewmate. After all, you're discontented deep down, aren't you? Luo Yin spoke softly. You talk as if you know everything. Even if I'm used as a killing tool, so what? You think CP9 is bad, but in my eyes you pirates aren't any better, Califa replied, unmoved by his words. The ideology ingrained over decades could not be changed by a few sentences. Yet Luo Yin's words had struck a chord in her heart. A ripple stirred within her, but she quickly buried it deep. Fine, since that's the case, there's nothing more to say, Luo Yin said, releasing her as he saw he couldn't persuade her. Freed from his grasp, Califa did not attack him for reasons unknown. Let me warn you, don't be overconfident. Lucci's strength is beyond your imagination. You'd better leave here and never return, Califa said, standing up and moving away from Luo Yin, intending to leave. Before departing, she gave him a long, deep look, offered her final warning, and left without hesitation. Hey, it seems you're not as loyal to the world government as I thought. Wait, everything will. Luo Yin called out loud enough for her to hear as she walked away. Only if you survive first. Califa's voice, cold and distant, reached his ears though she was out of sight. I got her, Luo Yin thought, knowing she had wavered. All he needed was to defeat all the CP9 members tonight, proving to Califa that he had the strength to protect her and even defy the world government. Then everything would fall into place. To be honest, it wasn't arrogance. With the system, Luo Yin had no fear of the world government. Celestial dragons, marine admirals. In his eyes, they were all obstacles he could overcome and trample underfoot. Moreover, except for the very beginning, he had never claimed the system's rewards. His current strength was gained through his own efforts. That meant if he wished, he could instantly claim the rewards and elevate his power to a certain level in a short time. Then stepping on the admirals would be no problem. But if he came to the world of pirates and relied on the system to reach the peak directly, where would the challenge be? Where would the joy of his? Iceberg's thoughts were tangled. Betrayal? No. We have always been agents of the world government. We came to you undercover to obtain what we wanted. Now that our mission deadline is approaching, we've run out of patience. So can you give us what we want, Iceberg? Lucci stated calmly. I don't know what you're talking about, Iceberg said, turning his head away. Hey, you think we didn't know you sent Barry to lure us away with a fake? Now that thing should still be on you. Hand it over, and I'll grant you a swift death, Lucci said again. I told you I don't have it. I've never known what you're looking for. There's nothing here you want. Leave now, Iceberg insisted through gritted teeth, denying everything. That item was something Tom-sensei had protected with his life. He would never hand it over to these ambitious men. Fine, I know you won't talk, but we don't need you to. We have our own ways. Bang! Before Lucci could finish, the door to the room was kicked open. Luo Yin kicked the door wide open and swaggered into the room, as if claiming the scene for himself, calling out that it was lively and asking to join in. Every eye in the chamber snapped to him. Someone demanded what the pirate Luo Yin was doing here. Kaku was the first to speak, directing a question at Luo Yin. Luo Yin, however, turned his attention to Kali Fa and lauded her, saying she had grown even more beautiful and that he found her all the more appealing. Luo Yin paid little heed to the others, his gaze fixed with eager intensity on Kali Fa. She wore a black ensemble, a tailored suit, and black high heels, fishnet stockings tracing the length of her legs and making them appear even more graceful. A lattice of fabric at her throat hinted at the slope of her cleavage, glimpsed and concealed in equal measure an alluring sight. Kaku snapped at Luo Yin to pay attention, protesting that he was being ignored. Luo Yin then turned to Luo Bin, accusing her of wanting to leave their crew without telling their captain, as if she distrusted him. Luo Bin met his staring with a steady resolve and said she would not return to them, that she had her own purpose he could not understand. Luo Yin watched Luo Bin in silence. She spoke with cold finality that there was nothing to be said, that she had already left the Luo Yin pirate crew. Luo Yin, however, refused to accept such a curt dismissal. He understood the depth of her anguish and would not be deceived by easy words. He told her bluntly that a crew member could not simply abandon the captain's command, and he would not consent to her departure. Luo Bin pleaded that she carried burdens he could not comprehend, that she was sunk in darkness with no return, and Luo Yin insisted he understood. He could feel both her attachment and the pain that shackled her. He pressed, convinced she hid some painful secret. Luo Yin addressed Luo Bin, directly aware of the torment she endured and of what she feared and sought to shield. He wanted her to voice that pain herself, so he could strike it down, to show her that there was nothing in the world he could not stand against and no one he could not protect. He vowed that they were comrades and that he would protect her at any cost, even his life, begging her not to be afraid and to tell him what troubled her. Luo Yin moved to her side, drawing around them the Wujin Huyu, the endless fire, hell sealing the space between him and Luo Bin from the restless CP9 agents. The CP9 members immediately attempted to break through, assaulting the infernal barrier, but all their efforts failed to breach the endless fire hell. Inside it, Luo Yin held Luo Bin and looked into her eyes, pleading that she trust him and tell him what had befallen her, so he could help. Luo Bin recoiled, begging him to stop asking. She warned that her presence would only bring misfortune and begged to be left alone. She turned her face away. Luo Yin, however, reached out and gently traced her cheek, telling her he could feel her reluctance to leave them and that they could solve whatever tormented her. He urged her to speak, reminding her of his strength. Luo Bin hesitated, her words catching and falling silent. Luo Yin pressed further. If she departed without saying a word, he would never accept it. He vowed to pursue her wherever she fled, even to the Navy headquarters, and would not hesitate to strike at the heart of the Navy to bring her back. He called on their bond as comrades, asking what burden they could not shoulder together. Luo Yan's plea carried a hint of coercion, because he knew, as Luo Bin feared, the threat of the Tumo Ling. To him the order seemed not so terrible. 5 Navy admirals and 20 ships felt smaller than the force the Navy once sent against them when Taudu attacked. Yet he also understood why the Tumo Ling had left such a mark on Luo Bin. The childhood shadow it cast could not be shrugged off easily. In the original tale, before Lu Fei arrived, the Tumo Ling had been the source of her deepest terror, something she believed she could not escape until someone proved they could protect her. It was Luo Yan's task now to open her heart, to show her that admirals and the Tumo Ling were not insurmountable, that he could stand between her and any danger. Luo Bin hesitated, torn. If she allowed herself to be taken and Luo Yan stormed the Navy headquarters to retrieve her, would everything she had done mean nothing? The thought gnawed at her. Her resolve faltered under Luo Yan's insistent words. Pain, gratitude, and a fragile hope stirred within her. Pain at how the Navy had forced her into such a life, gratitude that she had finally found people who truly cared, and joy that Luo Yan would go to such lengths for her. After a long silence, she lifted her head and said with a voice threaded with complexity that she would tell him a story. Slowly, and with a mixture of dread and relief, Luo Bin recounted her life and the cruelties she had endured. When the tale was done, she took a trembling breath and, looking at Luo Yan with anxious eyes, asked whether after hearing it he still wished for her to be his companion. Luo Bin felt the same anxiety she had felt so many times before. Countless people had drawn near her with hidden motives or fled in fear once they discovered who she was. She feared Luo Yan's answer more than anything, terrified that he might withdraw and leave her in the solitude she had always known. Luo Yan replied with a steady conviction, acknowledging that past sufferings were indeed grievous, but insisting they were no reason to surrender to despair. He asked plainly and gently, after all she had endured, whether she still wished to live. Silence. Robin, after all you've endured, do you still wish to live? Luo Yan asked. From the very beginning he had resolved, unwaveringly, to protect Robin. So long as she voiced her desire to live, he would shield her through fire and sword, ensuring she lived out her days in peace and safety. I want to live. I want to live, Luo Yan. I want to journey with you and witness the wonders of this world. I want truly to stand beside you as your comrade. Robin spoke, voice trembling with emotion, tears streaming ceaselessly down her cheeks. Not mere tears, but the accumulated sorrow and injustice she had borne for years. Good. That is all I needed to hear, Robin. Stay by my side. Do not leave me. No solemn vow, no tearful rhetoric. Yet those few words, simple and unadorned, warmed Robin's heart like sunlight breaking through winter clouds. She stood quietly behind Luo Yan, her gaze soft as it lingered upon his back. At that very moment, the boundless inferno he had conjured began to dissipate. Before him now stood CP9, fully armed, poised, and already Luo Yan flicked Lucci's body from his arm and vaporized the blood clinging to his hand with a flash of flame, then turned his gaze toward Khalifa. What does he mean? Kaku stared at Khalifa, incredulous. Pirate, hold your tongue. Khalifa's expression darkened. Whether or not she had truly agreed to Luo Yan's terms, his mere utterance planted seeds of suspicion, seeds that once discovered by higher authorities would mark her as a traitor and condemn her to ruin. Khalifa, wasn't it settled tonight? If I survived, I'd take you away. And now, not only have I survived, but I possess the power to eradicate every hostile presence in this room. So, have you not by honor pledged to uphold your end of the bargain? Luo Yan smiled faintly at her. Khalifa, is what he says true? Did you truly betray us and swear some secret oath with him? Kaku asked, stunned. Khalifa, consider carefully. The penalty for betraying the world government is one neither you nor anyone else could bear, Bruno remarked, voice calm and detached. Khalifa hesitated. Ordinarily, she should have instantly denounced Luo Yan as a liar, or even launched an immediate attack. Yet today's events, his words, his presence, had unsettled something deep within her. Though trained as an assassin who among mortals wouldn't yearn, given choice, to reclaim feeling, to cease being a hollow tool wielded without will. Sold into the world government's assassin program since childhood, Khalifa had never possessed autonomy, never been granted the right to choose. Now choice stood before her, and so she wavered. That fleeting hesitation alone ignited suspicion among her CP9 comrades, who moved without pause. Khalifa, you hesitated. Clearly you have betrayed us. For the sake of our mission, we cannot allow you to live. Kaku, the second strongest among CP9, launched his attack without hesitation. Rokushiki Renkyaku. His legs snapped upward and swept sideways, a razor-edged shockwave tearing across the floor toward Khalifa. Distracted and unprepared, her strength vastly inferior to his, Khalifa failed to evade. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Hey, can't you grant Khalifa just a moment to return to my side? Luo Yan spoke, calm and unruffled, cradling a pale-faced Khalifa in his arms. He gazed down at her gently. It seems you no longer have a choice. Khalifa remained silent. No protest, no resistance. Nor did she struggle as he held her. Though unspoken, her acceptance was unmistakable. She had joined Luo Yan's pirate crew. Then it is time to settle this. Luo Yan smiled faintly, then set Khalifa upright, steadied her stance, and vanished in an instant. Shink! The sharp ring of steel echoed. Two blinding slashes tore through the air. Twin wet thuds followed. Blood erupted violently, splattering crimson across the white walls. Neither Kaku nor Bruno had time to activate Iron Body before collapsing, life extinguished in an instant. Such was Luo Yan's current power. CP9 agents might pose a challenge to Luffy and his crew, but against Luo Yan, they were negligible, too weak even to warrant a game of cat and mouse. He sought only swift, decisive annihilation. It is over. Slowly Luo Yan sheathed H. What's wrong? Am I simply too handsome? Luo Yan smirked, tossing his hair with theatrical flair. You've killed them. Unless unforeseen, the world government will learn of this soon and dispatch far stronger adversaries. You've committed a grave transgression. Khalifa spoke, voice eerily placid. Are you afraid? Luo Yan stepped close and pulled Khalifa into his embrace. No, I'm merely stating fact, she replied, still composed. Years as an assassin had forged iron resilience within her psyche. So, will you join my pirate crew? Luo Yan asked again. Do I have another option? Khalifa rolled her eyes. From the moment Luo Yan fixed his gaze upon her, her path had narrowed to one irrevocable course. To side with the world government meant opposing him, opposing his intent to extract Robin. Would he spare her then? Likely not. Her fate would mirror Kaku's and the others. Yet joining Luo Yan offered no clearer salvation. History bore grim testament: none who defied the world government had ever survived. At that moment Khalifa embraced quiet resolve. She had accepted death. Still she felt little regret. To perish resisting fate, she thought, was perhaps nobler than dying as a blade in another's hand, cold, nameless, and unremembered. After the battle with CP9 concluded, Water City was struck by a deluge sent by the sea gods. Torrents submerged the entire metropolis. Yet thanks to prior preparations, this aquatic calamity left Luo Yin and his companions unscathed. Near the city's shoreline, the goddess-shaped vessel goddess swayed gently upon the tranquil sea, its deck occasionally echoing with light laughter and melodic voices. In time, all fell into serene stillness. Luo Yin emerged slowly from his cabin, greeting the first golden rays of dawn. Simultaneously, the women stepped forth from their respective quarters. Luo Yin, this is how you protect Robin. Nami fixed him with a gaze reserved for scoundrels. Last night Robin said she was cold. As captain, how could I possibly let my crew sleep in such frigid quarters? So naturally, I had to step in personally, to deliver warmth, Luo Yin replied, unabashed under the women's skeptical stares. Then what about Vivi and Khalifa? Surely they didn't all claim to be freezing, demanding your personal warmth delivery. Nami scoffed coldly. Such transparent lies wouldn't fool even a ghost, let alone someone who'd lived alongside Luo Yin long enough to know his every subtle motive. She never imagined Robin, Khalifa, and Vivi would actually consent to share the same arrangement. Couldn't we have simply huddled together for warmth? Luo Yin's suddenly declared voice brimming with misplaced righteousness. No one believes that. Huddling for warmth. Why not just admit you were playing a four-person game? Fine. Let's drop it. Have we restocked all provisions aboard? All supplies replenished. We're ready to sail at any moment, Carmen announced, overseeing food and essential stores. Excellent. We've lingered in Water City long enough. It's time to depart, Luo Yin affirmed with a nod. Shall we bid the Straw Hats farewell? Nojiko asked. No need. They're busy constructing their new ship. They have their own adventures, we have ours, Luo Yin replied. Then, set course for the new world. At his command, the crew dispersed to their stations. After months at sea, Luo Yan's pirate crew finally neared the threshold of the new world. Ahead lay only the Devil's Triangle, a treacherous expanse steeped in legend, before reaching their final waypoint, the Sabaody Archipelago. 3 days later, across an endless expanse of ocean, Luo Yin. Here's today's newspaper and the latest bounty posters, Vivi said, approaching him with folded broadsheet and parchment in hand. Ah, new bounties. I'll savor every word, Luo Yin replied, eyes gleaming with quiet excitement as he took the poster. With practiced ease, he swept Vivi into his arms, his hands drifting with deliberate tenderness. Luo Yin, not here. Everyone's watching, Vivi murmured, blushing and squirming. But he held her fast. Yielding to his quiet insistence, she buried her face aga. Hearing Nami's tart tone, and realizing he'd neglected her lately, Luo Yin chuckled softly. Who needs you to? Nami flushed, faintly spun on her heel, and vanished into her cabin. Luo Yin smiled contentedly, then unfolded the bounty poster. Flame Demon Luo Yin, 1 berries. Frost Moon, she one of the Demon Sword triplets, 6 berries. Frost Moon Lung, one of the Demon Sword triplets, 5 berries. Blood Vine Nojiko, 4 5 berries. Devil's Child Nico Robin, 3 berries. Frost Moon Xia, one of the Demon Sword triplets, 2 8 berries. Thief Cat Nami, 2 berries. Iron Rod Alvida, 1 berries. Khalifa, 9 berries. Thorns Shuangshi's Houts, 9 berries. Valentine, 8 berries. Vivi, 7 6 berries. Hightone Chef Carmen, 7 berries. Raki, 6 berries. Golden Week, 5 5 berries. Kaya, 5 berries. Conies, 3 berries. Pet, Run Fast, 100 berries. This marked the full bounty. Under the star-dusted night sky, the moon hung full and bright. Phew, Nami, are you all right? Just finished warming up, Luo Yin said, sweat glistening on his brow as he watched Nami, exhausted from overexertion. You brute. Who trains like this? Now my whole body aches. I won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Nami punched Luo Yan's chest with clenched fists. This man had zero sense of chivalry. Training wasn't supposed to feel like torture. It's your own fault, Luo Yin retorted, rolling his eyes at her. What did I do? Oof. Nami pinched Luo Yan's waist hard. It's precisely because you're overconfident in your strength that I'm teaching you humility, so you don't capsize in shallow waters later. Nami turned her head away, offended by his twisted logic. She was strong, truly strong. Yet next to Luo Yin, who possessed the stamina of an ox, she simply seemed frail. Alright. After all that training, your strength has improved, just slightly. That's already commendable, Luo Yin quickly soothed, sensing her rising ire. Soon after, Nami excused herself to freshen up, and gently but firmly ushered Luo Yin out of her room. What could he do? He could only suppress his urge to train further and obediently depart. The following morning, at first light. Luo Yin, everyone's about to wake up. Could you please leave for now? Kaya whispered, poking his side with a delicate fingertip as dawn approached. Kaya, you look utterly adorable like this, Luo Yin murmured, cupping her cheek with a broad, gentle hand. Luo Yin, if you keep this up, I'll truly get angry. Kaya puffed her cheeks indignantly. Alright. I'm leaving right now. Fine, fine, I'll go. Knowing Kaya's shyness, Luo Yin lingered no longer. With a mere flicker of intent, he vanished from her chamber. Phew. Kaya exhaled in quiet relief once he'd gone. Though all the women aboard were hers, by mutual understanding, her blush still betrayed her modesty. She couldn't bear being intimately seen by them all. After departing, Luo Yin sought out Khalifa. Khalifa, have these past few days felt comfortable to you? He asked, cradling her in his arms, while inhaling the subtle fragrance drifting from her skin. Not bad. Everyone's been kind. It's been ages since I've felt warmth like this, Khalifa replied softly, stroking his cheek with tender fingers, her breath warm and sweet against his face. She had fully settled into life aboard ship. Yet Luo Yan's frequent visits left her both flustered and secretly thrilled. Good. You'll grow accustomed to it, for this is how we'll live from now on, he murmured, his hands beginning to wander. Khalifa, darling, where's that outfit you wore before? His gaze burned with unmistakable heat. You rogue. You've already worn out others last night, and now you're back for more. Khalifa rolled her eyes unimpressed. You're simply too irresistible. How could any man resist golden-haired, ethereally beautiful Khalifa? Fine, I'll go change right now. Seeing the hunger in his eyes, Khalifa knew resistance was futile and acquiesced to his desire. As she rose, she paused, glancing back. Oh, should I bring the whip? Whip? No, no need. That spiked iron whip is your weapon. Keep it for your enemies. At the mention of the barbed scourge, Luo Yin shook his head vigorously. Heavens, just one strike would leave him bruised and bleeding. That thing wasn't meant for play. Fine then. Khalifa departed, disappointment flickering across her features. Hey, what was that look just now? Luo Yin inwardly roared, suspecting Khalifa harbored some rather unconventional inclinations. After all, who carries a whip as a proper weapon? Then came another rigorous training session. Luo Yin pushed Khalifa, relentlessly sparring with her clad in her combat suit. After 3 grueling hours, her strength surged dramatically, and deep within her heart welled a quiet, radiant warmth. The first true sensation of home long absent in her frostbitten past. To uplift the others' cultivation, Luo Yin wasted no time after Khalifa's session. He immediately sought out Cayman, eager to savor her cooking and gauge her culinary progress. Cayman, well aware of his intentions, served him a delicacy without hesitation. Cayman, your skill has leapt forward immensely. Especially these dumplings, springy, bursting with savory juice, absolutely exquisite. Luo Yin praised between hearty bites. Of course. My culinary artistry is no empty boast, sang Cayman, her voice soaring in clear, bright notes. 3 days passed. Luo Yin completed assessments of every woman's strength, and through intense tailored training elevated them all significant. Luo Yin, it's terrifying here. Must we sail through? Can't we take a detour? Nami clung to him, trembling. Nami, calm yourself. With me here, any ghost that dares appear will meet its end beneath my blade. There is no danger. They say ghost ships drift these waters. Perhaps one will materialize before us any moment, Robin observed coolly. Robin Nasan, I'm easily frightened. Please don't scare me. Tell me, do ghosts truly exist here? What are they like? Are they truly formless, appearing without warning to startle the unwary? Surprisingly gentle, soft-spoken Kaya, who usually appeared delicate, seemed deeply fascinated by phantoms and spirits. A closer look revealed her eyes alight, not with fear, but with sparkling curiosity and exhilaration. Who can say for certain? Nojiko leaned languidly against the rail, her posture effortlessly accentuating her graceful curves. Never imagined we'd truly reach this place. Beyond lies Shabandi Archipelago, then Fishman Island, and finally the New World. How swiftly fate turns. Arilta stood atop the crow's nest, exhaling smoke as she spoke. Indeed, time flows faster than we perceive. Before we know it, the New World awaits. Luo Yin sighed, reflective. Luo Yin, would you like grilled meat? I'll prepare it for you. A full belly helps fend off ghosts. Cayman emerged from the galley, calling out softly. Absolutely, I'd love some. Thank you, Cayman. Luo Yin, feeling a pang of hunger, replied at once. Wait just a moment. The meat will be ready shortly, she smiled, swaying lightly as she retreated into the kitchen. Hey, don't you feel even the slightest tension? This is the Devil's Triangle, home to legendary specters. Nami stared dumbfounded at the crew's utter nonchalance. It seemed she alone bore the weight of dread. The ship sailed through the dreaded Triangle of Terror, yet encountered none of the original crew's members, not even Brooke. Nevertheless, Luo Yin and his companions inadvertently drifted ashore onto the territory of Mariah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Standing on the mist-shrouded beach, Luo Yin gazed inland. A pall of gloom hung over the entire island, and deep within its haze loomed the silhouette of an ancient crumbling castle. An aura of dread clung to the land, ominous chilling suffused with palpable terror that stirred instinctive fear and repelled all who dared approach. Hey, anyone willing to explore the island? Luo Yin turned to the women behind him. He intended to venture ashore himself, and if fortune favored him, he hoped to invite Perona aboard his vessel. I'd like to go, Nami volunteered first. Luo Yin wasn't surprised. Earlier she'd been visibly animated aboard the ship, her curiosity piqued by ghosts and phantoms alike. "Count me out. I'll stay and guard the ship." "She sister, please keep me company too," pleaded a timid, vulnerable Nami, recoiling from the idea of landing. Inwardly, she schemed to persuade the stronger women to remain aboard as her personal protectors. "Nami, are you truly refusing to go ashore? This place feels utterly fascinating." Luo Yin spoke with unwavering confidence in his own strength, and having already grasped the island's general layout, fear held no sway over him. He thus extended another gentle invitation to Nami, reasoning that traversing such eerie terrain alongside beauty held its own singular charm. "Damn it, don't look so thrilled. This is the legendary Triangle of Terror. And this island, appearing out of nowhere, isn't it suspicious?" She snapped, her mouth twisting into a snarling shark's maw. Ignorant of the island's true nature and lacking the boldness of Luo Yan's group, Nami found the whole scene deeply unsettling. The sudden emergence, the oppressive gloom, all signs pointed to peril. "Fine. If you refuse to land, then stay with whoever chooses to guard the ship. But departure is impossible. As you saw yourselves, the moment we entered, strange walls rose up around the island, and part of the surrounding sea, encircling us completely. Sailing out now would be near impossible." "Maybe there are go," Robin murmured darkly. "Robin, please stop speaking so unnervingly." Nami sighed, exasperated by their collective enthusiasm. Did none of them sense danger? Had they mistaken this haunted isle for some tranquil garden? After deliberation, the group decided Luo Yin, Robin, Nami, and Xuanyu along would disembark. The rest, uninterested in the island's foreboding atmosphere, opted to remain aboard and guard the ship. "Excellent. So settled." Luo Yin clapped his hands decisively. "Then let us proceed. This place promises extraordinary occurrences," Robin mused with a quiet, knowing smile. "Proceeding is inevitable, but first I must attend to a minor nuisance." Luo Yan's expression abruptly hardened. "What's wrong?" Robin asked, puzzled. "A tiny pest approaches the ship, stealthily drawing near. Watch me pluck him out." With that, Luo Yan drew Kichiku from its scabbard and unleashed a single precise slash toward the port forward quadrant. A sickening thwip echoed, not where sight revealed anything, but precisely where the invisible intruder lurked. Blood sprayed violently, a figure materialized mid-air, then crumpled. His severed head rolled across the deck, eyes frozen wide in shock, face locked in grotesque horror. "What is that, a ghost, eh?" Nami shrieked from nearby. "No. It's likely a user of the horo fruit, a transparent man." He crept close, using his ability, clearly harboring ill intent. Ending him so swiftly was almost merciful. Luo Yin explained coolly. He knew exactly who, or rather what, the intruder was. In the original chronicle, this creature had mocked the main crew with his transparency, played cruel pranks on Robin, and, most unforgivably, sneaked into the bathhouse to spy on Nami's naked form. Unforgivable. Had Luo Yin remained unaware, perhaps fate would have spared him. But now that he'd been discovered, such transgressions would never occur. A clean decapitation was leniency, especially with the women watching. Had they not been present, Luo Yin would have seized the wretch and subjected him to agonizing retribution. Truly, the world teems with wonders and horrors. Who could imagine such a perverse power falling into such twisted hands? Nami murmured thoughtfully. "Twisted? It's downright depraved." Luo Yin inwardly scoffed, but dismissed it as mere diversion unworthy of deeper reflection. "Now we may land." He strode ashore, heading toward the ancient castle deep within the island's heart, Robin, Nami, and Xuanyu along following closely. Soon a yawning chasm opened before him. Peering down, Luo Yin beheld a grisly pit, filled with scattered bones and skeletal remains. "I recall a stitched-together Cerberus lurking here. Perhaps I'll claim it as a mount. Walking everywhere grows tedious." He acted without hesitation, leaping straight into the abyss. "Hey Luo Yin, can't you simply leap across?" Nami called down from above, peering over the edge. "I could, but I sensed something intriguing below, worth investigating." Though the gap posed no challenge to his prowess, Luo Yin sought the Cerberus, and his kin Bunchikahaki had already confirmed its presence amid the bones. "Wait for me above. I'll bring back something interesting shortly." "Understood." Nami replied sweetly, then stood quietly beside Robin and Xuanyu along, awaiting Luo Yan's return. Moments later, he located his quarry, a grotesque amalgamation, 2 dogs and a fox stitched together into a 3-headed hound of hell. Initially fierce, the beast soon cowered after a brutal thrashing. Now Luo Yin sat astride its back, commanding it obediently toward the others. "Luo Yin, what is that? It looks adorable." Nami exclaimed, eyes sparkling with fascination as he guided the Cerberus onto solid ground. "Nami, seriously, what kind of aesthetic judgment is that? It's a Frankenstein horror. Where on earth is the cuteness?" At last Luo Yin understood. Beneath Nami's delicate exterior lay an unmistakable affinity for the macabre, the uncanny, the terrifying. On the island, Luo Yin and his companions strolled leisurely. The 3-headed hellhound carried Kaya, appearing remarkably docile. Luo Yin surveyed the surroundings. The trees, darkened by their environment, stood eerily gloomy. Deeper into the jungle, he could sense countless eyes gazing upon them. Suffice it to say, without knowledge of the original story and extraordinary strength, an ordinary person would be terrified in such a dreadful setting. After walking for a while, they arrived at a cemetery with tombstones scattered haphazardly. Just then a faint sound of earth breaking arose. Though barely audible, Luo Yin noticed it and turned toward the source. Beside a shattered tombstone, a hand emerged from the ground. He walked over, and the thing beneath the soil continued to claw its way out. As Luo Yin approached, a skull resembling a zombie suddenly burst forth. "Damn, that's ugly." Luo Yin, startled, kicked the skull back down hard. "Hey, what are you doing?" A voice came from the skeleton zombie Luo Yin had kicked in. It poked its head out again. "Hey, you ugly thing, it's fine if you're hideous, but don't scare people," Luo Yin said, and kicked it again. The zombie persisted, emerging once more, and Luo Yin kicked it again. This went on, endlessly amusing. Luo Yin, stop playing and look around," Kaya whispered, prompting him to raise his head and see densely packed zombies rising from the ground all around. "Hey, you guys not sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you trying to have a dance party on the graves?" Luo Yin asked, not frightened, but rather accusatory. "Ah, don't come near me." Just as Luo Yin was about to say more, Kaya screamed. Then Frost Moon Cold drew her blade, shattering all zombies attempting to approach Kaya. This act enraged the surrounding zombies, who charged madly at the group. Luo Yin lost interest in playing. A flame erupted from him, spreading outward in a circle. Every zombie touched by the fire turned to ash without even a scream. In moments, all zombies that dared to surface were incinerated. Those with sense hid underground, and Luo Yin didn't bother with them. "All right, let's go," he said, extinguishing the flame on his fingertip, clapping his hands, and looking at Kaya, Robin, and Frost Moon Cold. "Hee, mister. Luo Yin is as formidable as ever," Robin remarked. "Of course, if I weren't strong enough, how could I protect you all?" Luo Yin replied smugly. "Hee, then we'll rely on the captain's protection from now on," Robin smiled. "Haha, enough said, let's move," Luo Yin chuckled, leading the way. Soon they arrived at the entrance of an ancient castle. Its structure was odd, with a tunnel-like passage in the middle. Entering the passage, they saw a side door. "Anyone home?" Luo Yin called out politely, then raised his foot to kick the door open. At that moment, a well beside them made a noise. The rope above spun rapidly, and a figure appeared, hurling plates at Luo Yin. The sound of shattering plates echoed along with the woman's voice. "Welcome." "Hey, why attack me?" Luo Yin glared at the woman throwing plates. She had golden hair and stitched marks on her face, looking unnatural. Knowing the original story, Luo Yin recognized her. Though he forgot her name, he knew she was long dead, now merely a corpse with a shadow stuffed inside, not even a living being. "This castle doesn't welcome you, but it welcomes them," the woman said, pointing at Luo Yin, then at Kaya, Robin, and Frost Moon Xia. Clearly she disliked men. "Enough, wait." A man's voice sounded from inside the castle. The door opened, revealing a man. "Who are you?" Robin asked the man who appeared. "Let me introduce myself. I am the world-renowned Dr. Hogback, known as a genius. This is Cindy, who had a tragic past, and thus hates plates." Hogback introduced himself and Cindy. He then led the group into his castle and arranged a banquet. "Dr. Hogback, may I ask why there are many zombies outside, and how they became that way?" Kaya, also a doctor, inquired curiously. "You were attacked by the monsters outside. You're lucky to have made it here." "My answer is simple. I live here because I don't know what those things are. My purpose is to study them," Hogback declared proudly. As if I'd believe that if I hadn't read the original story, Luo Yin thought. He knew exactly how those things came to be. The combination of corpses and shadows, experiments of Gecko Moria and Hogback. All were creations of this man. However, Luo Yin didn't expose him. It would be too strange to attack without reason. He would wait until they discovered the man's experiments. Soon the banquet ended. "Don't go near my lab," Hogback said, then left. As he did, the surroundings grew strange. This place is interesting. It feels like the paintings on the walls and the pig's head hanging on the wall have lives of their own, Robin observed, sharp as the crew's strategist. "Haha, you're right, they do have lives," Luo Yin laughed. A flame appeared on his fingertip, and he tossed it lightly, igniting the white bear fur rug beneath his feet. Hot, hot, hot. The flat white furred carpet beneath Luo Yin let out a shriek, then twitched to life. Anticipating exactly this, Luo Yin cradled Robin and kicked off the rug in one fluid motion. The moment he leapt clear, the bear-shaped carpet miraculously stirred, rising slowly onto its limbs like a living beast, though its body remained unervingly flattened, lending it a grotesquely comical appearance. What on earth is happening? Why have these things suddenly gained sentience? What's going on? Robin asked, bewildered, as she gazed at the now animate bear rug and the portraits hanging thickly across the chamber walls. Ha ha ha. Jeet. Strange, discordant laughter erupted from the paintings. Then one by one their figures peeled free from the canvas, like spectral wraiths trailing elongated, translucent tails behind them. I recall hearing that the master of this place, Moonlight Moria, is a devil fruit user of the shadow fruit. He can sever a person's shadow and implant it into corpses, granting them the abilities, and even the personality, of the shadow's original owner. These creatures must be his creations. Is that really how it works? Such a power is truly terrifying. Indeed, Luo Yin murmured softly. Wait here, I'll deal with them first. Setting Robin down, he unleashed a torrent of searing flame that surged outward in an instant, engulfing the entire chamber. The bare rug writhed and blackened, the portraits curled and blistered, then ignited, consumed by the inferno's unbearable heat. Luo Yin knew salt could neutralize such shadow-infused abominations, but necessity need not bind him. With absolute mastery and overwhelming pyrokinetic force, his flames reduced them all to ash. Act too hot, it burns. Wails pierced the air as each portrait dissolved into drifting cinders. Though fire raged unchecked through the room, a perfect calm lingered around Luo Yin and his companions, their safety ensured by his exquisite control over temperature and flame. After all, he did not merely conjure fire. He commanded it down to the subtlest degree of thermal intensity. One by one, the portraits vanished as screams echoed relentlessly. Yet Luo Yin knew Robin, ever the strategist, had already pieced together the truth. Agreed. Luo Yin had already resolved to expose Hogback's experiments and dismantle him openly. Robin's suggestion merely sealed the decision. Activating his observation haki, he cast his awareness across the entire castle, instantly pinpointing Hogback's location. Robin, Kokoro, and Xuanyu alone, come with me. I know exactly where that old man is hiding. With that, Luo Yin strode forward, guided unerringly by the subtle resonance of his observation haki. Within moments, he stood before a concealed door, a narrow, unassuming entrance tucked deep within the castle's labyrinthine corridors. From beyond it came a voice, triumphant, manic, almost complete. Ha! Inside, Hogback stood brandishing a scalpel. Beside him stood Sandora, and upon the operating table lay a cadaverous figure, stiff and pallid, unmistakably reanimated. A mark branded onto its forearm matched those found on the zombies roaming the island. I hope you fail, miserably. At the final step, Sandora said coldly. Sandora, don't speak like that. Hogback whirled around, sharply shouting at her. So he's fabricating zombie-like corpses, intended for Moria's use, Robin concluded aloud, the full picture crystallizing in her mind. Yes, that appears to be precisely what he's doing. I'd heard he was a world-renowned physician, yet he conducts monstrous human experimentation. How utterly despicable. Kokoro, a physician herself, recoiled, not with the visceral horror of Chopper, but with quiet, profound revulsion. Now that we know he's no paragon of virtue, shouldn't we act? Unless we defeat them, we'll never leave this island. Precisely, Luo Yin affirmed. Then consider it delegated to the captain, Robin replied with a dry, knowing smile. Naturally. With that, Luo Yin drove his boot into the laboratory door, splintering it inward with a thunderous crash. Who dares? The door burst open. Hogback spun instantly, eyes locking onto the intruders. You, what are you doing here? I expressly forbade you from entering my lab. Had we obeyed, we'd never have discovered that every shambling corpse and unnatural horror on this island bears your handiwork. How many lives have you ruined? And let's not pretend. You've been watching us since we set foot on this island. Unless we eliminate you, escape remains impossible. Am I mistaken, Dr. Hogback? Luo Yin raised a single eyebrow, gaze unwavering. Huh, so you've unraveled everything. How astute. Indeed, the moment you arrived, Lord Moonlight Moria himself marked you for capture. I shall seize you, deliver your shadows to him. And with your formidable vitality, he will forge undead warriors unmatched in strength. Hogback abandoned all pretense, laying bare his entire scheme. Hold on. Do you seriously underestimate us so thoroughly? Spilling your plans implies absolute confidence in capturing us. Luo Yin scoffed, lips curling in disdain. Humph, mere fledgling pirates barely seasoned. Your bounties may be impressive, but never forget Moonlight Moria stands among the 7 warlords of the sea. Can you possibly surpass him? Then test that assumption yourself. Luo Yin moved, blurring forward in a flash. In one seamless motion, he drew the sword Guiche and struck. Hogback, though peerless in surgery, possessed negligible combat prowess. There was no contest. A single precise cut left him gravely wounded, collapsing to the floor with blood gushing from his chest. Damn you, Sandora. Kill him. Gasping, Hogback clutched his wound and screamed the order. Understood. Sandora's reply was icy, her stance shifting instantly into lethal intent as she lunged. How utterly contemptible you are. Disturbing the dead who rest peacefully beneath the earth. Disrespecting the departed. That alone ignites my fury. Luo Yin spoke without glancing at Zinduli's attack, vanishing instantly from his spot and lunging once more toward Hogback. Zinduli, stop him, hurry. Don't let him get near me. Hogback cried out in panic as Luo Yin charged straight at him. 6-petal bloom. Just as Zinduli turned to intercept Luo Yin, upon hearing the command, Robin's voice rang out. Simultaneously, tendrils sprouted from Robin's devil fruit ability, pinning Zinduli motionless. Hogback, order Zinduli to cease her assault and obey us without resistance. Luo Yin drew near Hogback, but did not strike immediately. Instead, he fixed him with a frigid, unblinking gaze. Impossible. You'll never take her. I won't allow it. Zinduli is mine. Hogaback shook his head violently, eyes blazing with fury as he stared at Luo Yan. Then it seems you'd rather feel my fist. Seeing Hogaback resist obstinately, Luo Yan seized a fist and rained down blows like a merciless storm. Will you speak? Will you speak? As Luo Yan pummeled Hogaback's face with relentless fists, he roared, speak. Now. I'll speak. I'll speak. I'll speak. Hogaback's face was swollen and bruised. A terror now drowned his cowardice entirely. I'll speak. I'll speak. I'll speak, he shrieked. Say it. Lie to me, hesitate, and what follows won't be mere punches. Luo Yan raised his clenched fist, an unmistakable threat. Zindualai, cease your attack and follow their orders without question. Hogaback issued the command. Then turning to Luo Yan, he pleaded, I've obeyed, given Zindualai her orders. Now will you release me? Well done, very well done. But I never said I'd set you free. Luo Yan raised Ghost Cleaver. The blade flashed, and Hogaback's head tumbled to the ground. Mercy toward enemies was cruelty to oneself. Luo Yan had no qualms about eliminating such a man. He bore no moral burden, for Hogaback was no innocent soul. Robin, enough. Luo Yan addressed Robin. Ha ha ha. Captain, you truly are ruthless. Robin chuckled softly, then withdrew the spectral limbs restraining Zindualai. Huh. That scoundrel deserved worse. Better dead than left to harm others. Luo Yan laughed heartily, while Robin merely offered a faint knowing smile, saying nothing. Having grown up steeped in darkness, Robin viewed killing as commonplace, and since Luo Yan had slain a man who was unquestionably vile, Robin held no objection. Afterward, Luo Yan and his companions explored the castle grounds, searching for a mechanism to open the island's outer gate and escape. As they entered a vast, echoing palace, a pale figure glided silently past them. Then eerie whispers stirred in the air around them. A ghost, there's really a ghost. Nami pointed excitedly into the air. Above them, translucent spirits whirled in spiraling formation, encircling the group. These must be Perona's devil fruit manifestations, ghosts capable of inducing despair. Luo Yan studied the drifting wraiths overhead, deep in thought. Hare, hare, hare. A strange lilting giggle pierced the silence. Then before them appeared a petite girl, her legs clad in black and white striped socks, holding a dainty floral parasol, her appearance deceptively cherubic. So, you're the intruders Moriyama foretold. Impressive. You've already defeated Hogaback and Absalom. But don't grow arrogant. I'm no fool like them. I'll defeat you all and deliver you to Moriyama. She spoke with haughty confidence, then flicked her wrist. Countless white specters erupted from her body and surged toward Luo Yan's party. Luo Yan attempted to evade, but the phantoms were too dense, too numerous. Before he could react, they pierced through him and his comrades. Instantly, all collapsed to their knees, overwhelmed by profound desolation. If I had another life, I'd wish to be an amoeba, Luo Yan murmured, voice hollow and listless. Let me become a rusting iron sword, cold still. I am a failure, a wretched physician who cannot save anyone, Nami whispered, utterly despondent. Can someone like me truly uncover history? Robin's melancholy expression remained strangely elegant, even in despair. Damn it, how did we fall for this? Moments later, Luo Yan, the strongest among them, shook off the affliction and regained clarity. He turned his glare toward Perona, who watched with amused detachment. This brat needs discipline. She'll board my ship and she'll answer for this. His face darkened, humiliation burned hot. He'd been outmaneuvered by a girl whose strength barely registered on his scale. In a blink he vanished, reappearing beside Perona. What do you think you're doing? Stay back. And you fools, attack him now. Luo Yan moved too swiftly for Perona to react. She hadn't even blinked before he stood beside her, eyes wide with terror. She could only scream frantic orders at her shambling zombie beasts. I don't know why you didn't command them earlier, but clearly that chance has passed. Luo Yan raised his hand and struck her hard. Perona crumpled unconscious. And you, over there. Luo Yan cradled the unconscious Perona in one arm, then turned to face the ragged legion of undead creatures. You fiend, release Lady Perona at once or you'll regret it. Regret it. Release her now. The grotesque beasts hurled curses in grating, discordant voices, but none dared advance, cowed by Luo Yan's overwhelming power and the hostage in his grip. One blade style, 10,000 troops swept aside. Without waiting, Luo Yan drew Ghost Cleaver with his right hand, while holding Perona steady with his left, and unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. A razor-sharp wave of energy shot forth, cleaving through the horde. Too terrifying, stay away. I'm dead. Wails and shrieks filled the air, then silence as severed limbs and shattered torsos scattered across the floor, motionless. With strength like mine, clearing early to mid-tier dungeons is trivial. Luo Yan reflected inwardly, surveying the carnage. His current might rivaled the apex of the 7 warlords of the sea. Thus of Gecko Moria's 3 chief commanders, 2 had been slain by Luo Yan, and 1 had been knocked unconscious and abducted. This meant that Luo Yan now only needed to defeat Gecko Moria himself to safely depart from this place. With this thought, Luo Yan turned to the women beside him. Robin Kuyalung, we've taken down the 3 main commanders under Gecko Moria. There's nothing of interest left on this island. So take Perona back to the ship and wait for me. Once I've dealt with Moria, we'll set sail again. As he spoke, he handed the unconscious Perona to Robin. Understood. Be careful, Luo Yen. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moria is undoubtedly formidable. Take caution in your fight. Robin replied as she took Perona. Luo Yen nodded. He then added, I'm going after Gecko Moria now. You all be careful too. After speaking, Luo Yen followed the feedback from his observation haki and headed toward Moria's location. Seeing Luo Yen leave, Robin and the other women turned back with Perona. Through his observation haki, Luo Yen sensed that Gecko Moria was at the topmost floor of the castle. However, instead of climbing the stairs inside, Luo Yen walked out of the castle, spread his wings, and leaped upward, flying directly to the highest level. Moments later, he hovered at the same height as the windows on the top floor. Suspended in midair, he peered through the window into the dark, shadowy room inside. Without hesitation, he plunged through the window, entering the room. According to my observation, Haki, Moria should be at the center of this floor, he muttered. After a short while following the sensory feedback, he emerged from the gloomy room and found himself in a corridor lined with various doors, rooms likely similar to the one he had just exited. The corridor led directly to where Luo Yen saw Gecko Moria, and Moria saw him as well. The latter let out a strange laugh and addressed Luo Yen. That suicidal transparent man and hogback are already dead, and Perona will soon become my crew member. So I'll give you 2 choices. Either we don't interfere with each other. You hand over the treasure here and let us take some supplies and we leave safely. Or I defeat you and then leave. A word of advice, I suggest you choose wisely. If you pick option 1, congratulations, you'll live. If you pick option 2, be careful. Your life might end here. Luo Yen said calmly, his tone dripping with arrogance, showing no regard for Moria. To Luo Yen, Moria was no longer a worthy opponent. Kishishishi, such an insolent brat. When I was sailing the seas, you were still sucking your mother's milk in some backwater corner. Don't get too cocky, you bastard. Gecko Moria laughed menacingly, his face darkening as he roared. So that's it. You've chosen the second option. Then prepare. Luo Yen drew Kitetsu, pointing the blade at Moria. Brat, have you underestimated me all along? Don't forget, I am Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing Luo Yen draw his sword, Gecko Moria grew serious, his voice filled with fury. Hey, if it were the old you, I might have taken you seriously. But now, after being defeated by Kaido back, then you've been reduced to cowering in this sunless, dismal place, trying to dig up corpses to fuel your vain hope of defeating Kaido, conquering the seas, and becoming Pirate King. You're too weak. After all these years, you've lost the courage to set sail again. Drawing Kitetsu is the greatest respect I can offer you now, Luo Yen said flatly. With every word, Moria's expression darkened further. By the time Luo Yen finished, Moria's face was a mask of utter gloom. Each sentence struck a nerve, dragging him into painful memories. The great pirate era had begun, and he had set out with dreams of becoming Pirate King, boldly entering the new world. He challenged one of the emperors only to have his entire crew slaughtered and be beaten down by Kaido. He had lost all his spirit, retreated here. Bastard, since you're so eager to die, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell. Don't worry, after you're dead, I'll turn your corpse into an even more powerful zombie for my own use. You will become a great asset in my quest to conquer the seas and become Pirate King. Gecko Moria roared, charging at Luo Yen with his enormous scissors. Seeing Moria's attack, a faint smile curled at the corner of Luo Yan's mouth. One sword style swallowtail meteor. As he unleashed his swordsmanship advanced armament haki-coated Kitetsu, and in an instant his speed skyrocketed to an unbelievable level. He vanished from sight, and a blade beam, like a meteor trailing a long tail, appeared before Moria, slicing toward him. This strike will teach you humility, make you recognize your own limits, understand the vastness of the sea, and realize that not everyone can become the Pirate King. Poochie. A sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Without any surprise, Moonlight Moria, who had long lost his spirit and underestimated Luo Yen, was utterly unable to withstand a single slash from the combined force of advanced color of armament haki strength surpassing that of an emperor's first mate and a supreme grade blade. One slash, just one slash, and Moonlight Moria collapsed to the ground, severely wounded and deprived of all mobility. Hehe. Truly terrifyingly strong. Lying in a pool of blood, Moonlight Moria's eyes grew vacant. This was his second defeat. Vaguely he recalled the past, how Kaido had once slaughtered all his men and defeated him in a few blows. How similar it was. Only this time he was not the challenger, but the one being defeated. Wah! This kind of thing. Once is enough. Why? Why, after enduring all these years hiding here and abandoning my dreams of the sea, do I still fail? Why must I suffer this pain again? I, Moonlight Moria, am a warlow. He had seen enough of others' failures. He never wanted to taste defeat himself. Luo Yen slowly walked to Moonlight Moria's side. Kill me. I have nothing left to live for. After reminiscing and raging, Moria knew he could neither escape nor overcome the knot in his heart. Once Kaido had slaughtered all his comrades before his eyes, and he could only watch helpless. Absolute power had filled him with despair. Now Luo Yin had killed his long-serving subordinates and defeated him as easily as Kaido had years ago. Luo Yin shattered his faith, exposed his cowardice, and left him utterly broken. He had nothing left to live for. He only wished to die quietly and join those he once could not protect, his family. Moria, seeing you in this miserable state, I want to comfort you. But this is the truth: the sea is cruel. Facing the surging ocean and an irresistible fate, one either retreats or carries the burden forward, seeking that sliver of a chance, that flicker of hope. Countless Stro. Luo Yan's face flushed red as he roared. What does failure matter? What does losing comrades matter? If you want revenge, then strive to improve your strength, become powerful enough to kill Kaido, instead of wallowing here in self-pity and daydreaming. If you want to become the Pirate King, then push yourself to the limit. Otherwise, how can you possibly rule the sea? With your cowardice and weakness, or your refusal to accept reality. The sea is no place for playing house. You're not in a pirate game. Thinking you can defeat Kaido and rule the sea with a few corpses, that's nothing but a pipe dream. Luo Yan's words were laced with anger. And indeed he was furious. Though some of what he said was meant to intimidate and deceive Moonlight Moria, part of it came from the heart. After being defeated by Kaido back, then did Moonlight Moria ever think about improving his strength to take revenge? No, he gave up on himself, even letting his body grow several sizes larger. He was once a supernova with considerable talent, yet he wasted so many years. If that were all, if Moonlight Moria had abandoned revenge and the dream of ruling the sea as the Pirate King, Luo Yin would not have said these words today. But the truth was, even though his spirit had been crushed, and he couldn't even overcome his fear of Kaido, he still clung to such unrealistic dreams, and even voiced them in front of Luo Yin. Wasn't that the height of stupidity? Stupidity aside, what really annoyed Luo Yin was that Moonlight Moria, after being defeated, kept screaming about being a warlord of the sea and the Pirate King, making him uncomfortable. A loser who clung to past achievements, lacked the courage to start over, yet spoke arrogantly. That infuriated Luo Yin. So I've said all I wanted to say. I'm taking Perona. As for you, my blade does not slay soulless ghosts. Luo Yin said indifferently, then shouldered his blade and walked away slowly. As he left, he murmured to himself, a man without spirit. What's the difference between him and a dead soul? Luo Yin had perfectly executed his grand speech. However, much of what he said was just for show. If he were in his previous life, he would have simply said, if you have no spirit, just slack off. But on this sea fraught with danger, yet brimming with opportunity, he did not want to face this new life with a slacker's attitude. The terrifying triangular-sailed ship. Moonlight Moria, the island's ruler, had been defeated. The power of his devil fruit nullified. Countless shadows drifted across the sky, returning to their rightful owners. Cheers thundered across the eerie island. This must be the place, Luo Yin murmured, lingering on the island even after defeating Moonlight Moria. He entered Moria's storeroom, filled with provisions, and used his system space to load half its contents. Next, he proceeded to the treasure vault, where golden hoards gleamed. He claimed every last coin and gem, sealing them into his system space. Only then did he saunter back to the ship. Luo Yin, why so late? What happened ashore? Why is it so noisy? Nami, you're asking just as I arrive, Luo Yin replied. Well, here's how it went. He recounted the island's events to the women aboard. So that's what happened. That Moonlight Moria truly is despicable. Luo Yin, perhaps you ought to explain. Just who is this woman? Nami shifted her gaze pointedly toward Perona and Luo Yin. She's officially joining our crew. Luo Yin gestured casually toward Perona, bound to the ship's eerie mast. You idiot. Stop dragging bizarre strangers aboard. She's been shrieking nonstop since we arrived. Clearly no one to trust. And do you have any idea how much this ship costs to run? Every single berry counts. Adding another mouth means another set of expenses. We simply can't afford it. Nami fumed. That reckless fool. Every time he sees a woman, he wants her aboard. Calling her a comrade is just a pretense. We all know his true intentions. From the moment each of us boarded, he's never missed a chance. Not one. This isn't a crew. It's a harem. What's the big deal, eh? Besides, if I recall correctly, didn't we acquire a fortune in gold on Skypiea? That haul alone must be worth over 100 billion berries. Even after spending some, we should still hold at least several tens of billions. Hardly a funding crisis. Luo Yin said, eyes darting evasively. Dong. A fierce punch landed. You dare speak of it? We brought back nearly 100 billion berries from Skypiea, and now only 80 remain. 20 billion vanished in mere days. Do you grasp what that rate implies? It means your recklessness will drain every last berry, leaving us to starve. Nami scolded him, exasperated beyond measure. Luo Yin was infuriating, indifferent to daily affairs, yet shamelessly indulgent in recruitment, and now profligate beyond reason. 20 billion berries, gone in an instant. Her heart bled at the thought. Well, I'd planned to stash some away secretly, but given our tight budget, I suppose I'll reluctantly contribute these funds. To soothe Nami, Luo Yin produced both high. Luo Yin gently tugged Nami's arm. TCH, don't think money can buy my favor. And stop acting like a spoiled child. You're a grown man. Do you imagine yourself some precious treasure begging so shamelessly? Nami scoffed, though her words belied her actions. In a flash, she snatched the entire pouch and whisked it into her cabin. Humph, so Nami has been pacified by the captain. Now, Captain, how shall you soothe us? After all, the captain has gone too far. The crew wasn't enough for his mischief. He's now reaching for women beyond the ship. Robin closed her book, gazing at Luo Yin with quiet amusement. Oh, so the captain refuses to offer us an explanation. Luo Yin stammered awkwardly. Robin, you're a mature elder sister. You wouldn't make things difficult for me, would you? True, the crew included many women, but could he be blamed? Each possessed extraordinary charm. To test a leader's resolve with such allure, what man could withstand it? He'd merely committed the universal transgression of men everywhere. Setting aside facts, surely he deserved forgiveness. The captain seems unwilling to grant us satisfaction. Robin teased, eyes glinting with playful mischief, clearly savoring the spectacle. Hey, Robin, must you be so devious? Things everyone quietly ignored are now laid bare. How am I supposed to face anyone? Luo Yin groaned inwardly. Before, appeasing Nami with coin sufficed. The others rarely cared about such matters. Now, however, Robin had exposed everything publicly. If he neglected the rest, it would appear he favored Nami alone. Yet if he tried to placate them all, he had no idea where to begin. Gazing at the women's increasingly stern expressions, Luo Yin winced. Then, an absurd scene unfolded aboard the ship. Robin-chan, you're the most mature, the kindest. I'm just a baby of 200 months. You wouldn't torment me, would you? He clung tightly to Robin, burying his face against her chest in exaggerated supplication, until her cheeks flushed crimson and she yielded. Satisfied, he moved on. Kaya, you know me. My love for you has never wavered. His voice dripped with devotion. Kaya, the purest among them, blushed furiously, utterly undone by his earnest gaze. Come and I crave cherry dango. Arabasta, your skin feels rough. Your smoothing fruit hasn't taken full effect. Let me refine it further. Valentine, no giggling. Report to my cabin later. Finger twins, you too. That explosive hairstyle doesn't suit you. I'll give you a proper cut. Frostmoon sisters, you've grown distant. Your sisterly bond needs rekindling. I'll help deepen your connection. Koni's Loki. And so it continued, until every woman's grievance dissolved into sighs and smiles. After nearly 2 weeks at sea, the crew finally reached the final gateway to the Grand Line, the Sabaody Archipelago. Their arrival drew curious glances. Few pirate crews boasted such an assembly of beauty. Yet Sabaody served as the customary stop before Fishman Island and the New World, where pirates replenished supplies and coated their hulls. Here pirates were commonplace and tolerated. Though Luo Yan's crew was eccentric, they encountered no trouble. Upon landing, they split into teams. Nami. Moreover, Bonnie stood among the rare female pirate captains, radiant, captivating. Luo Yan's interest was purely academic fascination with a singular phenomenon, not a trace of ulterior motive. The Sabaody Archipelago rose from colossal red mangroves, each tree forming the foundation of its own island, uniquely numbered. With 79 trees, there were 79 islands, designated Zones 1 through 79. Zones 1 to 29 housed illicit markets, slave auctions, black market trades, and forbidden commerce. The defining feature of the Sabaody Archipelago lies in the unique natural resin secreted by the aerial roots of the Arlong red trees, a byproduct of their respiratory process. This resin swells with air, forming iridescent bubbles that gently ascend into the sky. These bubbles thrive only within the climatic range of the Arlong red trees. Once they drift beyond the archipelago's atmospheric boundaries, the resin's delicate composition destabilizes, causing them to burst violently. Bubble-powered carriages, bubble-bound Ferris wheels, dwellings suspended within translucent orbs. Bubble culture permeates every corner of Sabaody Island. Luo Yin stood in Recreation Zone 31, the very location where the legendary supernova and bewitching pirate Captain Jewelry Bonnie first appeared in lore. Most other supernovas also gathered here. For 500 belly, Luo Yin rented a bubble carriage. Seated inside its buoyant sphere, he drifted effortlessly through the air like a cyclist gliding on wind, savoring delectable treats while scanning the surroundings, searching for intrigue or perhaps someone specific. Soon he spotted a figure of particular interest: Trafalgar Law, captain of the Heart Pirates, and one of the most intimately entwined allies of Monkey D. Luffy, whose own fiery temperament would later temper Law's aloof pride into spirited rivalry. At this stage, Law bore a bounty of 200 million. His appearance matched legend precisely: a leopard print cap atop his head, a long saber slung across his shoulders, his demeanor cool, commanding, and effortlessly charismatic. Yet what drew the most attention was his chrome. Such questions, however, remained fleeting musings, never burdensome preoccupations. After all, titles were mere echoes. True power resonated in action. Strength alone ensured survival and sovereignty upon the Grand Line, titles notwithstanding. And his crew women, they stood under his unwavering protection. Luo Yan's overwhelming might and unprecedented bounty placed him unchallenged at the apex of the era of the worst. His arrival had drawn countless watchful eyes, yet none dared strike openly. Sabaody teamed with marines and world government agents. More crucially, it housed the celestial dragons, whose slightest displeasure could summon the absolute authority of an admiral, reducing even the most feared supernovas or dreadnoughts to abject submission. Thus, though rivalry simmered, glances sharpened, tempers frayed, no large-scale clashes had erupted among the supernovas yet. Luo Yin strode forward, passing countless supernovae, but men held no fascination for him. He entered a restaurant with its doors wide open, drawn by the figure he had spotted from outside Jewelry Bonnie. Her pink hair cascaded beneath a vibrant green hat, her trousers bloomed with bold kaleidoscopic flowers. At that moment, she sat at a table devouring meat with unrestrained gusto, clearing entire platters in swift succession. Behind her stood a group of middle-aged men, her crew, and also the elders who had watched her grow up since childhood. Jewelry Bonnie, Rex D, Luo Yin, the Yinma, with a bounty of 1.08 billion, hailed as the strongest supernova, an emblem of the era of ultimate wickedness. He has defeated warlords of the sea such as Crocodile and Gecko Moria. His former crew even clashed with multiple marine rear admirals, and emerged unscathed. What brings you here? Before Luo Yin could speak, a burly, grizzled man, his face thick with black stubble, stepped squarely between him and Bonnie, erecting an impassable barrier. The rest of Bonnie's crew fixed Luo Yin with wary, watchful eyes. Their caution was not unfounded. Luo Yin's bounty and infamous reputation weighed heavily upon them. Had any other supernova approached, they would not have reacted so guardedly. "I've come to invite you to join my pirate crew," Luo Yin declared bluntly, his signature line spoken countless times before. Though the thought had crossed his mind, he knew Bonnie would almost certainly refuse. Uttering it served merely as a conversational overture. "You're that perverted demon Rex D, Luo Yin, the vilest rogue who roams the seas abducting beautiful girls onto his ship." Bonnie glared fiercely at him, now fully apprised of his identity. Not perverted demon, but flame demon," Luo Yin corrected gently. "Tell me, do you truly scour the world inviting lovely young women aboard?" Bonnie demanded, eyes locked on his. "Yes," he replied without hesitation. There was no point denying it. His own crew bore testament to that truth. After all, he was a billion bounty pirate. It was only natural that fellow supernovas knew something of his crew. "Then do you harbor ill intent toward them?" Bonnie pressed. "Not at all. I invite them solely to become comrades, to sail the world alongside me in shared adventure." Luo Yin spoke with unruffled composure. In truth, that was his chief aim, to gather kindred spirits for voyages across the vast blue. As for whatever unfolded along the way, well, mutual consent rendered it no transgression. Surely not. Or perhaps yes. "You lie?" Rumors spread far and wide. "You're a seducer who manipulates girls' affections, lures them aboard, then forces them into acts against their will. You treat them abominably, starving them thrice daily, beating and berating them without cause, compelling them to plunder riches for your own indulgence. You're despicable, especially to women. I'd never set foot on your ship." "Rumors, mere slander. Who dares fabricate such filth about me? If I ever learn his name, I'll rip out his tongue," Luo Yin retorted, voice bristling with indignation. He had hoped to make a favorable impression on this radiant girl, only to discover he was already reviled in her eyes. First impressions mattered deeply, especially to a woman, and hers of him. A monstrous villain, cruel, depraved, irredeemable toward women. Under such circumstances, even friendship seemed impossible, let alone recruitment. These are falsehoods. We're pirates. Marines thrive on smearing us with lies. Don't you know their hypocrisy well enough? Is it true? Have you truly committed none of those atrocities?" Bonnie asked, skepticism etched across her brow. "Absolutely not. Frankly speaking, few in this world treat women with greater tenderness than I, especially my crewmates. I cherish them dearly. How could I commit such heinous acts? TCH, you're insufferably vain, claiming to be the kindest man alive. I don't believe it." Disbelief changes nothing, but time will prove me right." Luo Yin waved dismissively. "Time reveals all. Then, will you accept my offer and join my crew?" "No. I'd rather captain my own ship than serve aboard yours." "Very well. Should you ever reconsider, or face hardship, my ship remains open to you always." "Never. Even later, I'll still command my own vessel." Who knows what the future holds? For now, at least, we're friends, aren't we?" "You're amusing. Friendship isn't out of the question. But mark this, don't scheme against me. Yes, I'm beautiful, and yes, I eat heartily, but that's no justification for foul intent. While beauty is a virtue, but voracious appetite, hardly complimentary. I couldn't care less. Nothing, not hunger, not fate, can stop me from eating. Haven't you heard? Appetite is fortune. Elders say a woman who eats well never lacks luck." She declared it with unmistakable pride, as if feasting were her crowning virtue. "Since you relish food, so feast freely here. All shall be on my tap," Luo Yin declared magnanimously. Truly, her eyes lit up. Suddenly, every prior word paled beside this promise. His standing in her estimation soared instantly. "Of course," Luo Yin smiled warmly. All right. Since you mean it, I accept you as my friend. From this moment on, you are my very best friend. Ha ha ha, what an honor indeed. Today truly is a joyous day, or I've just befriended another pirate crew. Bonnie declared with a grand sweep of her arm. Luo Yin sat down beside her, seized a slab of meat, and took a hearty bite before asking, you said another. Does that mean you already have other pirate friends? Bonnie tilted her head in mild confusion. Of course. Though most pirates are rivals, the Grand Line is vast, and somewhere out there surely lies a crew whose spirit resonates with ours. I once met the Straw Hat Pirates. A splendid bunch, hopelessly lost, hopelessly smitten, utterly absurd, yet endlessly entertaining to be around. He grinned. The Straw Hat Pirates. Yes, I've heard of them. One of the supernovas, no less. Bonnie mused thoughtfully, then added, today truly delights me. I've never before befriended pirates from another crew. Every pirate I'd encountered earlier sought only to seize our treasure and provisions, so I tossed them all into the sea to feed the fish. You, however, far more intriguing than any of them. Luo Yan's chewing paused mid-bite. Beneath her innocent, affable demeanor, Bonnie spoke of feeding people to sharks with disarming ease. Then again, wasn't that precisely how she saw piracy in canon? Unfettered freedom, unrestrained action, no moral calculus, no hesitation. Thus they chatted and feasted, and soon towering stacks of empty plates gathered at their sides. Then simultaneously Luo Yin and Bonnie finished the last morsel in their hands, and reached for the same piece of meat, fingers brushing. Please take it. Luo Yin withdrew his hand instantly. After all, vying with a woman over food was beneath him. He, Luo Yin, would never stoop so low. Do you look down on me? Bonnie snatched the meat and devoured it in one bite, then frowned at him. What do you mean? Luo Yin arched an eyebrow, puzzled. Delicious food isn't meant to be yielded, it's meant to be claimed. Only when seized, snatched from another's grasp, does it taste truly sublime. Bonnie retorted indignantly, as if he'd violated some sacred unspoken law of the sea. Is that so? Luo Yin stroked his chin. Could it be some unwritten code among pirate crews? Seems I'm still rather green at this whole piracy business. Indeed it is. Bonnie declared, snatching another piece, just as Luo Yin had grasped it, and gulping it down. Hey, what are you doing? Luo Yin glared at her, exasperated. Was snatching food straight from someone's hand even legal? What distinguished this from Luffy himself? I told you, stealing food from others tastes better than usual, and stealing from a friend. That's the finest flavor of all, especially from you. Bonnie snatched yet another piece he'd aimed for, stuffing it into her mouth as she spoke. So my greatest virtue as your friend is simply serving as your personal snack buffet. Isn't that exactly what friendship means, to delight in giving? If stealing from you makes the meat taste better, shouldn't you let me steal it? Bonnie blinked, all wide-eyed innocence. Spotting Luo Yin reaching for another piece, she cried, Wait. I haven't stolen it yet. Without hesitation, she snatched the slab he'd already bitten into, and popped it straight into her lips. You. Luo Yan's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Could one truly behave like this with a friend met less than an hour ago? What exactly separates her from Luffy? You're practically Luffy's female counterpart, Luo Yin silently grumbled. But now wary, he seized another slab, shoved it into his mouth, and swallowed it whole in one swift motion. Fortunately, his formidable cultivation granted him extraordinary swallowing power and throat resilience. Otherwise, such haste might well have choked him. TCH, so what if I stole a few pieces? Why the panic? Can't you just eat slowly? Won't you choke? Bonnie shot him a disdainful glance, feigning concern. If I ate slowly, it'd vanish from my hand before ever reaching my mouth. Don't think I don't know your scheme. You yourself said stealing from others' hands yields the finest flavor. Why would I let you steal mine? Luo Yin rolled his eyes back at her. Oh, so you've caught on. Bonnie gasped, astonished. He'd seen through her intent. Seriously, that ploy's so transparent even a child could spot it. Luo Yin blurted out loud and clear. Did she truly take him for a fool? Such a simple ruse. Anyone with half a brain could see it. Fine, since you've pierced my intent, could you please eat slower so I may steal from your hand? Wah. Are you switching from stealth to outright audacity now? You. Luo Yan's jaw dropped comically, shark-like. In matters of food, she surpassed even Luffy. To wield theft with such guileless charm. Unprecedented. All he could think was what truly sets her apart from Luffy. Won't work. Bonnie peered at him, bewildered. Of course not. If you devour everything what's left for me. Luo Yin rolled his eyes again. How many times today? I told you, stealing from friends tastes best. You steal from me, I steal from you. Simple reciprocity. Honestly, can't you grasp even that? You're such a gah. Bonnie fixed him with the patient, condescending gaze of a tutor correcting a particularly dense pupil. Remember, you said it was allowed. Don't cry if you lose. Luo Yin wasted no time. He seized the meat from Bonnie's hand and devoured it whole, leaving only the bone. Hey, there's plenty of meat on the table. Why steal mine? You rotten scoundrel. You're clearly no gentleman. Bonnie's expression twisted into a furious shark grin. Didn't you say stealing was permitted? What's with this reaction? Luo Yan stared dumbfounded. Just because I say you may steal doesn't mean you should. Don't you know girls always speak in contradictions? And that was my favorite cut. Bonnie snatched the meat back from Luo Yan's hand and glared livid. Watching her fierce possessive scowl, Luo Yan's heart fluttered. Complex, conflicted, utterly disarmed. Hypocrisy incarnate. Pure, unadulterated, breathtaking hypocrisy. And yet, adorably, irresistibly charming. Very well, Bonnie's fiercely protective, endearingly possessive manner had utterly charmed him. And so the scene unfolded anew. Luo Yan reached for meat on the platter. Bonnie snatched it from his grip. He bit hastily. She snatched it mid-chew. In mock outrage, he seized back the piece she'd already bitten. He savored little, but reveled wholly in the game. After all, who could resist sharing a meal with a radiant, spirited girl who guarded her food like a dragon hoarding gold? The meat was plentiful, but a girl like Bonnie, fiercely tender, playfully territorial, was utterly unique. Luo Yan could only sigh deeply. Content, truly delicious. Their eating manners are terrifying. Look at their bodies. Where does all that food even go? Luo Yan and Bonnie's voracious feasting left onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Oh, one by one they paused mid-bite and turned to stare. Bring me more food, now. Bonnie, having eaten for hours, still demanded more. Her ravenous appetite unsettled the patrons. Yet for this restaurant, such a guest was precisely what they welcomed. After all, the more guests consumed, the greater the profits. And such customers were always accepted without hesitation. A vulgar woman. She turns my stomach. Silence her. Seal her mouth. At that moment, Capone Beej, one of the supernovas, dined at the same establishment. With fork in left hand and knife in right, he meticulously sliced his steak into delicate morsels before savoring each bite, then dabbed his lips with immaculate grace. Compared to Bonnie's unrestrained gluttony, Beej, though a man, embodied refined elegance. In the original narrative, he appeared benevolent toward his subordinates. Yet here he pierced his underling's eye with a dining fork after only 2 words. Indeed, appearances deceive. Beneath his gangster's veneer lay no virtue, only ruthless authority. Witnessing Beej's act, Luo Yan murmured inwardly, "Where is my food? Hurry, fetch it for me this instant." Bonnie, noticing the meat and pizza nearly depleted, yet no new dishes arriving, impulsively kicked aside nearby plates, shattering them. A shard of glass grazed Luo Yan's cheek. "If this scars me, how am I supposed to live?" Luo Yan complained to Bonnie. "TCH, nothing happened. Besides, as a woman, I couldn't care less. But you, a grown man, face unblemished and smooth as silk like some pampered pretty boy. Where's your pirate grit?" Bonnie scoffed, eyes laced with disdain. "Must pirates bear scars? Scars merely betray weakness. Those who can't preserve even their own visage deserve no title of pirate. Pathetic fools, go home and cling to your mother's aprons." Luo Yan retorted, unfazed. "Huh, well said. Hey, you lot scurrying around with battle scars. Why not just return home to mom? No need to play pirate." She shouted towards several scarred pirates at adjacent tables. What do you mean? Chief, don't act rashly. We're outmatched." The scarred pirates bristled with fury, ready to draw swords. Yet their subordinates restrained them. For pirates' hierarchy was absolute. Mere low-tier crews stood no chance against Bonnie's supernova crew, bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Such bounties were rare, even in the Grand Line. Most pirates there carried bounties in the tens of millions. Only New World pirates routinely bore bounties surpassing 100 million, their strength formidable. "Pizza, I demand pizza. Bring it now," Bonnie bellowed again. "That woman, first meat." Bonnie remained oblivious. Yet Luo Yan cast a sidelong glance at Beej. Instantly, an overwhelming bestial conqueror's haki erupted from his body, a palpable force surging toward Beej like a primordial predator's gaze. In that instant, Beej felt pinned beneath the stare of a savage beast. Cold sweat drenched his brow, his limbs locked in icy dread, and his spirit buckled under crushing pressure, as if his very soul might splinter. His pistol clattered helplessly to the floor. "Not bad, you endured it." Luo Yan regarded Beej with mild surprise. Though he'd unleashed only a fraction of his conqueror's haki, and for but a fleeting moment, Beej, still a mere 100 million berry bounty hunter with no known armament or observation haki, had somehow withstood it. A noteworthy figure indeed, truly worthy of the title patriarch. Yet while Beej remained conscious, his subordinates fared far worse. Luo Yan's haki had enveloped them all. Striking instantly, they collapsed unconscious, eyes rolled back in terror. What manner of power is this, so terrifying? Beej wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Luo Yan. Meanwhile, every other patron stared in stunned awe. None had seen Luo Yan move. With a single glance, adversaries had crumpled inexplicably. Such power defied all precedent. Luo Yan met their bewildered stares with silence. Haki remained obscure beyond the New World. These supernovas, though mighty, had yet to awaken it. He alone possessed it here, much as Luffy and his crew only encountered haki upon nearing the New World in the original chronicle. "Hey, you're quite capable. What technique did you just use? It feels astonishing." Bonnie for once ceased eating and turned to Luo Yan. The entire room leaned and ears pricked. Beach himself dared not move. To him, haki was an enigma. Conqueror's haki capable of slaying without touch was utterly alien. Until its nature was understood, he would not risk action. Especially not against Luo Yin, whose 100 million berry bounty dwarfed his own. He'd acted earlier assuming Luo Yin wouldn't intervene. After all, Bonnie and Luo Yin seemed barely acquainted. He'd misjudged badly. Ah, that power. It's called haki. Quite extraordinary, isn't it? Luo Yin smiled faintly at Bonnie and spoke plainly. He saw no reason to conceal that haki awakened naturally upon reaching sufficient strength. No secret, no mystery. Those unready could never grasp it regardless of desire. Haki. I feel like I've heard that somewhere. Bonnie murmured upon hearing Luo Yan's words. Luo Yan glanced at her with slight surprise. Then he thought to himself, as the daughter of the former warlord of the sea tyrant Xiong, though she was young, when with Xiong, it's not surprising she's heard of haki. Can you tell me what exactly this haki is? Bonnie looked at Luo Yan with interest. Of course. Luo Yan nodded affirmatively, then began to explain to Bonnie. Haki is divided into 3 types: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. Armament haki and observation haki are innate abilities that everyone in this world possesses. This power is latent within every person's body, and when one reaches a certain level, it will awaken. As for conqueror's haki, it is a kind of talent, and also a recognition of one's imposing will. Those who can awaken this power are all exceptional individuals, 1 in a million. Those who possess this power are considered to have the qualities of a king. Oh, is that so? It sounds amazing. Bonnie's eyes sparkled. As a pirate, she was particularly interested in any mysterious power that could enhance her strength. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, her father Xiong also possessed this power, which made her even more curious. Bonnie quickly asked, then how can one awaken this power? What are the differences between these 3 types of haki? After asking, Bonnie sat quietly like a good student waiting for Luo Yan's answer. Well, since you asked, let me briefly explain. First, armament haki. Simply put, it adds an invisible defense to the body. Upon awakening armament haki, one can achieve armament hardening. Those with weaker armament haki can harden parts of their body, making those parts extremely tough and resistant to swords and blades. Masters of armament haki can harden their entire body without any gaps, providing such formidable defense that unless the enemy has stronger armament haki, it's difficult to break through. Most importantly, you should know that among devil fruits, there is a type considered particularly powerful, Logia-type fruits. After elementalization, ordinary people cannot even touch them. However, there is a power that can effectively strike them. That is armament haki. When armament haki is applied to the body or weapons, it can directly harm Logia users who have elementalized, and it is also F. Luo Yin was exasperated by Bonnie's foolishness. He quickly grabbed her face, gently pried open her mouth, and carefully examined her teeth for any damage. Fortunately, you have a strong physique and your teeth are sturdy. There's no damage. It's just that your teeth suffered a sudden heavy impact, so they hurt a lot. It will be fine in a while. After checking, Luo Yin let go of Bonnie and said, who knew it would turn out like this? And you bastard, you actually put your hand in my mouth. Tui. That's disgusting. Bonnie glared at Luo Yin while spitting repeatedly. TCH, just now you didn't think it was disgusting when you ate the same piece of meat as me, but now it's disgusting. What a weirdo. Luo Yin looked like he deserved a punch. UBA? How is that the same? Your hand isn't meat. Bonnie glared at him indignantly. Alright, look, the meat is here. Just eat your meat. Luo Yin pointed to the meat the waiter had just brought, looking at Bonnie helplessly. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of meat and brought it to Bonnie's mouth. Bonnie unceremoniously swallowed it whole, her cheeks bulging as she chewed, looking blissful. What are these 2 idiots doing? Weren't we talking about haki? How did it turn into this? At this moment, Kapeng Beiji, standing not far away, watched the scene between Luo Yin and Bonnie and felt an inexplicable rage in his heart. He felt that the steaks he had just eaten were not as filling as the sight of these 2. He was stuffed by the mysterious sustenance produced by their intimate interaction. At the same time, he was itching with curiosity, having just listened to Luo Yan's explanation of armament haki. He still wanted to hear about conqueror's haki and observation haki, hoping to try awakening this power afterward. But damn it, Luo Yan had stopped explaining just for that annoying woman. Who could he complain to? Kapeng Beiji hated people who only said half of what they had to say. Hey, where did you stop? I still want to hear. Bonnie, now satisfied after eating, suddenly remembered the haki topic and asked Luo Yan. Hearing Bonnie's question, Kapeng Beiji's uncomfortable heart eased. He knew that this annoying woman's question would definitely be answered by that bastard who had only had eyes for her since he arrived. On next is observation haki. Observation haki is different from conqueror's haki. Those who have just awakened basic observation haki can sense changes in their surroundings and detect the enemy's location. When facing an opponent, they can predict their movements through their aura, thus gaining an advantage and striking first. It is said that mastering observation haki to a high level allows one to foresee the future. Additionally, observation haki has some special abilities that only a few can awaken, such as the voice of all things. With this ability, one can communicate with The people around were astonished by Luo Yan's words. Finally, conqueror's haki. I won't say much about it because many people cannot awaken it. And the power I just used is exactly this. I believe that person over there knows it well, Luo Yan said, glancing at Kaiping Beiji. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Luo Yan spent most of his days with Bonnie. Each evening he reunited with the women at their inn. Having long been confined aboard ship at sea, the women went wild with revelry across the Sabeti archipelago, spending nearly every waking hour there, returning to the inn only at night. As for why Luo Yan lingered so long, the primary reason was that his vessel was still undergoing coating, a massive undertaking especially given that his ship dwarfed ordinary vessels. Securing a skilled coater thus demanded considerable time. Yet Luo Yan felt no impatience. The coating was paramount. A flawed application would rupture upon submersion, sending the ship plummeting into the abyssal depths. At this moment, Luo Yan stood with Bonnie in the lawless zone. As pirates, their ethos clashed sharply with mainstream society. Beyond feasting and merrymaking, they spent most of their time here. The lawless zone offered unparalleled freedom. It's finished, Bonnie replied while chewing on a slab of meat. Barring unforeseen delays, we'll set sail for the new world tomorrow at the latest. I see. Then our time together grows short indeed. Luo Yan sighed wistfully. Has your ship's coating not yet been completed? Bonnie turned her gaze curious. It should be done tomorrow. Most likely we'll depart the day after. Is that so? Then our departures are nearly synchronized. If you beg me, I suppose I could reluctantly wait 1 extra day. Perhaps we might even sail together. Bonnie smiled playfully. Better not. Though I truly enjoy sailing with you, we command separate crews. Your adventures await you, mine await me. Should I undertake perilous ventures, you'd risk being drawn into the chaos. Far from ideal. Luo Yan laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Though deeply drawn to Bonnie, his vision of companionship did not entail joint fleet operations. Too cumbersome, too vulnerable. Coordination would falter under pressure. Facing formidable foes, sluggish maneuverability and poor synergy could prove fatal. What he truly desired was for Bonnie to join his crew, but that remained impossible for now, however plausible it might become in time. Yet according to canonical accounts and corroborated intelligence, the New World was no sanctuary. It had already been carved up entirely among the 4 emperors. To carve out a foothold there offered but 3 grim paths: challenge an emperor head-on and usurp their throne, as submit as a vassal obeying orders without question, or eke out existence in the treacherous interstices between their domains, though such neutrality almost guaranteed simultaneous assault from all 4 factions. Thus most supernovas who entered the New World either swore fealty to, I thought you cherished my company, yet this is all you offer. Do you truly dislike sharing this journey with me? Bonnie asked, her expression tinged with displeasure. She'd extended a generous proposal, only to have it brushed aside, leaving her distinctly unsettled. Here's an alternative. Before reaching the New World, one must first pass through Fishman Island. Since your departure is imminent tomorrow, you may proceed ahead. I'll follow shortly and rendezvous with you there. Should misfortune befall me, and I fail to arrive, press onward without delay. I'll seek you out once I reach the New World myself. We could forge a pirate alliance, greatly easing our resistance against the 4 emperors. Luo Yan proposed this with a warm smile. He'd reflected deeply. Though his current strength was formidable, it still fell short of an emperor's. An alliance with Bonnie presented a compelling strategic advantage. Moreover, if memory served, Bonnie would soon face Blackbeard's ambush upon entering the New World, a fate Luo Yan refused to permit. Thus Luo Yan resolved to ally with Bonnie, not immediately en route to Fishman Island, however. That island lay 10,000 meters beneath the sea, where violent, unpredictable currents churned. Sailing 2 vessels side by side through such depths would be reckless. Beyond Fishman Island, ascending toward the New World required riding specific oceanic currents. Yet neither captain could guarantee their ships would converge upon identical streams. Rendezvousing directly in the New World proved far more pragmatic. Deviation in current trajectories might scatter them across vast distances. Furthermore, Luo Yan harbored another intention prior to departure: the Summit War. This cataclysmic conflict would reshape the global balance of power, and he intended to participate. His arrival in the New World might therefore be delayed, making Bonnie's idle waiting an unwarranted waste of time. Better she sail ahead unburdened. Agreed. Let's meet again in the New World. Bonnie clenched her fist and thrust it before Luo Yan's eyes. It's settled. Luo Yan countered, tapping his knuckles against hers. With that, the pirate alliance was forged, awaiting only Luo Yan's eventual arrival in the New World. Make way, make way. As Bonnie and Luo Yan strolled down the street, pedestrians abruptly froze, then dropped to their knees in unison. A haughty, imperious voice pierced the air. Luo Yan glanced ahead, and there, ambling down the thoroughfare atop a laboring slave, rode a celestial dragon. So this is a celestial dragon, still sniffling like a toddler swaddled in that bloated spacesuit-like garb. Utterly grotesque. A doltish child dressed as royalty. No wonder they're dubbed the idiot swine. Cold disdain hardened in Luo Yan's gaze. As a transmigrator, he bore no reverence for these so-called gods. Unlike natives steeped in inherited awe, their tyranny curdled his blood. Yet he knew better than to charge forward recklessly. Power dynamics dictated prudence. Though formidable, he still lagged behind an admiral's might. Alone he might defy them without consequence, but not now. Provoking the celestial dragons would summon the marines, most likely Admiral Yellow Monkey. Though Luo Yin could hold his own against him, escape would be impossible without extraordinary artifacts, or the aid of Bartholomew Kuma. Worse still, collateral harm would inevitably befall the women under his protection. He chose retreat instead. Swiftly guiding Bonnie into a nearby shop, he closed the door softly, refusing to kneel like the cowering masses outside. "What are you doing?" Bonnie asked, looking at Luo Yin with confusion as he forcefully pulled her into the room. "Didn't you see the celestial dragons outside?" Luo Yin replied, "I saw them. That's precisely why I find your actions strange. We barged in here so openly and arrogantly. Aren't you afraid the celestial dragons will spot us and cause trouble?" Bonnie spoke of the celestial dragons with fear evident on her face. "Are you suggesting we kneel before those swine?" Luo Yin retorted. "Of course not. Wait, what did you call the celestial dragons?" Bonnie was about to answer, then suddenly registered Luo Yan's epithet for the celestial dragons, staring at him in disbelief. "Swine? Did I say something wrong? A bunch of creatures that only consume without producing, like vampires sucking the world dry and fattening themselves like pigs. If they aren't swine, what are they, eh?" Luo Yin said with a hint of anger. "Well, I actually detest them too, but don't say such things outside or you'll land yourself in serious trouble." Bonnie acknowledged Luo Yan's words, then warned him. Everything Luo Yan said was absolutely correct. The celestial dragons truly were like a herd of swine. Yet in this world countless people cursed them in their hearts, but who dared to voice it? To speak out meant certain death. "Alright, I think that celestial dragon just now didn't notice us. Let's stay in this house until they leave, then we can go out," Luo Yan said to Bonnie. "Fine. I hope they didn't spot us," Bonnie replied. "Do you really think those swine possess observation haki and can see us through the walls?" Luo Yan chuckled and joked. Bonnie laughed as well. Even she didn't believe those pampered celestial dragons would bother to train. At the very least, the one outside, a drooling, giant baby-like imbecile, didn't seem like a strong individual. Bonnie and Luo Yin stayed in the room while Luo Yin used his observation haki to sense the outside. On the street, as the celestial dragon passed, everyone prostrated themselves in fear, kneeling before them. The celestial dragon kicked the slaves beneath him while chattering incomprehensibly. But just when everyone thought he would pass safely without incident, something unexpected happened. Behind the celestial dragon, a severely injured person was being carried on a stretcher by several doctors. The doctors saw the celestial dragon, but in their urgency to save the patient, they harbored the faint hope that the celestial dragon wouldn't turn around, hoping to quickly cross the street to the other side. However, their hope was in vain. The drooling celestial dragon Charlos Saint heard the commotion behind him and turned his head. The atmosphere instantly froze. Charlos, with the slurred speech of a simpleton, shouted, "Stop, you filthy commoners. How dare you not kneel before me? Still not dead." Charlos noticed the man was still alive and drew his pistol to finish him off. "Sir, please have mercy." The doctors fell to their knees begging for the patient's life. Among the doctors was a sweet-faced, pitifully charming nurse. Her delicate appearance caught Charlos's attention. "Oh, I never thought such a beautiful woman could exist among the commoners. I've decided you'll be my wife from now on." As Charlos finished speaking, the CP agent guarding him respectfully replied, "Yes, I'll arrange for her to be sent to the Holy Land immediately." "Right, and I'm tired of wives number 1 through 5. Let them return to being commoners," Charlos added. "Yes," the agent nodded deferentially. Meanwhile, as everything was decided, Charlos staggered over to the nurse and reached out to touch her. Just as his hand was about to graze her cheek, a powerful surge of mental energy swept over him. Unable to withstand it, Charlos rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed backward unconscious. With his fall, the drool that had been held back by his control now flowed freely into his mouth. The CP agents guarding him also succumbed to the overwhelming conqueror's haki and fainted. The people, seeing the celestial dragon unconscious, initially froze, then chaos erupted as everyone fled the scene. Yes, Charlos's collapse was Luo Yan's doing. Luo Yan could tolerate a celestial dragon killing a man in front of him, but the one thing he could not bear was seeing a beautiful young woman being humiliated, even if she didn't belong to him. That was his bottom line. And this celestial dragon had crossed it. The thought of a vibrant young woman full of infinite possibilities being even if a Marine admiral came, they wouldn't know it was him. Moreover, in this scenario, the most likely admiral to appear would be Kizaru, which made things easier. Kizaru was known for his lackadaisical attitude. As long as he wasn't certain that Luo Yan had attacked the celestial dragon, Luo Yan had a high chance of escaping safely. Even if Kizaru suspected him, it would take time to investigate, and that buffer would be enough for Luo Yan to get away. After all, covert action, even if it drew an admiral, was far better than openly striking like Luffy in the original story, which would immediately put a target on his back. At least a covert attack provided some breathing room. It was unlikely that Kizaru would launch a full-scale assault on all supernovas. That seemed unrealistic. Boney, you said your ship's coding was already finished, right? Since it is, quickly gather your crew and head to the new world. Someone just attacked that celestial dragon, and an admiral will likely arrive soon. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Luo Yan, aren't you coming with me? Your ship isn't coded yet. Why not board mine, and we'll leave together? Boney looked at Luo Yan with concern. She suspected he was the one who had knocked out the celestial dragon. Knowing that his ship wasn't ready, she was afraid he wouldn't escape. Don't worry about me. I'm confident I can get away. And besides, I didn't attack the celestial dragon. The admiral won't be focused on me, Luo Yan said with a smile. Are you sure? Boney still looked worried. Of course. Hurry up. Every moment wasted reduces your chances of escape. Don't linger. Luo Yan pressed. Boney nodded, repeatedly hesitated for a moment, then dashed outside. Meanwhile, as Boney left, Luo Yan prepared to depart as well. He activated his advanced observation haki to its fullest, sending a telepathic message to the women on the island, instructing them to gather at the ship immediately and prepare to flee. The women received the message. Though they didn't know what was happening, trusting Luo Yan, they all rushed toward the ship. The Tianlongren incident threw the island into chaos. The entire Xiangbidi archipelago were those with ulterior motives packed up and fled. Meanwhile, Luo Yan and the women arrived at the ship. Everyone is here, let's set sail quickly. The ship hasn't been coded yet, so we won't go to the new world for now. Luo Yan, seeing that all the women were present, shouted loudly to them. Then he handed the eternal pointer he had seized on the way to Nami. Nami, this is an eternal pointer. Follow the direction it indicates. Luo Yan said to Nami. The women, seeing Luo Yan's seriousness, hurriedly accelerated to set sail and sailed swiftly toward the direction indicated by the eternal pointer. Seeing that the ship was finally sailing normally, the women then asked Luo Yan, what happened that made you so nervous? We left without even coding the ship. Nuokigo asked Luo Yan in confusion. Someone on the island attacked the Tianlongren. Soon the Navy Admiral will lead troops here. By then they probably won't spare us pirates. Luo Yan briefly explained. What? Attacking the Tianlongren? Who on earth has such audacity? Robin, who usually remained calm, was full of surprise. She was truly shocked. The others on the ship might not know much about the Tianlongren, but she knew them extremely well. Her hometown O'Hara was annihilated by the Buster Call carried out by the Navy, but she knew that the real order came from the world government. And the actual rulers of the world government are the Tianlongren. Therefore, she hated the Tianlongren to the bone and knew her enemies exceptionally well. That was why she was so shocked. She also understood why Luo Yan was panicked. The Tianlongren. Are they the group that Robin warned us not to provoke when we came ashore? Nami asked curiously. Other than Robin, the others on the ship knew very little about the Tianlongren. Yes, the Tianlongren are the rulers of this world, the highest nobles. The tribute collected from every country each year, known as the Heavenly Tribute, is sent to the Holy Land Mary Geos, and ultimately falls into the hands of the Tianlongren. They are the absolute nobles of this world, unmatched by any other race. Attacking a Tianlongren is the ultimate taboo in this world. Now that someone has attacked a Tianlongren on the island, the Navy Admiral will be dispatched, and I'm afraid another bloody massacre is imminent. Robin explained to the women. What kind of nonsense is this? Just because one person was killed, they dispatched the Navy's highest combat power. The women were astonished. The Navy's highest combat power, that was not something to be mobilized lightly. Yet the death of a Tianlongren could summon the Navy Admiral. Suddenly I feel this world is so ridiculous. Ordinary people struggle at the bottom, while the so-called Tianlongren, if they get a scratch, cause a huge commotion, summon the Admiral, and even drag us into it. It's so infuriating. Shuang Yuexia spoke her mind, expressing her dissatisfaction. There's no help for it. They are the true rulers of this world. That's power, Robin said with a sigh. Luo Yan, where does this pointer point to? Is it safe there? Will the Admiral chase after us? Nami looked at Luo Yan with concern and asked. Where does it point? I don't know either. I grabbed this pointer from a pirate on my way here. Luo Yan spread his hands, indicating he didn't know. What? You don't know where it points, yet you dare to let the ship follow it. If it points to the Navy headquarters, wouldn't we be walking right into the trap? You bastard, you're too irresponsible. Nami, upon hearing Luo Yan's words, became like a cat, with its fur bristling. Don't worry, Nami. I grabbed this pointer from a pirate, and I even asked him. It can't be pointing to the Navy headquarters. At worst, the island it points to has a Navy garrison. Luo Yan said with a smile, giving Nami a reassuring look. Alright, although a Navy garrison on the island is hard to accept, it's still better than pointing to the Navy headquarters, or staying here, and being dealt with by the Admiral. Nami patted her chest in relief. Right. Luo Yan also nodded in agreement. Right, my head. Go steer the ship, you bastard. Nami pushed Luo Yan to the helm, then told Valentine to leave, making Luo Yan steer the ship. As for why Nami was so hot-tempered, based on her understanding of Luo Yan, Nami strongly suspected that he was the bastard who attacked the Tianlongren. But given the urgency of the situation, she couldn't ask him about it yet. She planned to question him after they reached a safe place. A long time later, Luo Yan's ship was already far from the Xiangbidi archipelago. However, Luo Yin was still uneasy after all. The Navy Admiral was no pushover. Luo Yin turned to Nami and said, Nami confirmed the direction and used the ship's acceleration system. Let's speed up and get far away so we won't be caught up and cause trouble. Luo Yin intended to use the ship's acceleration system. This was the first time he planned to use it since the ship was built. As for why he hadn't used it earlier, they hadn't yet distanced themselves from the Xiangbidi archipelago, and Luo Yin was afraid of being seen by sharp-eyed people. If that happened, they might be suspected. After all, even though everyone was fleeing, running so fast would be like protesting one's innocence too much. Moreover, a ship moving too fast would easily attract attention since most pirates' ships were not as advanced as Luo Yan's. If they were noticed by someone with ill intent, their whereabouts could be leaked, causing trouble. Should we use the acceleration system? Alright, follow my orders. First, lower the sails. Nami directed the women to lower the sails, and they complied quickly. Luo Yin adjust the course to the front left. After adjusting, activate the acceleration system. Nami, seeing the sails lowered, said to Luo Yin, Alright. Upon hearing Nami's words, Luo Yin first aligned the ship, then operated the control system. Immediately, the ship's rear acceleration system activated. A large amount of seawater was drawn in through specially designed intake ports at the bottom. The super acceleration system powered by seawater officially started. With a powerful thrust, the sea erupted like a boiling pot, splashing water everywhere. Meanwhile, the entire ship, propelled by the thrust system installed at the stern, sped toward its destination. The speed was nearly 10 times faster than normal sailing. Even a Navy warship at full speed would find it hard to catch up. Excellent. That's it. Charge forward. Luo Yin stood at the bow, steering the ship while enjoying the speed and exhilaration. So fast. Really fast. The women couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. They all knew the ship had an accelerator, but they never expected the first use of the acceleration system to be so powerful. At this speed, even if the Navy were chasing them, they would only be left in their wake. The women finally relaxed, Nami most of all, for she had been the most anxious moments earlier. Though her combat prowess was considerable, traces of her canon-typical timidity lingered, lending her an endearing authenticity. Now we can breathe easy at last. At this speed, marine warships stand no chance of pursuit, and so long as our vessel sails upon seawater, it draws inexhaustible energy to traverse the ocean with unmatched swiftness. Even an admiral could not possibly cross the entire Grand Line to hunt me down. Moreover, the admiral's utmost priority now is surely preparing for the impending summit war. If they fail to capture me now, they'll have scarcely any time left before the war concludes, and thus little opportunity to pursue me further. Luo Yin mused inwardly. He and his companions had escaped unimpeded. No marines intercepted them along the way. Their flight proceeded flawlessly, and arrival at their destination loomed near. Meanwhile, Sabaody Archipelago had descended into utter chaos. Admiral Kizaru, that's a listening din mushy. The one you need is in your other pocket. You've picked up the wrong one. A nearby marine, observing Kizaru's uncharacteristic ineptitude, couldn't help but interject. Never mind. Whoever's calling now surely has nothing urgent to report. With that, Kizaru tucked the black din mushy back into his pocket and ignored the other entirely. Whoa, what a vast island. I'll need to ask someone where my target is. He murmured to himself, then strode toward Hawkins, one of the supernovas frozen motionless nearby by Kizaru's mere presence. Upon seeing the admiral approach, Hawkins immediately drew his cards and performed a divination. Victory 2. Escape 22. Evasion 76. Truly Admiral Kizaru, the Navy's apex warrior. His power inspires sheer despair. Yet my fate is not sealed. Not yet. Having completed his reading, Hawkins stood vigilant, eyes locked on Kizaru as he drew near. Moshi, I am Admiral Kizaru. Do you happen to know who struck against the world nobles? If so, please tell me at once. Kizaru flashed a sly, unsettling grin at Hawkins. But before Hawkins could act, Apu, one of the supernovas passing through the area, spotted Kizaru from afar. Unflinching and reckless, Apu launched an immediate ambush. A razor-sharp sonic wave erupted from his body and cleaved Kizaru cleanly in two. Approaching the severed figure, Apu blinked in disbelief. So this is an admiral, defeated so effortlessly by my surprise attack. Impossible. Today's pirates, truly terrifying. Kizaru's voice suddenly echoed from behind Apu. What? Apu whirled around to find Kizaru standing intact and unharmed just meters away. Truly formidable. A Navy admiral's might is awe-inspiring. But I didn't come here to fight you. Right now, survival demands escape, above all else. Without hesitation, Apu vaulted onto rooftops and leapt away, bounding swiftly into the distance. Hey there, young man. You're a pirate too, aren't you? Tell me who attacked the world nobles, and I'll let you go. Deal. Huh. What nonsense. Admiral Kizaru bargaining with pirates. Preposterous. Hawkins, utterly unconvinced, summoned a colossal strawman puppet from behind him, its massive scythe arcing downward toward Kizaru. How terrifying. Kizaru repeated the phrase, how terrifying, then delivered a single devastating kick that sent Hawkins hurtling through buildings before collapsing dazed and broken onto the pavement. What? Is Hawkins really this weak? From afar Appa glanced back, witnessing Hawkins' violent ejection, and recoiled in terror, accelerating even faster. Ha ha ha. Once I clear this island I'm safe. Young man, where are you off to? Before Appa could blink, Kizaru materialized directly before him, blocking his path. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? Kizaru spoke, and kicked again. Another supernova vanished into the distance. Standing atop the rooftop afterward, Kizaru sighed wearily. Sigh? Who dared strike the world nobles, and still remains undiscovered? Truly unnerving. Moshi 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 moshi. His den mushi rang once more. Moshi moshi, I am Admiral Kizaru. Respond if you hear me. This time he'd selected the correct device. Master, have you located the perpetrator who assaulted the world nobles? Warusawa's voice crackled over the line. Alas, no success. And you? Have you found anything? Nothing. Yet I have encountered an intriguing group, Monkey D. Luffy the Straw Hat, and his crew. Together they've destroyed 2 pacifistas. I'm currently directing remaining pacifistas to engage them. Indeed. So the assailant remains utterly elusive, even now. How deeply unsettling. Kizaru had expected to apprehend the culprit upon arrival, yet the offender hadn't appeared once. The situation had just grown far more complex. Since we cannot seize the fearsome individual who struck the world nobles, let us instead detain several supernovas. And Luffy, capture him too. Kizaru relayed the directive to Warusawa. Is this truly acceptable, master? Shall we simply abandon pursuit of the one who harmed the world nobles? What choice do we have? With the culprit vanishing without trace, and command pressing relentlessly, we must deliver some account. Kizaru sighed in resignation. To date they possessed no leads whatsoever on the attacker. Worse, the summit war loomed, straining Navy resources to breaking point. Thorough investigation was impossible. Detaining pirates, especially high-value supernovas, was the only viable stopgap. In the original timeline, Kizaru failed to capture the Straw Hats, seizing 500 lesser pirates instead to satisfy superiors. Only the intervention of Silver's Rayleigh prevented additional supernovas from falling prey. Without Rayleigh present this time, their capture seemed inevitable. Very well. Per your orders, I'll apprehend the Straw Hat crew. Their bounty should suffice to quell mounting concerns. Warusawa affirmed. Understood. Kizaru concluded, and ended the call. Then his gaze shifted toward Appa sprawled nearby. He gestured to a nearby marine, who hurried forward. Admiral Kizaru, how may I serve? Bind him. Kizaru pointed at Appa. You damn marines, just wait. Appa's eyes widened. He scrambled upright and bolted 100 meters in an instant. He'd never imagined Kizaru would target him. Assuming the Admiral sought only the world noble assailant, Appa had planned to feign grave injury until Kizaru departed, then flee. Yet fate intervened. Still his strength paled before Kizaru's. Escape was illusory. Kizaru vanished, then reappeared instantly before Appa, delivering another kick. This time his intent was absolute. The world noble assailant remained unseen, leaving no recourse but to secure high-profile captives. 2 supernovas stood before him, far more valuable than common pirates. Appa fell, captured before ever setting foot in the new world, defying canon entirely. Next came Hawkins. His devil fruit granted formidable defense. Strawman proxies absorbed lethal blows, granting repeated reprieves. Against peers, or even slightly superior foes, he held decisive advantage. But facing Kizaru, the Navy's true apex, meant swift, brutal reckoning. Kizaru dismantled each proxy with contemptuous ease, then seized Hawkins. Thereafter Kizaru ordered mass arrests across Sabaedy's lawless zones, aiming for hundreds of pirates to appease the world government. Meanwhile, in Zone 24 of Sabaedy's Grove, the Straw Hats barely overcame 2 pacifistas, only to suffer grievous wounds in the process. Nearly. Damn it. That technique's unlike anything I've seen. Why does it hurt so much? Feels just like Grandpa hitting my head. Luffy crashed to the ground once more, then rose, tense, resolute, staring down Warusawa. Straw Hat, surrender peacefully. You're no match for me. Warusawa, clad in a loincloth-like garment and wielding a colossal axe, jabbed a finger at Luffy. Never. I'll never yield. I'll knock you out cold and get my crew out of here safe. Luffy's gaze burned with stubborn defiance. He lunged again. Goma Goma no pistol. Rubber limbs blurring into countless rapid strikes. Still refusing to yield? Then allow me to subdue you personally, and take you all into custody. Warusawa swung his axe armored in Busashoka Haki, sending Luffy flying once more. Damn, what is this technique? Why do my attacks fail? And why does he hurt me so badly? Luffy lay broken pain, overwhelming his limbs, despair rising like tide. Ichiryu Hapaka Nufu. Zoro unleashed another sword art against the pacifista, only for its laser to obliterate his attack, then blast him backward. He rolled, blood gushing from fresh wounds. How can something mechanical be this strong? He rasped, helpless, glaring up at the relentless machine. Zoro. Luffy cried, watching his swordsman fall, summoning Indomitable while he staggered upright, breathing raggedly, fists clenched. Moments later he assumed his battle stance anew. Useless Straw Hat. Your strength. It's Rayleigh. Rayleigh saved Zoro. Luffy shouted in exhilaration upon seeing Rayleigh rescue Zoro. Silver's Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Roger Pirates. What brings you here? Do you intend to defy the world government as well? Warrior Tsuru gazed solemnly at Rayleigh. His sudden appearance shattered the previously favorable balance of power. If Rayleigh intended to save the Straw Hat Boy, Tsuru knew he stood no chance against him. So he invoked the authority of the world government, hoping Rayleigh would withdraw of his own accord. Haha, Luffy and the others are my friends. I cannot stand idly by while you seize them. Rayleigh chuckled lightly. Oh, I see, Tsuru replied, saying no more, and instead retrieved a Den Mushi to contact Kizaru. Before he could even dial, Kizaru materialized nearby. Rayleigh, how unexpected to find you here. Truly terrifying, isn't it? Kizaru, so you're leading this operation this time, Rayleigh observed calmly. Then battle erupted instantly. Two master swordsmen clashed blade against blade. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew staggered upright, struggling to confront the pacifistas and Tsuru, but grievously wounded and utterly exhausted, they stood no chance against machines. Kuma appeared before Zoro gently tapped him, and using the power of his Nikyu, Nami launched him into oblivion. Zoro, damn you. What have you done to him? Luffy roared, surging toward Kuma in fury. Straw Hat, your opponent is me. Tsuru interposed himself, without hesitation blocking Luffy's path once more. Get out of my way. I'm going to save Zoro. Consumed by rage over Zoro's sudden disappearance, Luffy had all but lost his reason, lashing out wildly at Tsuru. Then Kuma reappeared beside Frankie. Where would you go if you could travel anywhere? Another tap, and Frankie vanished. Next came Chopper, Usopp, Robin, Sanji, and Brook. Before Luffy's very eyes, Kuma banished them all. Finally, he stood beside Luffy, who lay sprawled on the ground, slashed down by Tsuru. Give them back. Give Zoro back to me. Blinded by fury, Luffy surged upward, stretching his arm to strike Kuma. Pop! With just a gentle touch, Kuma sent Luffy flying into the void. This is the last time I'll see. Oh ho, so it's you who's arrived. Still sending them all flying was rather excessive, wasn't it? Kizaru remarked, eyeing Kuma with a sly grin. Kizaru made no real effort to pursue the matter. After all, he'd never truly intended to capture the Straw Hats. Given their close ties to Vice Admiral Garp, mere theatrics sufficed. A genuine arrest was never on the table. Later, to appease the world government after the assailant of the Celestial Dragons vanished without trace, Kizaru incited chaos across the Sabaody archipelago. One by one, stragglers who failed to escape were luckily apprehended aboard marine warships, escorted personally by Marines to ensure their safe departure from the archipelago. Thus, following this sweeping purge, peace returned to Sabaody. In the process, Kizaru captured 500 pirates, including 2 members of the worst generation, the fated dozen known as the Supernovas, Hawkins and Apu. Their misfortune was undeniable. While others fled, these 2 encountered Kizaru the moment he set foot on the island and were effortlessly taken. Meanwhile, deep within the downward current bound for Fishman Island, Bonnie mused inwardly as she chewed meat, her face clouded with displeasure and quiet concern. Both Captain Hawkins and Captain Apu have been captured. What a pity, Roronoa, Zoro murmured softly aboard a submarine drifting along another current. Captain Admirals are terrifying. Thank the heavens we all escaped. Peacom's the white-furred mink warrior exhaled in profound relief. Zoro remained silent. Elsewhere, beneath the waves en route to Fishman Island, other supernovas pressed onward toward their destination, all having arrived early enough to complete their ship's coating, thus securing their escape. Only the Law Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates failed to embark upon the path into the New World. Hawkins and Apu, of course, were exceptions, already stripped of any future. Yet fate remains uncertain. Perhaps imprisoned and impelled down, they might yet be rescued by Luffy's legendary uprising. No one can say for sure. One day later, Punk Hazard, a colossal island shaped like a carnivorous flower. Damn it. Are Luffy and the others okay? It's all my fault. I'm just too weak to help at all. Usopp sank into self-reproach. The ruins of the Sidwood Kingdom. What's happening to me? Why can't I move my body? Zoro lay amid rubble, battered and bleeding, his brow furrowing against the searing pain. The Poverty Kingdom. Brook stared blankly at kneeling devotees, faces wrapped with pious awe. The Weatheria Archipelago, nicknamed the Little Skypia, Robin was rescued by an elderly man, the same sage who had aided Nami in the original chronicle. Sanji arrived in the Kanroji Kingdom. Frankie landed on the birthplace of Dr. Vegapunk. Chopper plummeted onto Bird Island, landing directly in the nest of a giant avian, locking eyes with a freshly hatched chick. Baratai, known as the White Soil Island Dragon. This is truly your son. You actually have a son. Impossible. Sabo stared in disbelief at Luffy lying unconscious on the bed, swathed head to toe in bandages. Yes, he's my son. I don't know what ordeal he endured to suffer such grievous wounds, Dragon stated flatly. Yet beneath his calm veneer, fury burned unrelenting. How could any father remain unmoved seeing his child reduced to this? Strange. Why did your son suddenly appear here? Sabo asked, puzzled. They say he flew down from the sky. Claire, Dragon's second wife, added quietly. It must be Kuma. Only he possesses such power. Dragon whispered to himself. Mr. Kuma. That would explain it. Still, there's something oddly familiar about the chief's son. Sabo gazed at Luffy, murmuring softly, fragments of half-remembered memories flickering through his mind. Meanwhile, somewhere along the Grand Line, everyone, we'll rest here for now. Once the storm passes, we'll set sail again. Law stepped ashore and addressed the women accompanying him. One day later on the island. Luo Yin, come quickly. Breaking news. Something monumental may unfold. Nuo Chi Gao strode over, newspaper in hand, and stood beside Luo Yin. Luo Yin accepted the paper and gently drew Nuo Chi Gao into his arms, then read its contents together with her. Port Gas D. Ace 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates will be publicly executed at Marine headquarters in Marineford 3 days from now. So it begins at last. The summit war, the pinnacle clash destined to shake the entire pirate world. Luo Yin murmured inwardly. He was unsurprised by the report. Without his intervention, Ace's capture and the ensuing summit war were inevitable. In fact, during the Arabasta Kingdom incident, Luo Yin had intended to meet Ace to prevent his fateful confrontation with Marshal D. Teach. Yet he never encountered Ace there. His full attention had been consumed by defeating Crocodile. Thus Ace faded from his thoughts. Only after Arabasta did he recall Ace, but by then their paths failed to cross. Moreover, having no prior bond with Ace, and given Ace's elusive wa, 3 days hence this world will descend into chaos. We can no longer afford idleness. Prepare, we sail for Marine headquarters in Marineford, Luo Yin announced to the women. Luo Yin, do you truly intend to witness Ace's execution in person? Nuo Chi Gao asked, perplexed. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, cherished his crew as family. Each sailor called him Papa, and he regarded them all as sons. He would never stand idle while Ace faced public execution. And Ace was no mere subordinate. He commanded Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Setting aside their deep bond, executing Ace openly was an unforgivable affront to Whitebeard's dignity. Thus Whitebeard would inevitably march upon Marineford, sparking a cataclysmic war that would reverberate across the globe. We shall go there, not merely to observe, but perhaps even to intervene. What? Are you mad? That's Marine headquarters, the very stronghold of the Marines. Their elite forces gather there in overwhelming numbers. Marching in willingly is tantamount to suicide. You fool, we barely escaped the Admiral's grasp, and now you seek another death wish. I forbid it. Nami rejected the proposal without hesitation. The others shared her sentiment. After all, admirals and emperors wielded power beyond reckoning. Plunging headlong into such a war risked not just death, but utter annihilation. Was this not courting disaster, inviting doom for no reason? Nami, it's not as dire as you claim. We'll simply observe from afar. I long to witness such a clash up close. Luo Yin gazed helplessly at Nami. Though eager to influence the summit war, he knew reckless involvement invited catastrophe. His plan was observation, not participation. In the original timeline, hadn't several supernovas watched from a safe distance? Trafalgar Law, for instance, observed the war, and even rescued Luffy. This proved that provided one avoided direct engagement, danger remained minimal. Luo Yin yearned to behold the ultimate clash of the world's strongest warriors, and to stand at the threshold of a new era. Roger had ignited the great age of piracy. The summit war would propel it to its zenith. How could anyone resist such a momentous, electrifying turning point? Nami, will only watch from afar. We won't join the battle. There'll be no danger. Luo Yin pleaded, eyes wide and earnest. Ordinarily, Nami's caution was soundest. No one could predict what chaos such a war might unleash. Luo Yin understood her fear, that they might depart and never return. Nami, let's go. Just watch, from a distance. Not a step closer. He looked at her, vulnerable and hopeful. Captain wishes to go. Perhaps you'd grant permission, Nami. After all, isn't becoming the world's strongest man Captain's dream? Surely he longs to witness Whitebeard, the strongest man alive, up close. Robin smiled softly. Nami stared at Robin, incredulous. Robin, what are you thinking? Don't you realize how perilous this war will be? Well, if it's for his dream, I consent. Nami first scowled at Robin, then turned to Luo Yin. Nami, you. Luo Yin blinked, astonished. Hey, what's that look for? Do you take me for someone who'd crush another's dream? She snapped. Nami. Thank you, Luo Yin said, offering a gentle smile. TCH, don't thank me. You're always rushing into danger. Better you die in this war than keep dragging us along. Once you're gone, I'll seize all your treasure and board another ship. Her words were sharp, but her heart betrayed her. Luo Yin only smiled, saying nothing. They had grown up together. Besides Nuo Chi Gao, none knew Nami better than he. He heard her bravado and laughed it off. He knew should he truly perish, she would weep more bitterly than anyone. That childhood-born trust and unspoken understanding would endure unbroken for this lifetime. Nami gazed back at him, eyes soft with warmth and nostalgia. You've done so much for us, and it was you who set me on the path to my own dream. How could I ever stand in the way of yours? 3 days later, Marine headquarters at Marineford. Fire Fist Ace will be executed in 3 hours. According to reliable intelligence, the Whitebeard pirates have already set sail, yet our reconnaissance teams have failed to detect their whereabouts. Instead, several pirate vessels drawn by the spectacle have been spotted approaching Marineford. I see. It appears Whitebeard has prepared thoroughly for this war. Sending so many men without our detection is no small feat. This complicates matters. How then will they make their entrance? Admiral Sengoku frowned deeply. No matter how they appear, they shall not escape the judgment of justice. If they dare come, they will perish here, forever. Admiral Akainu spoke with ruthless conviction, that strongest man in the world, that Yonko Whitebeard, mere remnants of a bygone era long overdue for damnation. Oh my Sakazuki, how frightening you are. Kizaru trimmed his nails, idly, his tone dripping with mockery. Boroserino, drop that insufferable nonchalance. The world nobles were assaulted, yet as an admiral you failed to apprehend the culprit. A disgraceful failure. Sakazuki glared at Kizaru, irritation simmering beneath his gaze. Sakazuki, how could this possibly be my fault? That assailant concealed himself flawlessly. Even you would have sensed nothing. Truly the people of this era are terrifying. Kizaru lounged lazily, meeting Sakazuki's glare with unbothered indifference. Don't compare me to you. Had I led the pursuit, that criminal would never have escaped. Not even a single pirate on that island would have slipped away. Sakazuki's resentment flared anew. Kizaru was notorious for half-hearted effort. Was he truly incapable, or had he deliberately let the culprit vanish? In truth, Kizaru bore no guilt. He had genuinely failed to discern Luo Yan's involvement. From beginning to end, Luo Yan's identity remained utterly concealed. Only after the summit war would the Marines muster sufficient resources to investigate. By then, perhaps fragments of evidence would surface. But for now, both the Marines and the Five Elders had set the matter aside, prioritizing the impending war above all else. Off the coast near, it will erupt, without question. Wait, and soon this place will descend into utter chaos. Luo Yan gazed toward the faint silhouette of Marineford Island on the horizon. Meanwhile, Marineford welcomed its true adversary. The Whitebeard Alliance had finally entered Marineford waters, and would soon breach the island's perimeter. At the execution platform, Marine High Command stood in solemn readiness. This conflict assembled an unprecedented array of power. On the Marine side, the 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock the Snake Princess, Don Quixote Doflamingo the King of the Night, Bartholomew Kuma the Tyrant, Gecko Moria, Dracule Mihawk the world's strongest swordsman, 3 admirals, Akainu Sakazuki, Kizaru Boroserino, Akiji Kazan, Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha of War, Hero of the Marines Monkey D, Garp the Iron Fist, dozens of rear admirals and vice admirals, 10,000 elite Marines. On the Whitebeard side, Edward Newgate the strongest man in the world. All Whitebeard's forces have assembled. But where is Whitebeard himself? What scheme is he weaving? And by what means will he reveal himself? Fleet Admiral Sengoku murmured softly, anxiety tightening his chest. Whitebeard, once rival to the pirate king Joel D. Roger A. after Roger's death, hailed as the strongest man alive. At his zenith, Whitebeard's power was cataclysmic. Sengoku wondered whether he himself could hold Whitebeard in battle, and what ruin the Marines would suffer in the attempt. Sengoku, this war is inevitable. We have done all we could. Now fate alone decides. Commodore Tsuru spoke calmly beside the troubled admiral. Sengoku remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed deep, unshakable dread. All Whitebeard pirates, charge. Rescue our brother Ace. Under no circumstances shall the Marines take his life. No sooner had the pirates set foot on Marineford than they locked eyes upon Ace atop the scaffold, and fury ignited instantly. Battle erupted without warning. Gunfire cracked like thunder, blades clashed with brutal finality. Steel met flesh, blood sprayed across, sand, bodies fell. Casualties mounted within moments. Thus began the Summit War's opening phase: rank-and-file pirates versus rank-and-file Marines. Top-tier fighters stood motionless, awaiting their moment. What is that? Disturbance beneath the water, something rising. Amid the ferocity of combat, ripples spread across the bay's surface. Then, a coated vessel broke through the waves at the bay's center. The Sengoku, we haven't seen each other in over a decade, Whitebeard said, gripping his supreme grade blade as he walked step by step to the bow of the Moby Dick, his gaze calm and steady upon Sengoku. Whitebeard. Sengoku murmured, staring at the legendary pirate. Dad. Ace whispered, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard. Ace, wait a moment. I'll come to save you right away, Whitebeard called out to him. As he spoke, Whitebeard drove his supreme grade blade Murakamijiri into the deck. Then, bending his knees slightly, he crossed his arms over his chest before clenching his fists and striking out to both sides with the power of his devil fruit. In an instant, the very air around his fists cracked into a dense web of fissures radiating from the points of impact. At the same time, the entire sea surged upward in a colossal upheaval. A seaquake. He's caused a seaquake. Sengoku's eyes narrowed as he witnessed the phenomenon. Out on the ocean, the waves generated by Whitebeard's seaquake. Doflamingo remarked with keen interest, eyeing Mihawk beside him. I merely wish to see the extent of our difference, Mihawk replied calmly. He stepped forward, drawing his supreme grade blade, the Black Blade Yuru. There was no ostentation, only the pinnacle of a simple, devastating slash. A colossal green sword beam tore through the sky, carving a bottomless chasm into the frozen ground, which had been frozen to an unknown depth. The beam cut unimpeded toward Whitebeard. Just as everyone expected the massive strike to reach Whitebeard, a figure suddenly rushed forward and blocked the attack. The assailant caught the beam and hurled it upward, sending it streaking into the sky like a ray of light. A thunderous boom echoed and the heavens turned green. The clouds scattered in all directions from the force of the blow. He blocked it. Who was that? The onlookers stared in disbelief at the figure who had intercepted Mihawk's attack. The man was clad in a diamond-like armor. At the 3 seats beneath the execution platform, 2 of the 3 admirals were seated. Admiral Akiji was absent. Admiral Kizaru rose from his seat, speaking in his peculiar drawl. Then his body radiated a blinding yellow light, dissolving into particles as he vanished from his seat. In the sky above the battlefield, a yellow glow flashed, forcing the fighting pirates and marines to shield their eyes from the dazzling brilliance. When the light faded, Kizaru appeared in midair. Yasukani no Magatama. He formed a gesture with his hands, unleashing countless yellow lasers toward Whitebeard. Hey, why is it so dazzling? Whitebeard squinted at the radiant figure above. Just as the lasers converged into a massive sphere and were about to strike Whitebeard, a figure soared into the sky, intercepting the attack and dispersing it with a powerful blow. The shockwave from the clash sent a violent gust rippling outward, whipping Whitebeard's coat. Whitebeard's lips curled slightly in AP. Your attack landed. Marco glanced at Kizaru. Don't lie, Kizaru replied coolly, uncharacteristically devoid of his usual lewd expression. Marco, 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix. Below, the Marines announced Marco's identity. At that very moment, Marco fully transformed into the immortal Phoenix and engaged Kizaru in fierce combat. Marco delivered a powerful kick to Kizaru's arm. So this strike landed too. Don't lie, Kizaru repeated, his voice dripping with that familiar perverse inflection and exaggerated tone. Marco pressed down with his foot and sent Kizaru flying backward, slamming him hard against the wall beneath the execution platform. Of course, a single blow could not defeat Kizaru. It didn't even draw blood. Thereafter, their exchange unfolded in rapid, evenly matched volleys. Yet in truth, Kizaru was holding back. With a fleet admiral's might, he could have utterly dominated Marco, though victory would not come swiftly given Marco's status as 1st Division Commander and de facto second-in-command to Whitebeard himself. Marco's strength was precisely calibrated for Kizaru, challenging enough to sustain a credible fight, yet effortless enough to allow deliberate restraint, without arousing suspicion. After all, how could Uncle Yellow, Kizaru himself, possibly exert full force against the execution of his beloved nephew Ace? Giants unit, keep your eyes on the sky. Kizaru rose to his feet and pointed upward toward the giant captains. Understood. The giants responded in unison, then advanced several paces, preparing to act. Take cover. The giants are about to strike. Pirates shouted across the battlefield. Move aside. Move aside. Everyone, clear the way. At that instant, Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division Commander who had just parried Mihawk's blade, charged headlong into the battlefield's center. He planted his foot hard upon the ice, launched himself skyward, then plummeted downward, clenching his right fist just before impact. With thunderous force, he drove it straight into the frozen surface. Crack, crack, crack. Fractures spiderwebbed outward in perfect concentric circles. Jozu plunged both hands deep into the fisher's muscles, coiling like steel cables beneath his skin, veins bulging as he heaved upward with titanic strength. A colossal ice spire, vastly larger than his own body, rose from the shat. That's Oz, the giant king's descendant, said Vice Admiral Tsuru. Unbelievable. Such sheer scale transcends even my understanding of giants, murmured a nearby officer, awe thick in his voice. Oz stood several times taller than the tallest giant. If ordinary humans were infants to giants, then giants themselves were, but oversized infants to Oz. Owzy. Upon seeing Owzy's appearance, witnessing him charging through a hail of bullets and shells relentlessly approaching the execution platform, AIC's eyes widened, his heart aching with unbearable anguish. Owzy, enough, it's enough. Forget about me. AIC's eyes were filled with earnest desperation, desperately hoping Owzy would leave. He did not want his dear friend and brother to be gravely wounded or killed for his sake. AIC is so gentle. I must save you. Owzy pressed forward without any sign of retreat. Relying on his colossal frame, Owzy quickly neared the execution platform. Kishishishi, such a massive body, such a powerful will, no less than his ancestor. How I desire to obtain him. Uegwang Molia's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Owzy's form. Once he had possessed the frozen body of Owzy's ancestor, he understood how terrifying it would be to have a giant of that demonic race controlled by his shadow. He coveted Owzy with an insatiable greed. Owzy was, Straw Hat Boy, is this what you call a plan? If anything happens to me, I'll never forgive you, you bastard. Buggy screamed as he plummeted through the sky, his large red nose dripping, with snot, his eyes fixed on the icy surface below, utterly terrified. Ace, I'm coming. Luffy's voice echoed across the heavens. Time rewound to earlier. Luffy had been sent flying by Kuma to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters where his father dragon saved him. Later Sabo regained his memories upon seeing Luffy, and together they stormed Impelled Down to rescue Ace. Coincidentally, Dragon had long since planted a spy in Impelled Down to free the Revolutionary Army's Emporio Ivankov, and that spy played a crucial role during Luffy's assault. After that, events unfolded much like the original story. Luffy fought his way through Impelled Down, overcoming countless obstacles to reach the 6th level only to discover that Ace had been taken away. Then Luffy released the former Shichibukai Jinbe the Naido. Sabo shouted, a wide grin spreading across his face. Sabo, Luffy, I'm truly overjoyed to see you. Our three brothers are finally together again. But honestly, I don't want you to come for me. Ace's excitement faded as he calmed down. This war was far too dangerous, and Luffy and Sabo might not even survive themselves. Ace, we will save you. Luffy ignored Ace's self-deprecating words and charged into the battlefield with boundless energy. He punched Navy soldiers left and right, clearing a path as he rushed toward Ace. Sabo followed closely, working together with Luffy to knock down the surrounding Marines. Just as Luffy neared the execution platform, a figure blocked his path. I've received no small favor from your grandfather in the past, but you are not fit for this stage right now. However, since you are a pirate, I won't let you off this time. Aokiji appeared before Luffy spoke these words and then kicked Luffy away. The kick sent Luffy flying straight toward Whitebeard. See. Buggy, with 2 streams of snot hanging from his big red nose, stared dumbfounded at Luffy beside Whitebeard. That's right. Straw Hat Boy Whitebeard belongs to our Captain Buggy. Get out of the way and let Captain Buggy take his head. Hearing Buggy's words, the prisoners under his command began to jeer. In their eyes, Buggy was the greatest, and he had said he would claim Whitebeard's head. They believed Buggy had the power to do so, and they didn't want Luffy to snatch the prize. It's Captain Buggy who will take Whitebeard's head. The prisoners shouted incessantly. Oh no, I never said that. You idiot, stop shouting. Damn it. I'd better get out of here. Buggy, hearing the prisoners' clamor, was utterly horrified. His body trembled. He feared Whitebeard would hear and come after him. He was already planning to escape. Meanwhile, Whitebeard paid no attention to Buggy. He glanced at Luffy beside him. Kid, you're Ace's brother. This battlefield is too dangerous for someone like you. No, I will save Ace in my own way. It will be me who saves Ace. Luffy shouted at Whitebeard. Yeah. After shouting, Luffy ignored Whitebeard's reaction, jumped off the ship, and charged toward the execution platform with all his might. Rubber. Everywhere Luffy passed, all the Navy soldiers were sent flying by his rubber arms. Yo, what a troublesome brat. But a weak and pitiful waste like you is not fit to be here. As Luffy rushed forward, Yellow Monkey blocked his path. 8 trigrams jade. Yellow Monkey lightly extended his index finger, and a dazzling laser shot forth toward Luffy. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble. From the side, it seemed the laser struck Luffy, the blinding light obscuring vision. When the light faded, a shocking sight appeared. A wall of flame stood before Luffy, blocking the laser. Behind the flame wall, a figure stood protectively in front of Luffy. Luffy, are you okay? Luo Yin turned his head and grinned at Luffy. Luo Yin. W. Luffy replied happily. Alright, every moment on the battlefield brings more danger. You'd better hurry and save Ace. I'll hold off, Yellow Monkey. Luo Yan's expression turned serious as he glared at Yellow Monkey. Okay, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Luffy bypassed Yellow Monkey and dashed toward the execution platform. Yo, what's going on today? One after another, is there some kind of magic on that Straw Hat Boy that makes you all rush to protect him? Yellow Monkey looked at Luo Yin with a feigned expression of fear. Admiral Yellow Monkey, I could have gone to the New World back at the Xiangbidi Islands, but your appearance caused me no small trouble. Let me repay you today. Luo Yin smiled at Yellow Monkey. Xiangbidi Islands. Did you come all the way just to find me because of that? How terrifying. But I have no memory of you at all, Yellow Monkey said with a lecherous grin. Though he claimed to have no memory, he had actually recognized Luo Yin, the one who fought against Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and defeated her. From a rookie with a bounty that directly soared to 1 billion, his rate of strength increase was simply unbelievable. Almost every Navy soldier would remember such a dangerous fellow. Haha, you don't need to remember me. I remember you well enough. Luo Yin laughed. What is your purpose here? Your relationship with Straw Hat Boy can't be that good, can it? You wouldn't come here just to die for him. Yellow Monkey's expression turned slightly serious as he stared at Luo Yin. Have purpose? Didn't I already say? I'm looking for someone, Luo Yin said with a faint smile. The person he was referring to was naturally Blackbeard Teach. As for coming specifically to find him, that was obviously a lie. He needed a reason to participate in this war. His grudge with Blackbeard fit perfectly. Looking for someone. Coming to this terrifying battlefield just to find someone. How terrifying. Yellow Monkey still wore his lazy, slovenly demeanor. Ha, if you insist on chatting with me, I can keep you company for a while. But the condition is that you can no longer attack anyone on this battlefield. What do you think? Luo Yin smiled at Yellow Monkey. As much as I'd like to chat, this battlefield still needs my presence. So please die, you terrifying creature. Yellow Monkey extended his index finger, a dazzling light flickering. 8 trigrams jade. Sky-scorching flame wall. Seeing Yellow Monkey fire another laser, Luo Yin waved his hand, and a flame wall even thicker and fiercer than before rose before him. Boom, 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 boom. The lasers from Yellow Monkey's fingers struck the flame wall repeatedly. The wall rippled with tongues of flame, but no matter how many lasers hit, they could not pierce through. It's not ordinary flames. Yellow Monkey noticed the anomaly. As expected of an admiral, how terrifying. Luo Yan's voice came from the other side of the wall. Don't lie to me, Yellow Monkey said with a pout. Hee, I'm telling the truth. Luo Yin was indeed telling the truth. The reason the flame wall could block Yellow Monkey's attacks was not solely due to the flames. If it were only flames, Luo Yin estimated he couldn't withstand several of Yellow Monkey's shots. But the wall contained spatial power. With the dual enhancement of space and flames, defense became much easier. However, Yellow Monkey was still an admiral, and he wasn't going easy on Luo Yin like he did with Luffy. The terrifying destructive power of his attacks required Luo Yin to expend a great deal of energy maintaining the barrier. In short, it was extremely formidable. Who was that? They actually blocked Admiral Yellow Monkey's attack with just a flame wall. That guy. I've never seen him before. Did he just pop up? He looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. The Navy soldiers also witnessed the bat. Whitebeard also noticed Luo Yin and couldn't help but remark. Haha, come to aid Ace's younger brother. Marco and Diamond Joza locked in combat, with Admiral Akiji also noticed Luo Yin. Luo Yin, if my memory serves, Robin is aboard his ship. I'd meant to seek him out someday, but he's appeared here instead. How troublesome. Akiji glanced sidelong at Luo Yin, murmuring inwardly. He had originally planned to confront Luo Yin at a later time, yet the young man had unexpectedly arrived on this battlefield. A complex tide of emotion swelled within Akiji, relief that Robin had found such a formidable protector, yet fury that Luo Yin would recklessly march into certain death. TCH, what an insufferable brat. Couldn't he simply stay aboard ship and adventure alongside Robin? Why must he come here? If he dies, Robin will be cast adrift once more. With a single strike, Akiji repelled Diamond Jozu and Marco. He resolved to confront Luo Yin himself, thereby ensuring the boy's survival. He had witnessed Robin's growth. He had seen Luo Yin defy a vice admiral level officer for her sake. His resolve to erase Robin from existence had long since dissolved, replaced by a quiet, unwavering wish for her to live in peace. Robin had finally found solace. How could he let her lose it here? Though never spoken aloud, Akiji, through both canon and present conduct, had already embraced Robin as his own daughter. Meanwhile, Luo Yin clashed fiercely with Admiral Kizaru. Blow met counterblow, neither yielded ground. On the surface, they seemed evenly matched. Boom, boom, boom. Kizaru delivered another kick. Luo Yin was sent flying. Cough, cough. Admirals truly are terrifying. Luo Yin knelt, blood flecking his lips as he gazed up at Kizaru. After only several exchanges, he grasped his own limits, clearly though still inferior to an Admiral Hiku. Truly astonishing. The new generation grows ever more formidable, capable of trading blows with me so evenly. Having exchanged several strikes, Kizaru could no longer afford to underestimate Luo Yin. The youth's strength now posed a genuine threat. Even momentarily, Kizaru found himself unable to subdue him. TCH, so that brat is far stronger than I anticipated. Amid his duel with Marco and Jozu, Akiji kept watch on Luo Yin's battlefield, and recognized at once that Kizaru, for all his might, could not easily overcome him. Relief washed over Akiji, and he abandoned any thought of swapping opponents to face Luo Yin himself. No wonder he's Ace's brother. To have drawn such a warrior to his side. Luo Yan's holding off an admiral alone has eased our burden immensely. Rex D. Luo Yin. Another D. Just what does this boy intend? Standing atop the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku surveyed the entire battlefield, and Luo Yin had drawn his gaze the moment he appeared. Beyond Luo Yan's staggering strength, there was also the matter of Tsuru's sister Momoy. After Momoy pursued Luo Yin and suffered defeat, she underwent a profound transformation, from vivacious and spirited to withdrawn and silent. Raised under Sengoku's watchful eye alongside her elder sister, Tsuru, Momoy was cherished across the Navy, her prowess ranking among its elite. That such a promising protege and vital asset should fall into despair demanded Sengoku's full attention. Were this not the summit war demanding his command, Sengoku would have seized Luo Yin on sight and imprisoned him deep within, impelled down. Luo Yin, what an odious, detestable brat. From the instant Luo Yin appeared, Tsuru fixed him with a glare sharp as steel. Others remained oblivious to Momoy's inner tea. Tsuru's heart churned with turbulent sorrow. Yes, Momoy had discovered her pregnancy shortly after returning. She had confessed everything to Tsuru. For now, only Momoy and Tsuru knew the child's true father, and only they knew of the pregnancy itself. But secrets, like fire beneath paper, cannot remain concealed forever. Even Ace's identity, hidden for decades, had ultimately been exposed. And Momoy, a Marine by birth and duty, would be uncovered all the sooner. When the truth emerged, what then? Would the Navy accept mother and child? Or would Momoy face public execution? Or, before the child's father rose to power, would they silence him forever? Aboard the Moby Dick, father. Squard approached Whitebeard from behind. Squard, you've arrived. How fares the rear? Whitebeard asked, voice low and steady. I'm unsure. I took a shortcut to reach you, Squard replied. I see. What strategy will Sengoku unveil? Whitebeard's gaze remained calm, sweeping over Sengoku and the entire battlefield. What is it? Whitebeard asked, puzzled. Squard said nothing. Then in the instant he closed the distance, he drew his colossal blade, nearly as tall as himself, and drove it straight toward Whitebeard's chest. Boom! Just as the blade neared piercing flesh, a pillar of roaring flame descended from the heavens, cleaving the space between them, and melting Squard's sword into molten iron. Squard, what are you doing? Marco had sensed the assassination attempt instantly, but he arrived too late. Fortunately, the sudden inferno had intervened. Squillard, you wretch! What in the world are you doing? Marco rushed to Squillard's side and slammed his foot on Squillard's head, pinning him firmly to the deck. Squillard, why did you attempt to assassinate father? Even though the assassination had failed, Marco, who revered Whitebeard above all, burned with searing fury. Father, you deceived me. You deceived us all. Ace is the son of the pirate king Gold. Roger, unaware I befriended him, stood beside him as brother and comrade. You kept this truth hidden from me while my bond with Ace ran deep. Why didn't you tell me Ace was Roger's son? Squillard screamed, his voice cracking under the weight of shattered faith. His former crew had been slaughtered by Gold. Roger, for years, he drowned his anguish in drink. Whitebeard had saved him, but withheld the truth about Ace. Ace is Roger's son. To rescue him, you were willing to sacrifice us, all of us. You struck a bargain with the Marines, surrender us, and they would return Ace unharmed. And Ace is Roger's son. I apologize for not telling you. But have you forgotten the battles you fought side by side with Ace? Have you forgotten the unbreakable bond you shared? Squillard, the sins of the father visited upon the son. How absurd that notion truly is. Ace is my son, and so are you. Not only is Ace irreplaceable in my heart, but each of you is too. The sea embraces all. We met upon its boundless waters, and becoming family here is no small blessing. You are my son, Squillard. Whitebeard made no move to strike. With boundless compassion, he forgave Squillard outright. Father. Squillard stood stunned, tears streaming down his face. What have I done? Ah, father, I am unworthy of your grace. Remorse flooded him. He saw clearly now, ever since joining Whitebeard's crew, Whitebeard had treated them all with equal love and unwavering tolerance. No pretense, no deceit. Against such profound devotion, what was his old hatred worth? Indeed, as Whitebeard said, the sins of the father visited upon the son was a grotesque farce. It was not Ace who had harmed him, rather Ace had once been his closest confidant. Whitebeard gently released the weeping Squillard, then leapt powerfully from the ship, landing squarely upon the battlefield. Sengoku, so this is your stratagem, using family against me. It seems I've miscalculated. This round is yours. But now, brace yourselves for my wrath. Whitebeard crossed his arms, then drove both fists outward in opposite directions. A sharp shattering sound echoed. The space where his fists met reality fractured like splintering glass. Simultaneously, the frozen sea wall sealing the cove's entrance shattered into countless shards. Seawater cascaded downward, fissures ripped across the icy battlefield, swallowing Marine soldiers whole. Some vanished without trace, others left mortally wounded. Is it an earthquake? An earthquake! Run! I don't want to die. Someone save me. Whitebeard's furious blow reshaped the battlefield. Dozens perished beneath its cataclysmic force. So this is your choice. Whitebeard, you claim to offer everyone an escape route. Then let us see if you possess the strength to deliver it. Sengoku murmured, watching the ice barrier at the cove's entrance crumble to dust. After the shockwave subsided, Whitebeard gripped his great sword, then summoned a radiant spherical aura along its blade. With a thunderous roar, he swung forward in a devastating cleave. Boom! A deafening concussive blast erupted. Space itself ruptured, a colossal pressure wave hurled every soldier before him skyward or into yawning chasms, killing some, instantly maiming others. The shockwave tore straight from Whitebeard's position to the wall beneath the execution platform, reducing it to rubble. All of you fall back, scatter and retreat. Whitebeard commanded his entire crew. But father, the tide turns in our favor. We could storm forward and rescue Ace this very instant. His division commanders cried out in confusion. Obey the order, Whitebeard replied, not with anger, but why? Understood. Bound by reverence and absolute trust, the division commanders and every crewman obeyed, retreating en masse from within the cove. He sensed it. Sengoku whispered to himself. Has the encirclement wall deployment not been completed yet? What exactly is going on? Admiral Sengoku frowned as he spoke into the Den Den Mushi. Admiral, the ice layer is too thick. The wall cannot rise in time, replied the commander on the other end of the line. Then find a solution, immediately. Sengoku snapped. Yes, sir. The commander hastily responded, then turned to his subordinates. Activate the encirclement wall at once. Under no circumstances must those pirates escape. But sir, the ice is far too thick. The wall simply cannot rise, lamented the adjutant. Then devise a solution. This plan must proceed without flaw. The commander refused to entertain excuses. Failure meant losing control of the pirates, and the consequences would be catastrophic. Very well. Engage maximum power output. Initiate the encirclement wall at all costs. At his order, the adjutant relayed the command to the operators. With a thunderous surge, the wall activated its full capacity. Massive slabs of ice heaved upward from beneath the sea. The violent tremor rippled across the entire battlefield. What's happening? What is happening? The pirates cried out in disarray. Meanwhile, every marine withdrew en masse, retreating swiftly from the bay onto the crescent-shaped plaza of Marineford. Simultaneously, colossal iron arms, thick, immense, and unyielding, rose one by one, sealing off the entire bay. Still not up. Sengoku scowled at the wall before him, still motionless. Sir, it's worse. Orz's body is too heavy. He's pinning down the encirclement wall, preventing it from rising, reported a nearby soldier. Proceed with the plan regardless. Seeing that Orz had indeed immobilized the wall before the execution platform, and realizing delay was unacceptable, Sengoku pressed forward without hesitation. At last the battlefield fell silent. Marineford itself curved like a crescent moon, its concave center forming the seawater-filled bay. Earlier to freeze Whitebeard's tsunami, the entire bay had been frozen solid, transforming it into the very stage of war. Now, however, every marine. Old man, what's going on? Weren't we told all pirates would be trapped inside the bay the moment we appeared? Why are they scattered everywhere? There's no encirclement at all. Commander Sendamaru spoke urgently into the Den Mushi. Admiral Kazu, the plan has been exposed by Whitebeard. Still, some pirates remain confined within the bay. Eliminate them first. Understood, replied Kizaru calmly into the receiver. Sendamaru acknowledged the order, then commanded the pacifista, engage. Annihilate every pirate within the bay. At his command, their protocols activated. Rank upon rank of pacifista aligned themselves, unleashing searing laser beams, some from their palms, others from their mouths, into the frozen surface. Each blast struck the ice, incinerating pirates where they stood. Meanwhile, atop the execution platform, Sengoku turned toward Akainu, standing nearby. Akainu, it's your turn. Humph. Akainu gave a curt nod, stepped forward, and transformed both arms into molten magma, raising them skyward. Meteor volcano. As the words left his lips, blazing meteorites erupted from his arms, piercing the storm-laden clouds before plummeting back down, crashing relentlessly upon the ice-covered bay. This was Akainu's mission, to melt the ice with scorching magma, plunging every trapped pirate into the sea and stripping them of solid ground. The strategy was ruthlessly efficient, if Whiteb. Don't mention it, Luo Yin waved dismissively. He may brush it off, but gratitude remains sincere, Marco affirmed solemnly. As you wish. Luo Yan's intervention had served only one purpose: to preserve Whitebeard's strength, ensuring he retained enough power to safeguard Ace and as many of his crew as possible in the final moments. As for Whitebeard himself, his fate was sealed. His body, ravaged by years of wounds and illness, could not endure much longer. Even if he somehow survived this battle, agonizing illness would claim him soon after. By deflecting Squard's fatal strike, Luo Yin had merely bought Whitebeard precious time, enough to delay the inevitable, but not to reverse it. Regardless of outcome, Whitebeard would fall after this war. Luo Yan's goal was singular: to save Ace. Whitebeard, though revered, was beyond saving. Moreover, Whitebeard's death carried profound significance. It heralded the dawn of a new era and ignited the next great surge of the great age of piracy. If analysis held true in the original narrative, Whitebeard's demise was also a deliberate act of succession, making way for Luffy. After all, in essence, Whitebeard succumbed, not to enemy blades but to time and infirmity. Chi Quan's meteor of volcanic fire shattered the ice across the bay, leaving the Baihuzi pirate crew with nowhere to stand. Yet Baihuzi had prepared for this contingency. From beneath the water a stir rose, and then an enormous whale-head ship floated up into view. The Navy officers stared in disbelief. Every vessel in the bay had been consumed by Chi Quan's flames, and yet Baihuzi had one hidden. I never said all my ships were present, Baihuzi said calmly. Everyone get aboard. The whalehead liner recovered every member of the crew who had plunged beneath the waves, and bristling with men, charged toward the plaza. At that moment, everyone presumed AOZ was dead, but he moved. I'll help you, AOZ declared as he rose, hoisting the massive vessel with his colossal frame. Stop him. Stop him now. Zhangguo barked, and the Navy rained cannon fire upon AOZ. Through the breach AOZ created, one could reach the plaza and the execution platform. The liner was pitched onto but to fell so gargantuan a foe, the surest method would be to pierce his skull. Huang Yuan watched AOZ rise again and let light flare upon his fingertips. Beam after beam of blinding energy streaked toward AOZ's head as explosions erupted and thundered. Luo Yan's radiance vanished, and then he appeared above AOZ, shielding him from Huang Yuan's beams. "Oh, Luo Yan, it's you," Huang Yuan said in surprise. "My air coup, Huang Yuan, is yours." Luo Yan shouted to the approaching Ma air coup. He did not wish to tussle with Huang Yuan himself. Even if Huang Yuan could not kill him, any entanglement might imperil the rescue of AIC. Ma air coup, without a word, planted himself before AOZ and took up the defense. War erupted anew. Sailors surged forth to repel the pirates. Amid a hail of gunfire, figures fell across the plaza. Ma air coup and Huang Yuan clashed. Zhuan Shi Chaozi confronted the Admiral Qing Ji, his strength more than sufficient to hold Qing Ji at bay for a time. Bai Huzi himself engaged Qi Quan, the two titans trading blows as molten fists met the old man's defiant strikes. Above the fray, Luo Yan watched silently, keeping a wary eye on Lu Fei, who had once again recovered from his injuries. Lu Fei was the key to rescuing AIC. Without him, those who reached the scaffold would surely be torn apart by Kapu. If Lu Fei reached the scaffold, Zhanghua might yet hesitate. Lu Fei had once spirited AIC away under Zhanghua's very nose. "Shandian, I'll need you." Yuan Kufu called to the creature from his hair. "It is my honor," Shandian replied, stepping out of Yuan Kufu's coiffure with a wine cup in hand. Setting the cup down, Shandian seized two tremendous scissors and sliced the pea. "Ha ha! I stand at the center of a new era heralding its dawn." Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu crowed, raving in his usual mania. Luo Yan would not indulge him. "A new era? You who tremble before Kai Duo like a mouse before a cat. Do you really believe you will forge a new age?" Luo Yan retorted. "Brat, your tongue is sharp, yet you do have talent. No wonder that sand crocodile fell by your hand." Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu sneered as they traded blows. "The sand crocodile? Though I killed him, he had more backbone than you," Luo Yan replied with a faint smile. "You say I'm worse than that crocodile?" Duo Fu Lang Ming Ji's lip twitched. "Both of you are cut from the same cloth, but you seem more twisted," Luo Yan shouted, and with a single slash he severed the lines Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu used to manipulate the corpses and his surroundings. Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu, stung by the blow, grew crazed and attacked with even wilder strands. But Luo Yan was no ordinary swordsman. Though perhaps not equaling Ing Yen, his bladesmanship outmatched most present. His unrivaled great saber, guided by a consummate swordmaster's skill, met Duo Fu Lang Ming Ji's strings at every turn, cutting through them with relentless precision. "Detestable brat," Doflamingo muttered, beads of sweat gathering on his forehead as the prolonged battle weighed heavily on him. He had already exerted his full strength, yet Luo Yan's power seemed fathomless. Whether he attacked directly with his threads or manipulated corpses to fight for him, Luo Yan effortlessly countered each move. Every slash of Luo Yan's blades severed his threads, rendering his attacks futile. "Doflamingo, I'd like to play with you a bit longer, but I have other matters to attend to. Let's call it quits here. I might come back to have some fun with you later," Luo Yan declared, then unleashed a slashing strike comparable to Mihawk's casual swing. The distance between them was short, and after expending energy in their battle, Doflamingo's reaction was slow. He failed to dodge. With a sharp sound, a massive gash appeared on his body. "Stay put right here, Doflamingo." Having defeated him, Luo Yan pinned his hand to the ground with his blade, then picked up a pair. Luo Yan withdrew his blade. "Damn, Brett, I won't let you off." Doflamingo was seething. A mere newcomer who had never even set foot in the new world had not only dominated him moments ago, but now had him subdued and cuffed with sea stone, his power nullified, lying helpless on the ground. Still not convinced, Luo Yan gave a cruel grin, then rained ordinary punches onto Doflamingo's face, drawing out pained cries. "Ah, you bastard, you damn bastard." Stripped of his devil fruit ability, Doflamingo could only take the beating, his face swelling and bruising. "Phew, I've been itching to do that. Feels good to let off steam," Luo Yan said, standing up and dusting off his clothes. "Oh, by the way, wait for me in the new world. I'll visit Dressrosa and might look you up," he added before turning to leave. "Damn, brat, don't get too cocky," Doflamingo shouted, but Luo Yan was already gone. "Damn it, the new era should be mine." "Flee!" He laughed maniacally despite his bindings. From the execution platform, Sengoku watched the beaten Doflamingo. Luo Yan fended off Hancock's attacks while furrowing his brow. Has something gone off course? Did Luffy and the Empress never meet? That would explain her strange behavior. In the original story, she had aided the Marines but attacked indiscriminately. Here she targeted only pirates, showing no sign of helping Luffy. It seemed Luffy and Hancock had never crossed paths. Luo Yan pieced together the problem. He had once taken a liking to Hancock, but after leaving the Sabaody archipelago, attacking a celestial dragon and fleeing, he had forgotten about that subplot. During the 3-day respite, he had regretted not securing her affection sooner. Now realizing she had never met Luffy, his old interest reignited. Sabo's presence here is already odd. It seems Kuma sent Luffy to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. That means Dragon might be on the battlefield too, lurking in the shadows to watch over his son. He'd intervene if Luffy's life were in danger. With this knowledge, Luo Yin felt relieved. Knowing Dragon was present, the war would be easier to handle. At least escape was guaranteed. I see. My apologies for the intrusion. Farewell, he said, confirming that Hancock didn't have Ace's key. Bastard. How dare you ignore me? You fight me so carelessly, Dai. Hancock activated her power, forming a giant heart before her, then pulled it like a bowstring. Countless arrows shot toward Luo Yin. What a nuisance, he muttered, taking to the sky to avoid the arrows, knowing that such attacks were especially effective against those who harbored desire for her. Damn it, what's with this guy? He's been blocking my perfume femur without getting petrified. Could my charm not affect him? Hancock wondered, frowning. In truth, she was wrong. Luo Yin was indeed a lecher. He had simply been distracted earlier, his mind elsewhere. Now, however, his desire for her burned intensely, and even a graze from her attack would turn him to stone. Wretch, if you dare descend from the heavens and face me in honorable combat. The Empress glared furiously at Luo Yin, who hovered effortlessly in the sky. She had always loathed being looked down upon. Yet this accursed man dared stand higher than her, gazing upon her with that condescending gaze. Unforgivable. Luo Yin sighed, inwardly exasperated. He had merely intended to verify whether the Empress had handed the key to Ace's handcuffs to Luffy, and perhaps admittedly to catch a glimpse of the world's most beautiful woman. He never expected to draw her ire. Could he possess some extraordinary charm? He doubted it. What he had done, however, was wound the Empress's prideful, aloof heart. Not only had he shown no reaction to her presence earlier, but now he floated above her, gazing down, as if she were beneath his notice. How could she possibly endure such an affront? After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Always the one beheld, never the one who gazed upward. Empress, neither of us can claim victory just yet. Shall we pause this battle for now? Luo Yin proposed, voice calm, but edged with caution. Were anyone else to attack him so brazenly, he would have humiliated them publicly, just as he had done to Doflamingo, stripping them of dignity before countless witnesses. But the Empress was different. She was the world's most beautiful woman, that alone stayed his hand. In truth, Luo Yin practiced double standards with ruthless precision. As he deflected her strikes with ghost cut, his blade infused with armament haki, he continued to reason with her. Moments earlier, he had discovered a chilling truth: even with armament haki coating his body, any lustful intent toward the Empress rendered him vulnerable to petrification, just as it had with that Marine officer whose hardened haki proved utterly futile. Thus Luo Yin dared not approach. Pirate Empress, now serving as a dog for the Marines. Then die. As the Empress and Luo Yin clashed fiercely, their full attention locked upon each other, a pirate suddenly lunged from concealment, striking at the Empress. A thunderous explosion echoed, boom, followed by a sharp cry, ah, infernal flame prison. SSSSHH. The pirate succeeded, and failed. Even as he landed his blow, Luo Yin fired a bullet-like jet of flame, piercing the pirate's skull before the strike could fully connect. Simultaneously, Luo Yin sensed something unnatural about the pirate's blade, and instantly activated infernal flame prison, sealing himself and the Empress within a blazing barrier, isolating them from the outside world. The pirate fell dead on impact, but momentum carried his raised blade forward, slicing across the Empress's back. Wretch, daring to ambush me. Die. Whirling around, the Empress delivered a brutal kick, sending the dying pirate's corpse hurtling through the air. That is. Luo Yin swallowed hard, eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the Empress. Not out of lewd fascination, but because her descent into fury demanded absolute vigilance. To react in time, he needed to track every micro-movement, every shift in posture. My back. Just as Luo Yin assumed she'd remain unaware, she cried out in shock. From the deep, elegant curve of her cleavage, she withdrew a mirror suspended by her serpent companion, and gazed into it, seeing her own exposed back, wide expanses of unblemished skin, the celestial dragon hoofprint laid bare without concealment. The Empress shattered. This was meant to be a simple suppression operation, yet it had spiraled into catastrophe. You saw it all. You dare look. You will never be forgiven. Murderous intent blazed in her eyes, and her conqueror's haki erupted like a storm. If her earlier combat had been restrained, this was absolute, unrestrained fury. The celestial dragon hoofprint was her deepest psychological wound, and anyone who glimpsed only because her martial prowess was extraordinary. With a single effortless kick against empty air, she launched herself skyward, identical to the Marine's moon walk, yet faster, more precise, almost preternatural. It defied logic. Moments ago she couldn't fly, so how had she mastered flight now? Hey, calm down. It wasn't my blade that cut your back. I even killed the one who ambushed you. Without me you'd bear another long, ugly scar. Luo Yin shouted over the clash of steel, still deflecting her furious blows. Die? You will die? I'll never forgive you. The Empress, consumed by wrath, ignored his words entirely, her attacks growing ever more vicious, ever more lethal. Listen, fine. But if you keep this up, I'll drop infernal flame prison right now. Remember, it's only my barrier shielding your back from the world. One word from me, and your bare back, the hoofprint, and all will be exposed to everyone. How many people do you plan to kill then? Seeing reason fail, Luo Yin resorted to threat. You dare threaten me? The Empress stared at him, disbelief warring with fury, and her hands stilled mid-strike. So this is how it must be. Reason has no place here, Luo Yin thought silently, noting the sudden cessation of her assault. Don't you dare make a move, or your back will be exposed to the entire world. Seeing the Empress halt her attack, Luo Yin felt uneasy and reminded her again. No need for you to say that. Tell me, what do you want? The Empress frowned, her gaze filled with disgust as she looked at Luo Yin. Meanwhile, she beckoned to the snake beside her, which obediently coiled around her, shielding her back. Now trapped in a dilemma, the Empress realized that if she attacked Luo Yin, she would have to leave the snake, and without the snake covering her back, if Luo Yin withdrew his flame barrier, her back would be exposed to the entire world. Not attacking Luo Yin left her with a bitter resentment. After all, she had been almost completely stripped bare by him, and worse, he had seen the mark on her back, a realization that plunged her into utter despair. Did you really see it? The Empress racked her brains for a foolish self-deception, asking with hopeful eyes. If Luo Yin said he hadn't seen it, she would temporarily let him go and settle the score later. Though I'd like to lie, the truth is I did see it. Luo Yin's words plunged the Empress into despair again. She fell silent. Forget it, I won't tell anyone. Here, take this. After this incident, Luo Yin had lost all desire to interact with the Empress. He tore off the cape he had been wearing for show and tossed it to her. This should cover your back. When you fight, don't make too wide a movement, or if it falls off and someone sees it, don't blame me. Luo Yin reminded her after giving the cape. You? The Empress clutched Luo Yin's clothes, her gaze complex. She wanted to throw away this disgusting man's garment, but she had no other clothes on her. If she discarded it, she would have to rely on the snake to wrap around her body, which would hinder her movements and risk exposure during an attack. Finally, gritting her teeth, she draped the cape over her shoulders. You don't have to be afraid or feel inferior. It's just a mark, Luo Yin said, unable to bear seeing the pitiful, softened Empress. What do you know? Do you know WH? The Empress could no longer contain her emotions. Of course I know what it is. It's the Tianxiang dragon horse hoof print, Luo Yin said calmly. Don't say another word. At the mention of the Tianxiang dragon horse hoof print, the Empress collapsed to the ground sobbing. The nearby snake stroked her head, trying to comfort her. Luo Yin descended from the sky and landed on the ground. He slowly walked over to the Empress. People with this mark are usually former slaves of the celestial dragons. What are you trying to say? Mock me. Look down on me. Discriminate against me. Do whatever you want. I'm powerless against you anyway. The Empress raised her head, glaring at Luo Yin with fury. No, what I mean is it's not your fault. Luo Yin shook his head slightly. What do you mean? The Empress stared at him wide-eyed. GOLD. Roger ushered in the great age of pirates. Since then, countless people have set sail, driven by ambition, dreams, pure bloodlust, or sheer necessity. They see her. Luo Yin seemed to be questioning the Empress, or perhaps himself. No, this era shouldn't be like this. In this age, we always hear such words. The Marines are just as pirates are evil. GOLD. Roger started the great age of pirates. He is a devil, a sinner, the greatest evil in this world, destroying countless families. But what I want to say is, if this world was originally stagnant and full of submission, then such an era is not so bad. Because in this era, countless people are born, and among them there will always be some strong individuals who are righteous. The righteousness that emerges from darkness is far more meaningful than the righteousness that stands in the light. GOLD. Roger found the legendary One Piece. Want my treasure? If you want to go find it. I put everything there. I have received some information that the legendary One Piece holds the power to overturn the world. And GOLD. Roger has been waiting for someone to claim that legendary treasure. Luo Yin spoke. Luo Yin rambled on for a while, then asked. Before the Empress could answer, he murmured to himself, the Marines are just as pirates are evil. But in my eyes, the greatest evil in this world is none other than those arrogant pigs who think they are gods. They are corrupt, insatiable, and suck the lifeblood of this world like parasites. Yet they are unaware, deeming themselves gods, looking down on everyone. They are a bunch of self-righteous morons ruling the world. These pigs have brought darkness to countless people, but those people fear them. Even when tortured to death, they dare not resist. The Tianxiang dragon horse hoof print on your body is not your fault. It's not you who should be afraid or feel inferior. Why should a single mark destroy a person? That's completely unreasonable. Luo Yin spoke with a seemingly angry yet calm tone. Yes, why should a single mark ruin a person? This world is twisted and full of irrationality. The greatest evil is the celestial dragons, yet. Because there are righteous pirates and corrupt marines. But Luo Yin only wants to say that if there is good and evil in this world, then the greatest evil is undoubtedly the celestial dragons. This is absolutely beyond doubt. The source of all evil lies with the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons were gone, at least half of the world's evil would disappear. So if evil truly exists in this world, the celestial dragons are infinitely more heinous than GOLD. Roger himself, mere swine unworthy of the name divine. And this mark should never make you feel ashamed. Luo Yin whispered softly to the Empress. At that moment, she stood motionless gazing at him in stunned silence. Once the celestial dragons had been revered as gods by countless souls, unquestioned, untouchable, their supremacy deemed ordained by heaven itself. Yet now before her stood a man who, upon seeing the mark of the heavenly dragon upon her back, felt no disdain, only compassion. And with startling boldness he declared them swine, proclaiming them far more monstrous than Gold. Roger, the very source of all evil in this world. To the Empress long tormented by their tyranny, those words struck like thunder, shattering centuries of silent suffering. Boa Hancock, Royen murmured, his voice tender, yet resolute. Though I offer words of solace, remember, never presume to counsel another's virtue, without first bearing their pain. I have not walked your path, I cannot fathom the shadow this mark casts upon your soul. A few phrases from me will not lift its weight, but hear this co. Moreover, Joy Boy has already appeared in this world. Luffy is he. Ruo Yen rejected fate, but neither did he delude himself into thinking he surpassed Joy Boy, the savior this world had awaited for 800 years. Should he prove insufficient when the time came, aligning himself with destiny would cost him nothing, and perhaps gain everything. Joy Boy. The Empress watched Ruo Yen recede into the distance, whispering the name softly. Light shimmered in her eyes, bright, unwavering. Look closely, and you would see a tiny reflection there, Ruo Yen himself. Perhaps one day when he finally raised his hand against the celestial dragons, she would stand beside him, not as subject, but as ally. For in her eyes his words revealed an unshakable resolve to defy them. She had long observed him, his strength surged with astonishing speed. Thus in her estimation only one thing separated him from Joy Boy: he had not yet struck openly at the celestial dragons, though in truth he already had. In every other measure, talent influenced deeds, he fulfilled the role. All that remained was to lead the defiant into rebellion. Should she one day discover he had already acted, she might well declare him her Joy Boy, the way Inryu, the flame disaster of the Beast's pirates, believed utterly in Kaido. And so the seed was sown. Now only time would coax it into being. In an instant Sengoku transformed, his body blazing gold, towering like a colossal Buddha. His fist descended like a meteor. Luffy braced, his body swelling with air round and taut, just barely absorbing the cataclysmic blow. The impact sent blood spraying from Luffy's mouth and shattered the execution platform beneath them. Both he and Ace plummeted downward. It's my turn now. Swift as thought, Ruo Yen saw them fall, and saw Sengoku preparing to strike again. Without hesitation he assumed the vermilion bird form, blurring into motion, and snatched both Luffy and Ace mid-air, before vanishing into the sky. Damn it, you won't get away with this. Sengoku, enraged at the sudden appearance of Luo Yen, unleashed a powerful light beam in his Buddha form toward him. Luo Yen, moving with incredible speed, dodged most of the intense beams, though some residual waves struck his body. However, given Luo Yan's robust physique, he could withstand these aftershocks. He even used them to propel himself further away. At last Ace was successfully rescued. Look, Ace has been saved. Straw Hat saved Ace. Straw Hat Boy, you're amazing. Cheers erupted as Ace was rescued. Meanwhile, Luo Yen, to avoid the situation that had occurred in the original story, carried Ace all the way to the far edge near the bay before setting them down. Ace, are you alright? Ace. Once they were set down, Luffy quickly rushed over to Ace with concern. Luffy, sorry for worrying you. I'm fine, Ace said, looking at Luffy with gentle eyes. That's great. Luffy was deeply moved and hugged Ace tightly. Can you help me get this off? Ace, still in Luffy's embrace, turned his gaze to Luo Yen. Sorry, we don't have the key to unlock the handcuffs, so we'll have to ask you to bear with it for now. Once we escape safely, we'll find a way to remove them, Luo Yen said to Ace. Unlocking them was impossible. Even if it were possible, it couldn't be done. After all, given Ace's temperament, anyone who spoke ill of Whitebeard might provoke him into a fight. If the original story's tragedy were to repeat, it would be disastrous. It was better this way. Ace, without his strength, would be powerless to fight, and could only stay put. Luffy, now that Ace is rescued, I think Old Man Whitebeard will soon order a retreat. You two stay here, and don't move. When the order comes, and everyone retreats, leave with them. And don't respond to any provocations. If someone provokes you, just drag Ace away. If you want Ace to live, Luo Yen said seriously to Luffy. It was useless to say this to Ace, but to Luffy it would work. As long as Luo Yen spoke with utmost gravity, Luffy for Ace's sake would likely follow it absolutely. Even if Ace became impulsive, Luffy would find a way to stop him. I understand. Thank you, Luo Yen. Without you, saving Ace would have been much more tr. Luo Yen waved his hand with a smile. Haha, Luffy laughed too. The two brothers stayed there catching up. The three admirals were held back, and for now no one came to take their lives. Meanwhile, Whitebeard gave the order. Ace has been rescued. Everyone retreat. As Whitebeard's command echoed, the Whitebeard Pirates members, overjoyed at Ace's rescue, all obeyed and began to retreat. On the battlefield, Whitebeard was still fighting Akainu. Marco with Diamond Joseph distanced himself from Akiji and then retreated swiftly. With his flight speed and immense agility, he managed to escape even Admiral Akiji. Meanwhile, with Kizaru, Luo Yen, familiar with the terrain, led Jinbe and Sabo away. Of course, taking them meant facing Kizaru in battle. After enduring several of Kizaru's laser beams, and blocking them all, Luo Yin, determined to escape, ultimately eluded Kizaru. Thus almost everyone on the battlefield had retreated. Moments later on the battlefield, Whitebeard punched, aka Luo Yin, transformed into the vermilion bird, shouted from high above to those on the ships. Though his words were harsh, the pirates did not argue, and quickly set sail. Meanwhile, on the plaza of Marineford, with Whitebeard holding the line, the Marines could not break through for the time being, let alone pursue. As for Akiji and Kizaru, they were temporarily stalled by the division commanders, and perhaps because they weren't giving their full effort, they couldn't make a move against the ships either. The Summit War was drawing to its grim conclusion. Throughout the entire battle, Admiral Sengoku had intervened only once, against Luffy, and otherwise remained idle. Even now, as Whitebeard lay gravely wounded and on the verge of death, Sengoku showed no intention of striking him down. After being knocked unconscious by Luffy, Vice Admiral Garp remained motionless upon the ground, perhaps deliberately avoiding this war, whose central figure was none other than his own grandson. The 7 warlords of the sea, having lost their adversaries, made no move to pursue or engage further. Of the 3 admirals, Akainu's whereabouts remained unknown. His prolonged absence strongly suggested he too bore grievous injuries. Unlike the original timeline, this time he had faced Whitebeard in single combat. Though he had left the old pirate near death, Whitebeard's berserk fury had exacted a terrible toll. Admiral Kazan was locked in battle with Marco, while Admiral Kizaru was held at bay by Vista and Joe. In his final moments, Whitebeard recalled his conversation with Roger. "You said you were going to die, Roger." "Yes, Whitebeard. Do you want me to tell you the location of the final island?" laughed Tail. "No, even if I knew, I wouldn't go. I'm not interested. Do you know what those government folks have been calling me lately? They call me Gold Roger." "What? Is that your real name?" No. My name is Gold. Roger. Indeed, occasionally, I encounter people on the sea with the name D. I have a guy named Teach." "What does D mean? Do you want to know? Alright, I'll tell you. It's a long story. At least it won't be you." Just as Blackbeard was excited, Whitebeard's voice suddenly rang out. "Why? You're still alive, you monster." Blackbeard was startled, and as he was about to approach Whitebeard, he fearfully stepped back. "The man Roger is waiting for will never be you, Teach. Just as there are those who inherit Roger's will, one day there will be someone who inherits the will of my sons who died in this war. Even if blood ties are severed, their will never be extinguished. Like AL, was it not to completely eliminate the man with the power to destroy the world? Was it not to uphold the Navy's justice and world peace?" But with Whitebeard's words, the effect of this battle was reduced by more than half. Sengoku could already foresee that days later countless people would set sail like the era after Roger's execution, searching for the legendary great treasure. Whitebeard's death would not only fail to suppress the number of pirates, but would greatly increase it due to his final words. Thinking of this, Sengoku was completely dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that Whitebeard would pull such a trick at the end? Zihahaha, what an astonishing final message. Blackbeard laughed upon hearing Whitebeard's words. Pops. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates wept bitterly. "Forgive me, my sons. I have left behind a heinous scoundrel. I received everything from you, and I end here." In his final moments, Whitebeard reflected on his past. How strange. A pirate who doesn't treasure. What do you really want, Newgate? I've had a dream since childhood, to have a family. "Fam?" Luo Yin said to the agitated Sengoku, who was about to attack him. "What do you mean?" Everyone was filled with doubt. Luo Yin paid no heed to the crowd's confusion, fixing his gaze instead upon Blackbeard. "Marshal D. Teach, our grudge ends here. I came for you alone." A murderous light flared in Luo Yan's eyes as he stared down the dark-bearded pirate. "Oh, so it was for Blackbeard after all. How utterly terrifying," drawled Yellow Monkey, finally grasping whom Luo Yin had meant by that one person. "Shishishi. Rex D. Luo Yin, I'd been planning to hunt you down once this affair concluded. How fortuitous that you've delivered yourself straight into my hands." Blackbeard bared his teeth in a savage grin, glaring at Luo Yin, yet inwardly his pulse raced. He had schemed for years, sacrificed everything all to seize Whitebeard's quake fruit. Now Luo Yin stood beside Whitebeard's corpse, threatening to derail his grand design before it bore fruit. "Marshal D. Teach, so your dark fruit absorbs damage, yet that cross remains branded upon your chest. Why?" Luo Yan's voice carried quiet disbelief. "Hadn't that scar been carved into a manjaya? Why did it still linger?" "Shishishi, you wretched brat, thanks for the reminder. That wound still throbs with dull, insistent pain." At Luo Yan's pointed recollection, Blackbeard's entire demeanor darkened. His mind seethed. How dare this youth expose his deepest humiliations before the world? To name aloud the very wound he'd suffered at Luo Yan's hand was to brand him inferior, not just in strength, but in authority before his own crew. Even pride demanded a face. Seeing Blackbeard's shadowed fury, Luo Yan's lips curled faintly. Then his voice rang clear across Marineford. "Marshal D. Teach, your given name. Whether that D is true or hollow matters little. Your treachery, however, is indisputable. For decades you lurked aboard Whitebeard's ship, not as a loyal subordinate, but as a viper waiting for its chance to steal the dark fruit. And when fortune smiled, you seized it. Not through honor, but through betrayal, murdering your comrade Thatch, then turning upon the very man who sheltered you. You sought my head to buy your place among the 7 warlords, failed and shifted your ambition to Straw Hat Luffy. Blackbeard seethed, speechless with rage. Nonsense. Or truth? Luo Yan's smile deepened. Luo Yan turned slowly, surveying the battlefield. Blackbeard, that is his aims. Murmurs rippled outward, so Blackbeard was plotting all along. Truly chilling. If Luo Yan speaks true and Blackbeard gains the Quake fruit, wouldn't he surpass even Whitebeard? Then the Quake fruit's terror would endure, its devastation reborn in a single darker vessel. From Marines to civilians worldwide, watching via Den Mushi, the revelation struck like thunder. The unassuming, grizzled pirate, long dismissed as mere background noise, had unveiled a mastermind's mind. A flawless interlocking web of deception, manipulation, and ruthless timing. He had played everyone, bending fate to his will, poised to reap all rewards. A shiver ran down spines. This man is terrifying. Luo Yan, is this true? Sengoku demanded, disbelief etched across his stern features. Of course, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The evidence lies before you, trading A's for the warlord title, inciting the summit war, infiltrating Impel Down. Yet now, having secured its most fearsome inmates, he returns here. Does that not speak volumes? Luo Yan regarded Blackbeard with cool, almost amused detachment. Teach, if I hadn't appeared, you likely would have succeeded. After all, you stand closest to Whitebeard's body, and no one suspected a dual fruit user was even possible. Everyone knows one fruit, one life. Who dares shatter such a fundamental law? And how can we trust your words? What motive drives you to slander me? My motive? Is it not obvious? As your former adversary, I cannot stand idle while such a predator ascends. More crucially, I despise your venomous nature. Should you succeed, your next conquest would be Whitebeard's territory, crowning yourself the first new emperor of this era. Others may rise, but you, no, not a man whose ambition is matched only by his cruelty. You've not yet acted, but your deeds already violate the very line I swore to uphold. Luo Yan's aura hardened, cold, lethal, absolute. That line. It was Bonnie. It was Boa Hancock. In the original timeline, without Akainu's intervention, Bonnie would have fallen prey to this filthy wretch. And Hancock, he dared lay hands upon her. Only Rayleigh's timely arrival saved her from ruin. Before, when Luo Yan held no bond with either woman, Blackbeard's existence was merely inconvenient. Now, it was intolerable. A pirate forged of pure ambition and lust, embodying the darkest essence of the Pirate King's legacy. Such a man must not breathe. Marshal Zhangwei, you fully understand what a dual devil fruit user signifies. Moreover, you have witnessed the power of the dark fruit, and the Quake fruit is no mystery to you. When these two supreme fruits converge, Blackbeard's future strength is beyond imagination. Whether or not you believe me, my current actions are unequivocally advantageous and pose no threat to you. All I ask is that you hold off Blackbeard's subordinates. As for Blackbeard himself, I shall confront him personally. Luo Yan turned his gaze toward Marshal Zhangwa. Zhangwa frowned upon hearing Luo Yan's words. Before he could speak, the other Marines erupted in unrest. Marshal Zhangwa, Blackbeard must be executed. His scheme must never succeed. Exactly. We sacrificed so much to slay Whitebeard. Shall we let this usurper reap the spoils? Kill Blackbeard. Kill Blackbeard. Kill Blackbeard. Luo Yan's declaration ignited collective fury among the Marines. So many had perished in this war, brothers. You dare? Blackbeard's voice cracked with panic. All Marines, surround and eliminate Blackbeard and his crew. Zhangwa, now convinced by Luo Yan's words to a significant degree, acted without hesitation. If Blackbeard succeeded, it would deliver a catastrophic blow to the Marine headquarters. Excellent. Marshal D. Teach, I grant you the chance to face me in single combat. Perhaps, just perhaps, you may yet survive. Luo Yan beckoned Blackbeard with a subtle flick of his fingers, pure unadulterated provocation. Damn you. Rex D. Luo Yan, it is you who forced my hand. Had you not interfered, my plan would already be complete. Die, you wretched fool. With Zhangwa's order issued, Blackbeard abandoned all pretense. His true ruthless nature now laid bare. Ordinary strike. Without hesitation, Luo Yan drew Ghost Cut, the blade of a grand sword master. Its mere horizontal slash radiating the aura of a supreme technique. A black and crimson crescent cleaved through the air, surging straight toward Blackbeard. The same move again. Do you think I'll fall for it twice? Blackbeard twisted aside with uncanny agility. Against you, this move suffices. Compared to their prior clash, Luo Yan's swordsmanship had ascended far beyond mere improvement. It was transcendent. He fought Blackbeard not with devil fruit powers, but with steel alone, knowing full well the dark fruit nullified such abilities. Indeed, this level of power already approaches Admiral tier. Akiji whispered inwardly. How strange. This Luo Yan feels even more perilous than Blackbeard himself. Zhonghua mused, observing Luo Yin with deepening gravity. Still insufficient. Yet the absorption limit of your dark fruit must exist. I intend to test precisely how much you can endure. Luo Yin had already discerned the truth. Though Blackbeard screamed in apparent agony, the fire pillar inflicted far less damage than it seemed. The dark fruit absorbed most of its force. This assault, however overwhelming, could not yet end Blackbeard. Boom, boom, boom. Rat-tee-tee-tee-tee. Kra. Explosions erupted across the field, not only from Luo Yin and Blackbeard's duel, but also from skirmishes between Blackbeard's crew and the Marines. Bullets rained like hail, bombs detonated in rapid succession, cries of anguish pierced the air. Once more the battlefield echoed the brutal symmetry of the Whitebeard War, yet this Ti. Fistbone. Carp lunged forward and struck Saint One Wolf, a giant even larger than Oars, with a single thunderous punch, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact shook the entire plaza of Marineford, its tremor reverberating through the stone. No wonder he's the Navy's hero, Carp. With just one blow he felled the level 6 convict. Luo Yin watched Carp's overwhelming display of raw power. Buddha's impact. Sengoku struck next, swift and decisive, toppling both champion Bacchus and Crescent Hunter Catherine Devine in a single move. Though the prisoners Blackbeard had brought up from level 6 appeared formidable, they paled drastically beside apex warriors like Carp and Sengoku. Decades of confinement in level 6 had eroded their strength. Against these two titans they stood no chance whatsoever. Hegemon strike. As the descending pillar of fire slowly faded, Luo Yin pressed his assault without pause, granting Blackbeard no respite. This ultimate rendition of the I must evade it. Blackbeard summoned every ounce of strength to dodge Luo Yin's lethal slash. Yet the blow was too swift, too ferocious to escape. Shink. A sickening blade-through flesh sound echoed, followed instantly by Blackbeard's agonized scream piercing across all of Marineford. Ah, so painful. So excruciating. It hurts. I'm dying from the pain. He writhed on the ground, clutching his stump. His right arm lay severed. Doc Q, sew it back on now. Blinded by agony, Blackbeard barked orders without regard for context or consequence. Captain, bear with it for just a moment. Doc Q shouted back, while fending off Marines, his voice laced with helpless frustration. He himself was barely holding on. There was no spare strength left to aid his captain. Sew it back on it. No need. I'll settle this once and for all. Without hesitation, Luo Yin unleashed a torrent of flame, engulfing Blackbeard's severed limb in roaring conflagration. Within moments the arm crumbled into ash. Damn you, I'll kill you. Blackbeard had snapped, utterly unhinged. That arm was irreplaceable. Its loss crippled his combat efficacy. Worse still, he'd planned, upon escaping, to consume another devil fruit, ideally the Quake fruit. But Luo Yin had shattered that ambition. With the dark fruit and his natural physique, Blackbeard could previously wield two distinct fruit powers simultaneously, one in each hand. Now with only one arm remaining, even if he swallowed another fruit, he could activate its ability solely through that lone hand, diminishing its synergistic amplification dramatically. The dream of devouring two fruits, ascending as a Yonko and ruling the world, had been severed literally and irrevocably by Luo Yan's blade. How could he possibly endure such annihilation? Die. Gritting through the torment of losing his right arm, Blackbeard whirled dark energy around his left fist and launched himself at Luo Yin with full force. When you had both arms, you were already inferior to me. Now that one is gone, do you truly believe you can rise again? Luo Yin met him head-on. No words, only steel and fury. Boom, 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 crash, crash, crash. Steel clashed against flesh, and Blackbeard strained, using his dark fruit's nullifying power to suppress the searing pain surging up his arm. Damn it, I can't land a hit. This fruit has no effect on him. Frustration edged his voice. Abandoning the fruit's ability entirely, he wound armament hockey tightly around his fist and engaged Luo Yin in brutal, unrelenting close combat. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. Luo Yan's blade met Blackbeard's hockey-hardened knuckles. This time Blackbeard barely held his ground. You possess formidable armament hockey, yet you foolishly rely on your fruit. No wonder your arm fell. At first contact, Luo Yin discerned Blackbeard's armament hockey had reached an advanced tier, only slightly beneath his own. With such extraordinary physical prowess and mastery of hockey, Blackbeard needlessly flaunted his fruit's dominance, revealing profound oath. Silence your ranting. Today, even if I perish, I will slay you. Die. Blackbeard hurled relentless punches, fueled by desperation and rage, while Luo Yin parried each with precise, unwavering strokes. Boom. Another crushing blow. Blackbeard poured every shred of strength into it, forcing Luo Yin back half a step. Gasping blood gushed unchecked from his severed stump. Waves of exhaustion surged through him, his power waning with every passing second. It ends here, Blackbeard. Your dream of world domination belongs only in the underworld. Luo Yin pressed his advantage mercilessly, so relentless, so unforgiving that bystanders might mistake him for the villain. Conqueror's aura infusion. He unleashed the pinnacle technique of supreme warriors, the most devastating application of Conqueror's haki. Though Luo Yan's Conqueror's haki had only attained the advanced tier, his exceptional physical constitution enabled full mastery of this rare art. With top-tier Conqueror's haki, its potency would soar further. His blade blazed with swirling crimson-black aura, then descended in a cataclysmic arc toward Blackbeard. Shink. Another wound tore open, deep bone grazing, ripping across Blackbeard's chest. Vermilion Phoenix Flame. South Ming Lihua. Seizing Blackbeard's momentary retreat and vulnerability, Luo Yin finally activated his devil fruit power, the South Ming Lihua, his most potent flame. Its extreme heat and unrivaled destructive force fused with his fist as he lunged forward. Blackbeard barely raised his soul. Do you truly believe my Li fire is so simple? Luo Yin gazed at Blackbeard with a mocking glint in his eyes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Blackbeard's face darkened the moment he heard Luo Yan's words. Simple, Li fire ignite. With a faint snap of his fingers, Luo Yin triggered a sight that left all observers stunned. Blackbeard's right hand burst into flame, spontaneously, inexplicably. Why? You never launched a fire-based attack. Blackbeard recoiled in shock, frantically slapping at the flames. As a Phoenix-type mythical Zoan user, Luo Yin possessed not only the extraordinary vitality and physical resilience common to animal mythical users, but also mastery over flame itself. The Southern Ming Li fire burned hotter than magma. More terrifyingly, once it adhered to any living entity, it would burn autonomously, consuming life essence until nothing remained. Luo Yin murmured inwardly, revealing nothing to his foe. From the instant Blackbeard made contact with the Li fire, his fate was sealed. His remaining arm, too, would soon be reduced to ash. Pity. The flame only clung to a fraction of his forearm. What do you mean? Sengoku stared perplexed. 2200 million berry, for Blackbeard. One arm severed, the other withered beyond recovery. Rumors claim he possesses multiple hearts. True or not, one has just been pierced and destroyed by my demonic blade. With a heart gone, he cannot possibly consume another fruit. Luo Yin was certain Blackbeard was irreparably broken, and chose not to press further. After all, Vice Admiral Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the three admirals loomed nearby. Luo Yin knew better than to challenge them all at once. Yet he refused to yield entirely. At the very least, he would claim Blackbeard's bounty, fulfilling for once the role of a bounty hunter. What a... Impossible. Sengoku rejected the demand outright. Naval funds were scarce, a marine fort lay in ruins demanding urgent reconstruction, costly beyond measure. To forfeit 2200 million berry now would cripple their rebuilding efforts entirely. Then I don't care. No payment, Blackbeard dies. Without another word, Luo Yin cast a tongue of flame onto Blackbeard's body. This is Southern Ming Li fire, in its dormant state. But with the slightest intent it transforms. Then his entire body, like his arm, will desiccate, wither, collapse. And his internal organs, they'll vanish entirely. Even if you recover his corpse, what use will it serve you then? Luo Yin had already deduced Sengoku's true purpose. Under normal circumstances, a man like Sengoku would welcome Blackbeard's death. Yet when Luo Yin nearly killed him moments earlier, Sengoku remained silent, only shifting stance after receiving that call. Clearly the five elders coveted Blackbeard, not merely the man, but his unique physiology, the capacity to wield two devil fruits. They likely intended to dissect him, to study his anomalous heart or other vital organs. If those were incinerated by Li fire, what value would remain? Well then, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, have you reached your decision? Luo Yin fixed his gaze upon him. This? Sengoku stood paralyzed between duty and pragmatism. If Luo Yin could deduce the elder's intent, surely the strategist Sengoku could as well. At Mary Gio's sacred grounds within a secluded council chamber, the boy demands 2200 million berry. Shall we pay? Saint Saturn regarded the other four elders. His flame appears formidable, capable of consuming life essence itself. Should Blackbeard's viscera be reduced to ash, our plans unravel. 2200 million is no trivial sum, but neither is it prohibitive. Approve it. Agreed. Agreed. The other two saints concurred. Only Saint Peter, golden-haired taciturn, remained silent. Your thoughts? The others turned to him. Pay the berry. If possible, however, ensure Sengoku retains the boy. Indeed, Saint Peter affirmed. He is clearly a mythical Zoan user. His potential rival's Kaido's. Seizing him now, before his power matures, is the wisest course. The others paused, then nodded slowly, finding his reasoning irrefutable. Then so be it. First, hand belly over to him. Once Blackbeard is secured, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and the three admirals shall move in. Ensure he does not escape. The five elders rendered their final decision. Marine Fort. Blue, 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 blue. This is Saturn Saint. Deliver belly to him. Once Blackbeard is captured, coordinate with Garp and the three admirals to act swiftly. Neutralize him without delay. Grant him no opportunity to strike back. And do not spare the remnants of Whitebeard's crew. Saturn Saint's voice echoed from the other end of the Den Mushy line. Understood. Sengoku assented, his gaze flickering toward Luo Yin with complex emotion. He then placed another call, issuing orders to the finance department to dispatch Marines bearing 2,200 million belly to Luo Yin. Look, there's a ship approaching. That emblem. It's Shanks. The Red Hair Pirates. The Red Hair Pirates. Why are they here? Weren't they locked in fierce combat with the Beast's pirates in the New World? Just as Sengoku prepared to issue commands to Garp and the three admirals, an unexpected figure appeared. Shanks. Precisely at this moment, Sengoku clenched his fist, the unspoken order freezing in his throat. Shanks' arrival had injected profound uncertainty into the battle. He could not risk provoking the Yonko for the sake of one man. Tap tap tap. As Shanks stepped ashore, Marineford fell utterly silent. Luo Yin watched Shanks approach from afar. Has the war already ended? Shanks murmured, surveying the scene. In his imagination, this battlefield should have been a maelstrom of gunfire and chaos, yet an eerie stillness reigned. Though puzzled, Shanks, the sovereign of the four emperors, would never voice such doubt before so many witnesses. Pride demanded composure. Moreover, he had come to halt the war, and this unnerving calm paradoxically served his purpose well. Shanks, what brings you here? Sengoku confronted Shanks head-on. Enough lives have been lost. It is time to end this war, Shanks declared, voice resonant and unwavering. The three admirals remained silent. Indeed, Akainu lay buried deep beneath the earth, sealing his wounds with magma, his body shattered, barely clinging to consciousness. His injuries far surpassed those of cannon bones, pulverized, strength nearly spent. Only his limbs remained intact, sparing him mortal peril. Yet, even thus crippled, his feet shone brilliantly. He had nearly slain Whitebeard outright, lacking only the final blow. In effect, he had eliminated the Emperor himself. Such sacrifice weighed against Whitebeard's death seemed justified. Thus, only two admirals stood ready on the field. Neither stirred. Perhaps in their hearts the war's continuation held little meaning. After all, Luffy and his allies had already fled, shielded by Whitebeard's division captains, whose pursuit was futile. Sengoku fell silent, weighing the battlefield's shifting. Should anyone still thirst for battle, let them face the Red Hair Pirates. Seeing the elite warriors stand mute, while lower-ranking Marines stirred restlessly, Shanks raised his voice and drew his western saber, its blade leveled at every soul present. Enough. Let the war end now. Sengoku no longer hesitated. Shanks' personal intervention had tipped the balance irreversibly away from the Navy. The war is over. His proclamation thundered across Marineford, and through Den Mushy echoed across the world. At last, it's over. Thank the heavens, it's over. I'm alive, I'm still alive. As Sengoku's command settled, Marines lowered their weapons, breaths easing, hearts unclenching at last. Relief washed over them. The joy of survival, the triumph of victory, spilling into jubilant cries that shook Marineford. Shanks advanced several paces, commanding every eye. Here I ask your respect and trust Whitebeard's funeral to me. I will permit no desecration of his remains. His words rang iron strong across the harbor. Unacceptable. Absolutely forbidden. Admiral, you must refuse. Whitebeard fell to our might. Chaos erupted anew. Navy ranks rejected the demand outright. I accept. Before dissent could crystallize, Sengoku struck, unflinching, decisive. Admiral, what? He was counting belly, stack after stack of gleaming chests. Muttering softly, the Navy keeps its word. Payment arrived swiftly. Still, amassing 2,200 million belly so quickly speaks volumes about their wealth. I'd love to raid Marine headquarters itself. His words unsurprisingly reached Sengoku's ears. Sengoku's brow darkened, his jaw twitched. Is that even human speech? He extorted 2,200 million belly, and still dreams of looting the entire Marine HQ. Is he a demon? Yet Sengoku kept these thoughts locked within. Maintaining his stoic facade demanded silence. Shanks' arrival ironically saved this young man's life, he reflected inwardly. Had Shanks not intervened, every non-Navy soul present, including Luo Yin, would likely have been imprisoned and impelled down. Luo Yin in particular might have suffered far worse. Having verified the belly, Luo Yin stowed them seamlessly into his system space. What kind of ability is this? A side effect of his devil fruit. Indeed, the fruit's power seems to ripple with spatial distortion, Sengoku observed, startled as the chests vanished. Captain Luffy isn't here. We haven't seen him in over a decade. What cruel irony to miss him just as we finally reunite. A plump, white-haired crewmate, mouth perpetually stuffed with meat, sighed wistfully at Shanks. Luffy. Yes, 10 years gone. I truly miss him. Still, we'll surely meet again someday. Luffy will undoubtedly grow even stronger by then. Shanks gazed ahead, eyes gleaming with quiet anticipation. He had watched Luffy's performance on the Den Mushy broadcast, and for a 17-year-old boy, it was truly extraordinary. Shanks was deeply satisfied with Luffy's strength. Brute. The line crackled once more. This is Satoru Saint. Since Shanks has arrived, the plan changes. Issue the 7 warlords of the sea invitation to that boy. With those words, Satoru Saint hung up before Sengoku could respond. Appointing Luo Yin as a warlord was the 5 elders' unanimous decision following Shanks' arrival, based on their meticulous assessment. By all current metrics, Luo Yan's power and influence fully warranted the title. Most tellingly, his brazen demand for vast sums revealed an unmistakable greed. His past conduct confirmed an insatiable lechery. In essence, Luo Yin embodied nearly every human weakness imaginable. They did not fear his avarice or lust. They feared he might lack them entirely. For only those with. Their prediction proved accurate. Upon receiving the order, Sengoku contacted Luo Yin directly, and Luo Yin accepted the warlord appointment without hesitation. To him, the title was profoundly alluring. It conferred legal impunity, shielding him from Navy pursuit. Its prestige stood second only to a handful of the most fearsome pirates, and above all, bearing the title, Huangxia 7 warlords. The 7 strongest pirates beneath the Pirate King carried undeniable grandeur. What sovereign soul could possibly decline such a magnificent epithet? Though the true meaning of Huangxia 7 warlords may differ from Luo Yan's interpretation, that is the 7 strongest pirates beneath the Pirate King, he embraced it precisely as such. Just look at Blackbeard. Did he ever fulfill his duties? Or Trafalgar Law, did he? Becoming a warlord was no act of subservience to the world government. Luo Yin cherished the title solely for its swagger and irony, not out of loyalty. Should the government ever issue commands he disdained, he could simply renounce the title. That was his calculus. Had Sengoku known this, he might well have spat blood thrice. Such audacity defied all precedent, seeking warlord status purely for immunity and prestige, yet refusing its obligations. What then was the point of granting it at all? Was it merely to bestow a stylish moniker? Fortunately, Sengoku remained ignorant of Luo Yan's reasoning, and indeed felt genuine relief upon learning of his acceptance. Relief over what? Simply that the 5 elders' directive had been fulfilled. The warlord vacancy was now filled. As for the calamities Luo Yan's ascension might unleash, those lay beyond Sengoku's purview. By then he would long have relinquished the fleet admiralship, intending to step down once Marineford's reconstruction concluded and pass the mantle to Akiji. Sengoku envisioned his retirement with serene detachment, yet his successor would inherit a storm. The war had ended. Luo Yin strode across Marineford's plaza, face alight with triumph, preparing to depart alongside Marco. Thus, aside from the navy itself, Luo Yin emerged as the undisputed victor, eliminating Blackbeard, the thorn in his side, and extracting a colossal sum from the Marines. Utterly triumphant. As for whatever secrets the Marines might glean from Blackbeard's remains, that was none of Luo Yan's concern. By then he would likely have already claimed the throne. Indeed, his next ambition was clear: the 4 emperors. With Blackbeard gone, one seat now stood vacant. For the foreseeable future, no other pirate possessed the statue. Marco, shall we leave together? Luo Yin approached him. Aware of Marco's recent loss, he tempered his exuberance, his expression settling into solemn stillness. No, I'll wait until Shanks retrieves my captain's body, then depart with him, Marco replied. Understood. Then I'll take my leave. We'll meet again. Luo Yin raised a hand in farewell. Yes, until next time. And thank you for saving Ace on the battlefield. Marco added, gratitude coloring his voice. No need. Merely incidental, Luo Yin replied with a faint smile before turning away, offering no further glance. He harbored no intention of approaching Shanks. Truly, they shared no connection whatsoever. If anything, his rapport with Luffy ran marginally deeper, tenuous as it was. But was Luo Yin the sort to seek favor through such gestures? After all, he could become a 4 emperor himself. Why grovel for alliances? Moreover, when Luo Yin glanced toward Shanks earlier, the latter had pointedly ignored him. So Luo Yin saw no reason to invite rebuff. Transforming into the vermilion bird, he soared skyward, vanishing swiftly from Marineford. Ah, Captain, the brat's already gone, one of Shanks' crew remarked. Ha ha. He didn't even deign to acknowledge the captain. The crew roared with laughter. Exactly. You just said you'd share a drink with him. How could you let him slip away like that? Yasopp teased, grinning sidelong at Shanks. What else could he do? The captain simply couldn't lower himself, maintaining the 4 emperors' dignity after all. Another crewmate pierced Shanks' pretense without hesitation. In truth, Shanks found Luo Yin genuinely intriguing, even planning to invite him aboard for sake in gratitude for aiding Luffy. Yet Luo Yin had merely glanced at him once before ascending into the heavens. Shanks stood momentarily stunned. Shouldn't such a fledgling pirate quake with awe and reverence upon encountering a 4 emperor? Why this utter indifference? It defied all logic. Yet he never expected that Luo Yin shared the same sentiment, unable to lower his pride to initiate a greeting. After all, in Luo Yan's eyes, Shanks had just been wearing a stern expression, utterly ignoring him, and showed no sign of the goofy demeanor he now displayed. Luo Yin flew away, without seeking Luffy and the others, heading directly to a ship anchored nearby. On the escaping vessel were the former warlord Jinbe, revolutionary Ivankov, Sabo, the central figure Ace, and Luffy. Buggy and the numerous prisoners he had freed from Impel Down were also gathered along with a scattering of others. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates were on their own ships. In total, the Whitebeard fleet had arrived with about 40 to 50 ships, but only 10 remained. Their forces had dwindled from over 50,000 to fewer than 20,000, a devastating loss. Several division commanders from the main ship had perished as well, notably due to Luo Yan's intervention, the giant O. Sabo added, "Luffy Sabo, I never imagined we three would reunite and speak like this one day." Ace said, initially joyful. Then his mood suddenly darkened. He had seen through the den mushy that his beloved father had died in that war. Guilt consumed him. If only he had listened to his father and not pursued Teach, perhaps his father wouldn't have sacrificed himself to save him. Ace, Luffy said softly. Though often oblivious, Luffy was remarkably perceptive when it came to those he loved. He sensed Ace's despair instantly and remained silent, knowing this was not the time for reminiscing. Whitebeard was dead and Ace had adored him. The pain must be unfathomable. Sabo also watched Ace in silence, offering neither comfort nor interruption. The three brothers, usually careless about emotions, were exquisitely sensitive in crucial moments. Straw Hat Boy. Ace Boy. Ivankov started, but seeing Ace's dejection and Luffy's subdued expression, he swallowed his words. Jinbe, however. Ace couldn't snap out of it. Stop saying such foolish things. Since you know that Pops died to save you, shouldn't you be carrying on his will and living on strongly? Is this despondency what Pops would have wanted to see? Jinbe shouted at Ace. At the same time, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates watched silently as Jinbe counseled Ace. They understood that Jinbe was truly helping Ace. But Pops died because of me. How can I feel at ease? How can I live on peacefully? Ace broke down crying. His face was covered in tears as if he were torn apart, showing extreme pain. Then you want to die? Do you want to betray the expectations Pops had for you? If you want to easily discard the life that Pops painstakingly gave you, then go ahead and die, Jinbe said ruthlessly. But these words struck home. Ace suddenly calmed down. Pops. Yes, Pops went to great lengths to save my life. How could I betray his expectations? Ace, who had just been resolved to die, immediately dismissed the thought of death. Ace, I know the matter of Pops causes you great pain, but everyone feels the same pain. Pops showed kindness to me, to all members of the Whitebeard pirates. Aren't they in pain? Don't they still live? Oh, is Whitebeard's death truly a good thing? Not necessarily. While some celebrated, others grieved. With Whitebeard's death, pirates with ambitions eyeing his territory began to stir. On the Grand Line, and in the New World, countless territories that once belonged to Whitebeard came under attack by ambitious pirates. Whitebeard is dead. From now on, I, Brownbeard, rule the seas. I am the master of this place, declared a pirate named Brownbeard as he stood on Whitebeard's flag, shouting arrogantly at the people of the town before him. Such scenes played out across all of Whitebeard's former territories. When a whale falls, it gives birth to myriad life. But Whitebeard's fall would not. It would only bring forth more pirates coveting his territory, increase chaos, and cause more deaths. And wasn't this chaotic scene the result of Luo Yan turning off the den mushy during Whitebeard's final words? Imagine if the whole world had heard Whitebeard's final words. What would have happened? The One Piece is real, and that legendary treasure has the power to overturn the world. The One Piece. Some see it as wealth, others as a superweapon capable of overthrowing the world. But either way, it would be enough to stir the ambitions of those with extreme desires and drive them to fight for it. And that would mean the world would become even more chaotic. The pirates called evil on the seas would not decrease because of Whitebeard's death. Instead, they would increase. Even in the current situation where no one had heard Whitebeard's final words, the mere fact of his once lucrative territory and coveted position was enough to trigger countless battles. At Marine headquarters, why? Whitebeard is dead, but his death has not deterred the pirates. Instead, it has made them more aggressive in their plundering, a Marine officer asked in confusion. We should be grateful that Whitebeard's final words did not reach the world. Otherwise, the scene would be even more chaotic than it. At this moment, Nami's eyes turned into berry symbols. Hey, Nami, and you guys, I'm not going on a vacation this time. I participated in such a dangerous war. Don't you all worry about me at all. Luo Yan looked at Nami, whose eyes were fixed on money, and the women gathered around him, chattering and asking all sorts of questions. They asked about everything except whether he was all right. This hit Luo Yan hard. Our captain is mighty and wise. We all saw your heroic figure slaughtering enemies in that war. Weak women like us have no need to worry about you, Luo Bin said with a smile. Exactly. If anyone should worry, it's you worrying about us. After all, you left us near the Navy headquarters. It's lucky the Navy didn't catch us, or else what would you have done? Nami said while counting money. Don't be sad. We trust you, Nwokigo said, throwing herself into Luo Yan's arms. Nwokigo is the best. Luo Yan said to Xuan Yuxia, what sea kings? You mean we've fallen into a nest of sea kings? Nami, who was explaining the use of the ship's coding to the women, turned pale upon hearing about sea kings. Don't be afraid. There are so many of us on the ship, and everyone is quite strong. No matter what sea king comes, we can chop it into mincemeat, Luo Yan comforted Nami. You reckless idiot. You have no sense of danger. This is the deep sea, and we are all devil fruit users on board. If a sea king bites through the coating, we'll all be soaked in seawater. It would be a blessing if we didn't become the sea king's food. Nami's face turned into a fish mouth as she glared at Luo Yin. It won't be that serious, Nami. When the sea king gets close, I'll just cut it with one sword slash, so it can't bite the ship, Luo Yin said cheerfully. Duong. Nami hit Luo Yin on the head, and a lump instantly appeared. You bastard, do you understand the seriousness of this? You weren't Listini. Don't joke around. How could there be people in such deep sea? Nami completely ignored Luo Yan's words. Hey, if you don't believe me, look over there. Seeing Nami's disbelief, Luo Yin pointed a finger at the sea monster gradually approaching the ship. Nami saw that Luo Yin didn't seem to be lying and slowly turned her head. Her face froze. GH. Ghost ship and a huge sea monster and a sea beast. Seeing this, Nami turned pale with fright. Luo Yin, you have to protect me. I don't want to become the sea monster's food. Nami quickly retreated behind Luo Yin, hugging his body. Don't worry. Although they look big, they are all very weak. One sword strike from me, and they will all die. Luo Yin had already recognized these creatures. The great sea monster was undoubtedly the giant pufferfish from the original story. As for the ship in its hand, it was probably the legendary Flying Dutchman, and on board was the descendant of Fonda Dyken 9. He, Captain we F. Luo Yin drew his blade. Bogwo. In an instant he unleashed a single devastating slash, its force piercing through the bubble barrier toward the lanternfish. SHHHK. The overwhelming strike cleaved the lanternfish cleanly in two, then surged onward toward the sea monster. The slash struck the creature. Though greatly weakened by the lanternfish and seawater resistance, it still carved a massive gash across the monster's chest. The violent shockwave hurled the beast backward into the abyssal depths. Seizing momentum, Luo Yin struck again without pause. With the sea monster gone, the Flying Dutchman was split cleanly down the middle, its hull severed in two. A lone figure tumbled from the wreckage. Luo Yin did not hesitate. In one swift motion he struck, SHHK, and the figure fell apart, sinking silently into the dark sea. All too easy, he remarked coolly, sheathing his blade with practiced grace. Then he called to Nami inside the ship. Nami, pull me back. Got it. Seeing the human trafficker had fainted, the mermaid who had just been captured, though unclear about the cause, was terrified out of her wits. When she saw the trafficker release her, she didn't care why as she screamed and ran into the distance, desperately fleeing from the human trafficker. Luo Yin frowned as he watched the mermaid stumble and nearly crash into things, but dare not stop. Then he walked toward the trafficker. Stopping before him, Luo Yin did not hesitate. He plunged a knife into his heart, twisting it violently, grinding the heart into pulp. This act immediately drew the attention of many mermaids and fishmen. They hid in the distance, staring at Luo Yin in shock, unable to comprehend why a human would kill his own kind. Everyone, don't be afraid. I am a friend of Jinbi, not an enemy. Luo Yin shouted loudly, seeing the mermaids eyeing him fearfully from afar. Boss Jinbi. He said, Boss Jinbi. The mermaids and fishmen, upon hearing Jinbi's name, were startled and began murmuring among themselves. He says he's a friend of Boss Jinbi. Can we trust him? Looking at him was that mermaid he just saved. The surrounding fishmen and mermaids discussed, but none dared approach Luo Yin. After all, they didn't know whether to believe him. They had been brutally mistreated by humans in recent days, and the shadow cast by humans prevented them from trusting Luo Yin based on his mere words. Seeing that the fishmen still wouldn't come near, even after he mentioned being Jinbi's friend, Luo Yin shook his head helplessly. Just then, because he had stopped, the women caught up to him. Luo Yin, Fishman Island feels so strange. Do you know what's happening here? They asked, stepping forward in confusion. Fishman Island used to be protected by Whitebeard, so the people here lived in peace. But now Whitebeard is dead, and Jinbi has stepped down from the warlords. The island has lost its protection. So pirates and human traffickers are running rampant with no restraint. You see, a single mermaid from Fishman Island can sell for 70 million. Now that the island is unprotected, it's become a paradise for traffickers, Luo Yin explained briefly to the women. 70 million. Hearing that a mermaid could fetch 70 million, Nami's eyes lit up as she gazed at the surrounding mermaids. The mermaids were so frightened by her stare that they backed away repeatedly, keeping their distance. Hey Nami, you're not thinking of dealing in mermaids, are you? We have plenty of money on the ship, all under your management. That stash could last all of us for years, and you've been taking a generous allowance. Don't tell me you're tempted, Luo Yin said with some surprise. He couldn't quite understand. You idiot. I was just shocked that a mermaid is worth 70 million. How could I become a trafficker? I hate traffickers more than anything, Nami said with a look of disgust, clearly loathing the very idea of human trafficking. Isn't Fishman Island a member of the world government? Doesn't the world government do anything about this? Xuan Yueshi asked in confusion. You saw what happened to Vivi's country. Those guys don't even care about the surface nations, let alone a place 10,000 meters underwater, Luo Yin replied. True. From what I know, this kind of world government is exactly what's normal, Robin said with a hint of sarcasm. Robin. The women all knew about Robin's past and fell silent at her words. Hee, I know what you're thinking. But I'm not that fragile and I have all of you now, don't I? Robin smiled gently at them. Umph. Since the world government won't act, then we will. Nami, shedding her usual demeanor, waved her hand grandly. She then turned to Luo Yin. Luo Yin, go and defeat all those bullies on Fishman Island, especially the human traffickers. Nami's words were utterly impractical. Nami, do you hear yourself? Fishman Island is huge. I'm just one person. How can I possibly accomplish such a thing? Luo Yin looked at her helplessly. Then what do we do? Just stand by and watch these innocent mermaids get captured and sold. Nami was kind-hearted at heart and couldn't bear to see such injustice. Ya, Luo Yin, can you think of something? The gentle Kaya also pleaded. Vivi looked at him with pitiful eyes. Having experienced the darkness in her own country, she understood all too well the terror of Fishman Island's current plight. It seems Nami hasn't changed, Luo Yin thought helplessly. In the original story, Nami was like this. Talked about not interfering, but whenever she encountered such darkness, her kind heart would always act. However, compared to the original, this Nami, who hadn't endured some of the original's dark experiences, was more idealistic and even kinder. As for the other women, except for those who had worked in killings, the ones like Kaya and Vivi still harbored kind hearts, but tended to think idealistically. Well, I don't know if it's possible, but I'll give it a try anyway, Luo Yin said, unwilling to disappoint the kindness in Nami and the others. He decided to attempt to redo. Sokka, someone has come forward to protect Fishman Island. Who is that person? Why did he choose to protect Fishman Island? What are his demands? King Neptune listened to the minister's report, hardly able to believe it. He did not believe in a free lunch in this world. The man who volunteered to protect Fishman Island must have some conditions. It is Rex D. Luo Yin, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea, a former pirate with a bounty over 1 billion. Your Majesty should have seen him. He was also present during the Battle of Marineford, the left minister said, looking at Neptune. So it's them. Neptune naturally knew of Luo Yin as well. He simply could not fathom why Luo Yin would take the initiative to protect Fishman Island. According to what he said, he claims to be a friend of Jinbe, and during the Battle of Marineford, he appeared to have contact with Jinbe, the left minister added. A friend of Jinbe's, no wonder he would protect Fishman Island, the king murmured to himself. Then Neptune asked, by the way, does he have any demands for protecting the island? Our people have not had direct contact with him, so we are not clear, the left minister replied. I see. Then send someone to invite him to the palace. Regardless of his motives, the fact that he stepped forward when Fishman Island was in danger proves he is not a truly wicked person. Even if he has some designs on the island, as long as they do not harm Fishman Island, we shall agree to them, Neptune said to the left minister. Your Majesty, is it truly wise to invite him to the palace? What if he poses a threat to you? After all, he is a human and a pirate, the left minister hesitated. I watched the Battle of Marineford as well. He helped Jinbe, and since he claims to be Jinbe's friend, I believe I should trust him, Neptune said, pausing for a moment before responding. Very well, since your Majesty has decided, I shall send someone to invite them to the palace immediately. In the bustling heart of Fishman Island, where the merfolk gathered, Luo Yin, your reputation is quite. Luo Yin twitched at the corners of his mouth at Nami's expression. Is that not allowed? We are voluntarily protecting Fishman Island after all. The king will surely receive us. The island is huge and looks quite wealthy. If I ask him for some money, he probably won't refuse, right? Nami wore a mischievous grin. Your eyes are stuck in a money pit, Luo Yin found himself speechless. He had thought Nami's suggestion to protect Fishman Island was out of pure kindness, but it turned out that kindness was tainted with greed. What do you have a problem with that? Nami glared at Luo Yin with a sharp look. No, I think you did great. You're right, Luo Yin waved his hands frantically. Luo Yin's fame indeed proved quite useful. Ever since he announced his intention to protect Fishman Island, the situation there had indeed stabilized significantly. Although not on par with the 4 emperors, it was enough to help the island weather the crisis. After all, truly powerful pirates in this world would not stoop to such deeds. Those who engaged in human trafficking were either avaricious slavers or weak pirates. They dared not easily provoke Luo Yin or incur his wrath. At that time on Fishman Island, due to Luo Yin's fearsome reputation, many pirates and slavers withdrew. On the streets where the residents had once gathered, the number of merfolk was steadily increasing, and the island, which had been quiet and desolate, was now bustling with life. The merfolk could be seen repairing the damaged houses. As Luo Yin's group walked through the streets. Though he had long suspected the reason for the prince's arrival, Luo Yin still asked the women in case some did not wish to go to the palace. We are all fine with it. Clearly the women were quite interested in visiting the Dragon Palace. Very well, then we accept, Luo Yin said to the 3 princes. Please board the carriage, we will take you there. The princes made way. Luo Yin and his group boarded the carriage bound for the Dragon Palace and set off. So the 3 princes came to fetch those people. Who are they to deserve the princes coming in person? Are you an idiot? That's the benefactor who protected our Fishman Island. How could you not know? Is that so? I've been hiding from humans these past few days. I have no idea what's been happening outside. I only came out because I saw everyone else coming out thinking the humans had all left. After they left, another burst of chatter arose on Fishman Island all about Luo Yin and his companions. The carriage to the Dragon Palace. Please follow us. His Majesty has prepared a banquet in your honor, Sha Xing said, leading the way while Luo Yin and the others trailed closely behind. Is this the royal palace? It looks so magnificent, so opulent. Nami's eyes sparkled with wonder. Judging by its architecture, it must boast a long and storied history. Robin too observed the ancient architecture around them and grew intrigued. In sheer grandeur, even the royal palace of the Arabasta kingdom pales in comparison. Just judging by its exterior, Vivi murmured in awe. There must be plenty of sanbei and green tea here, Golden Week remarked, unusually speaking up. Of course there is. It is a royal palace, Valentine replied with a gentle smile. Wow, truly sailing with you was the right choice. So many wonders to behold, and such fine food and merriment ahead. Shuang Yuexia clapped Luo Yin on the shoulder, her delight unmistakable. Little sister, do try to maintain some decorum, Shuang Yue, she sighed, watching her exuberant sibling with mild exasperation. Shuang Yuelong remained as aloof and icy as ever, yet her gaze betrayed a quiet curiosity about this place. The world truly is wondrous. Not only are there sky islands, but also islands submerged 10,000 meters beneath the sea, Riki mused softly. Yes, it's breathtakingly beautiful. Luo Yin glanced around puzzled. Everyone please bear with us. The banquet will begin shortly. Neptune, upon spotting Luo Yin and his companions, approached with his ministers in tow. You're King Neptune. Luo Yin stared up at the towering fishman before him, his beard vast, his presence immense. Indeed, I am Neptune, sovereign of the Ryugu kingdom. Today we owe you an immeasurable debt. You saved our island. You are now not only our friend, but our benefactor. Name any request, it shall be granted. His tone was warm and sincere. No, I aided Fishman Island not for reward, but because I despise those scoundrels' despicable conduct. And besides, I share a bond of trust with Jinbi. I ask for nothing. Luo Yin shook his head. What? Neptune blinked in astonishment. To aid Fishman Island without demand. Only his dear friend Whitebeard had ever done such a thing. Yet here stood another utterly devoid of prejudice toward fishmen or merfolk. Luo Yin. Before he could finish, Nami sidled beside him and pinched his waist. Ahem. Well, actually, there is one small request. Our voyage from the Grand Line to the New World drained our funds considerably. If your Majesty could offer modest finance. Nami feigned bashfulness, cheeks faintly flushed. Luo Yin bore the brunt of the villainy, while she fluttered prettily. Such is womanhood, swift as shifting clouds. Luo Yin could only sigh inwardly. Yet money was trivial. Neptune himself dismissed it lightly, so why should Luo Yin dwell on it? After brief pleasantries, the banquet commenced. Graceful mermaid attendants glided forward bearing platters of exquisite delicacies and fine wine. Without hesitation, Luo Yin dug in. Amid laughter and warmth, hours slipped away like mist. Your Majesty, word has it that the Princess of Fishman Island rivals even the Pirate Empress in beauty. Why haven't we met her yet? Luo Yin feigned innocent curiosity as he turned to Neptune. Shirahoshi. Ah, that tale runs deep. Neptune replied, his expression clouding with sorrow. What happened? Might I inquire? Luo Yin pressed gently. It began thus. The king recounted Vanderdecken IX's obsession and Shirahoshi's plight. Ah, Vanderdecken 9, and the Flying Dutchman. Wasn't that the very ship Luo Yin shattered en route to Fishman Island? And that fishman who masqueraded as a ghost, he too fell to Luo Yin's blade. Hearing Neptune's account, Nami instantly recalled the spectral vessel they'd encountered. What? You crossed paths with Vanderdecken en route? Neptune's voice rose in surprise. Yes, we did. Luo Yin sliced through it, thinking it a phantom ship. Nami confirmed. Truly. The king fell silent for a long moment. If your Majesty fears Vanderdecken, rest assured. He lies severed by my blade. His corpse now rests in the abyssal depths. Luo Yin spoke calmly. Then it's true. Shirahoshi may finally live freely. Oh, how deeply we thank you. You've saved not only Fishman Island, but Shirahoshi herself. Tears streamed down Neptune's face. For over a decade, he'd sent fleets after Vanderdecken. Yet the rogue evaded capture with uncanny cunning and formidable strength. Now this thorn in his side had been effortlessly removed. Then your Majesty, you may release Princess Shirahoshi from Hardshell Tower this very day, Luo Yin added. Though aware of Shirahoshi's colossal stature, and thus harboring no romantic notions, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Was she truly as majestic and radiant as legend claimed? With Vanderdecken gone, her seclusion was no longer necessary. And today joy reigned. Why not crown it with her presence? Ah yes. Yes. Shirahoshi must ye. Is it true? That's wonderful. I can finally see the world beyond. I want to go to the sea forest. In hearing Neptune's confirmation, Shirahoshi wiped away tears, trembling with exhilaration. And she had spent 10 years confined within the Hardshell Tower. The sea forest was the place she longed for most, for it held her mother's grave. Yet, due to Vanderdecken's tyranny, she hadn't dared step outside the tower for a decade, not even exploring the palace of Ryugu Kingdom properly. Now at last she could journey to the place her heart had yearned for. And Shirahoshi, you've borne so much these years, Neptune said tenderly, gazing upon his daughter. No, father. I have been the burden, Shirahoshi replied softly. Though timid by nature, her quiet maturity tugged at the heartstrings. So this is Princess Shirahoshi. Beautiful, yes, but truly enormous. One could use her as a trampoline. Luo Yen laid eyes upon Shirahoshi and could only remark on her sheer size. So vast that even he who cherished Bo, that remained an open question. Moments later, Neptune and his daughter concluded their heartfelt conversation. Shirahoshi then turned her massive frame toward Luo Yen standing nearby. Thank you, Lord Luo Yen. Father told me everything. You defeated Vanderdecken, and now I am free from the hardshell tower. I am endlessly grateful to you. She bowed, deeply, sincerity radiating from every gesture. He provoked me first, while I merely severed him in return. Truth be told, I knew nothing of his connection to your family. Luo Yen of course had known. But at the moment of battle his intent was purely reactive. Vanderdecken had charged headlong into his blade. Regardless, it was you, Lord Luo Yen, who set me free. Shirahoshi affirmed, her gaze brimming with gratitude. Well then, since this is a celebration, let us rejoice. Come join us. Luo Yen smiled warmly. Yes, Lord Luo Yen. Wiping away tears, Shirahoshi joyfully joined the feast. Her presence uplifted everyone, especially Neptune. The next morning Neptune arranged a lavish breakfast. Everyone ate heartily. Lord Luo Yen, I wish to visit the sea forest. Would you accompany me? Shirahoshi approached Luo Yen, radiant with anticipation. I'd love to see the underwater forest myself. Since you've invited me, I gladly accept, Luo Yen replied, delighted to spend time with the princess, and offered no hesitation. Soon after, Luo Yen and his companions mounted the waiting sharks and set off toward the sea forest. So this is the world beyond. It's breathtaking, Shirahoshi whispered, awestruck. Her first glimpse of the outside world in 10 years, filling her with pure, unguarded joy. Look, Lord Luo Yen. That cloud over there resembles a little raccoon dog, she pointed eagerly. That shape more closely resembles a reindeer, Luo Yen corrected gently. Oh, really? But it looks just like the raccoon dog I read about in my books. Shirahoshi tilted her head, puzzled. Perhaps reindeer and raccoon dogs are quite similar. Shirahoshi asked again, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Yes, I am a pirate en route to the New World via Fishman Island. Luo Yen nodded. Oh, I truly long to see the world beyond, Shirahoshi murmured, her gaze shimmering with wonder. If your father consents, I'd be honored to welcome you aboard my ship, Luo Yen added cheerfully. Really, Lord Luo Yen? Shirahoshi looked up at him, startled and elated. Absolutely. It would be unthinkable to refuse such a charming mermaid princess. Luo Yen grinned. Charming. You think I'm charming, Lord Luo Yen? A faint blush rose to Shirahoshi's cheeks, and then her expression dimmed. Though I dearly wish to sail the world with you, father will never allow it. And I cannot leave Fishman Island freely. I've heard humans treat merfolk with hostility. Shirahoshi, don't despair. One day you will step beyond these waters. My ship remains ever open to you. Perhaps next time I pass through Fishman Island you'll finally embark. Then I'll guide you across the horizon. And yes, I will sail with you next time. Shirahoshi declared, resolve blazing in her eyes. Of course you will, Luo Yen laughed warmly. As they chatted, the group soon arrived at the sea forest. None like terrestrial forests, the sea forest grew submerged in ocean currents. Yet its structure mirrored land-bound woods with schools of fish darting gracefully among swaying kelp trees, weaving living tapestries of motion and light. Luo Yen, I just learned from King Neptune that the sea forest may contain a poneglyph. I'd like to examine it, and would you like to linger a while longer? Luo Yen asked gently. No. I've shared everything I wish to say with mother. Shirahoshi shook her head, smiling. I see, Luo Yen replied, returning her smile. Lord Luo Yen, would you walk with me through the sea forest? I've dreamed of this place for so long. This is my very first forest. Her spirit rekindled. Shirahoshi looked at him with hopeful, expectant eyes. Of course, I wouldn't dream of refusing. Then let me carry you, she said, spreading her palms wide. Without pause, Luo Yen stepped lightly onto her open hand. Together they glided slowly into the hushed, sun-dappled depths of the sea forest. Lord Luo Yen, these trees are truly enormous, far larger than Bai Xing herself. Lord Luo Yen, the forest blooms with flowers and grasses, so breathtakingly beautiful. Lord Luo Yen, I am overjoyed. Thank you for accompanying me here. And all along the path, Bai Xing gazed in wonder at the forest's marvels, novelties to her eyes, and each time she encountered something delightful, she instinctively shared it with Luo Yen. Meanwhile, Luo Yen sat perched upon Bai Xing's shoulder, quietly listening to her joy and delight. Their quiet, intimate companionship time slipped away like mist. Before long, they had circled the entire sea forest. Then they returned to its entrance. Lord Luo Yen, it is already late. I must return home or father and the others will grow anxious. Bai Xing said, her face clouded with reluctant farewell. I'll escort you back. Luo Yin glanced skyward. The dusk was indeed deepening. Thank you, Lord Luo Yin. Hearing his words, Bai Xing's face blossomed into Radi. Master Luo Yin. The mermaid approached him, then greeted him sweetly. You know me. Luo Yin had assumed her excitement stemmed from some passing curiosity, never imagining she sought him and knew him by name. Yes, don't you recall? The mermaid you rescued from the slavers that day. At first I didn't know who had saved me, but later through inquiries I learned it was you. I'd long hoped to thank you properly, and now meeting you here, what perfect serendipity. Her voice trembled with heartfelt fervor. Are you? Now I remember. Forgive me. I didn't catch your face, then you fled too swiftly. It took a moment to place you, Luo Yin said, realization dawning his tone, laced with gentle apology. No, Master Luo Yin, it's quite all right. Would you please come inside with me? I wish to thank you for saving my life. My gratitude may seem small, yet it is sincere. Her eyes shimmered with earnest hope. Of course. I'd be honored, Luo Yin replied without hesitation. Then Master Luo Yin, please follow me into the cafe. Oh, and my name is Shueli, she added too. A mermaid with emerald green hair approached, balancing a tray of food. Yes, this is Master Luo Yin. You've surely heard of him. And it was he who rescued me that day. Shueli introduced him. So you're Master Luo Yin. What an honor to meet you in person at last. The mermaid's expression lit up with unmistakable awe. Oh, and my name is Kemi. I work here at the Mermaid Cafe too, she added brightly. Kemi, no wonder you look familiar, Luo Yin murmured, memory clicking into place. Kemi, the mermaid abducted by slavers in the original chronicle auctioned on Sabaody Archipelago, the very one whose rescue ignited Luffy's clash with the celestial dragons and drew Admiral Kizaru's wrath. Yet because Luo Yin had intervened earlier, slaying the octopus chef Saba, Kemi had never left Fishman Island. Her capture never occurred. Kizaru's arrival stemmed solely from Luo Yin's own defiance of the celestial dragons. Now, here she stood vivid and real before him, the first mermaid heroine of the essay. By the way, you've been idling here chatting with me. Are you sure everything's fine at the cafe? Luo Yin couldn't help but ask again. It's fine. Because of Mr. Luo Yin, many people have come to Fishman Island these past 2 days, so business at the cafe has been slow. There are very few customers, Kemi explained, waving her hand. After speaking as if realizing her words might have been misconstrued, she added, Of course I'm not blaming you, Mr. Luo Yin. Haha, I know, Luo Yin chuckled. That's good to hear, Kemi said, relieved that he hadn't taken it the wrong way. By the way, I recall that the owner of the Mermaid Cafe, Madame Xia Li, once mentioned you. She seems to have something to discuss with you. Would you like to meet her, Mr. Luo Yin? She's very kind, Shueli said, as if recalling Madame Xia Li's words. Madame Xia Li, I've heard of her too. I'm told her divination skills are remarkable. She can even foresee the future. I'm quite intrigued by her abilities. If she doesn't mind, I could go see her after I finish my meal, Luo Yin replied, his interest piqued at the, You're the owner of the Mermaid Cafe, aren't you? I've heard you can foresee the future. Is that true? And I've also heard you have something to discuss with me. What is it exactly? Luo Yin approached Madame Xia Li. Standing over 5 meters tall, even while seated, her upper body was slightly taller than his. What a beauty, Luo Yin thought to himself, admiring her. You seem to be thinking of something improper, Xia Li remarked, as if reading his mind. I was merely marveling at your beauty. I've seen many mermaids since arriving on Fishman Island, but aside from Shirahoshi, I've never encountered another as strikingly beautiful and unique as you, Luo Yin said bluntly. Is that so? Quite a high praise. But I've heard you're a notorious womanizer. Surely you're not thinking of making a move on me. Xia Li stared at Luo Yin with a scrutinizing gaze. Even though Luo Yin was a renowned pirate whose strength far surpassed hers, Xia Li showed no fear or tension. Instead, she remained remarkably calm, unlike most other mermaids. Hell, with beauty like yours, isn't it only natural that I'd be interested? Luo Yin smiled. Oh my mister. Luo Yin has taken a liking to Madame Xia Li. Could this be love at first sight? Shueli and Kemi exclaimed, their eyes wide with shock. Refreshingly direct. But have you forgotten what you've done? Xia Li set down her pipe and fixed her gaze on Luo Yin. That's precisely why I said I admire your beautiful appearance, Luo Yin replied with a faint smile. If it weren't for his own actions, he would have already invited her to join his crew. I was surprised by Arlong's fate, but that's all. Just surprised, Xia Li said calmly. You don't resent me. After all, I killed your brother, Luo Yin asked, puzzled. He had assumed their relationship was strained, but it seemed even worse than he imagined. Here stood the murderer of her brother, and she remained utterly composed. No, Arlong and I were half-siblings, and our relationship was always hostile. I'd rather not say it, but he never treated me as a sister. He bullied me from childhood. So if I must describe my feelings based on my memory and the impression you've given me, you don't seem like someone who would say such things, Luo Yin said, taken aback. In the original story, Madame Xia Li had always been calm and aloof, rarely speaking even to Luffy and his crew. It was only when she prophesied the destruction of Fishman Island that she showed panic. Logically, such an ice-cold beauty shouldn't have shared so much with him, especially about personal matters. I consider it a special favor from me, Xiali smiled faintly. Since you don't care about Arlong's matter, I can't imagine why you wanted to see me, Luo Yin said, looking at her with confusion. Although you were brought here by them, I did indeed want to meet you before, Xiali said, glancing at Kimi and Shueli. So what is it about me that attracts you? Luo Yin was perplexed. If not for Arlong, he couldn't fathom what connection he had with Xiali. Before I answer your question, I'd like to ask you one first, Xiali said, looking at Luo Yin. Go ahead, I'll likely tell you, Luo Yin replied. What is your purpose in protecting Fishman Island? Xiali posed a question that seemed incongruous with her usual demeanor. Well, even before I set sail, I was already aware of the situation on Fishman Island. I knew that mermaids and fishmen held a low status among humans and were often subjected to discrimination. So when Arlong ruled my village for 8 years, my initial intention after gaining power was to drive him out, not to kill him. In other words, because of the fishman's status at the time, I felt pity for an enemy. But later I changed my mind, and in the end they didn't escape my blade. Even so, the fact that I felt pity for an enemy is undeniable. So don't let the Navy's portrayal of me as a ruthless villain or my status as a pirate fool you. Those distorted reports and this label mean nothing. These distorted reports and my identity as a pirate explain nothing. Before all these labels, you must first recognize that I am a person with emotions. It should hardly be surprising that a person with feelings would act upon them, Luo Yin said with a smile, gazing at Madame Xiali. So extending protection to Fishman Island stems from personal sentiment? Madame Xiali asked. Haha, you could say that. At least when I saw the state of Fishman Island at that time, compassion stirred in my heart. And the same went for my crew, Luo Yin chuckled, not refuting the point. In truth, Luo Yin had come to realize that as his reputation grew and his strength increased, many eyes were fixed upon his every move. Some even sought to uncover reasons behind his actions, much like the 4 emperors, whose every gesture was scrutinized by the Navy and the world government. Even the most ordinary actions of theirs seemed extraordinary to the authorities. Take for instance the encounter between. Luo Yin expressed some confusion. Though he loathed being regarded as a heartless robot whose every action had a purpose, Madame Xiali's claim of predictability struck him as odd, given that she barely knew him. After all, in the face of distorted reports, an ordinary person would likely only see Luo Yin's cold and ruthless side. When you first met me, you asked if my ability to predict the future was real. Let me tell you now, it is. In fact, I have seen your figure many times in this crystal ball, Madame Xiali said, stroking the sphere in her hands. The first time I predicted, the crystal ball initially showed that Arlong would be imprisoned and impelled down. But then a person appeared and changed Arlong's fate. The second time I saw the former Shichibukai crocodile. His ultimate fate was not to die, but someone's intervention altered his destiny. The third time I foresaw the Summit War. The son of the Pirate King was meant to die, yet again a person's appearance changed the FA. Luo Yin asked with feigned confusion, but inwardly his mind churned with shock. He had never imagined Madame Xiali's predictions could be so terrifying, nearly flawless in accuracy. Even more astonishing was that he himself did not belong to this world, yet the crystal ball could foresee his actions. This meant that Madame Xiali's prophecies could adapt to changes in this world, and the final outcome was almost always correct. Such a prophetic ability was truly terrifying. I saw your laughter and joy aboard a ship, and I was there as well, Madame Xiali said, her tone tinged with surprise. So in the future I successfully invited you to join my crew. Luo Yin stroked his chin upon hearing her prophecy. Although I wonder how I managed to trick you. I mean invite you aboard. Now that you know the future, you will join my ship and become my crewmate. Will you still make that choice now? Luo Yin felt a surge of joy upon hearing that the future version of her would join his crew. I see in you the shifting of fate. Destinies that were once set are altered by your presence. I wish to witness how a person who can change fate will ultimately transform this world, and to what extent you will affect it. Therefore, since my future self has chosen this path, why should I not do the same now? Madame Xiali smiled at Luo Yin. So I've tricked you into joining my crew this easily. Or should I say you're practically giving yourself away? Luo Yin beamed with delight. This is the easiest crew member I've ever recruited. She's literally throwing herself at me, he thought. You can consider it a gift. But I am a mermaid. As a human, you don't have any designs on me, do you? Madame Xiali smiled slyly, her eyes teasing. If you don't know me, I'm naturally bold, and I've never been picky about anything, Luo Yin declared, hands on his hips, looking smug. Shueli, I think I just heard something incredible, Kaimi said, wide-eyed, staring at Luo Yin and Xiali. Kaimi, I feel exactly the same, Shueli replied, equally stunned. So Madame Xiali and Mr. Luo Yin have fallen in love at first sight, and Madame Xiali is willing to give up her mermaid cafe to become a pirate on Luo Yin's ship. How shocking. How romantic. The two covered their blushing faces, gazing shyly at the pair. According to the plot, the next step should be a kiss between Mr. Luo Yin and Madame Xiali, they thought. But reality disappointed them. Luo Yin and Xiali did nothing of the sort. Instead, they chatted like old friends who had known each other for ages. Luo Yin was overjoyed. The mermaid he had longed for had finally. He had finally recruited another crew member. 3 days later, on the ship, Nami gazed at Luo Yin with a scrutinizing look. After a moment she spoke. So we were gone for only a short while, and you've already gone and recruited another crew member without a word. Well, Xia Li is a very kind person, Luo Yin said, scratching his head as he looked at Nami and the other women. I have no problem with you finding new crew members, but don't you dare get any ideas. Stand. Nami formed her hand into a snake shape and delivered a series of snake punches directly to Luo Yin's chest, causing him to stagger backward. After regaining his balance, Luo Yin put on a righteous expression and said, Of course, don't you know me? I'm renowned for my integrity, noble character, and shining brilliance. I'd believe you if I were a ghost. Nami snorted coldly, turning away from him. Having expressed her displeasure, Nami turned to look at Lady Xia Li, and her attitude immediately shifted. Sister Xia. Kuya looked at Xia Li with curiosity. Can you see when I'm going to marry Luo Yin? Qing Rinjia also looked at Xia Li with curiosity. The women were all very curious about their new crew member and gathered around, asking their own questions. Seeing so many people surrounding her, cold sweat broke out on Xia Li's forehead. She said awkwardly, well, although I'd love to do fortune-telling for you, all the truth is I can't control what I divine. In other words, I can't choose a target and then read their fortune. Usually when I divine, the crystal ball shows a fragment of the future. And these fragments are uncertain, so I'm not sure if I can get a reading for any of you with just one attempt. Is that so? Luo Yin, who was nearby, also heard Xia Li's words. Even so, Xia Li's fortune-telling is already quite impressive, since the scenes she sees almost always come true. Is that right? I was hoping to see when Luo Yin would marry us, but it turns out you can't divine that. Luo Bin smiled broadly as she glanced at Luo Yin not far away. Xuanshouji, upon hearing this, cupped her slender face with her hands and said with a mournful expression, I guess I probably won't be among Luo Yan's marriage candidates. After all, I was once your enemy, and I came aboard uninvited, so Luo Yin has been quite cold to me. That's right, he's cold to me too, and he's always stealing my green tea and rice crackers. Huangjin Zhou chimed in, feeling a resonance with Xuanshouji's words. Luo Yin had been quietly listening to the women talk, but the mischievous Luo Bin had redirected the fire toward him. He had wanted to stay under the radar, but Huangjin Zhou's comment made him lose his composure. Hey Huangjin Zhou, Xuanshouji is one thing, but you're just a kid. Don't jump in, you little brat. Luo Yin shouted angrily. Luo Yin was furious. He could tolerate the other women, but why did Huangjin Zhou, who was still a child and treated like a daughter, have to join in? Who would be interested in a little girl? After yelling at Huangjin Zhou, Luo Yin turned to Xuanshouji. You don't stir up trouble. When did I ever say I wouldn't marry you? And have you forgotten that every time I lie? Stop, you bastard, don't say it. Before Luo Yin could finish, Xuanshouji quickly came over and covered. 3 days later. Xia Li, smoking is actually harmful to your health. Why not quit? Luo Yin said, gazing at Xia Li. Hearing his words, Xia Li glanced down at Luo Yin, who lay sprawled across her 2-meter-long mermaid tail, and replied somewhat awkwardly, No, I think smoking suits me better. Compared to being occupied by other things, she preferred smoking. At least it didn't suffocate her. Fine. Seeing Xia Li's resolute determination to smoke, Luo Yin curled his lips in disappointment. His expression immediately drew someone's ire. Dong. What on earth are you disappointed about? I already told you not to bully Sister Xia Li. You're truly twisted, you scoundrel. Nami had long since given up on Luo Yin. Though Sister Xia Li was undeniably beautiful, they'd only been aboard ship for 3 days. And if she recalled correctly, back at Fishman Island, Luo Yin had solemnly sworn he'd harbor no ulterior thoughts. Yet here he was. Humph. Of course that vow was nothing but hollow deceit. By the way, where exactly are we now? And which island lies ahead? I don't know. There's no detailed chart of the new world. The log post points randomly towards some island. We simply cannot predict our next destination. Nami shook her head. I see, Luo Yin nodded. They had spent 1 day sailing from Fishman Island into the New World, and drifted aimlessly across open sea for the past 2 days without sighting a single island. Snap! Oh! Luo Yin suddenly cried out, and shot upright. Feeling his abrupt movement, Madam Xia Li frowned slightly. Luo Yin, be gentle. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? He gently stroked the mermaid tail he'd just accidentally struck apologetically. He jolted upright in sudden recollection, and his hand had landed squarely on Xia Li's tail, possibly causing her pain. It's fine. Just move more carefully, Madame Xia Li murmured softly, shifting her tail with quiet grace. As she gazed upon Luo Yin with tender warmth, Nami interjected. Luo Yin, what on earth did you remember that made you shriek like that? All right. It's this: back at Sabati Archipelago, I made a pact with Bonnie. Once we entered the New World, we agreed to contact each other via Den Den Mushi. I've only just remembered it now. Bonnie. Who's that? Another old flame of yours? Nami furrowed her brow as she asked. Seeing her frown, Luo Yin vigorously shook his head. No, not at all. Jewelry Bonnie, the glutton, you must know her. We pledged an alliance upon entering the New World. Bonnie, why does that name ring no bell? Nami knitted her brows, lost in thought. Just then Robin closed her book and turned to Nami with a faint smile. Ah, Captain refers to Bonnie, the so-called supernova, who shares that title with Captain himself. She commands her own pirate crew and carries a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. How intriguing that Captain knows her. Truly his circle of acquaintances is remarkably expansive. Now that you mention it, I have seen her in newspaper reports, that pink-haired girl. Nami finally recalled her. Then narrowing her eyes at Luo Yin, she demanded, so, you are scheming something with her, aren't you? Her suspicion wasn't unwarranted. Luo Yan's past conduct had left an indelible impression. Heavens no. I merely promised an alliance, to navigate the new world together. They say it's perilous there, having another crew's strength would certainly bolster our safety, Luo Yin hastily clarified. Is that so? Or do you plan to first invite her aboard under the guise of camaraderie, then overwhelm her with flattery and charm, and ultimately? Isn't that precisely your usual modus operandi? Nami remained unconvinced. Hearing her words, Luo Yin could only think, Nami, you know me too well. Indeed, he had considered inviting Bonnie aboard, but strictly as an ally, nothing more. He harbored no further designs. Even if such thoughts existed, they would remain dormant for many years to come. Yes, above all, Luo Yin simply pitted Bonnie's tragic fate in the original narrative and wished to lend her aid. Thus he insisted earnestly, truly, it's only an alliance. Nothing else. Really? Really? Nami scrutinized him skeptically. Fine, I'll believe you. She relented, seeing sincerity unclouded in his gaze. The other women, observing Nami's acceptance, offered no further comment. Their questions had already been voiced and answered. Thereafter Luo Yin withdrew a crimson den mushy from his robes and dialed. New world, somewhere on a remote island. Blue blurp, blue blurp. Bonnie sat hugging her knees, tears streaming down her face. At the sound of her den mushy ringing, she lifted it to her ear. Hello? Who is it? Don't you know I'm heartbroken right now? You wretch, you dare disturb me now. I'll roast you alive and eat you whole. She vented her fury with venomous spite. Her crew had been shattered by the Marines upon entering the new world. Her subordinates sacrificed themselves to ensure her escape. Now she stood utterly alone. Meanwhile, Luo Yin endured her tirade the moment the call connected, leaving him momentarily crestfallen. Yet even as he sighed, inwardly he sensed, Luo Yin, you're still alive. Bonnie blurted out, disoriented and incoherent. Clearly she'd forgotten she'd recently watched his image broadcast during the Summit War. Hearing her words, Luo Yin glanced around, only to meet the smirking, gleeful gazes of the women nearby, their expressions silently declaring, see. This is your friend. She curses you the moment you call, then wishes you dead. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. But recalling Bonnie's likely distress, he steadied himself and retorted, what kind of talk is that? Still alive? Do you want me dead? Wah, Luo Yin me I. Hearing his unmistakable voice, the sole familiar presence across the vast sea, Bonnie burst into uncontrollable sobs. Hey, calm down. Tell me what happened. Take your time. I'm listening, Luo Yin urged, gently, sensing her desperate attempts to speak through tears. A chill ran down his spine. He knew something grave had occurred. Luo Yin. Wah wah. Ah. Upon hearing Luo Yan's gentle voice, Bonnie wept even more bitterly, her wails so heart-rending that they bore witness to the depth of her suffering. Luo Yin is your friend, all right. Though initially displeased that Luo Yin had acquired yet another female friend, Nami instantly set aside her resentment upon hearing the agonized sobs from the other end of the line and asked with genuine concern. The other women likewise gazed at Luo Yin with expressions of deep solicitude. Luo Yin shook his head. I don't know, but she must have endured tremendous hardship. Let her cry for now. Once she's calmed, she'll tell us what happened. Moments later, Bonnie's sobs gradually softened. Only then did Luo Yin speak, his tone deliberately tender. Bonnie, what exactly occurred? Luo Yin, those Marines are utterly vile. The moment we entered the new world, they attacked us. The crew sacrificed themselves to protect me, and all perished. Now I'm utterly alone, and the Marines seem to be hunting me down. I'm so distraught, so terrified. Bonnie poured out her anguish in a trembling, tear-choked voice. Hearing her words, Luo Yan's brow furrowed sharply. The Marines. Again, the Marines. Those wretches truly deserve death. Not long ago, news had arrived. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had retired, recommending Admiral Akiji as his successor, but internal support favored Admiral Akainu instead. Consequently, a decisive battle erupted on an island in the New World, culminating in Akainu's victory and ascension to Fleet Admiral. Akiji's whereabouts remained unknown, a development mirroring the original timeline. From this, Luo Yin deduced that Akainu now commanded the Marine headquarters. Moreover, Akainu had relocated the Marine base to the New World, meaning the assault on Bonnie was likely ordered directly by him. Yet the most probable instigator remained the world government's 5 elders. Though Akainu's brand of justice was extreme, the Marines' depleted ranks made it implausible they would deploy overwhelming force solely to crush Bonnie's crew. Regardless, this attack almost certainly stems from the 5 elders' machinations. Those monsters have already On the other side, Bonnie wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, her voice trembling with hope as she posed the question. Of course, you're my friend, Luo Yin replied without hesitation. Whether moved by compassion for her tragic lineage, or bound by their shared history at Sabaody Archipelago, he would rescue her. He added firmly, until I arrive, stay hidden from the Marines, and above all keep your den mushy with you at all times. Do not lose it. I'll wait for you. Before you come, I will not let them capture me. Bonnie vowed, her voice steadying as warmth flooded her chest and resolve hardened in her gaze. Luo Yan's words reignited hope within her despair, and she swore to endure until his arrival so she might one day restore her father. After exchanging further reassurances, Luo Yan ended the call. Turning to Nami, he asked, "You heard everything. What do you suggest?" Since Luo Yan could not yet sail to Bonnie's island, he placed his trust in Nami's navigational Issue orders immediately. All Marine forces stationed in the New World are to monitor every subtle movement on these islands. The moment any island reports sighting Luo Yan, the current Shichibukai, notify me without delay. Akainu commanded the messenger officer, holding a den mushy to his ear. Yes, sir, came the reply from the other end. After hanging up, Akainu tapped his fingers pensively upon the desk, murmuring, Luo Yan, the Shichibukai. I wonder what the world government was thinking granting such a perilous individual that title. You slipped through our grasp at Marineford last time, but not this time. Not again. Akainu had already resolved to eliminate Luo Yan. Under normal circumstances, the Marines could not move against the Shichibukai unless he directly threatened their authority or tarnished their reputation. After all, the Shichibukai were appointed not by the Marines, but by the world government's highest echelon. Yet Luo Yan was an exception. Though his appointment, Luo Yan casually stopped the passerby and asked, Yes, a small Marine base does exist here. The man nodded, then added, Are you seeking the Marines for some reason? Indeed, we do. Could you kindly point us in the right direction? Luo Yan nodded. Ah, that's simple. Just head straight that way and you'll reach the base, the man said, gesturing clearly. Thank you, sir, Luo Yan replied, then led Nami and Lucky toward the indicated path. Luo Yan, once we arrive at the base, don't act rashly. Our objective is stealth, infiltrate, retrieve the log pose records, and avoid alerting the Marines, Nami cautioned. Understood. Luo Yan nodded in agreement. Ordinarily, he might have stormed Marine bases head-on, relying on sheer strength. But now their sole aim was locating the repository of log pose records. If discovered before securing them, the mission would unravel. Even if exposed, Luo Yan remained confident he could still locate the records, but discretion was paramount. The base stood at the road's terminus near the island's center. They reached it swiftly. This fortress is indeed modest, but its garrison is surprisingly large. The trio crouched behind a house near the base, observing from afar. From this vantage, faint outlines of sentries patrolling the perimeter were visible. It's the New World. Even the smallest Marine base commands respect, Nami remarked. Agreed. Luo Yan nodded, then urged, Let's move in, now. Right. Nami and Lucky affirmed quietly, and they crept forward, silent as shadows. At the base's entrance, patrol squads circled the compound. Back in the day, we never had to patrol our own front gate. Why assign us such tedious duty? Who'd dare attack a Marine base outright? One enlisted sailor sighed. Tell me about it. Guarding our own doorstep. Absurd, another chuckled. Well, isn't it convenient? Previously, we trudged endlessly around town, exhausting. This rotation may seem ridiculous, but at least it saves energy, a third added, grinning. Fair point, the others agreed. Traditionally, Marine patrols focused solely on critical interior zones, while just 2 guards manned the gate, and perhaps 2 more kept watch atop the nearby watchtower. No one had ever deployed multiple squads to circle the entire perimeter. Yet 3 days prior, orders had abruptly changed, citing possible infiltration by suspicious individuals. Though obedient, the sailors privately scoffed. This base had never suffered attack, not once in decades. Who would recklessly provoke the Marines? 3 squads patrolled the perimeter, 10 men per squad, spaced evenly apart. Still, even a modest base covered vast ground. Gaps inevitably formed between patrols. The forward squad watched only. Meanwhile, inside the naval base, in an officer's office. Hello, is this Vice Admiral Kulun? I am Rear Admiral Moshe. I am on Shasha Island, and I have discovered traces of Luo Yan and the others. Please report to Marshal Chi Quan immediately. Is that so? I didn't expect Luo Yan to come to this island, but it's within expectations. Then proceed according to the plan, came the Vice Admiral's voice from the den mushy. Yes, nodded the Rear Admiral. The call ended, and the Rear Admiral smiled. Who would have thought Luo Yan would come to this island? By informing Marshal Chi Quan of his actions, I have earned another merit. Indeed, after intercepting the conversation between Luo Yan and Bo Ni, Chi Quan had issued orders to all islands, and the New World report immediately upon sighting Luo Yan, and the island where he appeared was to cooperate with the plan. The plan was simple: let Luo Yan obtain the eternal pointer to the island where Bo Ni was hiding, Beldeno Island. To this, Bo Ni's voice carried deep anticipation. Over the past few days, she had sensed the Navy's intense search for her on the island. She had been moving cautiously within a small range which had effectively evaded the Navy's searches, but it had also been suffocating. She now urgently hoped Luo Yin would come to rescue her. "It's me," Bo and I heard the words she longed to hear. "Luo Yin, are you ready to come for me?" Bo and I asked excitedly. "Yes, everything is ready here. I'll come to rescue you soon. Make sure you hide carefully, and don't let the Navy find you," Luo Yin said. Bo and I nodded firmly upon hearing his words, then asked, "Can I tell you my location now?" "Yes, I called precisely to ask for your location," Luo Yin said. Hearing his affirmative answer, Bo and I couldn't wait any longer. "I'm on an island called Balduino." "Balduino? Wait a moment, let me see if we have an eternal pointer for that island." Luo Yan's voice came from the other end. Bo and I waited expectantly. Meanwhile, on Luo Yan's side, "Did you find it?" Luo Yan asked the women who were searching through the pointers. "Found it." Balduino, Lucky suddenly shouted. "Really?" Luo Yan hurriedly looked over. The eternal pointer indeed read Balduino. "This must be it." "Well done, Lucky," Luo Yan said, planting a kiss on Lucky's cheek. Lucky blushed at his gesture, while the other women watched with smiles. "All right, since we have the pointer, let's set sail immediately," Luo Yan ordered. Knowing time was of the essence, the women quickly took their positions. The ship soon departed, heading toward Baldino Island, where Bonnie was hiding. With Luo Yan's firm affirmation, and his departure already underway, Bonnie gradually felt a sense of security settle over her. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ugh, my stomach's growling again. Bonnie was clutching her abdomen. Known as the Great Glutton, she required enormous quantities of food, not out of mere appetite, but because each use of her sway fruit ability drained tremendous physical energy. Her natural physiology, however, could not keep pace with the fruit's voracious demands, thus she needed constant substantial nourishment to sustain its power. Over the past few days evading the Marines, she had frequently shifted forms into adults, elders, or children. Each transformation consuming precious energy she had no means to replenish. She carried not a single belly on her person. Her sustenance came either from stealthily pilfering goods from town merchants, or from hunting deep in the wilderness. She now sheltered in a remote forest. Strange. Criminals usually favor hiding deep in the mountains and forests, yet we combed the entire area and found no trace of her. Perhaps she simply isn't there. Or perhaps she's just sharper than your average criminal. It's baffling. Every time we nearly apprehend her, she slips away inexplicably. Is she a ghost? Damn it. Ghosts don't exist in this world. Sigh. Regardless, she must be somewhere on this island. And truth be told, there's no urgent need to capture her just yet. I heard from my uncle, the Marine Rear Admiral, that Admiral Akainu has launched a major operation. He intercepted an astonishing transmission via Din Mushi, apparently intending to use this criminal to lure a far more dangerous one than annihilate them both in one decisive strike. What? You have a Rear Admiral for an uncle, and you never mentioned it before. Hey, you're missing the point entirely. Well, since you asked, fine, I'll reluctantly indulge you. I withheld that detail precisely to treat you all as equals. You fools. But now my identity's exposed. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm second generation. There be. Bonnie wasn't foolish. She grasped the crux of the matter instantly. So they plan to use me as bait to draw Luo Yin here, then ambush and kill him. At this realization, alarm flashed across her face. Hunting for food vanished from her mind. She dashed back inside the cottage, slammed the door shut with a sharp resounding thud, and seized her Din Mushi to call Luo Yin. Aboard Luo Yan's ship. Blue blup, blue blup. The Din Mushi chimed from his pocket. Luo Yin retrieved it and answered, "Hello. Who is this?" "Luo Yin, it's me, Bonnie. I must tell you something vital. The Marines intercepted our call, and they intend to lure you to Baldino Island using me. This operation involves numerous Marines. Even Admiral Akainu himself may arrive in person. So please, do not come. Don't concern yourself with me. Though I cannot fathom why they pursue me so relentlessly, their objective must be to extract something from me. Thus, if captured, I'll likely survive. Worst case, imprisonment and impelled down. But they truly intend to kill you. Do not come to rescue me." Panic trembled in Bonnie's voice, yet she delivered the warning with urgent clarity, pleading even as she forbade him. "So the Marines did intercept our conversation, and Akainu now knows your location." Luo Yan's heart stirred with complex emotions upon hearing this. He had merely sought to rescue Bonnie, yet unwittingly stumbled into a vast, meticulously laid trap. Moreover, he struggled to comprehend the scale of the pursuit. Though in the original chronicle the five elders held Bonnie in high regard, even issuing covert orders for her capture, the Marines' current campaign was markedly more aggressive. In the original timeline, Blackbeard captured Bonnie first, only for her to fall later into Akainu's hands, then somehow escape. The five elders' primary interest in Bonnie stemmed from her father Bear. By this era, however, Bear had long since lost all autonomy, reduced to a mere instrument of the world government. Logically, capturing Bonnie should have warranted only impelled down confinement. No reason to release her afterward. Yet she escaped Akainu twice. Perhaps clandestine bargains, or buried secrets, lay beneath those escapes. Regardless, the Navy's present fervor defied precedent. Or did Akainu harbor some hidden grudge against him, unknown even to Luo Yin himself? Or did Akainu perceive him as such a grave threat that this moment offered the perfect pretext for elimination? After a moment's reflection, Luo Yin spoke into the Din Din Mushibani. I've already decided to rescue you. Hide well, stay free until I arrive. A confrontation with the Marines is inevitable. If you're captured beforehand, my hands will be tied. He ended the call, staring silently at the tranquil sea, his gaze sharpened, quiet, resolute. The Marines. I sought no quarrel with you, yet you provoked me. And if the warlord title holds no weight anymore, then let this battle forge the foundation of my reign as Emperor of the Seas. Luo Yin, are we truly going to wage war against the Marines? This is a trap set by the Marines. Either I abandon Bonnie or walk straight into their snare. To forsake her is unthinkable. And moreover, it seems my restraint has been mistaken for weakness, making them believe I am easily intimidated. And this battle is inevitable. If so, then let us shatter the Marines utterly. This battle shall be victorious. Flames blazed fiercely in Luo Yan's eyes. I'm admittedly afraid, but whatever decision you make, I will support it unconditionally. Nami declared, her usual timidity replaced by unwavering resolve. She knew Luo Yin well. Once his mind was set, no persuasion could sway him. If resistance was futile, then steadfast loyalty was the only path forward. Perhaps her unwavering faith would fortify his spirit and unleash even greater strength. Luo Yin, since this confrontation cannot be avoided, then let us fight, Robin said with a gentle smile. I believe in you. Noko Hai, her arm linked warmly with Luo Yan's. Though my combat prowess is modest, I pledge my full support to your decision, Kamen affirmed. Clashing with the fleet admiral. How thrilling. Arlong hefted her spiked club. This choice is perilous indeed, yet it seems there is no alternative. Yes. Valentine and Golden Week chimed in unison. It matters little to me. I should have perished long ago in Alabastakin. Nothing, truly nothing. Luo Yin shook his head, and he had intended to leave Shelley on a secluded island. But before the words escaped his lips, she gently interrupted. And he understood her meaning. She refused to let him utter those words of distance. Once watching One Piece, he'd found it implausible. The unwavering loyalty of crews, whether pirate or foe, bound by life and death. But now he grasped anew the depth of human connection. In this world, a woman newly aboard would risk everything for him. And what more could he possibly say? How could he speak words that severed such closeness? Indeed, he had heard Shelley's divination. Every soul alive gathered together in a field of blossoms, none missing. And whether prophecy or illusion, he chose to believe it, because that was precisely how he wished it to be. Luo Yin opened his long and used system interface and name, Luo Yan race, human physical prowess LV. 899 onset of Fleet Admiral Yonko Turin swordsmanship LV. 899 onset of Supreme Swordsman Mihawk Shanks Shuangyue, Shi Luo Yin, others in Devil Fruit Awakening level 10 peak pre-awakening, full awakening, imminent and armament hockey top tier, 10 mastered flowing Sakura, internal destruction and observation, hockey top tier 50, future Saitan Conquerors hockey top tier, 1 Conqueror's aura, capable of affecting Marine Vice Admirals. In the interface had simplified, but displayed only the most vital metrics. Luo Yin had sailed less than half a year, barely a year at most. Under 12 months he had ascended to Yonko tier S. Shuangyue, she stood unrivaled, the strongest among them all. Her swordsmanship alone surpassed that of most vice emperors, and with her formidable physique and other attributes, her overall strength approached that of an emperor himself. Precisely speaking, she now ranked above vice emperors, yet below emperors, meaning aside from admirals and the pirate emperors, she could defeat virtually anyone. Next came Nokigo. Her Kinbunshika haki was exceptionally refined, already reaching the pinnacle tier, further augmented by her unique ability to hear all things. Her devil fruit had been cultivated to an extraordinary degree, and her prowess in other domains remained equally impressive. Her comprehensive strength had firmly settled at the vice-emperor level. Then came Shuangyue along his level. 8 swordsmanship lagged only slightly behind Luo Yan's. His haki across all forms was likewise outstanding, placing his total capability on par with the vice-emperor. Following him was Shuangyue Xiao Wielden. Her voice, hoarse and fragile, reached Luo Yan's ears. Bonnie, you sound exhausted. Are you unharmed? He asked. No. I've just been under tremendous mental strain these past few days, she replied, then quickly added. But Luo Yan, you truly came. I called you repeatedly over the last few days, yet you never answered. Why did you avoid me? Yes, I've already arrived on the island. Tell me your location. I'll come for you immediately. Indeed I have, Luo Yan affirmed with a nod. I never imagined you'd actually come. Hearing his words, Bonnie's heart swelled with tumultuous emotion. She had known Luo Yan for merely days, in the Sabaody archipelago, yet he had gone to such lengths for her. Since her father abandoned her, she had never again felt such tender concern. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Simultaneously, she understood Luo Yin had already arrived. A further hesitation was futile. Her sole imperative now was to reunite with him swiftly, before the Marines seized her as leverage against him. She gently rubbed her glistening eyes and spoke into the den mushy. I'm at. She gave him precise coordinates. Luo Yin cupped the receiver, muffling his voice, so only he could hear, and listened intently. Moments later his expression brightened. He had absorbed every detail. Understood. I'll fetch you myself. Having pinpointed Bonnie's position, Luo Yin instantly extended his advanced Kinbunchika haki across the entire island, scanning terrain features she described. He turned to the assembled. Bonnie spotted Luo Yin and dashed toward him, flinging herself fiercely into his arms. Tears streamed down her face as she pounded his chest with her fists. You idiot. Why did you even come here? Cough, cough. Bonnie, if you keep hitting me like this, I'll surely suffocate, Luo Yin choked out. Though her fists appeared small, they carried astonishing force. A few blows left him breathless and unprepared. Hearing his words, Bonnie abruptly snapped back to reality. She immediately seized Luo Yan's hand and pulled him toward the direction he'd arrived from. Hurry. We must leave the island at once. The Marines will soon bombard it with artillery fire. They may very well sink the entire island. We have to get out now. Bonnie dragged Luo Yin forward, and the other women hurried after them without hesitation. At that moment, Luo Yin finally understood why he had encountered no Marine presence since landing on the island. So, they intend to submerge it under a buster call. If my perception wasn't mistaken earlier, there are still civilians living on this island. That accursed Akainu truly doesn't care about innocent lives. At the thought, Luo Yan's brow furrowed in simmering anger. He gently but firmly withdrew his hand from Bonnie's grasp. Then, before the stunned gazes of everyone present, he transformed into the vermilion bird. His avian form was immense, towering, radiant, and blazing with primordial fire. Landing upon the earth, he addressed the women. Quickly, mount my back. We'll fly straight off the island. To evacuate swiftly and spare the island from collateral devastation caused by his impending clash with the Marines, Luo Yin chose to carry them all aloft, drawing the enemy's focus away from the land itself. Without hesitation, each woman leapt onto his broad, fiery back. Once all were secured, Luo Yin launched skyward in a single powerful ascent. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, now that Luo Yan's confirmed presence, Akainu turned sharply toward the officer, his face darkening instantly. No, sir. I'll carry out the order at once. Though Akainu had spoken only one terse sentence, the overwhelming aura radiating unconsciously from him forced the admiral into immediate compliance. Just as the entire Marine fleet prepared to unleash concentrated bombardment upon the island, a reconnaissance vessel specially deployed to monitor conditions across the island. Luo Yin has already transformed into a bird and fled. Impossible. How could their speed be so extraordinary? The naval commodore aboard the ship stared in disbelief at the voice crackling through the den mushy. It's true. We disguised ourselves as civilians and observed from within the island. Then suddenly a massive bird appeared overhead, bearing numerous passengers upon its back. That bird, beyond any doubt, is the manifestation of the notorious pirate Luo Yan's devil fruit power, came the emphatic reply. Hearing such, sir, the exclamation echoed across the flagship, not only reaching that admiral, but resonating among every Marine admiral present, including Akainu himself. Damn it. Though we anticipated formidable aerial mobility, we never imagined he'd act with such swiftness. Are those island garrisons utterly incompetent? Luo Yin infiltrated long ago, yet they failed to detect him until now, and allowed him to escape. Akainu roared, fury blazing in his eyes. He whirled about and bellowed orders to the entire crew, all hands. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish, colossal fireballs, like falling meteors, hurtled from the heavens. Simultaneously, a thunderous, celestial cry split the sky. Every Marine looked upward. There, soaring high above them, hovered a vast crimson avian figure, its beak unleashing torrents of flame upon the fleet below. Luo Yin. Akainu's gaze burned with molten intensity, locked onto the figure in the sky. Akainu, long time no see. Promoted to Fleet Admiral, I see. Heh, he certainly suits the title. Luo Yan's voice descended from the heavens, clear and mocking. Humph. So you've allied yourself with that pack of worst generation scum. Oh please, spare me the pretense. If you want to fight, just say so. Don't waste time fabricating flimsy excuses, retorted the vermilion bird, its expression unmistakably sardonic. You. Humph. I won't waste another word on it. With a contemptuous snort, Akainu drove his left leg hard against empty air, propelling himself skyward, stepping on nothingness itself. Moonwalk. Luo Yin observed the ascent calmly, unfazed. Rokushiki was widely taught throughout the Marine ranks, a foundational combat discipline, not a secret art. Nearly every New World Marine possessed at least rudimentary proficiency. That Akainu as Fleet Admiral mastered it came as no surprise. Go ahead and keep kicking air then. Luo Yin smiled faintly as Akainu drew nearer, then blurred into streaking light, accelerating rapidly away. Even with flawless moonwalk technique, Akainu remained fundamentally outmatched by one whose domain was the boundless sky. Damn it, Chi Quan muttered inwardly when he saw Luo Yin refuse to engage. Seeing Luo Yin speed away, he could only return to his flagship with a grim expression. Back aboard, he barked an order: surround Luo Yan's ship with every vessel. I refuse to believe he can abandon ship and escape. Yes, sir. The Navy had pinpointed Luo Yan's position, yet Chi Quan's command the fleet closed in relentlessly. Meanwhile, Luo Yan and his companions were already back on their ship. Quick, get us away from this place. Find an uninhabited island nearby, and we'll give them a proper beating, Luo Yan told the women. As soon as he spoke, each of them took their posts. The ship's propulsion roared to full power, and they fled the island at breathtaking speed. Not a single Navy ship could match their pace. Marshal, what shall we do now? The Navy vessels pressed forward, but by the time they neared Luo Yan's ship had slipped farther away, the fleet simply could not match its speed and watched helplessly as it fled. Humph, we've thrown this many troops at him. Don't think he can get away. Every officer of flag rank and above pursue. Chi Quan abandoned the idea of chasing by ship. He leapt across the sea with the moonstep technique, his body elementalized into molten rock. His magma-formed legs blasted torrents of lava like jet thrust, propelling him toward Luo Yan's ship with terrifying velocity. Luo Yan's ship was swift, yet Chi Quan's assault speed was absurdly fast. The distance closed rapidly. At the same time, admirals, vice-admirals, and other officers of general rank fell from their ships. Some transformed into birds, some elementalized, others using the moonstep, leaving their vessels to follow Chi Quan through the air toward Luo Yan. From the stern, Luo Yan watched the approaching scene. All the generals. Chi Quan, a smug grin curled as he held a cigar between his teeth and regarded Luo Yan with contempt. I was simply trying not to harm innocents before. The fight is only just beginning, Luo Yan said with a smile. Their eyes locked. War was imminent. Great flame, Chi Quan snarled and struck first. In a hurry, aren't we? Luo Yan murmured, but he moved with equal speed. Wings unfurled from his back as he drew his blade Gui Che and closed on Chi Quan. When Chi Quan's magma fist surged toward him, Luo Yan split a molten blow cleanly in two with a single stroke and passed through the cleaving fissure, pressing onward toward Chi Quan. You want to fight up close? Very well, you've come to the right place. Chi Quan abandoned ranged assaults and charged in to meet him. The clash of Luo Yan's blade laced with armament hockey against Chi Quan's armored magma fists rang like struck metal. Sparks flew as blade met fist. Both threw themselves into the collision with every ounce of strength. Luo Yan's blade struck Chi Quan's arm, and Chi Quan braced with his armament. Chi Quan's punch crashed into Luo Yan's chest, only to be met by Luo Yan's own armament. Neither man yielded as the two titans fought with unrelenting force. On the wider battlefield, Shuangyue, she faced Hua Xiao, Shan Yanshu, and two unnamed vice-admirals. A lone fighter against four elite vice-admirals, yet she handled them with an ease born of superior power. Shuangyue Lung confronted 6 ordinary vice-admirals alone. Nua Chi Gao fought 5 ordinary vice-admirals by himself. Shuangyue Xia dealt with 3 ordinary vice-admirals and 6 of the Navy's rear admirals. Wei Wei and Yair Lida tangled with 4 ordinary vice-admirals between them. Kingrenji Shuang, Shoji Luo Bin La Chi, and Ka Li Fa joined forces to hold off more than 20 rear admirals. For this operation, the Navy had dispatched Marshal Chi Quan 4 elite vice-admirals, 18 ordinary vice-admirals, nearly 30 rear admirals from headquarters, and an unknown number of colonels and majors below flag rank. In total, perhaps 200 personnel. Although many could employ the moonstep, their speed was too slow. They had not yet closed in. Even if they did at Fleet Admiral Chi Quan, as the Navy's highest commander, what could possibly divert your attention in the midst of battle? Tell me. Luo Yan smiled at Chi Quan. Chi Quan snorted coldly. Luo Yan, you are but a mere pirate. Do not be so arrogant. He surged forward again. To prepare for this engagement, Chi Quan had summoned every force the Navy headquarters could dispatch. He had assumed he had overestimated Luo Yan, yet the pirate captain's entire crew proved far stronger than he expected. There was nothing left to do now but hope to quickly defeat Luo Yan and then purge the remaining members of his crew. If they could wipe out Luo Yan, even grievous naval losses would be justified. With that thought, Chi Quan's assaults grew ever fiercer, molten lava spraying in all directions. Luo Yan answered in flame. Even if you are a beast type and your fire reaches extraordinary temperatures, flame is not your principal strength. Fire has limits. Magma can burn through flame. In this duel of endurance, ability, and hockey, you are destined to be at a disadvantage. Chi Quan struck while peppering Luo Yan with taunts. Luo Yan sneered at Chi Quan. Whether in the summit war or now, which of my words are false? Flame is flame, and your fire is nothing more than the half-baked blaze that accompanies a beast type. The Xiao fruit that Fire Fist wielded is inferior compared to mine. You dare to meet my flame with the lesser fire among lesser fruits. Chi Quan laughed, and to prove his point transformed his arm into molten rock and slammed it toward Luo Yan. If you have the nerve, use your flame to catch my magma. Chi Quan was adept at finding weaknesses with his tongue, If Luo Yan were the hot-headed youth many were he might be goaded into reckless proof and lose himself to pride. But Qi Quan misjudged. Setting aside the notion that the Xiao fruit's pure flame has no absolute upper limit, skillful development can push its temperature to astronomical levels. There are precedents in fruits like the Xianglei fruit. It is conceivable that flame could even rival the sun in intensity and surpass mag. Why does Kaido's Qinglong fruit confer so many elemental attributes, while Zhuqiue, the vermilion bird, manifests only flame? Because Zhuqiue follows the path of ultimate flame. Kaido's Qinglong thunder and storm powers are many and individually formidable, but they are broad and not refined. Without the aid of other elements, his fire and thunder alone cannot fell true might. Luo Yan's flame is different, refined rather than numerous, a pursuit of absolute flame augmented by the savage strength of his beastly form. In his Zhuqiue incarnation, Luo Yan possesses both hulking physique and the essence of the Xiao fruit. Except for the inability to fully elementalize every aspect of Zhuqiue's fire, is no weaker and often stronger than the Xiao fruit. Magma is indeed formidable, but my flame can burn through your magma, Luo Yan declared as a conflagration swelled about him and condensed into his right arm. From a distance his arm seemed elemental and shrouded by overwhelming fire. Ali, this is only the beginning. If you continue to clash with me, it will not be long before your magma is burned through, Luo Yan said, baring his teeth as he faced Qi Quan. In truth, even if flame did burn through the magma, without sufficient haki, Luo Yan could not truly wound and elementalize Qi Quan. But to have an ability one prides oneself on undone by someone seemingly weaker is enough to unnerve any warrior. Qi Quan's assault failed to shake Luo Yan, and instead it exposed the admiral's own hesitation. Yet an admiral remains an admiral. Qi Quan, the strongest of the three admirals, still possessed superior overall strength. Even though Luo Yan's fire pressed the magma, his comprehensive combat power could not decisively subdue Qi Quan. For now neither could fell the other, and their duel remained locked in an unyielding stalemate. Boom, 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 roar, 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 hiss. Explosions thundered, weapons clashed, seawater vaporized. War raged unceasingly. Smoke and ash hung thick in the air, never dissipating. Above the boundless ocean, the battlefield coalesced into a vast perfect circle. At its center stood Akainu and Luo Yan, locked in mortal combat. Along its circumference fleets of women warriors and marine officers fought at measured intervals, engaged in brutal spiraling slaughter around the two titans. Eastward from Luo Yan's position, Xuangyue calmly dominated four elite rear admirals, one already grievously wounded. Victory would soon be hers. Westward, Nokihai had already dispatched one rear admiral, the others would soon follow, vanishing beneath the waves. Southward, Xuangyue Long had eliminated a marine headquarters rear admiral. Xuangyue Xiaya likewise held firm dominance over her opponents, several rear admirals faltering under her relentless assault. If elite rear admirals approximated the S. 1 hour later the cry Zhanlong split the air as a colossal dragon-shaped shadow streaked past. Four elite officers were instantly rendered combat ineffective and plunged into the sea. Again Zhanlong, and then twice more the opponents of Xuangyue Long and Xuangyue Xia likewise collapsed and tumbled into the waves. After another hour of relentless fighting, the three Xuangyue sisters had finished off every foe before them. Their enemies fell into the ocean, their fates were uncertain, and given the ferocity of the attacks their chance of survival seemed slim. The tide of battle had decisively tipped in favor of Luo Yan's pirate crew. With the sisters finished, they turned to the warships. With a single stroke each they cleaved vessels in two. Countless Navy personnel were hurled into the sea, rendered unable to fight, and some were struck down outright by lethal blows. Meanwhile, Luo Bin's party of 5 steadily gained the upper hand. The Navy's cannonade had no effect on them, and Luo Yan's blade flared with armament aura and was immediately wreathed in flame. The sword, suffused with extreme heat and potent armament energy, cleaved toward Qi Quan. A metallic clang rang out as Luo Yan closed the distance and struck. Qi Quan met the blow with an arm hardened by armament. Then Qi Quan's other arm transformed into molten rock. A gargantuan magma fist erupted like a meteor from his limb and smashed toward Luo Yan. With no time to evade, Luo Yan braced his whole body and armament to absorb the impact. The explosion hurled him through the air, the wings on his back beat to stabilize his posture. After hurtling nearly 100 meters, he steadied himself midair and shattered the magma globe narrowly, avoiding a plunge into the sea. Lucky Qi Quan sneered, and then blasted another avalanche of magma toward Luo Yan. Luo Yan would not be outdone. Enormous fireballs coalesced in his hands and collided with Qi Quan's lava, the crimson conflagration staining the heavens. Hours stretched on. 1 hour, then 2, then 3, and soon another 3 hours had passed. The women's fighting at the battlefield's edge had concluded in a resounding victory. The Navy forces were almost entirely annihilated. Those who survived fled in their remaining ships and kept a wary distance, unwilling to approach again. From the fringes the women watched as Luo Yin and Chi Quan continued their savage duel. Tremendous explosions rent the air, waves of flame swept the heavens. The intolerable heat both combatants generated had shrouded the area in a rolling sea mist. The waters boiled. Even large sea beasts could not endure such temperatures and began to float lifelessly to the surface. Luo Yin perished. Chi Quan snarled, heedless of his subordinate's safety. From start to finish he paid no mind to how many of his own men fell. He clung to Luo Yin like a dog determined to hold him. Though the navy had failed across the board, Chi Quan redoubled his assaults, more frenzied each. Luo Yin unleashed a barrage of named strikes. Bagua Dominion, Idao Lu Wangzhe Jiqi One-Sword Style Whale of the Fallen, Idao Lu Longjuanfeng One-Sword Style Tornado, Idao Lu Yanhua One-Sword Style Fireworks, Idao Lu Hinbusi, Niao One-Sword Style Flame, Immortal Phoenix. Each slash intersecting the next with devastating power. Chi Quan answered in kind with all his might. Depinhuo Great Fire Jet, and Mingo Netherhound among his destructive techniques. Roars of impact, eruptions of flame, and the whistling of cutting blows overlapped in a cacophony. Breathing heavily after unleashing so many mighty slashes, Luo Yin nonetheless retained considerable stamina and could fight on for a long time. When the counterattack subsided and the smoke and fireworks drifted away, Chi Quan's garments were shredded with blade scars. Through those rents tiny wounds wept blood. Luo Yin did not fare unscathed either. A vast fist-shaped imprint Mar. Mary Joa, the Holy Land. Still not captured yet? Saturn Saint asked, growing impatient. No wonder. It said Luo Yan's strength may already approach that of an admiral who alone Akainu could hardly subdue him so easily, Peter Saint replied. So much time has passed without success and the battlefield situation now favors the Marines less and less. Even Marine soldiers have been eliminated. It appears Akainu is on the verge of defeat, Ma Saint observed. Shall we notify Sengoku and dispatch him for reinforcement? What do you think? The bald man asked. Very well. Without another admiral-level combatant, Akainu stands little chance of capturing him. Yet since action has already been taken against him, this opportunity must not be squandered. Saturn Saint declared, then took up a den mushi and dialed Marine headquarters. This is Saturn Saint. Notify Sengoku to proceed immediately to reinforce Akainu. Understood, came the prompt reply from Marine headquarters. That is all, Saturn Saint concluded before hanging up. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, upon receiving Saturn Saint's order, an officer located Sengoku, the former fleet admiral and current chief advisor. Chief Advisor Saturn Saint has issued orders. You are to lead troops to reinforce Admiral Akainu. What? What order? What has Akainu gone off to do now? Sengoku blinked in bewilderment. He had retired, yet Saturn Saint still commanded him. Was this madness? He had obeyed Saturn Saint's commands while serving, but even after retirement, he was expected to obey. Then what truly was the point of retiring? Admiral Akainu led the Marines to apprehend the pirate Luo Yin. The confrontation remains deadlocked. Saturn Saint requires your immediate deployment with full forces to assist Admiral Akainu in capturing Luo Yin, the officer reported respectfully. Luo Yin. Isn't he one of the 7 warlords of the sea? What on earth is Akainu scheming now? Sengoku was stunned once more. Luo Yin had been officially appointed a warlord. By law the Marines were prohibited from arresting them. Now Akainu had launched an operation against him, and even the 5 elders had sanctioned it. Had the 5 elders abandoned all concern for maritime balance, choosing instead to strike directly at the warlords themselves? Though he himself believed the warlord system ought to be abolished, the 5 elders seemed recklessly hasty. Surely they should wait until Vegapunk completed peacekeepers capable of replacing the warlords. Yet Sengoku no longer sought clarity. Retired, he wished only to withdraw from such affairs. These burdens belonged now to Admiral Akainu and the 5 elders. Tell the 5 elders I have stepped aside. My strength has waned. I am no longer fit to capture pirate Luo Yin, he declared. Indeed, in retirement, Sengoku stood unyielding, disinclined to engage content simply to savor peace. The officer faltered. To relay such words to the 5 elders. His life might end before dawn. Fine, I'll speak to them myself, Sengoku sighed, picking up his den mushi and dialing. In Mary Joa, the Holy Land, the shell rang. Blurp. Moi. Saturn Saint lifted the shell, puzzled. Yes, this is Saturn Saint. What is it? Saturn Saint, this is Sengoku. Regarding your directive for me to deploy to Baldino to assist Admiral Akainu, I recommend sending Akiji instead. Sengoku offered no defiance, only deflection. No longer fleet admiral, he bore no obligation, a shifting responsibility incurred no cost. Give me one reason, Saturn Saint paused, then demanded. Since the summit war, my power has diminished markedly, and I am currently occupied with other matters. I cannot spare the time, Sengoku stated plainly, meaning quite simply the task was impossible. Very well. Saturn Saint nearly erupted in fury, but recalling Sengoku's formal resignation from the Admiralty and his retreat from public affairs, he swallowed his rage. The call ended abruptly. Hanging up, Saturn Saint scowled. Sengoku. Though displeased, he voiced no further protest. After all, during his tenure Sengoku had never displayed blind loyalty, but neither had he failed in duty. Now that he had voluntarily relinquished command, reproach would serve no purpose. Nor did the five elders withhold orders out of benevolence. Following the summit war, the Marine's strength had been severely depleted. They dared not provoke Sengoku further. Should he follow Kazan's path and abandon his post, the world government would face grave consequences. We can only await the outcome. But given the battlefield's current state, hope remains slender, Saturn Saint remarked. Then why not dispatch reinforcements from Mary Joa itself, the bald man proposed. Out of the question. Under no circumstances may Mary Joa's garrison be reduced. The other elders rejected the suggestion without hesitation. To them, Luo Yin paled beside the safety of every Celestia. On the open sea, battle raged near its 24th hour. Still no victor emerged between Luo Yin and Akainu. Just as their duel threatened renewal, an unexpected figure appeared. A tall man, with curly hair, pedaled lazily onto the field atop a bicycle. His arrival drew the sharp gazes of both combatants. Oh, am I interrupting? Looks like you two are rather busy, Kazan murmured lightly. Kazan, what brings you here? Akainu demanded, voice thick with contempt for the traitor. Luo Yin too studied him with quiet curiosity. Logically, Kazan had severed all ties with the Marines. His presence here made no sense. Moreover, having lost a leg in his prior clash with Akainu, was this reunion truly wise? I merely took time to visit Robin. I had no idea this would unfold. Kazan spoke truthfully. Freed from the Marines, he could now openly visit Robin, his sole intent. He knew nothing of Akainu's confrontation with Luo Yin before arriving. Marshal Akainu, an unexpected person has appeared. Should we continue this battle? Luo Yin turned his gaze to Akainu. He was unclear why Kazan had come here, or whether his words were true, nor did he know if Kazan had truly left the Marines. Under these circumstances, continuing to fight would do Luo Yin no good. If Kazan had not actually left the Marines, and he and Akainu fought to the death only to be struck from behind by Kazan, who would he complain to? Moreover, even if Kazan had truly left the Marines, it did not necessarily mean he would help Luo Yin or not hold hostility toward him. Nico Robin was Robin, Luo Yin was Luo Yin. They could not be lumped together. Akainu snorted coldly. However, it seemed he no longer intended to continue the fight. Judging from his gaze, Akainu was very wary of Kazan. Luo Yin, watching Akainu's cautious look at Kazan, thought to himself, could it be that Kazan really left the Marines, or is he on an even more important mission than capturing me? Regardless, the battle was over. The third party's intervention had left both Luo Yin and Akainu without the desire to continue fighting. Akainu, Kazan, old enemies meeting. You must have a lot to say to each other. I won't disturb you. I'll be going now. Watching Kazan and Akainu confront each other, their gazes practically sparking, Luo Yin had no desire to meddle in their vendetta, nor did he want to stand there like a fool. He transformed into a bird and flew straight toward the women. After carrying them onto his back one by one, he flew directly away. Kazan and Akainu, hearing Luo Yan's words and watching his actions, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. However, perhaps due to his extreme wariness of Kazan, Akainu, who was usually like a mad dog toward pirates, did not pursue Luo Yin. And so Luo Yin left. Of course, it was also possible that Akainu knew he couldn't win, and with Kazan's arrival, he found a convenient excuse to back down, though it was highly unlikely that AK. One day later. World Economic News Headquarters. Hurry, print faster. Get all this news onto the newspapers and spread them across the world. This is an unprecedented big story. Morgans flapped his wings, constantly directing the staff. At the same time, he muttered to himself with smug satisfaction. Those world government bastards wanted me to cover up the news. What a joke. I am the king of news. The world's most important first-hand information is in my hands. How could I deceive the world? I will spread the truth far and wide, and let my world economic news soar to new heights. After his impassioned soliloquy, he hurriedly commanded his subordinates, quick, steer the airship away from this sky. I don't want those world government guys finding this place. Morgans truthfully reported Luo Yan's battle in the World Economic News. People all over the world saw the news. Bravely infiltrating the summit war to rescue the Pirate King's son, traveling alongside Straw Hat L. Ugahihi, that brat wants to compete for the throne of Emperor of the Sea, even the Pirate King. Not a small ambition, but does he have the strength? Whole Cake Island. Mama like HCD. Luo Yin, huh? A promising fellow, but wanting to snatch Whitebeard's territories from me is a bit too presumptuous. Red Force. Luffy's friend is truly remarkable. It hasn't been long since the Summit War, and he's already pulled off another earth-shattering feat. Maybe he really can become an emperor, Shanks remarked with emotion. Dressrosa Royal Palace. Doflamingo's forehead veins bulged as he glared at the newspaper in his hands, seething with rage. Damn it, just a brat. What fourth emperor? Nothing but empty praise. He spoke with contempt, yet unease gnawed at his heart. He had not forgotten the words Luo Yin had spoken during the Paramount War. Now he was uncertain whether Luo Yin would honor that threat and come to Dressrosa. Bring. Just as Doflamingo hesitated in indecision, a din mushy suddenly rang. He glanced at it, then answered with a hint of surprise. Hello, Virgo. Why are you calling me at this hour? Daffy, you asked me to keep an eye on Luo Yan's movements. He's made a move now, so I'm reporting to you, came a man's voice from the other end. I see, so that's what it's about. Doflamingo nodded. After the Paramount War, he had instructed Virgo, his mole within the Marines, to use the Navy's resources to monitor Luo Yan's actions. Why such focus on Luo Yan? Only because of the words Luo Yan had spoken during that war. He feared Luo Yan might actually come to Dressrosa, and if he discovered the secrets hidden here, all his efforts would be in vain. So what's he up to? Doflamingo asked, urgency creeping into his voice. The line fell silent. Has something happened? He pressed when no sound came. After a pause, the voice on the other end finally spoke. Yes, according to the intelligence, Luo Yan is heading toward the sea near Dressrosa. If nothing goes wrong, his target is likely Dressrosa. Daffy, you need to be prepared. I see. Understood. Doflamingo said, then hung up. His outward demeanor remained calm, but the abruptness of his action betrayed his inner turmoil. Sweat beaded on his forehead as veins pulsed, his fingers manipulated strings in gestures no normal person could replicate. So it's finally come, Luo Yan. Rage boiled within him. He had assumed the Paramount War threat was merely empty words, yet Luo Yan was actually coming. Worse, before reaching his waters, Luo Yan had engaged Akainu and the Marines, and emerged victorious. This made Doflamingo realize that not only was Luo Yan himself immensely powerful, but his entire pirate crew was an insurmountable force. Against such might, Doflamingo's preparations might prove futile. That was the source of his anxiety and fury, and he could not fathom why Luo Yan seemed to have it out for him. TCH, looks like I'll have to leave this place. How aggravating. After a moment of inner struggle, Doflamingo made a decision: evacuate everyone from Dressrosa, retrieve Caesar, and find another location to continue his underground dealings. Resolute, he picked up the Den Mushi beside him. Bring. At Punk Hazard, Caesar was in the middle of an experiment. The sudden ring startled him. Ah, who dares disturb my great experiment? He snapped, answering angrily. Which idiot is bothering me? Caesar, came Doflamingo's voice from the Den Mushi. Joker, why are you calling? I'm in the middle of an experiment. Sorry if I sounded harsh. Upon recognizing Doflamingo, Caesar immediately softened his tone. Don't worry about it, Caesar. I'm contacting you about something important, Doflamingo said, unfazed by the earlier outburst. What? Are you going to give me more funding? Caesar's face lit up with excitement. No. I've suddenly changed my mind, Doflamingo began, then muttered to himself. What? Joker, what are you saying? Caesar asked, confused by the muttering. Caesar, there's no one else on Punk Hazard besides you and Monet, right? Doflamingo asked abruptly. He had just revised his plan. Originally, he intended to relocate Caesar to a secluded place for underground business. But then it struck him Luo Yan was heading to Dressrosa, unaware of Punk Hazard's location. He could temporarily move his base there. The island housed the Smile Factory and was rarely visited. A perfect hiding spot. No, just me, Monet, and a few subordinates I've recruited. No one else is likely to come to this abandoned island, Caesar replied. Good. Then prepare your side. I'm moving my headquarters to Punk Hazard. Doflamingo stated. What? Joker, are you serious? You're moving your headquarters to this godforsaken place? Caesar was stunned. He had chosen this frozen and burning hellhole for its semi-functional lab, and because it was a discarded Navy island unlikely to attract visitors. But honestly, Caesar detested the place, alternating between scorching heat and freezing cold, utterly barren. It was fine for experiments, but certainly not for living. He couldn't understand why Doflamingo would abandon beautiful, well-run Dressrosa for such a dump. Don't ask questions. I won't cut your experiment funding by a single berry, Doflamingo said, avoiding the reason. He couldn't admit that Luo Yan was coming, and he was afraid of the man's strength and his crew's power. That would be a blow to his pride. After all, he was a warlord of the sea, a figure of influence both openly and in the shadows. The only person he had ever feared besides Kaido was Luo Yan, and that was a secret he would never divulge. Fine. Caesar agreed. The waters surrounding Dressrosa. A ship sails steadily toward Dressrosa. Luo Yan, why are we deviating from the log pose's direction and heading specifically to Dressrosa using an eternal pose? Is there something extraordinary about this place? Nami asked, puzzled. Her log pose was already fully charged. Following its guidance would have led them smoothly to the next island. She couldn't fathom why Luo Yan insisted on steering toward Dressrosa via the eternal pose. Dressrosa is the stronghold of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I hold unresolved grievances with him from the Summit War. So this voyage is personal, Luo Yan replied. In truth, Luo Yan bore no real grudge against Doflamingo. If anything, it stemmed solely from having struck him during the Summit War. But grudges were beside the point. The real draw was Dressrosa's abundance of beautiful women. Moreover, Doflamingo's conduct had long unsettled Luo Yan. Put plainly, Luo Yan was meddling, liberating Dressrosa, and upholding justice. You truly never rest. Trouble follows you like a shadow. That's Doflamingo, one of the 3 great powers of the Grand Line. The 7 warlords wield immense strength. Nami rubbed her temples in exaspera. He sought out chaos where none existed. With a captain like this, how would she ever reach the far shore? She feared one day she'd perish from the very calamities Luo Yin provoked. Dressrosa, so it's called the land of love and passion, a land famed for its splendor. They say it blooms with flowers. No wonder my earlier vision showed us amid a sea of blossoms. Madame Shalii murmured, cradling her crystal ball with sudden clarity. So your prophecy wasn't deception after all. I spoke only truth. I did foresee it. Madame Shalii affirmed. Haha. In any case, the outcome is favorable. Luo Yin dismissed the matter lightly. Truth or illusion, what mattered was that fortune smiled upon them. One day later, vessels laden with cargo lined Dressrosa's shores. Every member of the Don Quixote family gathered along the coast. Doflamingo, truly you'll relinquish the throne and abandon Dressrosa? Treble sniffling asked in disbelief. Yes, this place is no longer safe. To preserve all I've built over decades, we must depart. Doflamingo declared. Luo Yan's arrival boded ill. His family stood no chance against such a foe. Fight not fight was their wisest course. Tangling with Luo Yan alone was perilous enough, jeopardizing the family's enterprise's risk, provoking far more formidable adversaries. Very well. If this is your will, we obey, Pierrot chirped, voice shrill. Doflamingo nodded, then swept his gaze across his loyalists, only to notice one absence. Where's Violet? Has she vanished? Violet. Since Doflamingo announced our departure, she's been nowhere to be seen. Could she have fled? Treble mused, nose dripping. Enough. Leave her. She served only because this was Dressrosa. Now that we depart, she's obsolete. Doflamingo said coldly. Her prolonged silence confirmed her betrayal in his mind. He filed the debt away, vowing to return once this storm passed. Violet, betrayal is my deepest abhorrence. I hope when I next set foot here you still linger. The entire Don Quixote family boarded ships, cargo-laden vessels, and officers' yachts alike sailed away from Dressrosa. Doflamingo truly departed. But why? After witnessing through her Goro Nami Doflamingo's ship vanishing beyond the horizon, Violet's heart surged, elation warring with dread. She feared he'd merely withdraw, temporarily poised to reclaim Dressrosa at will. To dangle hope only to snatch it away. That was despair incarnate. To verify his departure, Violet relentlessly tracked his vessel with her devil fruit ability, and uncovered something astonishing. That's former warlord Luo Yin. What brings him here? Bewildered by Doflamingo's unexplained exodus, Violet recoiled in shock at Luo Yan's appearance. Despair flooded her thoughts. Did Doflamingo strike some bargain with this man? Has Dressrosa's suffering not yet ended? To test her suspicion, Violet continued scanning the sea, where two vessels faced each other, Doflamingo's fleet, and another unmistakably distinct. On its bow stood a group, one man flanked by women. There could be no doubt, it was Luo Yan's ship. Meanwhile, aboard Doflamingo's flagship, young master, Luo Yin, the infamous former warlord whose recent exploits shook the seas, blocks our path. What shall we do? Treble, and indeed the entire Don Quixote family, remained ignorant of Doflamingo's true motive for leaving. Thus they grasped neither the significance nor the threat of Luo Yan's interception. Recalling how Luo Yan had publicly humiliated Doflamingo during the summit, worthy officers glared with seething fury, ready to tear Luo Yan limb from limb at a single command. Yet fear flickered too. Luo Yan's name echoed across oceans, his feats defied belief, his power terrifying. Doflamingo stared grimly at Luo Yan across the waves. His subordinates knew nothing, but he knew precisely why he fled, to escape this man. Now with Luo Yan barring their retreat, what meaning remained in their flight? Could they even depart today? Or would this day seal their doom? Fury churned within Doflamingo, but his mastery of composure was absolute. A smile bloomed instantly across his face. Luo Yan, what business brings you here? Doflamingo, what are you doing here, and what is this? Luo Yan asked, taken aback. Normally Doflamingo should have been reigning as the undisputed tyrant of the royal palace in Dressrosa. Why did they appear poised for a long journey? That question belongs to me, Doflamingo growled inwardly upon hearing Luo Yan's words. But he kept it concealed. He knew full well the chasm between their strengths, provoking Luo Yan further, before discerning his true intent, would spell certain doom. So Doflamingo strode forward with deliberate, wide-set steps, stepping ahead of his officers, and fixed his gaze on Luo Yan. I am preparing to depart for a business negotiation. May I ask what brings you here? Business. Are you planning to wreak havoc somewhere again? Luo Yan spoke bluntly, voicing his unfiltered thought. A visible vein pulsed violently across Doflamingo's forehead. His hands clenched deep within his pockets, trembled with suppressed fury. In that instant he longed only to slice Luo Yan into dust with his strings. Yet, for the sake of his grand ambition, for the sake of his enterprise, he swallowed his rage. Ha. You just don't you. I've governed Dressrosa to perfection, renowned far and wide as a benevolent sovereign. How could I possibly commit evil? Truly, Doflamingo, uttering such words without so much as a flicker of shame. Enough. Regardless of where you intend to go, you won't be leaving today. Luo Yan paid no heed to Doflamingo's pretense. He had come solely to confront him. What do you mean by that? The meaning is plain. Luo Yan cast a sidelong glance at Doflamingo, his expression unmistakably predatory. Humph. Have I ever provoked you? Even during the summit war you were the one who sought me out first. And now, I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, sovereign of a world government allied nation. Are you truly prepared to lay hands upon me? Doflamingo frowned deeply as he addressed Luo Yan. Indeed, you never provoked me at the summit war. In truth, you never provoked me at any time, Luo Yan replied with a faint knowing smile. Then his tone shifted, sharp, incisive. But whether warlord king of an allied nation, or even the shadowy master lurking beneath your own basement, none of those titles matter to me. Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Luo Yan to know of his clandestine identity. Slowly he withdrew his fist from his pocket, gripping it tight, as fury burned in his eyes. If I've never wronged you, why pursue me? What gain could this bring you? None whatsoever. But frankly, I've disliked you since the moment I laid eyes on you. Your very existence grates upon me. At that moment Luo Yan bore all the hallmarks of a villain, while Doflamingo seemed the wrong party. Ha 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 ha. Ha. So that's it. Those words extinguished the last ember of Doflamingo's hope, that perhaps Luo Yan might yet hold back. He understood what disliking meant. He himself had held such contempt before, and every soul he'd loathed had vanished into the blissful afterlife. Worse still, did Luo Yan possess deeper motives? He knew too much already. Reconciliation was now impossible. Then, I shall strike. Luo Yan announced it plainly, as if granting courtesy before battle. Humph, just a greenling fresh from the Grand Line, don't get cocky. Doflamingo bristled at Luo Yan's condescending warning. This overt disdain ignited his wrath. Fear dissolved, fury surged. That's more like it. That earlier timidity made me think I was Kaido. Luo Yan watched, thoroughly pleased. Kaido? So you know of him too? At the name Kaido, Doflamingo's breath hitched. What do you mean? Who's speaking nonsense now? Don't lose focus, Doflamingo. Without another word, Luo Yan drew his blade. A single devastating slash cleaved toward Doflamingo. Bakuku. A colossal crescent of force erupted from the blade, parting the sea itself along its path. Boom. Shrike. The slash struck Doflamingo's vessel, slicing it cleanly in two like cloth severed by scissors. Seawater rushed in, swallowing the fractured hull as it sank slowly beneath the waves. Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family officers leapt clear, landing safely aboard another ship. Damn it, arrogant fool. Arrogant white line. Enraged, Doflamingo unleashed his awakened devil fruit power. Every vessel nearby, and every exposed reef above the water, melted into stark white threads, coalescing into razor-sharp, brush-like spines that hurtled toward Luo Yan's ship. Threads. Curious. My blade and my flames both hold natural advantage over your ability. Though I wonder, can your awakened strings withstand my unawakened fire? Flames roared to life around Luo Yan, forging a coloss. Luo Yan raised a single brow, intrigued. Humph. Mere fire dares aspire to consume my strings. Underestimation carries consequences. Seeing Luo Yan regard him with unshaken disdain, Doflamingo spiraled into frenzied assault. Threads lashing, twisting, piercing. Infinite inferno. One blade style, 1,000 worlds annihilation. The inferno descended, sealing both ships, their crews, and the surrounding sea within a blazing dimensional prison. Then, supreme armament haki, supreme observation haki, supreme conquerors haki, all converged upon Luo Yan's blade. He unleashed his most devastating technique yet. What? The 16 feral bullets. Divine execution. Doflamingo recoiled inwardly. The sheer overwhelming power radiating from Luo Yan's strike stunned him. He hadn't anticipated such decisive force so early in battle. Desperate, he hurled his ultimate technique. 16 colossal black-armored white threads surged forth, converging into a single blindingly sharp spear aimed straight at L. A blade imbued with devastating power clashed with Doflamingo's ultimate move, divine execution. Boom. The thunderous roar of the collision echoed through the air. A colossal wave of energy radiated from the point of impact, spreading outward in all directions. The residual shockwaves relentlessly battered the endless flame prison. Yet the prison's defenses were formidable. Even such immense energy only caused ripples in the fiery walls, failing to shatter them. At the same time, after a brief moment of collision, Cocoyasi's blade sliced through Doflamingo's lethal technique, as if cutting through tofu. It cleaved from the tip all the way to Doflamingo's front. Schlick. Luo Yan reached Doflamingo and struck him with his blade. Instantly, a horrifying gash appeared across Doflamingo's chest. Blood gushed from the wound, which cut deep into the bone, severing an unknown number of ribs. The violent impact of the attack directly damaged Doflamingo's internal organs. The executives of the Don Quixote family, enraged at the sight of Doflamingo's injuries, charged recklessly at Luo Yan, intending to strike him down. Schlick. 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 Their intentions were noble, but they severely underestimated Luo Yan's strength and they forgot about the women behind him, as they surged forward with fury, radiating powerful auras and unleashing fierce attacks. In the instant they closed in on Luo Yin, Shuangyue, Shi Nuachi Gao, and Shuangyue Long made their move. Sharp sword rays flashed, and thorny razor-sharp plants extended like writhing tentacles. In a single exchange, the three women had all the Don Quixote family executives on the ground defeated. Then they were bound by Nuachi Gao's vines and pinned to the floor. Damn it! The executives of the Don Quixote family, now incapacitated, lay on the ground, their fighting spirit crushed. They seethed with rage, but could not rise. Thus, in a brief confrontation, Luo Yin and his compa, the old woman tied up by Nuachi Gao, glared at Luo Yin as he approached, her voice dripping with anger. Relax, I'm not here for you. Luo Yin cast a glance at the old woman, whose face was far from pleasing, and shuddered. Then he ignored her and looked at Baby Five beside her. You're Baby Five, all right? Baby Five retorted, what if I am? You bastard, you've gravely wounded the young master, and now you come to me. Do you intend to hurt me too? Of course not. I'm generally quite lenient with beautiful women. I just wanted to set you free. As Luo Yin spoke, he gently swiped his blade, slicing through the vines binding Baby Five. Nami watched the scene, a mix of frustration and resignation in her heart. That damn Luo Yin, I knew it would come to this. Every time Luo Yin saw a pretty woman, he couldn't help himself. The moment she saw him approach Baby Five, she had already guessed the outcome. But even so, there was nothing she could do about it, and she didn't want to say anything more. After all, arguing with that bastard was useless. Nami didn't want to waste her breath, but she was still a bit annoyed. She turned to Nuachi Gao and said, Nuachi Gao, why are your vines so soft? That bastard cut through them easily. At the very least, they should be as tough as steel, don't you think? Do you even hear yourself? Nuachi Gao was speechless at Nami's sudden complaint. Nami was clearly venting her frustration at Luo Yin's actions, but instead of confronting him, she took it out on her. And Nuachi Gao wanted to say that while her vines were soft, they were tougher than steel. So it wasn't that her vines were weak, it was that Luo Yin's blade was too sharp. But after a moment's thought, Nuachi Gao dismissed the idea. After all, Nami was her sister, and she had to tolerate her little moods. Why? Why did you let me go? Baby Five stared at the severed vines, utterly bewildered, looking at Luo Yin. Logically, she was his enemy. Shouldn't he have bound her tighter? Why release her? Could it be? She needs me. She likes me. She loves me. Baby Five was initially puzzled by Luo Yan's action, but then a thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. And the more she thought about it, the stronger the feeling grew, and the more she believed it was true. Yes, Baby Five had already begun to self-construct a narrative. Well, didn't I just say it? I set you free simply because I can't bear to see a beautiful lady suffer. Luo Yin smiled at Baby Five. Although Baby Five was indeed his enemy, Luo Yin had never been one to care much about affiliations or identities. Especially when it came to women. Whether enemy or not, if he found them pleasing to the eye, he generally wouldn't kill them, and might even invite them aboard his ship. So Baby Five's identity meant nothing to Luo Yin. What mattered was that he had taken a liking to her. You say I'm beautiful. Do you really think I'm beautiful? Baby Five's head spun at Luo Yan's words. Hasn't anyone ever told you that? You're truly captivating, and you fascinate me. Luo Yin looked at Baby Five with a smile. Captivating. Fascinating. He must like me. Baby Five murmured to herself. If you put it that way, you're not wrong. Luo Yin responded to her, muttering. His plan was simple. First, use Baby Five's personality to coax her aboard. Then gradually dissolve the knots in her heart and her tendency to live for others. Even when watching the anime, Luo Yin had felt that Baby Five was quite pitiful. Someone abandoned, forever living for others. How tragic. Of course, his intentions toward her weren't entirely altruistic, but he felt that inviting her aboard would be far better than leaving her here. After all, that old man in the original story had been right. A tool that never asks for anything in return is incredibly convenient. This clearly showed that the Don Quixote family treated Baby Five as nothing more than a tool to be used at will. Not that this denies the fact that the Don Quixote family took her and gave her a safe home, and that Doflamingo treated her well in the original story. But this had nothing to do with Luo Yin. Now the Don Quixote family had been defeated by him. Their future was either to be killed by Luo Yin, or if he showed mercy, to be exposed and taken away by the Marines, imprisoned and impelled down. So are you willing to board my ship and become my crewmate? Luo Yin repeated the words he had uttered countless times. You need me to board your ship? Baby Five asked, her voice brimming with joy. Yes, I need you. My ship needs you too. Luo Yin nodded. I am needed. It feels so wonderful to be needed. I am willing to board your ship and become your crewmate. Baby Five agreed without hesitation. For Baby Five, the hardest thing to refuse was a request from others. Good, then stand behind me for now. Let me deal with them first. Luo Yin said to Baby Five. Hearing Luo Yan's words, Baby Five obediently stepped behind him like a delicate maiden. To her, others' requests outweighed her own stance. If not for the Don Quixote family's protection over the years, she would have been lured away by some unknown person long ago. But alas, the family had failed to protect her in the end, and now she was about to be taken by Luo Yin. Baby Five, you traitor. You betrayed the family. Pika's shrill voice rang out furiously. Shut up, you screechy-voiced fool. If Baby 5 doesn't follow me, should she suffer with you losers? Luo Yin glared fiercely at the sharp-voiced man. Let her go. She was always the least loyal in the family, easily swayed by anyone. Still, I must admit, a tool like Baby 5 who never refuses requests is incredibly useful. None better, Lao Ji sneered. I am. A tool, Baby 5 murmured behind Luo Yin. Hearing the old man's words, tears welled up in Baby 5's eyes, an instinctive emotion she couldn't suppress. Yet her words contradicted her expression. I am a tool. I am needed. As long as someone needs me, even as a tool, I will do anything for them. She whispered, tears streaming down her face, yet her face radiated happiness. At that moment, Baby 5 recalled her childhood, how her mother, a beggar, had abandoned her because she was useless. She had screamed and pleaded, trying to prove her worth, but her mother, starving and unable to feed herself, had cast her aside without a second thought. For her mother, Baby 5 was utterly worthless. That was why Baby 5 could never refuse anyone's request. She feared that rejection would lead to hatred, abandonment, and disgust. From the moment she was abandoned, she lived for others. In her mind, if she failed to demonstrate her value, she would have no reason to exist. Baby 5's story and her mindset were truly tragic. But such was the cruelty of this. Though Luo Yin wished to help the girl overcome her childhood trauma, he knew it wouldn't happen overnight. So he decided to send her back to the ship to be with Nami and the others, and also to prevent the Don Quixote family from saying anything that might affect her. At the same time, he wanted to shield her from the bloody and brutal scenes. Though he didn't know if she could handle them, it was better for her not to witness them. After all, even if she had lived with these people for over a decade, seeing them die suddenly might be too much. Alright, since you requested, I will do so. They need me, and I must go to them, Baby 5 said without hesitation, jumping onto Luo Yan's ship. You're Baby 5, alright? Baby 5 arrived on the ship, and the women gathered around her. They had overheard the conversation between Baby 5, the Don Quixote family executives, and Luo Yan. They could tell that the girl was mentally unstable, and from her behavior and words they suspected she had suffered something terrible in the past. The initial displeasure Nami and the others felt toward Baby 5 because of Luo Yan's actions dissipated instantly. Though they didn't know what hardships the girl had endured, Nami, who had experienced suffering herself, understood better than anyone how terrifying it was to be transformed into such a state. Yes, Nami might appear sharp-tongued, but she undoubtedly had a kind heart. All negativity, dark thoughts, and twisted emotions in Nami were overshadowed by her compassion. Seeing Baby 5 happily chatting with the women on the ship, Luo Yan turned his gaze to the old man Lao Ji, who had spoken earlier. He stepped forward, tap tap tap, and approached the old man. So as a fellow, Luo Yan was angered by the old man's words. Though he didn't claim to be a saint, he had always been gentle with women. He had admittedly used Baby 5's personality to coax her onto the ship, but he had no intention of exploiting her for anything harmful. Yet hearing the old man's blunt words and seeing Baby 5, who looked so happy when needed, shed silent tears, Luo Yan was truly furious. Even if you're using someone, there should be a limit. At the very least, you shouldn't say it to their face. That hurts too much. What? Did my words just now offend you? Rao Ji sneered disdainfully at Luo Yan. Yes, they offended me deeply. Was I wrong? Baby 5's nature is that of a born instrument. She never refuses any command. The Don Quixote family needs precisely such a person. Moreover, from childhood we trained her relentlessly to kill, to wield her as the family's weapon. Don't be fooled by her youth, she is ruthlessly cruel. Whatever we order, be it murder, arson, massacre of entire lineages, or plundering of wealth, she obeys without hesitation. Look how perfectly serviceable she is. No tool could be more reliable. Rao Ji chuckled as he spoke to Luo Yan. His tone, expression, and bearing conveyed utter dehumanization, as if Baby 5 were nothing more than an object to be wielded at will. Sokka, so that is how it is. Are you trying to provoke me? You're merely lusting after her beauty. What merit does such a woman truly possess? She is nothing but a killing instrument. Her temperament, her very essence, holds no worth worthy of affection. A tool remains a tool. Compared to a life of warmth and peace, she belongs solely on the battlefield, as our blade of slaughter. Am I mistaken? To grow angry over such a woman, you are indeed foolish. You pay no heed to my status, or your own peril. You deliberately seek to enrage me. If provocation was your aim, then consider it achieved. Luo Yan's expression remained serene as he calmly approached Rao Ji. Rao Ji lay bound in Nokihiko's vine restraints, his hands tightly secured. Blood stained the deck around him, oozing from deep gashes inflicted by blades. Yet he showed no concern. Only defiance burned in his gaze. Luo Yan slowly raised his foot and pressed it down upon Rao Ji's skull. What? Is this all you've got? Humiliating me by stepping upon my head? Do you think, AGH? His voice shattered into a shriek. Luo Yan applied pressure with excruciating slowness, as if his foot were a hydraulic press and Rao Ji's skull a confection about to be flattened. His head pressed against the deck while Luo Yan's soul bore down, distorting bone and flesh alike. And as the pressure intensified, the deformation worsened his cranium, warped his features, twisted a shallow dent forming beneath Luo Yan's boot. Consciousness and cognition reside in the brain, the body's most vital organ alongside the heart. Now under relentless. Luo Yan gave a quiet laugh and drew the sword Guiche. With a single fluid motion, he sliced through a plank of the deck, a long narrow strip over a meter in length. He lifted the plank, then snapped off its tip with bare hands. Rough splinters and jagged barbs remained where the wood tore, not cleanly severed, but violently rent. He repeated the process along both edges, leaving a full meter of serrated, irregular, brutally uneven surface bristling with protruding thorns. You seemed quite resilient earlier. How do you fare with this? Luo Yan drove the splintered plank deep into Rao Ji's back, deliberately avoiding the heart. It pierced his torso with agonizing resistance, the barbs catching, tearing, dragging fragments of flesh and fiber as it advanced. Within moments, Rao Ji hung impaled, pinned upright to the deck. Remarkably, he uttered no cry throughout. Once secured, Luo Yan turned toward Nokihiko aboard his ship. Nokihiko released the vines binding him. Nokihiko, who had been conversing with the women nearby, including Baby 5, immediately withdrew her vines. Excellent. The real spectacle has only just begun. Luo Yan smiled faintly as the vines receded. Paralyzed by trauma and immobilized by sheer force, Rao Ji lay motionless. Even freed, he could not stir. They say the 10 fingers share a single nerve center. Let us test that claim, slowly crushing each one. Moments later, amidst escalating shrieks, Rao Ji's fingers were broken, one by one. Finally, Luo Yan cleaved the contemptuous elder in two with a single stroke. First time I've ever burned with such fury. He sheathed Guiche, then glanced casually at Rao Ji's corpse. In his past life, watching the anime, Luo Yan had disliked this man, not only for his words, but for his visage. Today he'd intended no such cruelty. Yet Rao Ji, unlike the others, had not kept silent. Instead, he dared provoke. So past grievances and present insolence converged, settled in blood. Rao Ji became the first to fall. Though, if Luo Yan had felt merciful, perhaps he alone would have perished. No, two actually. For Luo Yan understood well the principle of uprooting. Luo Yan cast a brief, indifferent glance at Doflamingo's fragmented corpse. Young master, you bastard, you actually killed the young master, said Xiao La, the art fruit ability user, staring in horror at Duofu Langming's corpse. What do you want to follow in his footsteps? Luo Yan turned to look at Xiao La. Hearing Luo Yan's words, seeing the tragic state of La Aog and Duofu Langming, who had been cut into 50 pieces, Xiao La eventually fell silent. Although they were cadres of the Tangjike family, and even when Duofu Langming was alive they would do anything for him, that was only when Duofu Langming was present. Now that Duofu Langming was dead, and they had seen the fate of Duofu Langming and La Aog witnessing such a brutal scene, fear naturally arose in their hearts. However, some feared while others remained loyal to Duofu Langming, willing to give their lives. You bastard, die. Pai Kai used his immense strength to break free from vines tougher than steel, then swung his fist fiercely at Luo Yan. As for those who dared to attack him, Luo Yan showed no mercy. Pai Kai's greatest ability was to control rocks with his rock fruit, but now they were at sea. The rocks were not exposed like on an island, but in deeper waters. Moreover, his fruit ability could not bypass Luo Yan's fire barrier to control rocks in the deeper sea. Thus his ability was now useless. Although his physical strength was considerable, it was far inferior to Luo Yan's. Luo Yan ended him with a single slash. Diamande. Luo Yan's next target was Diamande. Luo Yan had no interest in further tormenting these people. He directly cut Diamande, the user of the float fruit, in two. Diamande was cleaved in half and blood splattered onto Sha Tang's face. Sha Tang screamed and then fainted. Luo Yan paid no attention to Sha Tang and immediately swung his blade at Tole Boer. Thus 3 of the 4 top cadres of the Duofu Langming family present were eliminated by Luo Yan, leaving ONL. Lei Baika stared in astonishment at the audience in the stands where there were both toys and humans. But now all those toys had turned into humans, and some even into animals. Then tears glistened in Lei Baika's eyes. I remember everything. Sure, Bing Shinching, father, I have a father. Underground factory. What's going on? Why have all the toys turned into humans? The underlings of the Duofu Langming family managing the underground factory stared in astonishment at the scene. The toys that had been working for them had all turned into humans. Bastards, you treated us like this when we were toys, now die. The restored humans in the underground factory glared at the Duofu Langming underlings. It was these guys who had whipped them all day, forcing them to do heavy work even when they had no strength left. All the humans who had been turned into toys vented their anger on the Duofu Langming followers. Zilluolin, using her glare fruit ability, saw everything happening in Delicy Luosa. She saw Luo Yan dealing with the Duofu Langming family. She also saw all the toys in Delicy Luosa turning back into humans. Great, all the toys have turned human, which means Sha Tang has fainted or died. Because of the sudden fire barrier, she couldn't see inside. But Sha Tang was with the Duofu Langming family, so Luo Yin likely eliminated the entire Duof. Zilulin guessed that all members of the Duofu Langming family had likely been killed by Luo Yin, but she couldn't understand why Luo Yin would attack the Duofu Langming family. What benefit was there for him? Could it be that Luo Yin also coveted Delisi Luosa? Or perhaps Luo Yin coveted all of Duofu Langming's enterprises? Either way, it would not do any good for Delisi Luosa. If Luo Yin coveted Delisi Luosa itself, then the country would simply be transferred from one ruler Duofu Langming to another, and that person would be even stronger and more difficult to deal with. If Luo Yin coveted Duofu Langming's enterprises, then Delisi Luosa, as Duofu Langming's stronghold, would also suffer. Thinking of these, Zilulin felt both joy at Duofu Langming's defeat and worry about Delisi Luosa's impending fate. Luo Yin, what kind of person are you? What is your purpose in coming to Delisi Luosa? Is it really to covet Duofu Langming's enterprises? Zilulin clasped her hands together, silently praying that Luo Yin had no designs on Delisi Luosa. On the coast of Delisi Luosa, Luo Yin led the group of women ashore. As for the corpses of Duofu Langming and the others, they were naturally thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Luo Yin, you looked so cruel just now, said Shuang Yuexia, pretending to look terrified at Luo Yin. How, what are you afraid? Luo Yin asked Shuang Yuexia. Not at all. You were so angry just now because that old man provoked you. And you treated those guys so cruelly, there must be a reason. After all, from what I know of you, you don't seem like someone who would kill indiscriminately. Shuang Yuexia analyzed with rare IQ. Hey, you're wrong. Although I don't kill indiscriminately, I'm not a good person either. The reason I killed them is not only because I have a grudge against their leader Duofu Langming, but also because I simply didn't like the look of them. That's all, Luo Yin said with a smile. Luo Yin would never say he came to save Dressrosa, or anything of the sort. From the very beginning, his reasons for coming here were simply that he disliked Doflamingo and wanted to kill him, and also that he wanted to invite the few beauties from that family onto his ship. If possible, he even wanted to invite the princess of Dressrosa aboard. As for saving Dressrosa, although he could not bear to see suffering, and did have a slight thought about it, Luo Yin would never voice it. Who would believe that a pirate like him came specifically to save this place? Besides, as a pirate, he had a little kindness, but not much. I don't believe you. I've seen everything you've done along the way. You're a bit lecherous, but in other aspects you have good character. I don't believe you would kill someone just because you dislike them. The Luo Yin I know wouldn't slaughter the innocent, Shuang Yuexia said, looking unconvinced. Whether it was the first enemy he killed, the Shichibukai crocodile, or Inland Skypea, or his actions in Fishman Island, she could not see Luo Yin as a bad person. In fact, Luo Yin did not even resemble a proper pirate. Every time he killed, there was a reason, and she also knew that he hated it when people bullied the ordinary by relying on their strength. Therefore, Shuang Yuexia, the detective, guessed that something extraordinary must have happened on this island, and it was related to the people they had killed before. It had to be said that Shuang Yuexia had stumbled upon the truth by luck. Something extraordinary. Luo Yin nodded. Do you know something? Nami asked, suspiciously looking at him. The other women also looked at Luo Yin. Yeah, it's all because of that little one in your arms. Luo Yin glanced at the unconscious Sha Tang in Nami's arms, and said her. She's so small, what trouble could she cause? I guess she joined Doflamingo because he kidnapped her. Nami had never suspected that the cute little girl in her arms could have done anything bad. After all, the girl was so adorable and seemed very young, looking just like herself when she was little. How could such a creature do anything bad? Luo Yin said to the women. Then you're wrong. She is Sha Tang, a pleasure fruit user. Her ability turns anyone she touches into a toy. 10 years ago, Doflamingo and his crew of officers came to Dressrosa. Using his string fruit ability, he controlled the body of the then king of Dressrosa and had him massacre innocent civilians, making everyone in Dressrosa hate that king. Then, like a savior descending from the heavens, Doflamingo appeared before the people who had been persecuted by the controlled king, captured the king, and became a hero in the people's eyes. In the end, naturally, Doflamingo became the king of Dressrosa, praised by all. This country experienced such a terrible thing. Doflamingo is too evil, Shuang Yuexia said indignantly. Listening to Luo Yin's story, Shuang Yuexia spoke indignantly. Meanwhile, Nami remained silent. This story was so similar to what had happened in her hometown. The only difference was that one was military rule over her hometown, and the other was deception to gain the throne. But both were bad people. This country must have other things happening. Doflamingo must have a purpose for occupying this place, Robin said. As expected of Robin, you're really smart. Luo Yin gave Robin a thumbs up. Luo Yin gave Robin a thumbs up. Then what happened here? And what does this have to do with Sha Tang? Robin looked at Luo Yin with confusion. As I just said, Sha Tang is a pleasure fruit user. Her ability is to turn people into toys under her control. After Doflamingo became the king of Dressrosa and took control of the entire country, he began his conspiracy. Using Sha Tang's ability, he turned all those who opposed him into toys and threw them into the factory he built. So people who come to Dressrosa see a false facade. During the day, the turned toys and humans lived together harmoniously. At night, they returned to the toy house. This toy house, ostensibly a home for toys, is actually a cruel factory. The humans turned into toys have to go back there every night to work for the factory. Some toys even stay there day and night working until they break down completely and are discarded. That's what Doflamingo did, and that's what happened in Dressrosa. Dressrosa is called the island of love and passion, but in reality love and passion are just the surface. The true Dressrosa. Luo Yin smiled slightly. Is Doflamingo using those toys in the factory to produce something bad? Robin asked cleverly. Yes, that's right. Doflamingo uses the factory to produce various weapons and sells them to countries at war or pirates in need of weapons. At the same time, his factory also produces artificial fruits. Luo Yin said to Robin. Artificial fruits. The women exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. The artificial fruits you mentioned, are they the same as what we think? Nami asked. Well, according to a certain scientist, devil fruits are born from people's imaginations. That scientist was the first to propose the concept of artificial fruits, and even succeeded in creating them. However, the artificial fruits produced by Doflamingo are different from those made by that scientist. Doflamingo's subordinate Caesar is not skilled enough, and the artificial fruits he produces are all half-baked. They basically have more or less flaws. After eating them, people become grotesque, and some even lose all their emotions, leaving only a smile. Anyway, it's very scary, Luo Yin said. The scientist you mentioned, is it Vegapunk? Robin asked. Yes, it's him. But he should be working for the Navy now, Luo Yin said. Artificial fruits are really terrifying. After eating one, you lose all emotions and are left with only a smile. The women were not interested in Vegapunk. Instead, they were lamenting the horror of artificial fruits. So this Caesar is truly a scumbag helping Doflamingo create artificial devil fruits, Nami said indignantly. I think so too. Luo Yin smiled. Scumbag, if I remember correctly, Nami in the original story also said that. Captain, you seem to know a lot of things. Do you know anything else interesting? Robin looked at Luo Yin with keen interest. Interesting things. What do you mean? Luo Yin asked in confusion. Poneglyphs. I've noticed for a long time that you weren't surprised when we encountered the poneglyph on Skypiea, or the one in the kingdom of Alabasta, as if you already knew they were there, Robin said with a smile. Yeah, Luo Yin, what's going on? You seem to know many things we don't, but we grew up together. There's no reason you should know more than me. After all, what you're talking about isn't something you can find in books. Nami, hearing Robin's comment, turned to Luo Yin and asked. She felt that since they set sail, Luo Yin had become mysterious. Even Nojiko looked at him with confusion. I do know many things, and I'd love to tell you the reason why, but you probably wouldn't believe me. Anyway, it's something quite mysterious. Just know that I will always love you. Luo Yin smiled at the girls. You rascal. The girls all rolled their eyes at his words. However, they didn't press him further about why he knew so much. Everyone has their own secrets. If Luo Yin didn't want to talk now, he would eventually. Even if he never did, it didn't matter. They just knew he was the Luo Yin they had always known, and that was enough. Whether it was a secret or anything else, did it really matter? By the way, Robin, since you asked about the poneglyphs, I'll tell you something. I don't know much either. Luo Yin said to Robin. He didn't mind revealing some things he shouldn't know yet. The girls were close to him, and telling them more wouldn't affect their relationship. Then, Captain, please go ahead. Robin came to Luo Yin's side and linked her arm with his. She was very interested in the poneglyphs. I don't know the specifics, only that 800 years ago something monumental happened in this world. Afterwards, someone, to prevent the history of those 800 years from being erased, inscribed the poneglyphs on an extremely hard stone. There are two types, one that records information usually about the blank century and ancient weapons or other data. Unlike the information poneglyphs, there are also road poneglyphs that mark locations. There are many information poneglyphs. I don't know exactly how many, but there are only 4 road poneglyphs. It's said that gathering all 4 leads to the final island Laugh Tale and the ultimate treasure. That's all I know, Luo Yin told Robin. Road poneglyphs, the red ones. We haven't encountered any so far. So the ones on Skypiea and in Alabasta are just information poneglyphs recording blank history and some messages. Is that right? Robin was slightly surprised. Hey Luo Yin, do you know where the road poneglyphs are now? At that moment, Nami suddenly appeared in front of Luo Yin, her eyes sparkling like berries. Nami, you're not thinking of going after Laugh Tale, are you? Luo Yin looked at Nami helplessly. The Pirate King said he left a lot of treasure there, maybe tons of gold. Nami said with shining eyes. That old geezer Roger might be lying. Who knows if it's true or false? Luo Yin chuckled. Just tell me if you know where the road poneglyphs are. Nami, dissatisfied with Luo Yin's response, said. There must be gold. She didn't want him to ruin her dream. I know. One is with Kaido, one with Big Mom, one on an island, and the last one I'm not sure about, Luo Yin said. Kaido, Big Mom. Aren't those the emperors? The poneglyphs are in their hands. Hearing those two names, Nami's face instantly lost its glow. The poneglyphs were with the emperors. Did that mean the treasure was out of her reach? Did you think something so important would be just lying around on some island? Luo Yin laughed. Didn't you just say there's one on an island? Can we go find that one? Nami suddenly became excited again. No, you must have heard of the mink tribe. That poneglyph is guarded by them, and the island isn't ordinary. It's on the back of an elephant that blocks out the sky, constantly moving. Without a friend among the mink tribe, or a Vivre card of someone living there, you can't reach it. Because it's a living island, even a log pose can't point to it. Luo Yin shook his head. Also, the treasure really is out of reach for us. Nami was utterly dejected. That's right. Luo Yin smiled. Hee smile at your own big head. Seeing that she couldn't get the treasure, and Luo Yin was still laughing so happily, Nami shot him a glare. An island on an elephant's back. How big must that elephant be? Robin was clearly intrigued. I can't describe it, but it's huge, Luo Yin said. Alright, let's talk about this later. Now let's go to the island. After sailing for so many days, we deserve some rest. Besides, we just solved a big problem for this island. They should at least treat us to a good meal. Luo Yin said expectantly. Nothing good comes from sudden kindness. You volunteered to help them. Chances are the people on the island are quite suspicious of you. Nami, still annoyed about the treasure, said casually. Let them think what they want. I'm hungry now, and I want to eat on the island. Luo Yin said indifferently. He killed Doflamingo simply because he disliked him and out of kindness saved the island and maybe also to recruit some crew members. He didn't care at all if the islanders suspected him, though he hated when people added ulterior motives to his goodwill. But as Nami said, nothing good comes from sudden kindness. Coming from afar to kill Doflamingo was suspicious enough. It was only natural for some to doubt him. Clatter, 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 clatter. Damn it. Don't run. You wretches are the ones who ruined us. Don't run. Catch him. Such cries echoed endlessly through the streets. Every citizen transformed into a toy, relentlessly pursued Don Quixote subordinates, without mercy. The entire kingdom had descended into chaos. Yet compared to the birdcage incident from the original timeline, this disorder was markedly milder. Moreover, this chaos unfolded with a distinctly positive momentum. With Don Quixote's bounty revoked, no one betrayed the crown, all united in hunting down members of the Don Quixote family. Of course, opportunists lurked in the shadows. Some pirates seized the turmoil to plunder citizens' wealth before vanishing. Meanwhile, Violet had already found her father, King Riku. Standing atop the royal plateau, they gazed down upon their ravaged realm, faces etched with profound anxiety. What shall we do, father? The entire Dressrosa lies in chaos. What is our course? Violet looked at King Riku, her brow furrowed with deep concern. Violet, are you absolutely certain Don Quixote Doflamingo is dead? King Riku asked, his voice edged with unease. Yes, I am certain. Doflamingo is truly dead. I witnessed it myself with my devil fruit ability. Violet, formerly known as Violet, spoke with unwavering conviction. During the battle between Luo Yin and Doflamingo, she had watched the battlefield intently. Though a wall of fire obscured her view, preventing her from seeing precisely how Luo Yin slew Doflamingo, she had unmistakably seen Doflamingo's corpse cast into the sea by Luo Yin. Doflamingo is truly dead. Has the darkness that shrouded this nation at last begun to lift? Hearing her firm affirmation, King Riku murmured to himself, trembling with emotion. Father, there is something else I must tell you, Violet said earnestly. What is it? King Riku turned to his daughter, puzzled. The man who killed Doflamingo is Luo Yin, the former Shichibukai. He now stands within Dressrosa's capital. We do not yet know why he slew Doflamingo, or what brings him to Dressrosa. I fear he may covet Dressrosa just as Doflamingo once did. Her voice trembled with apprehension. So, a tyrant departs only for another to arrive. Whether Doflamingo's death proves blessing or curse remains uncertain. King Riku whispered, his gaze distant. Though Doflamingo had inflicted irreparable harm upon Dressrosa, at least his reign preserved an illusory stability. Now, however, an even more terrifying figure had emerged, one whose intentions remained veiled, whose cruelty might eclipse even Doflamingo's. Should Luo Yin turn hostile, Dressrosa's fate would plunge into deeper despair. Thus King Riku, whose heart beat solely for Dressrosa, fell once more into grave contemplation. Father, perhaps Luo Yin arrived here by chance, or perhaps he bears some grudge. Violet nodded solemnly. The streets of Dressrosa churned in pandemonium, yet Luo Yin and his companions walked calmly amid the frenzy, unmoved by the jubilation, fury, or desperation swirling around them. Luo Yin, this city is in utter chaos. Where shall we go? Shimatsuki-ka said, turning to him. First, find a restaurant. We'll decide what comes next after we've eaten, Luo Yin replied, rubbing his stomach. Luo Yin, I have something to say, Nami interjected suddenly. What is it? Luo Yin turned puzzled toward Nami. Are we truly taking her with us? You yourself said she bore great responsibility for plunging this nation into chaos. If she wakes and turns us into toys, well, we're doomed. Nami glanced warily at Sugar cradled in Robin's arms, having swiftly offloaded the child upon learning of her perilous power. Robin, unfazed by Sugar's terrifying abilities, carried her tenderly all the way. You're right. Perhaps we should simply leave her here, Luo Yin mused aloud. Baby, 5 was tolerable. She had already sworn allegiance. But Sugar was different. How fiercely loyal was she to Doflamingo? If devotion ran deep, bringing her aboard meant sleeping with one eye open, forever, better than to set her free. Oh, Captain, how cruel you are abandoning such a darling little girl, Robin chuckled softly. Then what do you propose? You decide. It's your call. Luo Yin shrugged indifferently. He was in truth wary of Sugar's power. Without the sugar fruit, he'd have gladly kept her aboard. But with it, she posed a latent threat. To kill her felt unjustifiable, to keep her reckless. So he passed the dilemma to the women. Robin, shall we simply leave her here? Someone may take her in. And remember, Luo Yin already confirmed she's over 20. It's only the fruit's effect that makes her appear so young, Nami ventured cautiously. Had she not known Sugar's true age, Nami would never have voiced such a suggestion. After all, a woman of 20 ought to manage on her own. A few innocent smiles might even secure her a guardian. Nami, it's fine. She seemed timid before, surely not inherently malicious. And leaving her alone, wouldn't that be too cruel? Robin murmured, her resolve crumbling instantly before sheer kawaii. Ultimately, under Robin's persuasion, Sugar remained with them. Later, Luo Yin and his companions casually entered a nearby restaurant. With Dressrosa in utter chaos, the establishment stood nearly deserted, so Carmen temporarily assumed the role of chef and prepared a lavish meal, using whatever ingredients were on hand. Are you Lord Luo Yin? King Riku asked, gazing steadily at Luo Yin. I am, Luo Yin replied with a nod. I am Riku, the former monarch of this nation, and this is my daughter Violet. Upon hearing Luo Yin's confirmation, King Riku introduced them formally. Hearing their introductions, Luo Yin, who had earlier regarded them with quiet bewilderment, suddenly grasped their identities. Though he had known them in his past life, this world was real, and its characters inevitably bore subtle variations. Moreover, he had not even considered the possibility, so recognition came only gradually. May I ask what brings you to Dressrosa, and why you chose to confront and defeat Don Quixote Doflamingo? You don't know? Luo Yin turned his gaze toward Violet. What? Violet frowned, genuinely puzzled. Should she have known this? As a former high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, surely you're aware of the grudge between me and Doflamingo? Luo Yin asked, feigning confusion. I served within the Don Quixote family for years, but never once heard mention of any feud between you two. Violet shook her head, utterly unaware of the nature of their enmity. Did you not watch the live broadcast of the Summit War? That was where our rivalry began. Recently it resurfaced in my thoughts, so I came here specifically to settle things with Doflamingo, Luo Yin declared with solemn conviction. The Summit War. They had indeed watched the Summit War, and witnessed Luo Yin's overwhelming one-sided victory over Doflamingo, a brutal public thrashing that left the latter's face swollen and humiliated before countless eyes. Such an incident might qualify as a grievance for Doflamingo, but for Luo Yin, it was scarcely worth naming as a feud. Who truly had reaped satisfaction from that beating? Not Doflamingo, certainly not. Doflamingo alone bore the humiliation. So you traveled all this way, just to eliminate Doflamingo over that. Surely there must be another reason. Why shouldn't it be enough? And how can you call it just that? You have no idea how deeply it unsettled me after the beating. How I feared Doflamingo's covert retaliation. I lost my appetite, my thirst waned, my sleep grew restless. Every time I drifted off, his face haunted my dreams. He became my most dreaded adversary. So coming here to eradicate him seems perfectly justified, doesn't it? Luo Yin spoke with such earnestness that both King Riku and Violet were momentarily stunned. How cautious, or paranoid, must one be to regard a beaten foe as a mortal threat? A wry, incredulous silence fell between them. Of course Luo Yin's words were pure fabrication. He held Doflamingo in contempt, not dread, and his strength dwarfed the clown's by leagues. As for dreaming of Doflamingo, preposterous. With soft warmth and fragrance beside him, who would conjure the image of that insufferable golden-haired buffoon? Truly think nothing of it. I won't take offense over such trivialities, Luo Yin waved dismissively. Unless facing an irreconcilable enemy, he extended extraordinary leniency toward women. Even Violet's sharp tone failed to ruffle him. My apologies, Lord Luo Yin. My daughter spoke too hastily. King Riku interjected, immediately heart tightening at Violet's blunt challenge. They had just met Luo Yin, though he appeared affable, his true nature remained unknown. To question high, Luo Yin offered no further reply to the king's apology, only a gentle knowing smile. Then his gaze shifted deliberately to Violet, the striking woman who had held his attention since her entrance. Violet, she responded instinctively at the sound of her name. Ultimately, all you seek is a reason why I have done what I have done. Very well, to set your minds at ease, I shall grant you one, Luo Yin declared. What? Upon hearing Luo Yin's words, Violet instantly suspected he was merely placating her. After all, could reasons be conjured so casually? At the very least, they ought to be credible and verifiable. A dubious explanation, however earnestly offered, would hardly inspire confidence. To Violet, no justification Luo Yin might provide would ever seem trustworthy. Yet for Luo Yin, justification was never required. He acted as he willed, and patience was not his virtue. That he had displayed patience, and even volunteered an explanation, spoke volumes. He intended to recruit her. Regardless of whether Violet or her father believed him, Luo Yin was already weaving his tale. You know, I set sail not long ago, but what you do not know is that before my departure my hometown Cocoyasi Village suffered a fate eerily akin to Dressrosa's. For 8 long years it endured the tyrannical rule of a fishman named Arlong. At that time I was weak, powerless to resist my family, and I lived beneath his shadow. Having finished, Luo Yin turned his gaze upon them once more. This rationale is neither wholly true nor entirely false. You should find it plausible enough. Is that so? King Riku murmured softly to himself. You yourself admitted it is half truth, half fiction. How are we to discern which parts hold truth and which are fabrication? Or perhaps none of it is true at all. How then can we place our trust in it? Violet kept these thoughts unspoken. Rest assured, I harbor no designs whatsoever upon Dressrosa, Luo Yin said, smiling warmly. His eyes then settled upon the two, though chiefly upon Violet. After all, the elderly king, however noble, held little visual appeal. After a moment's reflection, King Riku replied, Very well. If Lord Luo Yin speaks thus, I believe I must trust you. Now that I have offered my explanation, consider the state of your nation. Chaos reigns. Doflamingo is dead, and no further destabilizing force remains. Surely, your majesty, it is time you restored order and steadied Dressrosa's foundations. Luo Yin reminded the king, then added with gentle irony. Naturally, Miss Violet, I doubt you possess the authority or the experience to assist in stabilizing the realm. His meaning was unmistakable. Father-in-law, please return to govern. Your daughter shall remain under my care, for now. Luo Yan's plan was elegant. Whether King Riku grasped its subtext remained uncertain. Very well. Since Lord Luo Yin professes no ambition toward Dressrosa, I must indeed intervene to quell this turmoil. Violet, let us depart. The king addressed Violet, and turned to leave. Father, go ahead. Those who were transformed into toys surely remember the past. They understand your suffering, your impossible choices. Your presence alone may restore calm. Should matters prove dire, my brother-in-law stands ready to aid you. For now I shall remain, to express my gratitude to Mr. Luo Yin for defeating Doflamingo and delivering Dressrosa. Violet spoke with quiet resolve. King Riku hesitated. His eyes flickered with veiled concern, but meeting his daughter's unwavering gaze, he yielded. Very well. Then please show Lord Luo Yin the wonders of Dressrosa. Yes, father. Take care. Violet's farewell carried quiet gravity. I entrust my daughter to your care, Lord Luo Yin, the king said with a solemn nod, then departed. In those few exchanges, father and daughter had traversed vast internal landscapes. Though familiar with Luo Yan's reputation, King Riku instinctively wished to remove his daughter from peril. No sacrifice, however noble, was worth her safety. Yet Violet, determined to uncover Luo Yan's true motives, chose to stay, aligning herself with his narrative step by deliberate step. Haha. Then let us remain here and converse. Life's deeper currents perhaps. Outside chaos rages, within tranquility awaits. Luo Yin perceived their inner calculations with perfect clarity, yet standing amid Dressrosa's ruins as its self-proclaimed benefactor, he dismissed such concerns entirely. Violet's decision to stay suited him perfectly. She would soon join his crew. Luo Yin, I had no idea your past held such sorrow. Frost Moon Xia approached, her expression tender with empathy. She had walked beside him long enough to know his character, but his history remained shrouded. His words had rung with raw sincerity, she believed them, and her heart ached. Ahem. Truth be told, it was nothing extraordinary. Luo Yin cleared his throat. Though his account was factual, his intent had been strategic, to furnish Violet with plausible motivation and subtly shape his persona, easing her path onto his ship. He had not anticipated Violet's skepticism, or Frost Moon Xia's sudden compassion. It felt oddly dissonant. Just then Violet called his name. Moi. He turned instinctively, only to meet her luminous gaze. Simultaneously, a subtle pressure brushed against his consciousness, her divine sense probing his memories. She's attempting to read my mind. Alarm flared, until a silent transmission bloomed within his awareness, fragmented data on transmigration and the system, shielded inaccessible to her. Reassured, Luo Yin lowered his guard. Beyond that singular secret, the system, the transmigration, nothing else in his memory warranted concealment. Let future crewmates witness his truths, they were his to share. As for the world's destined trajectory, that too resided within the sealed vault of his origin. From birth until this moment, Violet had witnessed every action Luo Yin had taken since arriving in this world. Yet her focus remained fixed on the present. What precisely was unfolding within Luo Yan's mind? Oh! Violet shrieked aloud after viewing the memories, then stumbled backward, her expression dazed and disoriented. Damn it, what is this? Why did I see? The more she recalled the images she'd just witnessed, the deeper the flush spread across her cheeks. Hey, you woman! What did you just do to Luo Yin? Shuang Yuxia confronted Violet sharply. Ever since that radiant light emanating from Violet's gaze had struck them both, Luo Yin and Violet had stood frozen, motionless as statues. Now Violet had regained composure, yet Luo Yin remained utterly still. Cough, cough, Shuang Yuxia, I'm fine. Luo Yin suddenly stirred back to life and spoke directly to her. Hearing his voice, Shuang Yuxia, who had just been interrogating Violet, whirled around instantly. Upon seeing Luo Yin restored, she rushed to his side. What did that person just do to you? Are you alright? She asked, concern etched across her features. No, I'm perfectly fine, Luo Yin replied, shaking his head. Then he turned his gaze toward Violet. Miss Violet rifling through another's memories without consent is profoundly impolite. He stepped forward until he stood directly before her. What memories? You mean she just invaded your recollections? The women collectively recoiled in shock upon hearing Luo Yan's words. Yes, it must be her fruitability. Luo Yan turned to address the group. You, why are you so unnerved? Don't you understand how sacred memory is? Can it truly be laid bare for anyone's eyes? Nami flared with indignation at Luo Yan's calm demeanor. And you, woman, Luo Yan saved this entire nation out of sheer goodwill. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you dare invade his memories. Do you have any idea how precious what resides within his mind truly is? Have you no conscience at all? Luo Yan's violated memories ignited fury not only in Nami, but in all the women present. Their outrage was understandable. His mind held truths too dangerous to be exposed, not merely the poneglyph's locations, but also the intimate private bonds he shared with each of them. Secrets meant to dwell only in the quiet chambers of the heart now laid bare like scenes from a film. How could the heroines of his story bear such violation? Through those memories Violet grasped Luo Yan's true intentions for coming here, slightly divergent from his spoken words, yet fundamentally aligned. Only then did remorse bloom within her, sharp and sudden for her reckless intrusion. She gazed at Luo Yan with profound contrition. I'm sorry, No need for apologies, he replied gently. I understand your motives, and I bear no ill will. I only ask that you keep what you've seen strictly to yourself. In truth, Luo Yan harbored few genuine secrets beyond those shared with the women beside him. And though Violet, a woman, had glimpsed them, he felt no resentment. As for the world's hidden truths, the poneglyph's whereabouts, Doflamingo's identity, these were revelations startling to others, yet meaningless to him. His system had already sealed away what mattered most, the deepest secrets remained veiled, inaccessible to prying eyes. Rest assured, I will keep it sacred, Violet declared with unwavering resolve. Her glimpse into Luo Yan's memories had revealed far more than his past. It had unveiled the world's buried darkness. The poneglyphs coordinates Doflamingo's true nature, each revelation staggering in its gravity. Yet her vision extended no further. She saw no hint that this world was drawn from an anime universe, nor any glimpse of its destined future. Then Violet, if you've seen my memories, understood my purpose here, and grasped my intent, such as inviting you aboard my ship, will you accept? Luo Yan asked plainly. He'd intended subtler persuasion, but with his memories already laid bare, those intentions were surely already known. Directness then was the only honest path. Well, Violet hesitated, her cheeks burning crimson. From his memories, she knew full well this invitation was no mere offer of crew membership. To board his ship was to bind herself to him irrevocably, to surrender all possibility of retreat. Though his genuine mission, to save Dressrosa, had kindled quiet admiration, within her it fell far short of warranting such lifelong commitment. May I, please, be allowed time to consider? Violet paused, her gaze lingering uncertainly on Luo Yan. Very well. Luo Yan nodded. Indeed, she deserved time. After all, they had barely met. To demand immediate allegiance would require coercion, and coercion was never his way. Unless, of course, the subject was first his enemy, defeated in battle, then offered a place aboard. Even then, persuasion outweighed force. And Violet herself had asked for consideration. In Luo Yan's view, silence equaled assent. Her boarding was merely a matter of time. Then, as recompense for your unauthorized incursion into my memories, I wish to view yours in turn. You won't refuse, will you? Luo Yan asked, Violet, curiosity alight in his eyes. Such an opportunity, granted by her fruit power, was too rare to waste. And wasn't mutual memory exchange the most exquisite path to deepen intimacy? Shared memories forge singular bonds, connections that kindle fates beyond ordinary reckoning. This, Violet faltered, then steeled herself, her expression resolute, almost sacrificial, as she whispered, go ahead. She closed her eyes, presenting herself wholly unresisting. Violet, your fruit ability resides within you. Closing your eyes won't activate it. All right, I understand. Violet jolted awake, her face blazing scarlet. Viewing memories was no passive act. It was reliving a life, witnessing every unguarded moment, every secret thought. Just as she had glimpsed Luo Yan's most intimate bonds, so too would he now behold hers. Her vulnerabilities, her hidden longings. Shame coiled tight in her chest. Yet having acted so rashly moments before, refusal was no longer possible. Faced with Luo Yan's request to view her memories, Violet ultimately acquiesced, using her fruit ability to project her recollections into his mind. Luo Yin now drifted through the vast ocean of Violet's memories, critiquing them as he went. This one is excellent, truly worthy of Violet. This flower is indeed profoundly violet. This one is passable though the bubbles obscure the image, hazy and indistinct. A stern reprimand. Her dancing here is superb. Today she wears a violet blossom. Splendid. It suits her name perfectly. At last Luo Yin completed his voyage across Violet's mental seas. Opening his eyes, he felt deeply satisfied with this excursion. Violet, noble and resplendent, had not disappointed him. He also learned that contrary to rumors, she was in no way Don Quixote Doflamingo's lover. Rather, she remained utterly pure. Yet this came as no surprise. After all, Doflamingo harbored deep enmity toward her, and she in turn bore fierce hatred for him. How could such adv? At that moment the light in Violet's eyes softened, and a look of wounded pride settled upon her face. After all, her mind held many secrets never meant for Luo Yan's gaze, and now they had all been laid bare. She shivered inwardly, suddenly feeling exposed, as if she dressed too lightly today, perhaps needing a luxurious fox fur cloak instead. There, you've seen everything. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied? Yes, I'm thoroughly satisfied. Now we're even. A contented smile spread across Luo Yan's face. How could he not be? After all, this was Violet, the regal, magnificent Violet. Having shared memories, wasn't it akin to plucking her from her stem? All right, you don't strike me as petty. You should act with greater magnanimity. Seeing Violet still wear a crestfallen expression, Luo Yin drew her gently into his arms to comfort her. Magnanimous. Magnanimous you. You wretched scoundrel, go die. Duong. Nami, unable to stomach Luo Yan's audacity, reading Violet's memories and then holding her close, stormed over and landed a solid punch on his head. Nami, which side are you on? Why hit me? Clutching his head in dismay, Luo Yin whined. After all, he was the captain. Didn't he deserve some dignity? Bullying Violet, a woman utterly alone and vulnerable. How truly impressive of you, Nami retorted, unmoved by his plaintive protest. Though she'd earlier bristled when Violet viewed his memories, now that he had invaded her innermost thoughts, despite having no connection to her, Nami believed any woman would feel justifiably humiliated. Luo Yan's flippant remark only deepened her indignation, though in truth Nami misjudged him. In her own memories, Violet had displayed genuine grace and nobility. Even at a glance, Luo Yin recognized it as a princess. Violet possessed precisely the magnanimity befitting royalty. Now, one arm cradling Violet, the other shielding his bruised skull, Luo Yin found Violet's earlier sorrow entirely dissolved, replaced by radiant delight, upon witnessing Nami's punchland. Now that our purpose here has been confirmed, I must depart. The kingdom still requires my presence, Violet declared, her joy evident. She had remained solely to ascertain Luo Yan's intent, but in truth her heart beat fiercely for her nation's safety. I'll accompany you. More hands make lighter work, Luo Yin offered. Thank you, Violet nodded gratefully. No need for thanks. Once peace returns and you ascend the throne as princess, you'll host us a grand feast. Princess. Whether I'll wear that title remains uncertain, but I will hold a lavish banquet in your honor, Violet replied with a gentle smile. Later, Violet led Luo Yin and his companions to King Riku. Their former members of the royal guard and loyalists who still upheld the king had gathered around him, helping restore stability to the realm. Upon arriving, Luo Yan's group made no unnecessary moves. Governing a nation lay far beyond their expertise. Violet, however, worked diligently alongside King Riku, striving to heal the land. With knowledge of Doflamingo's atrocities and the populace's visceral revulsion toward him after enduring toyification, people now regarded King Riku not with disdain, but with profound respect and willingness to follow his lead. Meanwhile, deep within the underground factory, Captain, isn't the surface in chaos? Could something have gone terribly wrong? The diminutive people had just finished sabotaging the factory and rescuing their kin now assembled within its shadowed halls. Uncertain. My restoration suggests Sugar, Doflamingo's subordinate, has failed. Logically this bodes well. Kairos shook his head. Then, has Doflamingo truly been defeated? Someone ventured. We cannot confirm. Perhaps another force moved against him. Regardless, we've shattered the factory. Now we march above ground. If Doflamingo falls, well and good. If not, we shall confront him ourselves. Agreed. We follow you, Captain. To vanquish Doflamingo, Kairos led the combat-ready diminutives out of the subterranean depths, only to learn to their astonishment that Doflamingo had fallen. Indeed, King Riku had already proclaimed the tyrant's defeat across the entire nation. Captain, Doflamingo's been defeated. Truly wonderful news. Leo exclaimed, elated. Yes, at last. 10 years of darkness ended. Kairos's heart swelled with complex emotion. He had trained for this. Leo asked, puzzled. I have matters yet to resolve. I'll rejoin you soon, Kairos replied. Understood. Take care, Captain. With that, Leo led the diminutive warriors toward the royal plateau, the very place where King Riku had been sighted. As for Kairos, he sought only one person, his beloved daughter Rebecca. 3 hours had passed. During these 3 hours, thanks to King Riku's utmost efforts to maintain order, Dressrosa had improved considerably compared to the earlier chaotic scene. However, it would likely take considerable time for the country to completely emerge from darkness and restore peace. At the Colosseum, Rebecca, let's go to the Plateau of Kings. Although Doflamingo has been dealt with, this country and King Riku still need our help, said Kairos, looking at Rebecca before him. Sir, I haven't seen Aunt Violet in a long time. I miss them, Rebecca replied, taking Kairos's hand. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After enduring the darkness, Dressrosa finally regained its tranquility. At the same time, a voice arose in Dressrosa, the call for King Riku to once again become the king of Dressrosa. At the Plateau of Kings. Father, the people of this country all want you to be king again. What will you do? Violet asked King Riku. I am old now, and with a King Riku, I think you should be the king. This country needs a king like you, said Lei Pant, the former captain of the royal army. Yes, Captain Lei Pant is right. Only King Riku can bring peace and tranquility to this country. That's right, we support King Riku to become king again. The other soldiers of the royal army chimed in. Lei Pant, thank you for your trust, but the position of king is very important. I must think it over. King Riku shook his head. He had completely lost the intention to be king. Even if all the people of this country understood what happened 10 years ago, even if he had done his best to calm and stabilize the country these days, still the events of 10 years ago were deeply engraved in the hearts of the citizens. Even if he wanted to be king, he doubted that those he had hurt would agree. However, King Riku was mistaken. The main culprit behind the harm to the citizens 10 years ago was Doflamingo. Moreover, before Doflamingo's arrival, if one were to praise with culture, one should at least use words like graceful as a startled swan. By the way, Rebecca, why are you still wearing this outfit after so many days? It's so indecent, Luo Yin criticized harshly, looking at Rebecca's gladiator attire. Well, Rebecca looked at her gladiator outfit, her face slightly flushed. Before in the Colosseum, she hadn't felt anything, but now, having left the Colosseum and with the country saved, the burdens she had carried were gone. She no longer had to wield swords like a man, and her feminine sense of shame had returned. Don't talk about Rebecca. You bastard, your clothes aren't any better. And if you think Rebecca's outfit is too eye-straining, then don't look. Who was it that couldn't take his eyes off her just now? Nami stepped forward, seeing Rebecca's flushed face and slight embarrassment. I'm just afraid of letting others have the advantage. Luo Yin waved his hand. Although Rebecca had worn this in. Before he wasn't here, now he was. In this situation, such a visual treat could only be enjoyed by the hero who saved the country, himself. How could he let others have the benefit so easily? Hearing Luo Yan's words, Nami instantly bristled. She glared at Luo Yan and said, I warn you, don't you dare think about Rebecca. She's still a child, you can't corrupt her. Of course I won't think about her. I just think that as the future princess, Rebecca should dress more formally. Yes, that's it, Luo Yin said. Although Rebecca was well developed, she was only 16. Who in the world would be interested in her? However, Luo Yin was thinking of inviting her to join his crew. After all, he already had Princess Vivi on board. Having 1 or 2 more princesses to form a princess group wouldn't be bad. A moment later, Violet finished her dance. She came to Luo Yan's side with a rose held between her lips. Luo Yin subconsciously took the flower from her mouth with his hand, and then, Rebecca, it's not what you think, Violet said, hearing Rebecca's voice. Only then did she realize that her little niece was still present. She quickly stepped out of Luo Yan's arms and explained with a hint of panic. Andy, no need to explain. I understand, Rebecca said with a playful wink at Violet. Rebecca, Violet sighed, helplessly gazing at her niece's knowing expression, and swallowed the words she had meant to say. Then she turned to Luo Yin. Luo Yin, I wish to assist my father and persuade him to resume the throne as King Riku. Violet's desire for her father to reclaim the crown stemmed not from ambition for the title of princess or thirst for power. Neither held any allure for her. Rather, it arose from a solemn conviction this nation truly needed King Riku. He had already quelled the chaos engulfing the land. Citizens openly petitioned him to reign once more. And indeed, only he possessed the wisdom, authority, and unifying presence capable of restoring peace. Only he could command such universal endorsement. Should he refuse, disorder would inevitably surge anew. Worse still, who could guarantee that the next sovereign would not be another Doflamingo? Having restored stability, Luo Yin nodded in assent. Violet departed. Luo Yin meanwhile slipped into a life of indulgent ease. 3 days later, amid widespread entreaties, King Riku agreed to resume his rule over Dressrosa. With his ascension, Rebecca naturally assumed the title of princess. Violet, however, relinquished the royal title in favor of her niece. Not because she ceased to be a princess by birth, but because Rebecca now embodied the nation's public face, far more widely recognized than Violet herself. Across Dressrosa, reconstruction flourished, shattered buildings rose anew, and every sign pointed toward renewal and prosperity. Violet did not forget her promise to Luo Yan. Once all affairs in Dressrosa had settled, and the nation thrived with palpable momentum, she hosted a grand banquet within the royal palace, inviting Luo Yan and others to feast heartily. Meanwhile, beneath the golden sunflowers, Kairos, Do you truly intend to leave this country even knowing Rebecca will depart with you? Luo Yin asked Kairos, perplexed. Why could Kairos, the former princess's husband, the rightful prince consort, not claim that role now? In the original chronicle, concealing their identities to wed Scarlet might have been excusable. But why, now that his daughter had become princess, must he remain hidden? Why even plan to flee the kingdom? It defied reason. True, Kairos had taken lives long ago, but time had dulled those memories, and surely the people had forgiven him. Had he not atoned for 3,000 brutal matches in the Colosseum, then emerged as captain of the royal guard, shielding the realm in silence? Moreover, he was beloved by the populace, Dressrosa's undisputed apex warrior. Compared to Doflamingo's atrocities, mass slaughter, tyranny, ruin, those few deaths weighed as dust. Kairos had protected far more than he had ever harmed. Yes, Rebecca is now princess of this land. I cannot let anyone know she bears such a father, Kairos replied, packing his belongings. Have you considered? Luo Yin urged him. In Luo Yan's eyes, Kairos possessed extraordinary combat aptitude and innate physical prowess. At 15, his body already manifested prodigious potential. Undefeated in the Colosseum, he remained unmatched. Had he ventured beyond Dressrosa, or encountered a master who nurtured his gifts, he might well have ascended among the sea's most legendary figures. A single ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, refined swordsmanship, and rigorous hockey training would have elevated him to the echelon of the 7 warlords, at minimum. He was Dressrosa's supreme warrior. Was not remaining here guarding its peace the noblest path? Yet he insisted on departing, leaving his daughter behind. But I cannot let the world know Rebecca has a father like me, Kairos repeated, resolute. I've heard your story. Since stepping out of the Colosseum, you've guarded this nation without rest. For 10 years you've sacrificed in silence. For that you deserve reverence, not shame. Still, if you are determined to leave, I urge you to meet Rebecca first. Hear her heart. Luo Yin shook his head. Kairos' stubbornness was tragic, a man of honor who saw himself as unworthy of light. Sir Soldier. A voice pierced the air. Rebecca. Kairos froze mid-pack, his hand stilled. He murmured, bewildered. How could she be here? I knew persuasion would fail, and guessed you'd avoid her. So I brought her myself, Luo Yin said. Some hearts require no rhetoric, only a daughter's voice. Then speak freely. I'll take my leave. Luo Yin turned and walked out of the cottage. Outside, Rebecca stood waiting at the threshold. Go in. You two have much to share. I won't intrude, Luo Yin told her. Luo Yin, thank you. Rebecca offered him a grateful glance before stepping inside. Luo Yin retraced his steps toward the palace. Inside the palace. Luo Yin, how is Rebecca? Violet asked, her voice edged with quiet concern. Kairos is unbending. Had I arrived any later, he'd already have vanished from Dressrosa. But fear not, father and daughter are speaking now. I trust the outcome will be good. Luo Yin smiled. That's a relief. She's already lost her mother. Losing her father too would break her heart. Violet whispered softly. Now that theirs is settled, shall we turn to ours? Luo Yan's gaze lingered warmly upon Violet. What do you mean? Violet asked, puzzled. You know precisely what I mean, Luo Yin said. Isn't this rather sudden? Violet hesitated. Sudden. This pace is already measured and merciful, Luo Yin replied. Luo Yin had invited Violet to join his pirate crew many days ago. If he remembered correctly, she hadn't refused back, then only asking for some time to consider. Now several days had passed and Dressrosa had emerged from chaos, thriving more than ever. With nothing left to occupy her, Violet must have made up her mind by now. If it's you, I can. Violet's cheeks flushed as she reached out and embraced Luo Yin. A day later, Luo Yin smacked his lips, reminiscing about what had transpired. In truth, if he recalled correctly, he had initially meant to discuss Violet joining the ship. But somehow she had misunderstood, and thereafter a series of delightful events unfolded. Well, at least Luo Yin was thoroughly pleased. Although an unexpected detour had occurred, the outcome was favorable, as Violet's decision to board the ship was now settled. Luo Yin. As Luo Yin lay comfortably on a chair basking in the sun and pondering life, Violet approached him. She had changed into a new out. Luo Yin beckoned her to come closer while asking, "It's like this. I may not be able to sail the seas with you," Violet said softly, leaning into his embrace and resting her head against his chest. Luo Yin was slightly taken aback by her words. "Has something happened?" he inquired. Rebecca has given up being a princess. I can't bear to see father and daughter separated, so now I'm the only one who can take on the role. This kingdom needs a princess too. Therefore, I may not be able to leave with you. I promised you before, and I'm truly sorry." Violet whispered. "Is that so? It's fine. My voyage is already more than half complete. In a while I'll finish everything, and then I can return to this kingdom often to see you." Luo Yin wasn't particularly troubled by Violet's inability to sail. He had already accomplished most of what he set out to do in the New World. All that remained was to sail a bit longer, then naturally ascend to the position of the 4th Emperor of the Sea, fulfilling his goal. After that he could return to Dressrosa to reunite with Violet. "Thank you for understanding," Violet murmured. "Hey, if you truly want to thank me, you can do it in another way," Luo Yin chuckled. Violet understood exactly what he meant by that. Once a line was crossed, a second time followed naturally. So she didn't refuse. While Luo Yin reveled in the rare tranquility and blissful moments with Violet, and the other women in Dressrosa, the world was stirred into a frenzy by the events in Dressrosa. The World Economic News Agency, omnipresent and relentless, had exposed everything that happened in Dressrosa, even without the public revelation by Fujitora, as in the original story. Morgans had grown increasingly audacious, now openly defying the world government. Newspapers were dispatched from the news agency to every corner of the world. Shocking. The 7 warlords of the sea, one of the 3 great powers, once dominated the seas, commanding awe for years, until one man emerged, shattering the former glory of the warlords. He slew the infamous warlord Sir Crocodile upon entering the Grand Line. Rumors even spread that another warlord, Gecko Moria, had fallen to him. Then he made Blackbeard the shortest-serving warlord in history, effectively eliminating a man who could have become an emperor of the sea. Afterwards, he himself was invited to join the 7 warlords, only to resign, and then engage in a fierce battle with Fleet Admiral Sengoku on the seas, emerging victorious. More astonishingly, he struck again against another warlord, this time a far more formidable foe than the likes of Moria. That man was Doflamingo, a name that commanded great renown even. Or a marine. Is he evil? Or righteous? Read the Dressrosa War Chronicle, Luo Yin and Doflamingo, A Few Matters. While there was no need to read the chronicle itself, it truthfully reported Doflamingo and how Luo Yin had foiled his conspiracy. As soon as the reports were published, a new wave of attention swept across the seas, once again focusing on this supernova who had been making headlines with his extraordinary deeds. On a certain island in the New World, damn it, that bastard Luo Yin stirs up such a huge reputation as soon as he arrives in the New World. Eustace Kid gnashed his teeth as he read the newspaper. He had tried his utmost to ride the waves of the era, but could only manage a few ripples. Why among the worst generation could Luo Yin create such towering waves with a single move? With anger in his voice, Kid said to his crew, "Let's go. It's time to start our plan. Once we drag the red-haired emperor from his throne, people will understand who this era truly belongs to. Then I'll see how Luo Yin can." Law stared at the newspaper in his hand, emotions swirling. Complexity and relief entwined. Complex because he had not slain Doflamingo himself, though he knew full well he never could. Relieved because his long-standing nemesis was finally dead. Their enmity ran deep. Every waking moment had been consumed by the singular obsession of ending Doflamingo's life. To achieve that, In-Law had meticulously traced Doflamingo's vulnerabilities, his alliance with the Yonko Kaido, and their shared enterprise, the artificial devil fruit factory operated by Caesar Clown on Punk Hazard. These manufactured Zoan fruits were destined exclusively for Kaido's forces. Law had infiltrated Punk Hazard precisely to sabotage that facility, severing Doflamingo's supply chain and inciting Kaido's wrath against him, thus letting the Yonko's fury become Law's blade. Yet now all those plans were obsolete. Doflamingo had already fallen, not by Law's hand, but by Roken's. Then it's time I reclaimed my heart, Law. Humph, his momentum is astonishing. Looks like I'll need to accelerate my own pace, the patriarch muttered, glancing askance at the newspaper. He'd crossed paths with Roken in Sabeti Archipelago. The young man's strength was undeniable, and his actions, though bold, hardly surprised him. Still, he refused to be outshone. Ever since entering the New World, he had quietly plotted to dethrone one of the Yonko. Now his target was chosen, and his machinations set in motion. Wano country. Mwahaha. What an amusing brat. His rise grows ever more formidable. Lately, every headline bears his name. Perhaps he truly will supplant Whitebeard as a Yonko. Charlotte Linlin murmured, gazing absently at the paper. Roken had officially entered her field of vision, and not without friction. After Whitebeard's death, she had coveted Fishman Island's confections and sought to absorb both the island and its former Shichibukai Jinbi. But Roken's intervention shattered that ambition, robbing her of tea. Boss, remember that kid who ignored you back in Marineford? He's made headlines again, Jesus Burgess teased, tossing a newspaper to Shanks. Jesus, that was ages ago. Drop it already, Shanks sighed, accepting the paper with resigned amusement. Since the summit war, his crew never missed a chance to rib him about Roken's aloofness. Truly tiresome. Huh. So even the boss can't forget that little incident. The crew burst into laughter at Shanks' expression. He scanned the article, eyes widening faintly. This boy certainly knows how to stir chaos, even more than Luffy. Barely any time has passed, yet another earth-shaking feat. Even Shanks couldn't help but marvel. Roken's star burned fiercely. Only weeks after clashing with Fleet Admiral Akainu, he'd now toppled Doflamingo. Words failed him. Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's bar. So, Arlong was killed by him. If I recall correctly, Hatchin served under Arlong. Did Hatchin perish too? Silvers Rayleigh murmured, staring at the newspaper, Arlong's name catching his eye. He remained unaware of Arlong's death. Having spent most days absent from the bar, wandering idly through the world, he seldom kept pace with current events. And Arlong? A minor footnote, hardly newsworthy enough to merit coverage had Roken not thrust him into the spotlight. Hatchin, if he truly perished at Roken's hands, what then? Shaki asked calmly. What choice do I have? Arlong oppressed Roken's homeland alongside Hatchin for 8 long years. His death was inevitable, his fate just. Such matters lie beyond my judgment. Rayleigh shook his head. Were Hatchin slain deliberately by Roken, justice would demand recompense. Yet the paper clearly stated Arlong's 8-year tyranny over Roken's birthplace, and Rayleigh recalled Hatchin serving loyally beside him. Thus Hatchin bore complicity. In such light his death warranted no protest. Still remembering Hatchin's life-saving kindness, Rayleigh added, Shaki, do me a favor, investigate. Confirm whether Hatchin is truly dead, and if so what he did before his end. Honor demanded this inquiry. Should Hatchin have died at Roken's hand, while complicit in Arlong's oppression, Rayleigh would let the matter rest, fate's decree. But should Hatchin have stood innocent, and Roken slain him without cause, then bound by gratitude Rayleigh would intervene without hesitation. Damn him! Damn him! Damn him! Roken, that accursed wretch. I'll kill him and reclaim my fame. Cavendish slashed Roken's face from the newspaper with his blade. Before Luo Yin and the others emerged, this princely figure who had entered the new world with supernova brilliance, had enjoyed immense popularity across the world. News reports consistently centered on him. Yet ever since the rise of Luo Yin and his era of ultimate malevolence, all eyes shifted away from him and fixed upon them, especially upon Luo Yin himself. And time and again Luo Yin ignited colossal incidents, drawing every gaze irresistibly toward him. After all, his greatest ambition was to command universal attention, to see his visage dominate entire newspaper front pages. Yet now he had failed where Luo Yin succeeded. Half a front page was already filled with Luo Yan's image. How could one so enamored of beauty and adoration possibly bear it? He resolved then and there he would kill Luo Yin, restore the world's gaze to himself. Marine headquarters. Luo Yin, again Luo Yin. Damn it. Why does his shadow loom everywhere? In Don Quixote da Flamingo, the title of Shichibukai rings hollow indeed. He can't even subdue a former Shichibukai. What a disgraceful failure. Akainu nearly exploded with rage as he stared at the report in his hands. Luo Yan's meteoric fame had been forged in no small part upon Akainu's own shattered reputation. If Luo Yan's rumored potential to become the 4th emperor had once seemed dubious, his decisive victory over Akainu's marine forces had cemented that status beyond dispute. The mantle of 4th emperor of the sea now gravitated unmistakably toward Luo, and should he soon establish his own territory and dominion, the title would be irrevocably his. Meanwhile Akainu, reeling from defeat and overwhelmed by a sudden surge of pirates erupting worldwide like swarmed hornets, was stretched to breaking point. And now this latest provocation pushed him past endurance. Since ascending to Fleet Admiral, the 5 elders had shown him scant respect, yet he still bore the brunt of menial exhausting duties, a deeply humiliating stewardship of power. His fury gave way to cold command. Kizaru, I am Fleet Admiral Akainu. You're sure? Kizaru's sardonic voice crackled through the den mushy. Humph. I said if possible. Should that prove unfeasible, complete the prior tasks, and stabilize Dressrosa. That is sufficient, Akainu retorted with icy disdain. He knew full well it was unrealistic to expect Kizaru alone to capture Luo Yin. Had he not tempered his order, his volatile temperament would have swiftly reminded Kizaru, who held supreme authority. Cocoyasi Village. That boy Luo Yin certainly knows how to stir up chaos. Arlong murmured in quiet awe. Isn't that admirable? Though he's a pirate, he's truly become a man of stature. And my 2 beloved daughters, Nami and Nojiko, are blossoming into such radiant young women. Still, I must admit Luo Yan's romantic profligacy leaves me somewhat unsettled, Belmere mused tenderly, gazing at Nami and Nojiko's portraits. Luo Yin, though her son, clearly fell short of her expectations, not merely in conduct, but in character. News of Luo Yin reverberated across the globe. Relatives and friends of the women aboard his ship saw their names, and their stories splashed across headlines. 3 days later, after 3 days in Dressrosa, Luo Yin and his crew prepared to depart and continue their voyage into the new world. Violet, I'll return for you. Luo Yin cradled Violet gently in his arms. I'll wait for you, Luo Yin. Hurry back to me, she whispered, eyes shimmering with sorrow. They had only just confessed their love, yet he was already leaving and she could not follow. The ache was unbearable. All right, I'll return swiftly. Don't grieve so deeply, he murmured, stroking her hair tenderly. After farewells were exchanged, Luo Yin led the women aboard ship. Slowly the vessel pulled away from Dressrosa's harbor. I'm sorry, Aunt Violet. If not for me, you wouldn't have stayed behind, Rebecca murmured, guilt etching her features as she watched Violet's lingering sorrow. Had she not entrusted the crown to Violet, Violet need never have parted from Luo Yin. Rebecca, it's not your fault. I only wish for your happiness, Violet replied, softly caressing Rebecca's hair. Rebecca's childhood had been steeped in tragedy. At 6, she lost her mother, her father was transformed into a toy, ever present yet unrecognized as kin. Now, after decades of fractured reunion, how could Violet tear apart their hard-won peace? Though she longed to sail with Luo Yin, her deepest desire was Rebecca's joy. Aunt Violet, Tears welled in Rebecca's eyes as she embraced her fiercely. She knew Violet's past had been no gentler. Once a carefree princess, her world shattered when Doflamingo invaded Luoyin. Where shall we head next? Nami asked Hawk standing on deck. Their original course followed the log pose's unerring guidance, but recent deviations had unsettled her navigational certainty. Should they resume the log pose's directive, or did Luoyin harbor another destination in mind? Let's locate the eternal pose for Punk Hazard, Luoyin replied. If it exists, we set sail there. If not, we resume our log pose trajectory. His intent was clear. Punk Hazard held the artificially engineered mythical Zoan fruit, the dragon fruit model Azure Dragon. Though man-made, its powers matched those of the authentic fruit in every aspect save hue. Whether it could awaken remained uncertain, but even dormant, its potency surpassed ancient Zoan fruits, rendering it extraordinarily rare. And if opportunity arose, he intended to eliminate Caesar Clown. His experiments were catastrophically reckless. His survival posed an existential threat. 1 month later, Punk Hazard. A month earlier, Luoyin had intended to head for Punk Hazard, and indeed the eternal pointer seized from the Marines contained coordinates pointing precisely there. Thus Luoyin and his companions followed the eternal pointer to this island of ice and fire. Luoyin, are you certain we haven't arrived at the wrong place? The entire island is engulfed in flames, so fiercely that fire even licks the sea itself. Clearly an active volcano rages within us. Surely we'll be buried alive in molten lava if we venture inland. Nami gazed upon the infernal landscape and instinctively recoiled. This was plainly no place for mortals. She could not fathom why Luoyin had brought them here. We won't remain long, Luoyin assured Nami and the others. I only need to retrieve something, and perhaps attend to a few other matters. What treasures could possibly exist here? Nami pouted. Clearly there were no gold or jewels to be found in such a desolate wasteland. Recall Caesar, the man I mentioned before. His stronghold lies here along with a factory devoted to manufacturing artificial devil fruits. Yet these are mere footnotes. What truly matters is intelligence. I've acquired Dr. Vegapunk once created a flawless artificial devil fruit, one modeled perfectly after Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit, possessing power rivaling it outright. That fruit is what I seek. An artificial devil fruit. A mythical Zoan. Kaido, the Azure Dragon. Upon hearing Luoyin's words, Shuang Yuexia wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Each term sounded dauntingly profound. In short, here lies an artificial devil fruit identical in every way to the one consumed by the 4 Emperor Kaido. To eat it would grant immense power. Even if none among us wishes to consume it, selling it would yield an extraordinary fortune, Luoyin explained. Fortune, gold, berries. At the very word fortune, Nami's eyes lit up like twin stars. Instantly animated, she declared, let's go ashore now. Such a prize mustn't fall into anyone else's hands. She sprang forward ready to act. Ha. Indeed, to coax Nami into perilous terrain, one need only dangle coin before her, Luoyin mused wryly. That fruit does sound formidable. Someone aboard ship may well require it. So I wish to accompany the captain on this expedition. Robin volunteered, first drawn irresistibly to enigmatic, dangerous places where ancient secrets might slumber. Then, who among you besides Robin and Nami wishes to join me ashore? Luoyin asked the women behind him. I'll go, Khalifa answered without hesitation. The moment Luoyin spoke of an artificial fruit matching Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit, in power her resolve crystallized. As a former CP9 agent, she possessed encyclopedic knowledge of the world's most pivotal figures, and unlike others, she knew precisely how devastating Kaido's mythical Zoan fruit truly was. Its power bordered on apocalyptic. Even an ordinary human who consumed it would instantly become a peerless warrior, gaining extraordinary vitality and near immunity to fatal injury. Though life aboard Luoyin's crew was far more tranquil than her days in CP9, her upbringing had forged an unquenchable thirst for strength in combat. Having never encountered such a fruit before, she now refused to let it slip away. She intended to claim it. I'm not fond of this place, Shalier shook her head. As a fishman, her ideal environment teemed with seawater, not scorching heat, which felt like pure torment to her kind. I'll go, Vivi declared. Raised in th. Golden Weeks swiftly echoed the refusal. I'd welcome private time with Luoyin, but certainly not amid such surroundings, Hans Finger demurred. I've heard this island once served as a marine base. To prevent unforeseen incidents, I'll accompany you, Shuang Yue, she offered gently. If sister she goes, then so shall I. This place looks utterly fascinating. Perhaps dragons dwell within those volcanoes breathing fire. If so, I might emulate legendary dragon-slaying swordsmen and cut down great WIRMS. Shuang Yuexia mused whimsically. Hearing her, Luoyin glanced at her. Had he not known her origins, he might have suspected she was a transmigrator. Though her fantasy seemed fanciful, it proved eerily prescient. 2 artificial western dragons did dwell here, and the very artificial fruits bore draconic forms. Luoyin suddenly realized how deeply this island resonated with draconic themes. Artificial dragons, artificial dragon-type fruits. I won't go, Shuang Yue stated coolly. Her reserved nature tolerated Luo Yan's warmth, but given choice, she would never willingly step into such oppressive sweltering heat. Such wonders exist in the Grand Line. I must see for myself, Riki declared. Her thunder fruit granted her exceptional heat resistance, and having wit. Very well. Those joining me ashore are confirmed Nami, Robin, Vivi, Running Quick, Xuanyue, Shi Xuanyue, Xia, Califa, Riki, and Bonnie. The rest shall remain aboard to guard the ship. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Luo Yan, it's so hot here. Xuanyue Xia complained to Luo Yan. Little sister, who told you to follow? Since you know it's hot, you should have stayed on the ship, Xuanyue, she said, helplessly looking at her sister. Sis, if I had known, I would have stayed on the ship. What kind of wretched place is this? It was said that dragons live in such volcanoes, but I haven't seen a single one. Xuanyue Xia said indignantly. She had seen in picture books that dragons like to live in such extreme environments. She came here hoping to encounter a legendary dragon and become a dragon-slaying swordsman like the legendary sword King Longma, admired by all. But after arriving, she saw no dragons and was instead scorched by the heat. I told you those books are all lies. How could you just casually encounter a legendary dragon on any island? Little sister, you should stop reading those picture books from now on, Luo Yan. Xuanyue, she said, truly exasperated with her whimsical sister. Although the books are lies, whether there are dragons or not is another matter, Luo Yan interjected. Luo Yan, why are you like this too? Xuanyue, she looked helplessly at Luo Yan. Usually Luo Yan was reliable, so why was he now as whimsical as her little sister? Well, if you don't believe me, look over there. Luo Yan pointed at a distant black duck gradually approaching them. Hearing Luo Yan's words, the women followed his gaze. What is that? A person flying in the sky. Xuanyue Xia asked, puzzled. That's the dragon you've been looking for, Luo Yan said. Through his observation haki, Luo Yan could clearly perceive the complete shape of the dragon, still too far for the naked eye. At this moment, Xuanyue Xi's eyes showed surprise and astonishment. She too had sensed it with her observation haki. Moments later, the women could finally see the shape of the flying creature. A dragon. It's really a dragon. Fiery red and so huge. Xuanyue Xia's face lit up with excitement as she saw the dragon she had yearned for. Then she turned to Xuanyue Xi triumphantly. Humph, who said the books are all lies? See, there's a dragon now. Faced with Xuanyue Xia's triumph, Xuanyue Xi did not retort, but said seriously, don't you find it strange that such a legendary creature, now possibly extinct, appears in such a place? What's so strange about that? Isn't it normal for dragons to live in volcanoes? Xuanyue Xia said matter-of-factly. The book said so she wasn't surprised at all that a dragon appeared here. Sighed. Xuanyue Xi looked at her silly little sister, full of helplessness. She had no vigilance at all if it weren't for the fact that Xuanyue Xia had grown up with them, and now had Luo Yan and the others looking after her, she would probably have been sold off long ago. Roar. The dragon approached and instantly spotted Luo Yan's group. Then it flew above them, opened its huge mouth, and spewed scorching flames. Dodged. Xuanyue Xi shouted to everyone. The people here were all quite strong. Although the dragon was a legendary creature, its strength was not that formidable, so they easily evaded its fiery breath. After dodging the dragon's breath, they used their observation haki, and clearly sensed that the dragon's aura was not as strong as they had imagined. It was even weaker than any of them present. Tch, this dragon is so weak, Xuanyue Xia said disdainfully. But despite her disdain, she still wanted to be a dragon-slaying swordsman. She turned to the others and shouted, don't interfere, I'll handle this big guy myself. Alright, be careful, Luo Yan nodded. Don't be careless. Xuanyue Xi cautioned Xuanyue Xia. The other women had no objection to her words. Don't worry, I never underestimate my enemies, Xuanyue Xia said, then drew her sword and charged at the dragon. In an instant she appeared beneath the dragon and slashed upward with her blade. A massive slash transforming into a dragon surged toward the creature in the sky. Roar. The dragon, seeing the dragon-shaped slash hurtling toward it, sensed danger. It roared loudly and tried to dodge quickly. But Xuanyue Xia, being a great swordsman, delivered a slash so fast that how could this artificially created dragon possibly block it? Boom. Roar. A tremendous explosion accompanied the dragon's agonized cry, echoing across the sky. Then the dragon's massive head and body separated. Losing consciousness, its head and torso plummeted simultaneously. Boom. Boom. Two more loud crashes as the head and body slammed heavily into the ground, and the dragon breathed its last. Little sister, your swordsmanship has improved again, Xuanyue Xi praised. Of course I wouldn't want to disgrace this sword, Xuanyue Xia said, lifting her chin at the praise. Xuanyue Xi smiled at her. After basking in the praise, Xuanyue Xia turned her gaze to the dragon's corpse, curled her lips, and said disdainfully, the dragon slain by the legendary dragon-slaying swordsman Longma was a menace to all, immensely powerful. Even the top experts of the time couldn't handle it, so Longma's fame spread far and wide after slaying it. This dragon is far inferior to the one Longma killed. Although slaying it makes me a dragon slay. Little sister, it's already remarkable to see a legendary creature here that might be extinct. You can't ask for too much. Yue, she said, smiling helplessly at her sister. But even though slaying it gives no satisfaction, it has plenty of meat. Roasting it should be delicious. Yue's eyes sparkled. Such a legendary creature is truly rare. I wonder why it was here. Robin murmured beside the dragon's corpse, deeply intrigued by this ancient creature. I suspect it's man-made. Luo Yin said, coming to Robin's side. Robin turned to him, her eyes full of doubt. Seeing her confusion, Luo Yin continued. I heard this place was once Vegapunk's laboratory. I think this dragon was created by Vegapunk. That makes sense. With Vegapunk's scientific prowess, it's no surprise he could achieve this. Robin said, enlightened. The fame of the super-genius scientist Vegapunk had spread across the seas long ago. If this was once Vegapunk's laboratory, the appearance of such an ancient creature was perfectly reasonable. Sizzling, crackling. A dragon's flesh roasted over open flames, its rich, savory aroma filling the air. The moment the meat was done, Yue snatched a piece and took a hearty bite. Her eyes lit up instantly. Truth be told, though this dragon is weak, its flesh is remarkably delicious. All right, let's take some with us and eat while we walk. We didn't come here solely to feast, Luo Yin said to the women. Yue nodded. Then the group pressed deeper into the island. Meanwhile, on the island's opposite side, where perpetual ice blanketed the land, stood an ancient, long-abandoned structure. Inside one of its laboratories sat 4 figures. One lay imprisoned in an iron cage, gaunt and hollow-eyed. Vilgo. Our spies stationed across the island report that intruders have entered, Caesar declared, turning sharply toward Vilgo, who lounged on a distant sofa. Who are they? They only detected traces of entry. Their identities remain unknown. Caesar added, then continued. Regardless of who they are, they must not disturb my experiments here. Otherwise, your ultimate objective will never be realized. Send the 2 brothers. They should handle these intruders, Vilgo remarked coolly. I won't dispute you outright, but whoever found this place is no ordinary person. It could well be Luo Yin himself tracking us down. Monet cautioned. What, Luo Yin? At the name, Caesar recoiled violently. He'd seen the news reports. Doflamingo's body had been obliterated. No trace remained. Proof enough of Luo Yan's ruthless brutality. Moreover, Caesar's research had relied entirely on Doflamingo's patronage. Now, with his benefactor dead, nearly half his funding had vanished, stalling countless experiments. Were it not for Vilgo diverting funds and Monet's cunning deception of Big Mom, extracting substantial resources, the facility would have collapsed long ago, and he would have fled this accursed place. Now, hearing that Luo Yin might be closing in, Caesar trembled uncontrollably. In his mind, Luo Yin was pure demon. Yet Caesar, lacking self-awareness, conducted grotesque experiments on children. By any measure, he was the true monster. I only said it was possible, not certain. Still, prepare yourselves mentally with the young master-slain Luo Yin likely possesses intimate knowledge of his affairs. He may very well. Hey Monet, don't speak so chillingly. And frankly, your tone, when mentioning Luo Yin, is far too detached. Caesar bellowed. One day, I will kill him. Monet's words held no inflection, yet beneath their stillness burned unrelenting fury. She was among Doflamingo's earliest and most devoted followers. To her, he alone embodied the true pirate king, destined, ordained, irreplaceable. Even in canon, when the Straw Hats attempted escape from Punk Hazard, Doflamingo coldly ordered the island's self-destruct mechanism activated, dooming every soul within, including himself. Monet carried out that command. Had fate not intervened, she would have triggered annihilation, knowing full well she would perish alongside all others. Her willingness to die for Doflamingo and accept death at his hand revealed the depth of her fealty. Thus, Doflamingo's death struck her like a mortal wound. And Luo Yin, the one who delivered that final blow, was her sworn enemy, consumed by hatred. Deploy our field agents to shadow the intruders closely. If they're mere trespassers, eliminate them on sight. But if it is Luo Yin, order them to stand aside. Let him enter. Caesar exploded. No, I've devised a precise strategy. If it is him, I guarantee he'll never leave alive. Vilgo replied. His loyalty to Doflamingo ran absolute. So absolute he'd infiltrated the Marines for years, risking everything to serve his master. Thus, Doflamingo's death ignited in him a hatred equal to Monet's. Yet Vilgo understood one truth alone: he could never destroy Luo Yin. So he leveraged his naval position, siphoning funds to finance Caesar's artificial devil fruit research. His goal clear: reforge an alliance with Kaido, supply him freely with artificial fruits, and ride Kaido's power to Luo Yin's end. Though he'd secured considerable naval funds, and Caesar through deception extracted vast sums from Big Mom, the resources remained insufficient to mass-produce such fruits. His grand design thus lingered unrealized. That was his original plan, until Luo Yin's pursuit forced recalibration. His new strategy was stark: lure Luo Yin deep into the island, then detonate its self-destruct system, erasing Luo Yin utterly. He would sacrifice himself, Monet, even Caesar, if it meant vengeance. Luo Yin, something feels off around us, Yue, she murmured to Luo Yin as the women stood frozen in astonishment. Luo Yin nodded. Though he had not yet activated his Kinbunshika Haki, a cultivator's instinct was razor-sharp. Distance might have concealed them, but these observers drew too near. Luo Yin sensed them instantly. He then activated his Kinbunshika Haki to probe deeper. Through its ethereal resonance, he discerned several hybrid beings, half-human half-beast, trailing closely behind his group. Across the fiery isle on the glacial island opposite, more such entities stirred. Clearly, they were Caesar's subordinates. Their presence confirmed that Caesar had already detected Luo Yin, and implied ominously that Caesar had not fled after Doflamingo's demise, but remained entrenched upon this very island. The moment Luo Yin identified the scouts, they in turn recognized him. "How did you know?" Caesar asked reflexively. "Your reaction told me everything," Virgo replied coolly. Virgo gazed at Caesar with quiet indifference. "What do you mean? You wretch, you think I'm cowardly? That I fear Luo Yin. What nonsense is this?" Under Virgo's unblinking placid stare, Caesar's composure shattered. It was true. He was timid, it was true. He did fear Luo Yin. But that was no justification for Virgo's calm, penetrating gaze, as if peeling back every layer of his soul. Was that not mockery disguised as silence? Did Caesar have no dignity left? "I never said that." Virgo's reply was flat, devoid of inflection. Caesar was already a dead man walking. Why waste breath on a corpse? True, Caesar might help him forge an alliance with Kaido, and through Kaido destroy Luo Yin. Yet that path brimmed with uncertainty, and now with Luo Yin already ashore, those uncertainties had multiplied tenfold. Compared to such fragile, low-probability schemes, Virgo preferred a far more radical, decisive, and overwhelmingly effective plan: let Luo Yin perish alongside him, and alongside Doflamingo. Strange. Logically, intruders should have been met with immediate assault. Why then did they remain utterly motionless? Could they be executing some deeper scheme? Luo Yin sifted through the impressions flooding his Kinbunshika Haki. The observers had not moved, not a step, not a twitch. Their sole purpose appeared to be surveillance, not confrontation. This restraint could only mean one thing: Caesar had issued explicit orders. Does Caesar seek vengeance for Doflamingo? Is he luring me in? The thought struck him, then vanished just as swiftly. Impossible. Utterly impossible. Caesar is a craven coward who places his own life above all else. His alliance with Doflamingo existed solely because Doflamingo funded his experiments, enabling him to indulge his half-baked scientific ambitions. He is not the sort who would sacrifice himself for vengeance. Then someone else is orchestrating this trap. Luo Yin's understanding crystallized. Beyond Caesar, there was Monet, the silent watcher, ever loyal, ever vigilant. Her devotion to Doflamingo was absolute. From the subtle movements of his pursuers, Luo Yin pieced together fragments of the truth. Yet he was no deity. Beyond what the original chronicle foretold, he could not foresee Monet's next move, or the machinations of her allies. One certainty remained: whatever unfolded would spell peril for him and his companions. After a long pause, Luo Yin shook his head. Enough speculation. A single captive will yield more than endless conjecture. Interrogating one of Caesar's underlings would at least reveal the precise command issued, and perhaps illuminate Caesar's true intent. With that, Luo Yin dissolved into thin air. Where has Luo Yin gone? Shuang Yuexia asked, puzzled by his sudden disappearance. Most likely to neutralize those monitoring us, Shuang Yue, she replied, serene and composed. What? We're being watched? Shuang Yuexia gasped, belatedly realizing the danger. Sigh. Shuang Yue, she shook her head, weary yet affectionate. A quiet thought rose within her. Without me, and Luo Yin and the others, Xia would likely be sold into bondage and still help count the coins. Unlike her sister, the other women remained vigilant. Having heard Shuang Yuexi's earlier warning, they knew they were followed, and thus deduced Luo Yin's purpose without alarm. Meanwhile, Luo Yin had already moved. He stood over a fallen leopard man, one of Caesar's hybrids, his fist poised above the dazed creature. What command did Caesar give you? What? How dare you even know of our master? The leopard man blurted in shock. He had been observing Luo Yin undetected, until in the blink of an eye Luo Yin materialized before him. Without warning, he was struck down, paralyzed. Even more astonishing, Luo Yin knew Caesar's identity, and spoke of him with chilling familiarity. Speak quickly. Tell me Caesar's order, and your life is spared. Refuse, and not only will you die, but every scout surveilling me will perish with you, Luo Yin declared, voice like frost-laced steel. Never. I'll never betray my master, to scum like you. The leopard man snarled, defiant to the last. After spotting us, you reported to Caesar. Did he instruct you to slaughter any intruders? Unless it was me, in which case you were only to observe. Luo Yin pressed. Huh, how could you possibly know? That's not what master ordered. The leopard man recoiled, then scrambled to deny it. Too late. Luo Yin's suspicion was confirmed. With a swift, precise strike, he rendered the leopard man unconscious. These beings served Caesar, but most, per the annals, knew neither his true nature nor the horrors of his experiments. Many were survivors of his prior atrocity, not innocent perhaps, but not irredeemably wicked. So Luo Yin chose mercy, not slaughter. Having grasped Caesar's order, Luo Yin deduced, more or less accurately, The intent behind it, Caesar, or rather Monet, sought to lure him onto the island and eliminate him with some terrifying weapon of Caesar's design. Perhaps a lethal gas, or perhaps those toxin-laden slimes featured in the original chronicle. Of course, for reasons unknown, Luo Yin retained vivid memories of most plot lines involving Monet after her debut in the original chronicle, and he knew with absolute certainty her unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo. Thus, he boldly surmised that should their weapons fail, this deranged woman might well trigger the island's self-destruct mechanism, dragging the entire landmass into oblivion alongside him. When did I grow so perceptive? Having finished this line of thought, Luo Yin suddenly indulged in a rare moment of self-admiration. He rarely plumbed such depths in ordinary circumstances. Perhaps Monet had left too indelible an impression on her personality, her fanatical devotion to Doflamingo, even her height and weight. Ahem. In short, his uncanny familiarity with Monet, her traits etched with crystalline clarity, enabled these deductions. His exceptional recall of key characters' arcs in the original chronicle was one of Luo Yan's few enduring strengths, and precisely this advantage had enabled him to triumph repeatedly and to persuade, or rather invite, his crewmates aboard. So you're saying there's a loyal follower of Doflamingo on this island, and a self-destruct device capable of obliterating the entire landmass. And this fanatical devotee has detected our presence, deliberately guiding us deeper inland, possibly intending to detonate that cataclysmic device and take us all down with her. Frostmoon Xia asked, disbelief sharpening her voice. Yes, this scenario is highly plausible. That's why I'm hesitating. Is a mythical Zoan fruit worth risking annihilation-level detonation? Luo Yin nodded. If the danger is this grave, then let's abandon the venture. One fruit isn't worth our lives. Nami shook her head first. To me, life outweighs treasure. Though naturally I'd prioritize wealth over life when no peril looms. Hearing that this island harbors such a lethal trap, prudence dictates our immediate withdrawal. Robin added her counsel. No matter how extraordinary the prize or how wondrous the place, without life, exploration itself becomes impossible. The others concurred wholeheartedly. They cherished life far more than any artifact. With endless time ahead to journey beside Luo Yin, none would sacrifice existence for a devil fruit. Very well, Luo Yin agreed. Then we withdraw. Though Luo Yin lamented missing the mythical Zoan fruit, he accepted the decision. Having foreseen the adversary's likely strategy, even if speculative, the risk remained intolerable. To gamble on a mere fruit could prove fatal. Should his intuition prove correct, survival itself would vanish. After consulting the group, Luo Yin and his companions began their retreat. Their departure did not escape the notice of Caesar's scouts. Across the sea on the ice-covered island opposite, a winged humanoid descended near a patrol unit station just offshore. Alert the master. Luo Yin is leaving the island. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, wonderful. My experiments shall finally proceed undisturbed. Caesar roared with laughter upon receiving the report. While Luo Yan's retreat spelled ill tidings for Monet and Virgo for Caesar, a man whose sole passions were self-preservation, scientific acclaim, and hedonistic ease, it was nothing short of divine providence. What's happened, Caesar? Virgo asked urgently, a chill of foreboding gripping his heart at Caesar's mirth. Kayu. Excellent news. I've just learned that scoundrel Luo Yin has fled. Caesar crowed, eyes gleaming with unadulterated delight. He remained utterly ignorant of Virgo's secret agenda, and saw no reason to believe Virgo stood a chance against Luo Yin, the very man who had slain Doflamingo. What? Virgo recoiled, composure shattered. Virgo, I know your strength, but let me be unequivocal. Luo Yin is beyond our reach. Even my most clandestine armaments may well prove futile against him. So rejoice, he's gone. Were he to arrive here, we'd be doomed. Caesar chuckled. You fool, what do you understand at all? Virgo stared at Caesar's grinning face, fists clenching with the urge to drive it deep into the wall. Yet urgency overrode rage. Caesar, immediately ascertain Luo Yan's current position, he demanded. Virgo, seems we share the same instinct, but calm yourself. I've ordered my agents to track him continuously. He's already cleared the frigid waters between ice and fire, and now stands on the Fire Island. He'll depart soon. Then I can resume my research in perfect peace. Glorious. Caesar exulted. Ever wary of Luo Yin, he had maintained real-time surveillance from the moment the latter began his retreat. Thus Luo Yin's every movement remained charted. Still on the island. That's good. Relief flickered across Virgo's features. Caesar, your experimental subject resides on the Fire Island. Release it immediately, and dispatch forces to impede Luo Yan's progress. You dare commandeer my prized specimen to confront Luo Yin? Caesar bristled. Double your research funding. If you deploy it against him, Virgo replied coldly. Agreed. At the promise of doubled funding, Caesar instantly acquiesced. Satisfied, Virgo turned his gaze toward Monet. Monet, you understand what's required. Understood. I'll await your orders there, she affirmed with a nod. Don't let me down. Virgo remarked indifferently, then swiftly strode out of the laboratory. What are you two talking about? And is Virgo planning to go after Luo Yin? Caesar listened to their conversation utterly bewildered. He couldn't grasp what they were discussing at all. Moreover, Virgo's departure filled him with unease, as if something terrible was about to happen. Hey, don't worry. Virgo intends to assist your experimental pets in dealing with Luo Yin. With your pets poisoning them, Mr. Virgo will be able to defeat them with ease, Monet said with a smile. Ho, is that so? Well, you've thought it through. Although I'm not certain my experimental pets can kill Luo Yin, poisoning him to reduce his combat strength is absolutely no problem. Who knows, maybe my pets could even kill him. Having initially been utterly uncertain about using his own poison to kill Luo Yin, Caesar became elated upon hearing Monet's words. Upon reflection, his poison gas could destroy an entire island. This time, with improvements, anyone who touched it would be turned to stone and then obediently poisoned to death. As long as Virgo held Luo Yin back, his poison had a high chance of affecting Luo Yin. Then he would use this war weapon to become famous throughout the world. Not only could he sell it for vast sums of money, but he could also wrest the title of the world's greatest scientist from Vegapunk. A win-win situation. Shahohoho. Thinking of this, Caesar burst into raucous laughter. Monet watched the neurotic Caesar with utter contempt in her heart, though her expression remained impassive. At least Caesar still had some use for now, as she would let him revel for a while. Once the plan succeeded, he too would be buried with them. Meanwhile, on Luo Yan's side, Boo! Cocoyasi snorted coldly. Well, since it's a trap, we can't let them have their way. These people can't stop us. We'll just charge straight out, Nami said. Right, since they've attacked us, we won't show any mercy, Luo Yin declared. He had refrained from striking these people before, because they were essentially deceived by Caesar. Most were employees on Vegapunk's island, who had survived Caesar's previous failed experiments. They were not hardened criminals. But now it was different. Since they had attacked Luo Yin and his companions, regardless of whether they were heinous or not, their fate was death. Luo Yin extended his index finger, and a flame gathered at its tip. Swish, 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 swish. Swish, swish, swish. Countless laser-like flames shot from his finger, each one striking a person, blocking their path. Ugh. Various screams arose as lives vanished one by one under Luo Yan's assault. Moments later, before Luo Yin lay only the corpses of half-human H. Cocoyasi couldn't help but exclaim. She had to swing her blade each time she cut down an opponent, and her slashes could only take out 2 or 3 clustered together. She couldn't even see those beyond the strike range. But Luo Yan's fire bullets, more powerful than any gun, made short work of these weaklings with ease. Had just a little application of the devil fruit, Luo Yin said with a light laugh. Luo Yin chuckled. Then he said to the women, let's hurry up and leave. I have a feeling something bad is about to happen. They sped up and swiftly left the fire island. Meanwhile, Virgo was striding through the air, rushing toward Luo Yan's location at top speed. At the same time, on the fire island, a giant slime-like monster was released. And in the experimental building on the ice island, tap, tap, tap. Monet slowly walked into a room that seemed untouched for ages. Dust gathered in the corners. She approached a console with a large red button. She extended her slender fingers and touched the glass cover beneath which lay the red button. Pressing it would trigger an explosion that would engulf the entire island, erasing everyone on it. Young master, I have always believed that you were the one destined to become the Pirate King. It's been nearly 10 years since I followed you. Over those years, I watched you grow stronger step by step, gradually wielding influence that. Luo Yin was somewhat surprised. He had thought Virgo was still undercover in the Marines, not expecting him to appear here. You're not surprised to see me. So you already know who I am, Virgo said, staring at Luo Yin icily. Virgo looked at Luo Yin coldly. I was surprised at first that you showed up here, but now I'm not. After Doflamingo's death, your cover identity became useless anyway, Luo Yin said calmly. Then he asked Virgo, did you come to avenge Doflamingo? You know it well. Virgo said coldly. Under normal circumstances, he would never have spoken so much to his enemy. But now he needed to stall for time. He suppressed the urge to attack Luo Yin, waiting for the right moment. A moment that would decide the final fate of the Don Quixote family. Victory or ruin. This single moment decides whether vengeance will be fulfilled or whether every cautious officer perishes while the enemy escapes unscathed. Luo Yin had no inkling of Vilge's intricate calculations, or that he was stalling for time. Yet as one who had come solely to exact retribution, Luo Yin showed no mercy. Bakoku. An immense blinding slash erupted forth with terrifying speed. Boom. The blade carved a deep, jagged furrow across the earth. What? Vilgo had intended to buy time, but he never anticipated Luo Yin would strike without warning. Shock surged through him. He summoned every ounce of strength to evade the assault. Though Luo Yan's strikes were lightning swift, Vilgo's prowess was formidable. He barely slipped past each lethal blow. Luo Yin betrayed no reaction to Vilgo's narrow escape. What followed was a relentless barrage, a storm of devastating slashes, each imbued with crushing force. Luo Yin swung his blade again and again, weaving a net of death, each strike calibrated to sever life itself. To Vilgo, every slash was a mortal threat. Faced with such overwhelming density of attack, even Vilgo's desperate evasions could not prevent injury. 2 strikes found their mark. Shink. Ugh. A blade sheared cleanly through his left arm. Stunned disbelief flooded his gaze as he watched the limb tumble to the ground, crimson and glistening. Blood spurted violently from the stump, agony roaring through his mind like thunder. Damn it. Can't I even stall him for a moment? Vilgo seethed inwardly. Within the Marines he commanded a new world branch, a post reserved for elite vice-admirals. His strength was unquestionable. Yet before Luo Yin he'd crumbled in moments. His arm severed, his superiority shattered beyond doubt. Only now did he grasp the sheer magnitude of Luo Yan's power. The reason why even the fearsome Doflamingo had fallen beneath his blade. Though his arm was gone, the onslaught did not cease. Luo Yin stood rooted, unleashing wave after wave of devastating slashes. Gritting his teeth against the torment, Vilgo continued to dodge, while simultaneously seizing an opening to activate his comlink. Caesar, has your experimental subject been released yet? Vilgo, it's already deployed. Though the subject is proving rather unruly. Good enough, Vilgo cut him off. He had no patience for excuses, only the activation mattered. With that abomination unleashed, all odds could shift. Shink. A momentary lapse, and his right leg vanished. Crash. Deprived of support, he slammed onto the ground with bone-jarring force. Ignoring the twin agonies of severed limb and mangled leg, he immediately contacted Monet. Monet, can you? Ugh. His voice died mid-sentence. His head parted from his body in a single silent arc. Thus fell Vilgo, powerful enough to rival Marine vice-admirals, slain in cold, brutal efficiency by Luo Yin. Let's go. Something terrible is about to happen. Having decapitated Vilgo and confirmed his death, Luo Yin urgently urged the women onward. He'd sensed Vilgo attempting to contact someone. Yet even in mortal peril the man had risked exposure to transmit a message. Luo Yin deduced the truth instantly. Vilgo meant to detonate the entire island. Alarmed by his urgency, the women sprinted after him without hesitation. As Luo Yin and his companions raced toward the shore, Monet's end of the comlink crackled. Hello, Vilgo. She'd caught only half his voice, then silence. She hadn't expected such abrupt termination. Is Vilgo dead, or has something else occurred? Luo Yin, truly terrifying. In mere moments Vilgo had met his end, a testament to Luo Yan's terrifying might. But you shall all perish with him. Without hesitation, Monet ripped open the glass chamber and slammed her palm onto the crimson activation button. At that instant something awakened, deep, resonant, and irrevocable. A low shuddering roar began to swell around her. Boom, 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 roar, boom, boom, boom. Then, explosion. A cataclysmic blast erupted from the device's core, its thunderous fury swallowing the entire island whole. Inside Caesar's laboratory. Damn it. Who the hell set off that infernal racket? My experiment's ruined. Caesar cursed, his delicate procedure collapsing in his trembling hands. The noise could only stem from Vilgo or Monet. They were the sole occupants. Enraged, he strode toward the door to confront them. But just as his fingers brushed the threshold, firelight bled through the narrow gap, and the reinforced steel door, stronger than iron, shattered inward, its fragments slicing across his flesh like razors. What's happening? Anticipating capture, Law had covertly converted part of. Luo Yin scoffed at the inferno, lips curling in grim disdain. Had he lacked foresight, he'd have stood at ground zero, exposed to the blast's most catastrophic shockwave. But the explosion, however swift, could not overtake them. They'd begun evacuating early. Vilgo's ambush had merely delayed them at the island's center. Now, with full momentum behind them, they'd reached the coast, beyond the blast's reach. At the shoreline, Luo Yin swept up the non-flying Bonnie and launched skyward, straight toward their vessel. Moments later, all women stood safely aboard. Nami, take command now. We must put distance between us and this place. Too close, and we'll be caught in the fallout. Luo Yin ordered instantly. Nami understood the gravity. She issued rapid commands, assigning roles with practiced precision. Within seconds, the ship eased away from Punk Hazard. Luo Yin and the others kept a safe distance from the explosion on Punk Hazard. Their ship was anchored beyond the blast radius, affording them a clear view of the colossal fireworks erupting in the distance. Flames blazed across the sky, thick smoke billowed upward, and eerie violet vapors, perhaps toxic, drifted ominously through the air. The thunderous roar of the detonation reverberated across the entire island, echoing far into the horizon. Gigantic waves surged outward from the epicenter, but by the time they reached Luo Yan's vessel, their force had diminished significantly. Minimal shielding sufficed to protect the crew. After all, these waves stemmed solely from an island-based explosion, not from the cataclysmic submersion caused by an ancient weapon as depicted in legend. Thus they posed no threat to sea levels. Though the explosive device had been extravagantly touted, its true capacity extended only to obliterating the island's surface, annihilating all structures and life up. Absolutely, Bonnie added. What a shame. The island's treasures must have been priceless. We could have fetched a fortune for them, Nami lamented, crestfallen. Honestly, Nami, really. Not now. Nojiko sighed, gazing at her with weary exasperation. Though their childhood had been modest, they'd never known true destitution. Meals were regular, new clothes, occasional life, comfortably unstrained. When precisely had Nami developed this insatiable fixation on coin? Haha, I was only joking. Nami stuck out her tongue and laughed. Though the loss of treasure pained her deeply, survival had clearly taken precedence. Had they remained, even their lives would have hung in the balance. In such moments, no trinket holds weight. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time blurred, until finally the detonation ceased and the inferno began to wane. Yet from their vantage, towering plumes of smoke and lingering fires still stained the horizon. Luo Yan, what now? Let's wait until the flames subside and the smoke thins. I intend to return to the island for a closer look, Luo Yan replied. Though he suspected little remained intact, perhaps some artifact or fragment had miraculously endured. More than salvage, however, his curiosity burned. What grotesque transformation had such a cataclysm wrought upon the land? Are you certain? That blast was monstrous. Even now, though the detonations have ceased, dense smoke and that strange vapor still shroud the island. Clearly it's saturated with poison. Marching in now would mean certain death. Nami recoiled, voice edged with disbelief. I never said we'd go now. Besides, the ship carries protective suits. With proper gear, the toxins pose no threat. Luo Yan understood the origin of the poison Caesar's experiments. Most likely the sludge explosion referenced in lore. Its weakness was explicitly documented, though ingestion petrified victims. A sharp impact shattered the calcified shell, restoring vitality. It was no arcane venom, merely crude, exploitable chemistry. A standard protective suit would suffice. And their eventual descent wouldn't confront raw gas, only residual contamination. On the island at the blast epicenter lay a crater vast enough to swallow half of Iceland. Beyond it, the very skin of the land had been stripped away, entire straw, every structure, every trace of life, reduced to dust. The building once occupied by Caesar had vanished entirely, melted into oblivion. Only the crater remained. Cough, cough. Damn it. What the hell are Virgo and his lot doing? A voice rasped, impossible yet undeniable. At the crater's desolate rim, where not even wind stirred, a lone figure staggered upright. It was Law. In the detonation's final instant, he'd activated his devil fruit ability, but escape proved futile. Instead, he plunged himself deep underground, burying himself several meters beneath the surface. As former Beachport's research facility, the island's subterranean network teemed with conduits and ducts. Though the self-destruct mechanism possessed devastating surface yield, designed solely to erase experimental data and prevent theft, its destructive focus remained shallow. Deep below, survival was plausible. Law survived, yet not unscathed. Proximity to the epicenter ensured violent tremors shook his refuge, blood-soaked. Over an hour later, the smoke hanging over Punk Hazard had thinned somewhat, and the toxic fumes had begun to dissipate, though certainly not completely. Compared to the earlier state of dense, choking smoke and pervasive poison, conditions had improved markedly. Luo Yan gazed toward the distant island, still wreathed in faint plumes of smoke, knowing full well that the toxins would not vanish quickly. Turning to the women beside him, he said, "We're ready. Don your protective suits. Let's go ashore and take a look." "We're actually going." Nami frowned, visibly reluctant. "Yes," Luo Yan affirmed with a nod. His decision met no further resistance. Within moments, all donned their protective gear, and the ship eased forward toward Punk Hazard, the island still scarred by its recent cataclysmic explosion. "Marine G5 base, what?" Punk Hazard exploded. "Are you certain you're not mistaken?" Smoker, cigarette clenched between his teeth, listened incredulously to the report crackling through the den mushy. The account sounded utterly surreal, until the voice on the other end insisted, "It's true, Vice Admiral Smoker. Just moments ago, our patrol vessel was sailing near Punk Hazard when we heard an immense, earth-shaking detonation. We rushed to investigate, and found the island shrouded in thick, roiling smoke as if struck by a colossal bomb." He wouldn't have believed it himself had he not witnessed it firsthand. Now clad in protective gear, his warship anchored just offshore, affording him a clear, unobstructed view of the devastation. They knew well that not long before, the former fleet admirals Akainu and Akiji had waged a titanic battle here, transforming this once active marine base into a desolate wasteland of fire and ice. Now standing on the icy side of the island, he saw "All right, I'll conduct the investigation in person." Convinced by the Marine's earnest tone, Smoker resolved to go to Punk Hazard himself. Meanwhile, aboard Luo Yan's vessel, time passed, and finally the ship drew near the island. "Is this even the same place we saw before? How did it become this?" Shuang Yuexia stared at the ruin before her, astonishment warring with grim awe. Before, this volcanic island had been inhospitable, but at least survivable for brief stretches. Now everything had changed. Before them, the volcano appeared to have erupted violently. Residual lava oozed sluggishly through jagged craters and fissures. The entire surface was pockmarked and shattered. Some peaks flattened entirely, terrain reduced to chaotic rubble, pathways buried under debris and twisted wreckage. "Luo Yan, do we really need to go in?" Nami asked, her voice edged with disbelief. Can anyone even walk on that wasteland? No matter. We only meant to survey the island, not storm it en masse. You all stay here. I'll go alone. Seeing how utterly impassable the terrain had become, Luo Yin addressed the women. Are you sure you'll be all right by yourself? Xuan Yue, she asked, concern sharpening her tone. Don't worry. I've scanned the island. Nothing remains alive there worth fearing. And with my suit, I'm perfectly safe. Luo Yin offered them a calm, reassuring glance, then sprouted wings from his back and leapt skyward, soaring directly inland. Cough, cough. Truly catastrophic. On the icy side of the island, Trafalgar Law, wounded beyond measure, drenched in blood, limbs trembling with exhaustion, leaned weakly against a massive boulder hurled from deep underground by the blast. With desperate focus, he channeled his surgical fruit's power to staunch his wounds and shield himself from the encroaching toxins. Yet both internally and externally his injuries were grievous, so severe that even his devil fruit ability demanded time and rest to mend. Shirkan, Virgo, Monet, you two deceived me. Activated the self-destruct mechanism behind my back. And yet, I still live. Huh. Look around you. Behold the magnificent aftermath of my beloved pet's detonation. Toxic miasma blankets the land. Not a single soul remains. Exquisite. Indeed, Caesar Clown had descended once more into manic delusion, mistaking the utter devastation wrought by the explosion for the handiwork of his own creation. Yet strangely, he wasn't wholly wrong. Driven by intense curiosity, Luo Yin moved swiftly toward the weakest pulse. Soon he stood before the figure. Ugh, what is this? Disgusting. Flesh hung in tatters, bone jutted through ruptured skin, dust caked every inch of her ravaged form. Charred muscle fused with grime, a horror beyond even the undead. To survive this, is she impossibly fortunate, or unspeakably cursed? Why? Luo Yin found himself unable to categorize her fate. If misfortune defined her, then survival itself seemed paradoxical. Yet if fortune applied, then what of this living death, this ruined, agonized existence? Was mere survival truly mercy? Still bound by compassion, Luo Yin chose to intervene. Flames ignited along his limbs, then surged across the ground, coiling like serpents toward the broken figure. In seconds, fire enveloped her. Before his eyes, the layers of ash and filth burned away, leaving only cleanly charred yet intact flesh. Meanwhile, the flames surged higher, engulfing the zombie's entire body. Moments later, the fire gradually subsided, revealing a vaguely human silhouette before Luo Yin. Monet, he instantly recognized her the moment she appeared before him. Indeed, Luo Yan's flames possessed healing properties. Through his own cultivation, they could now mend most external injuries, especially superficial wounds. Thus, after the flames receded, the charred flesh sloughed away from Monet's body, unveiling pristine, snow-white skin beneath. It was precisely this restored complexion that allowed Luo Yin to identify her. Yet her injuries ran deep, countless bones were shattered, and her internal organs severely damaged. His flames could regenerate her outer layer and partially repair internal trauma, but they could not restore vital life force or the energy required for biological function. Consequently, though her features remained discernible, she now appeared as little more than skin stretched taut over. Let me examine her. Hearing Luo Yan's words, Kaya hurried to his side and carefully observed Monet cradled in his arms. After a moment's scrutiny, she placed a hand upon Monet's emaciated wrist. Immediately, a soft emerald radiance emanated from her palm and flowed into Monet's body. Kaya closed her eyes, seemingly probing Monet's physiological state through that verdant luminescence. Shortly thereafter, she opened her eyes and turned to Luo Yin. Her injuries are grave. Her internal organs all sustain varying degrees of damage. Yet at least they remain intact. Notably, her heart suffered comparatively less trauma than the others, allowing her to cling to life. Moreover, you must have already administered preliminary treatment. Otherwise, her vitality would be far lower than it is now. Kaya murmured softly. Then, can she be saved? Luo Yin asked Kaya directly. Yes, but her damaged organs will require extensive time to heal. Throughout that period, she must receive abundant energetic supplementation to restore cellular vitality and metabolic function. As long as she can be saved? Luo Yin nodded, exhaling in quiet relief. Though he and Monet were sworn enemies, locked in a feud bordering on mutual annihilation, she remained undeniably beautiful. And truth be told, Luo Yin could not bear to watch such beauty wither before his eyes. Moreover, no one could predict whether Monet, once revived, would retain full cognitive function. Given the severity of her trauma, brain injury was certainly possible. With that concern in mind, he called out to Kaya, who was already preparing to carry Monet toward the infirmary. Her cerebral integrity, has it been compromised? There may be some neural damage. Beyond thermal necrosis, her physiology bears evidence of immense concussive force, likely impacting her cranial cavity. Her cerebral activity remains critically diminished. Neurological restoration is exceptionally complex. Even if we succeed in reviving her, she will very likely lose all prior memories. So she'd essentially become someone else. Luo Yin murmured instinctively. Not quite. She would merely suffer amnesia. Even without memory, she remains herself. Having finished her explanation, Kaya carried Monet into the infirmary. Hearing she'll lose her memories. That's actually ideal. Just moments earlier, Luo Yin had fretted over how to confront Monet, this fanatical woman who would sacrifice everything to avenge Don Quixote da Flamingo. Now that dilemma dissolved. If her mind were impaired, or rather if she lost her memories, Monet would cease to be a Don Quixote executive and instead become a loyal crewmate under Luo Yan's command. Once Monet was entrusted to Kaya, wings unfurled from Luo Yan's back, and he soared once more into the heart of Punk Hazard. 2 residual life signatures still pulsed within. 2 more potential recruits, perhaps both stripped of memory by trauma. Though their auras suggested formidable strength, severe injury seemed unlikely. Shortly thereafter, as Trafalgar Law continued his self-administered healing, a figure descended before him. Instinctively following the disturbance, Law glanced upward and saw Luo Yin. Captain Luo Yin, he blurted out before he could stop himself. Law's astonishment stemmed not from Luo Yan's presence in Punk Hazard, but from the fact that Luo Yin had survived at all. Upon learning of Doflamingo's death, Law's vengeful purpose had dissolved and indirectly justice had already been served. He thus abandoned his original plan and sought only to reclaim his heart, the organ he'd surrendered to Caesar Clown to gain the tyrant's trust. Yet just as he retrieved it and prepared to depart, calamity struck. Virgo, one of Doflamingo's 4 earliest lieutenants and a longtime naval infiltrator, materialized out of nowhere. Their confrontation ignited immediate incandescent hatred. Virgo had participated in the murder of Corazon years ago, and Law attacked without hesitation. Though Virgo posed little threat to Luo Yin, to Law, a rising star among pirates, he represented an entrenched veteran. Compounded by Monet's and Caesar's support, Law stood no chance against the trio. He was swiftly captured and imprisoned within a cage. Only after Luo Yin said, "Law, I didn't expect to find you here." Not only Law was astonished, Luo Yin too was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Law initiating his schemes so early, and judging by his injuries, Law had somehow endured that same explosion. Lord Luo Yin, you've truly put me through the ringer," Luo said, his face pale and his expression sullen as he gazed at Luo Yin. Had it not been for Luo Yin, he might well have seized an opportunity to escape safely. The handcuffs binding him and the cage imprisoning him were not forged from sea stone. Yet even as he voiced this grievance, he bore no resentment toward Luo, and after all he had survived, and his early escape was largely thanks to him. Still gazing upon the blast's primary target in the wake of such devastation, a wry bitterness flickered across his features. He can't blame me for this. Who could have foreseen their sheer madness? Luo Yin sighed, seeing that Luo already grasped the full sequence of events. Then turning to him, he asked, "Need assistance? At the very least, I can get you off this island." Luo Yin harbored no ill will toward Luo. So long as Luo accepted his aid, he was willing to lend a hand. True, Luo possessed the ability to heal himself, yet the island offered neither food nor vessel. Even once healed, Luo would face grave difficulty securing provisions or departing. Aid here was indispensable. Whether he would accept it, however, remained uncertain. "Thank you," Luo replied, offering his gratitude to Luo Yin. Clearly aware of his own dire condition, he did not refuse the offer. "Then, shall I take you away now or wait until your wounds are fully mended?" Luo Yin asked, observing Luo's self-healing with the power of the surgery fruit. "If possible, I'd ask Lord Luo Yin to grant me a moment longer," Luo replied. The fruit's power was extraordinary. The grievous injuries he'd sustained were already nearly repaired. Before departing with Luo Yin, he intended to complete his recovery in one seamless surge, after which only nourishment would remain to restore his strength. "Very well. Rest here a while. I sense others still alive on the island. I'll investigate first, then return to fetch you." Luo nodded, his eyes flashing with surprise. He had not expected any other survivors beyond himself. Though it was possible others had been drawn to the island after the blast, he doubted anyone would willingly approach such a desolate place now. As Luo lay still deepening his healing, Luo Yin streaked away like a bolt of light, hastening toward another life sign. "Sure 3, damn it. Not a single thing remains on this island. Not even planks to fashion a crude raft. How am I supposed to leave?" Caesar had initially taken grim satisfaction in the cataclysmic explosion, one that obliterated all life on the island, including his own experimental subjects. But now that satisfaction had curdled into despair. His search revealed that the sole structure on the island, situated precisely at the epicenter, lay utterly reduced to rubble. A vessel once moored at the island's edge, intended to ferry artificial devil fruits to Dressrosa, had vanished without trace. All that remained were scattered shards of ice-hardened lava spewed from the island's flank and barren earth. No food, no shelter, no ship. Even the railway track, leading to a transport car housed within a cavern designed to carry artificial fruits to the dock, had collapsed beneath rubble. Had that car survived, perhaps it could have been refashioned into a seaworthy craft. Damn it. Am I truly doomed to starve to death, trapped forever on this accursed rock? Despair darkened Caesar's face. A Din Din Mushi would have granted Cao. That familiar ram's head insignia. Is that Caesar? At that instant Luo Yin descended from the sky, hovering just above Caesar's position. From this vantage Caesar's silhouette came sharply into view. Well, the scum himself survives, Luo Yin remarked coolly, gliding down to land directly before him. Luo Yin, you're alive. Startled beyond measure, Caesar recoiled violently. This man before him had ignited the very explosion that claimed so many lives. That Virgo and Monet, reckless enough to sacrifice themselves in its execution, had still failed to end him. Caesar, I'm the one who ought to ask you, how in hell did you survive? Compared to Luo and Monet, Luo Yin held no regard for this man, and spoke accordingly. Humph. My survival is none of your concern, Caesar retorted, chin raised in stubborn defiance. Ha, indeed it isn't. But tell me, have you truly pursued that maximum experiment? Luo Yin smiled faintly, gaze fixed upon Caesar. How do you know? Caesar blanched, as if confronting a ghost. So, you have abducted children for experimentation. Luo Yan's eyes narrowed. Of all consequences wrought by the blast, his deepest remorse centered on those children Caesar had captured. Surely they perished in the inferno. He had come to this island not only to claim the mythical Zoan fruit, but also to liberate them. That his presence had instead hastened their demise weighed heavily upon his conscience. No, I haven't. Don't slander me. I intended to, but unforeseen complications prevented me from acting. Not a single child has been taken. I swear it. I'm innocent. Sensing Luo Yan's lethal intent, feeling the chilling aura of killing intent radiating from him, Caesar abandoned his bravado, shaking his head frantically while pleading his case. Oh, then explain yourself. At those words Luo Yan's murderous intent receded, for now. Not long ago the four emperors' Big Mom sent envoys demanding I conduct the maximum experiment, and provided generous funding. I eagerly agreed and prepared to dispatch agents to abduct children, yet Joker's death delayed everything. I never got the chance. Later Virgo approached me with even greater funds, commissioning me to resume manufacturing artificial devil fruits, so the maximum experiment was shelved again. To date I haven't initiated a single phase of it. Caesar spilled the truth in one breath. I see. Caesar speaks no falsehood, and the timeline checks out. In fact, those children may owe their lives to me. Relief washed over Luo Yin, dissolving his guilt entirely. Then he turned back to Caesar. Tell me, do you know where Vegapunk's prototype artificial devil fruit lies? Vegapunk's artificial devil fruit. You're interested in artificial fruits too. You're welcome to seek me out. I'll craft an artificial fruit far surpassing Vegapunk's antiquated relic given sufficient funding. No, I think you misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire about the artificial fruit that Vegapunk left here, not to have you create one. Interrupting Caesar's incessant babbling, Luo Yin cut him off. How could Caesar's artificial fruit compare to that of Vegapunk? That artificial fruit perfectly replicated a mythical Zoan. Who would care for the bizarre misshapen fruits Caesar produced, whose consumption might not even grant any ability? Sure, fine. I'll tell you. Vegapunk's artificial fruit was kept in a separate lab. It's been a long time since I last passed that room, and no one bothers to look at a failed experiment. So most likely it was destroyed in the explosion. Seeing Luo Yan's lack of interest in his own creation, Caesar stopped his rambling and answered. Is that so? What a pity. Luo Yan shook his head regretfully. He wasn't sure if an explosion of that magnitude could destroy a devil fruit, but even if it survived the blast would have sent it flying somewhere unknown. Watching Luo Yan's disappointed expression, Caesar felt a hint of contempt. His own artificial fruits were all successes produced in large quantities and with high success rates. Why would Luo Yin covet a failed fruit made by Vegapunk when he himself was a perfect creator of artificial fruits right before him? Could it be that he who could mass-produce perfect artificial fruits, and his creations were inferior to a single failure from Vegapunk? Caesar inwardly lamented Luo Yan's blindness. This thought revealed his utter lack of self-awareness. The mythical Zoan artificial fruit made by Vegapunk could perfectly replicate the abilities of a mythical Zoan. How could it compare to the fruits of a half-baked scientist like him? Luo Yin had seen the grotesque forms of Kaido's subordinates in the original story. In that case, goodbye then. Luo Yin set upon finding that the survivor was Caesar and that he didn't have Vegapunk's artificial fruit. No, wait. Take me off this island. I can make you more artificial fruits, invent any weapon you need. Caesar, fearing abandonment, blocked Luo Yan's path. He was likely the only one who could leave this island now. If Luo Yin left him behind, he couldn't leave on his own. Though his ability let him fly, he had no log pose and lacked stamina. Who knew if he'd fall into the sea from exhaustion before finding the next island? That would be the end. No, I don't mean goodbye in the way you tea. Luo Yin smiled at Caesar. Then in Caesar's uneasy gaze a blade's gleam flashed, and a head fell. Caesar had survived the explosion, but not Luo Yin. After killing him, Luo Yin searched his body, confirmed nothing remained, and flew toward Trafalgar Law. Soon he reached Law's side. How are you? Is your injury better? Luo Yin asked. Had almost healed, Law forced a smile. Such a severe wound couldn't heal so quickly, But he could move now and didn't want to trouble Luo Yin, so he lied slightly. Seeing that Law had indeed recovered somewhat, and knowing he had no life-threatening injuries thanks to his miraculous surgery fruit, Luo Yin didn't doubt him. If you're recovered, let's leave. There's no one left on the island. If you're recovered, let's leave. There's no one left on the island, Luo Yin said to Law. All right. Hearing they were departing, Law stood up. Luo Yin transformed into a vermilion bird and soared upward, then flew beside Law, grabbing his entire body with his massive claws. Luo Yin-san, what are you doing? Law was startled by the action. This damn place is thick with smoke. You probably can't tell directions. And mostly you're too slow running below. I'll carry you out, Luo Yin said. Fine. Hearing Luo Yan's words and feeling himself gripped in the claws, Law twitched the corner of his mouth, but agreed. He had to admit Luo Yin was right. Running below was too slow and the ruined island was shrouded in smoke, making navigation difficult. Most importantly, he lacked the stamina to use his room, which would have allowed instant teleportation and spared him this indignity. Hold on tight, Luo Yin shouted, then shot into the distance like a streak of light. Hold on tight. You mean grip tight? Law twitched again. He was being held in Luo Yan's claws, hardly sitting. But Luo Yan's words reminded him, why didn't Luo Yin let him ride on his back, which was huge in bird form, instead of carrying him so embarrassingly? Yet the proud Law never voiced his thoughts. Luo Yin, unaware of Law's thoughts, flew slower than usual to avoid aggravating the injured Law's wounds. After some time, he returned to the ship with Law. Upon landing, he gently laid Law flat on the deck, shed his vermilion bird form, and walked toward the women gathered at the bow. As soon as he approached, they surrounded him. Luo Yin, you saved another one. Why is it a man this time? The women asked, eyeing Law lying on the deck. In their memory, Luo Yin never saved men. This was a first. He's a friend, so I saved him. Luo Yin, aware of the women's astonishment, explained to them. Yet even as he understood their reaction, he still felt compelled to defend himself. Hey. What's with those looks? Is it really so shocking that I'd save someone? Ha. Who among us doesn't know your nature? It's unprecedented for you to bring back a man. Truly extraordinary. Shuang Yuexia said without restraint. In their minds, Luo Yin had always rescued only beautiful women, and afterwards shamelessly pressed them to join his crew. Rescuing a man was utterly uncharted territory for him. TCH. Only because there was never anyone worth saving before. Luo Yin curled his lip in protest. Ha. Watching the women's skeptical expressions, a faint twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. Had his reputation truly deteriorated so badly in their eyes? Upon returning, Luo Yin immediately fell into his usual banter with the women. Teasing, exchanging glances, all perfectly routine. But for Luo, it was sheer torment. The moment Luo Yin stepped aboard, he flung Luo onto the deck, flat on his back. Still wounded, an unhealed Luo lay there powerless to rise. Worse still, the humiliation was acute, exposed on the open deck, observed by everyone. Not only did Luo Yin discard him squarely in the center of the deck, he then strode off toward the bow, immersed in animated chatter with the women, abandoning Luo alone, motionless and bewildered in the ship's barren heart. Indeed, if one glanced across the vessel, all eyes were fixed upon the bow, except for one solitary figure lying silently amidships, as though cast adrift from the world itself. Oh, by the way, how long has that fellow been lying there? Why hasn't he gotten up yet? Luo Yin, deep in conversation with the women, suddenly caught sight of Luo, still sprawled motionless at the deck's center. A flicker of puzzlement crossed his face. Why hadn't Luo risen? Was he simply refusing to rise? Puzzled, Luo Yin called out, Luo, you're still lying there. Don't tell me you plan to lounge aboard my ship indefinitely. At Luo Yan's shout, the women turned in unison toward the lone figure stretched helplessly at the deck's center. I think I've seen that man somewhere before. Bonnie spoke up. Of course you have. Not just you, but all of us. He once stood beside us as one of the supernovas. Remember? His name is Trafalgar Law. Luo Yin replied. Oh, I see. Bonnie's eyes widened in sudden recognition. As Luo Yin continued introducing Luo to the others, Luo, after immense effort, finally staggered upright. Then slowly he made his way toward Luo Yin. The women parted like water before him. When he reached Luo Yan's side, he scanned the group, and upon seeing Bonnie, his gaze sharpened with surprise. A beat passed, then realization dawned. Turning quietly to Luo Yin, he murmured, Captain Luo Yin, might I borrow a small vessel? I intend to depart. So soon? I haven't even properly welcomed you yet, and wouldn't sailing with us be far more convenient? Luo Yin was taken aback. Rarely had he shown such tolerance toward a man, so why this urgency to leave? No matter. I feel ill-suited here. Besides, our destinations diverge. I must find my own crew. Luo shook his head. That earlier mortification was not something he wished to relive. An all-female crew intimately bonded with Luo Yin. He had no desire to linger as an awkward third wheel. Very well. Seeing Luo's resolve, Luo Yin offered no further objection. In truth, he'd overlooked the discomfort his decision might cause. Retaining Luo aboard was tactless. Luo clearly stood apart, an anomaly amidst the harmony. Granting the request, Luo Yin swiftly procured a compact vessel, not a makeshift lifeboat, but a fully seaworthy craft, equipped with a submersible-grade propulsion system rivaling the Golden Mary's auxiliary skiff, albeit considerably larger. Having faced few perils and undertaken no reconnaissance, the vessel had remained unused since its construction. Today it found its first purpose in Luo's hands. Standing aboard the small ship, Luo looked up at Luo Yin and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Captain Luo Yin." Though he voiced no vow of repayment, Luo etched Luo Yan's kindness deeply into memory, determined to return the favor when opportunity arose. "Ha, no need for thanks. You're one of the rare pirates I genuinely admire. Helping you is hardly a burden," Luo Yin replied with an easy wave. As Luo prepared to cast off, he paused, then turned back. From his pocket, he withdrew a pale pink fruit. "By the way, this devil fruit. I don't know its type, but I suspect it may prove useful to you, Captain Luo Yin." With that, he tossed it gently toward Luo Yin. "Found it," Luo answered coolly. And indeed, he had found it. After retrieving his heart, he'd passed the laboratory where fruits were stored. This one rested atop a stone pillar sealed beneath glass. Judging it valuable, he'd taken it without hesitation. "Found it. So it is that fruit, beyond doubt." Luo Yin confirmed its identity inwardly. "Thank you. This fruit is invaluable to me. Glad it serves you." With that, Luo steered the vessel away, its wake fading slowly into the distance. The moment he vanished from view, the women closed in. "Luo Yin, is that the very devil fruit you've sought all along?" Nami's eyes gleamed with unmistakable avarice as she stared at the fruit in Luo Yan's hand. If true, how many berries would it fetch? Yes. Luo Yin nodded. He hadn't foreseen acquiring it this way. Fate, it seemed, delighted in irony. Luo Yin handed over. "Let me see it now." Nami's pupils shimmered, transformed into glittering berries. A common devil fruit commanded 100 million berries, but a mythical zoan. What price could possibly reflect its worth? 1 billion. 2 billion. "Nami, you may look, but don't get any ideas. It still has its uses," Luo Yin said as he handed the fruit to Nami. "TCH, if it can't be sold, what good is it?" Upon hearing that the fruit couldn't be sold, Nami pouted and instantly lost all interest in the fruit in Luo Yan's hand. If it can't be sold, what's so special about this fruit? How pragmatic. Seeing Nami's reaction, Luo Yin shook his head helplessly. Then he turned to the women and asked, "I'm thinking of choosing between Khalifa and Kanisi as the owner of this fruit. Any objections?" Before they landed, when Luo Yin mentioned there was a powerful fruit here, Luo Yin had glimpsed the longing in Khalifa's eyes. Moreover, most of the women on the ship had already eaten devil fruits. Those who hadn't were Ka Min, Xuanyue, Shixia, the Lung San Jiame, Kanisi, and Madame Shali. Ka Min had explicitly stated she didn't want one. The Xuanyue Shi trio were purely swordsmen and wouldn't eat a devil fruit. Madame Shali was a fishman who loved the water and wouldn't give up swimming for a fruit. Thus, the owner of this mythical zoan fruit would be decided between Kanisi and Khalifa. "I don't want to eat a devil fruit." Kanisi shook her head. Although Luo Yin said the fruit would go to either her or Khalifa, she was self-aware she had no combat talent and had always worked in logistics without any training. Logically and emotionally, she shouldn't eat this fruit. It would only go to waste in her hands. Instead, it would be most effective in the hands of Khalifa, who was already trained, possessed considerable strength, and served as a combatant. "Kanisi, are you sure?" Luo Yin asked Kanisi, knowing how powerful this fruit was, and surprised she could give it up so easily. Kanisi nodded. Seeing that she truly didn't want the fruit, Luo Yin was both surprised and pleased. Surprised that she would voluntarily give up such a powerful fruit, and pleased because it meant the fruit would ultimately go to Khalifa. He could then directly hand it to her. It wasn't that Luo Yin favored Khalifa, but if neither gave up and both wanted it, he would be in a dilemma. Rationally, giving the fruit to Khalifa was best, but they were both like flesh and blood, and he couldn't show favoritism. Now, with Kanisi's voluntary surrender, it was the best outcome. "All right, then it belongs to Khalifa," Luo Yin said as he handed the fruit to Khalifa. Khalifa took it, and a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. This fruit was the powerful one she had always dreamed of. Although her current strength was decent on the seas, her innate talent was not strong. She had nearly reached her limits, and further training would yield little progress. But with this mythical zoan, everything changed, Luo Yin said to the dragon. Their ship was only a medium-sized vessel, 3 times larger than the Wanliang Wang Hao and far from a massive ship. The dragon Khalifa had become was nearly as large as the ship itself. The ship could barely bear her weight, but couldn't accommodate her size. "All right." Khalifa nodded. Then, after another puff of smoke, she returned to her human form. "Khalifa, you looked so cool earlier. You actually turned into a legendary dragon." Xuanyue's eyes sparkled. I didn't expect to become so big either," Khalifa chuckled. The excitement and satisfaction in her eyes were unmistakable. This was the power she sought. With this fruit, she could become stronger. Now I can be a dragon knight." Luo Yin grinned at Khalifa. "You rascal, are you up to no good again?" Seeing Luo Yan's mischievous smile, Xuanyue asked bluntly. "No, I'm just happy that Khalifa has obtained such a powerful fruit. Luo Yin said, waving his hand. Better be that way. Shuang Yuexia responded noncommittally. Alright, although this trip had some surprises, it's been fruitful. Let's continue exploring the seas. Having obtained the fruit and rescued Imo Nai, the journey was complete. Subsequently, Luo Yin and his group sailed deeper into the Xian Shiji. Meanwhile, shortly after they left, a marine warship approached Ponca Hazade. On the ship, Smogu Rear Admiral, it seems Ponca Hazade really exploded. The poison gas in the sky is visible to the naked eye. Dasiki exclaimed in shock, staring at the smoking island. I wonder what kind of thing could have turned the entire Ponca Hazade into this, Smogu said with a grave expression. An explosion that could affect the whole island, filling it with poison gas. Such destructive power would be troubling if it were merely an accident. But if someone had created such a powerful weapon and tested it here, the consequences would be dire. Let's go take a look. Smogu ordered the Marines intending to enter Ponca Hazade to investigate. Rear Admiral, to enter we must first put on protective suits, or we'll be poisoned the moment we step in. Dasiki quickly reminded him. Seeing Smogu about to rush and recklessly, Dasiki hurriedly cautioned him. Alright, put on the suits and then head inside. Smogu issued another order. Time flowed swiftly, and over a year later 2 years had passed since the Straw Hat Pirates vanished. They had since reassembled at Sabeti Archipelago, stirring up considerable commotion, signaling their formal entry into the New World. Meanwhile, it wasn't only the Straw Hat Pirates who made waves, the Luo Yin pirates did as well. A report spread across the world confirming what many had anticipated. In the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Great Pirate Rex D. Luo Yin reclaimed part of Whitebeard's territory and was officially recognized as the fourth emperor of the sea. Indeed, after 2 years, Luo Yin had ascended to the position of the fourth emperor, successfully taking the place that Whitebeard once held. However, in terms of sheer strength, Luo Yin truly deserved the title of the fourth emperor of the sea. Over these 2 years, his power had grown immensely, rivaling any of the other emperors. Yet in terms of influence, his force lagged far behind the other three. It's been so long since I saw him, and now Luo Yan's become the fourth emperor of the sea. Does that mean I have to beat him to become the pirate king? Luffy said, scratching his head while reading the report. TCH, that arrogant pervert actually became an emperor. How blind are the people of the sea? Sanji, who had also seen the report, sneered with a look of disbelief. Since their encounter in the Grand Line, he had regarded Luo Yin as a rival, especially because Luo Yan's ship harbored so many captivating beauties. As a hopeless pervert himself, Sanji saw Luo Yin as his greatest competitor, and seeing him so triumphant was hard to swallow. An emperor of the sea. While we were away, you've already achieved your goal. But even so, I won't fall behind. The title of the world's greatest swordsman will be mine someday, Zoro said, more accepting than Sanji, his fighting spirit ignited by Luo Yan's achievement. He then glanced at Sanji, who was visibly sulking and dejected. Hey, you pervert, are you jealous of his success? What did you say? The two were arch rivals, and Zoro's remark demanded a reply. Sanji's cigarette, dangling from his lips, curled his eyebrow and shot Zoro a contemptuous glare. Am I wrong? Zoro taunted, raising an eyebrow. How, you bastard, want to fight? Sanji rolled up his sleeves. Zoro, undaunted, drew his sword and glared back. Bring it on. Who's afraid? I'll make you beg for mercy today, you pervert. That's exactly what Sanji. Zoro, come look. It's been a while, but Luo Yan's crew has so many new members, and their bounties are all really high. Luffy interrupted, holding a thick stack of wanted posters. Sanji's sharp eyes caught Nami's face on the top. On Nami-san. I can't believe how beautiful she's become in 2 years. Though only Nami's head was shown, Sanji noticed the change from 2 years ago. She had grown more mature and lovely. TCH, typical pervert. She's his crewmate, none of your business, Zoro scoffed disdainfully. This time Sanji ignored him, taking the posters from Luffy and flipping through them one by one. With each new face, his expression darkened, his spirits sinking. He muttered under his breath, no, it can't be. I don't believe it. This isn't true. Tell me it's not real. Suddenly he saw a child's face, Sugar's wanted poster. How that bastard Luo Yin is a total pervert, even going after kids, he exclaimed. Then he continued flipping. After seeing all the posters, Sanji's spirits plummeted to an all-time low. He collapsed to his knees, utterly despairing. He couldn't believe that Luo Yan's entire crew consisted of beautiful women. He had spent 2 years in the Kamabaka kingdom surrounded by those hideous cross-dressers, and the memory alone made him want to vomit. But what had Luo Yin, his rival, been doing during those years? No doubt he had been surrounded by the beauties on those wanted posters. The more Sanji thought, the angrier and more pained he became. Why did Luo Yin, who shared his taste, enjoy such a different fate? Why had he suffered 2 years of torment while Luo Yin was encircled by women? It wasn't fair, not at all. Sanji looked utterly pathetic, kneeling there in solitude, contemplating life. Am I really that unattractive? He whispered. Is he really that irresistible? Then he shook his head violently. No, impossible. Luo Yin must have tricked them with sweet talk into boarding his ship. Just moments ago he had been so dejected, but now he was reinvigorated. Though Sanji's spirits lifted, his notion was clearly mere fantasy. Luo Yin and his crew lived in perfect harmony. No salvation was needed. Meanwhile, Luo Yin had spent these past 2 years not only ascending to the rank of Sea Emperor, but also accomplishing other feats. Yet sovereignty brought its own perils. Rivals relentlessly sought to dethrone him, challenging his supremacy with brazen audacity. Without exception, every challenger who dared defy Luo Yin was cast into the abyss. Those who aspired to usurp his throne bore the price of ambition, and failure demanded nothing less than life itself. Yet beyond these petty adversaries loomed a far greater threat. Today that adversary had arrived upon Luo Yin's domain. Or rather found him, for Luo Yin wandered the open sea, untethered, much like Shanks rarely anchoring himself to any fixed territory. Woo goo 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 goo. Young Luo Yin, finally I've tracked you down. A colossal azure dragon coiled through the heavens, its serpentine body veiled within swirling clouds, its massive head emerging like a sovereign descending from mist. Twin lantern-sized eyes locked unblinkingly upon Luo Yin and his crew aboard the vessel. Kaido, what brings you here? Luo Yin tilted his gaze skyward. Woo goo 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 goo. Boy, surely you recall what you did over a year ago. Kaido's voice rumbled with suppressed fury, his glare searing with wrath. Before I answer, tell me, why have you come? Woo goo 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 goo. I've come to see whether the 4th Sea Emperor lives up to his title. The thunderous declaration shook the very air. Understood. Luo Yin nodded. Kaido's intent was unmistakably hostile, and courtesy would be neither expected nor extended. With deliberate provocation, Luo Yin met the dragon's gaze. Yes, it was I who breached Wano country a year ago. Not only did I invade its shores, but I slew its shogun Kurizumi Orochi. And not only did I slay him, I invited 2 new crewmates along. A faint smile played upon his lips as he locked eyes with Kaido. Indeed, over a year prior, Luo Yin had journeyed to Wano country alone and incognito, his purpose singular: Orochi's demise. Long before sailing there, he had grown disgusted by the shogun's grotesque. Woo goo 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 goo. You wretched brute. I fled the seas, yet still you hound me like a curse. Yamato glared murderously at the dragon above. Clenching her jaw, she declared, no, I cannot stand idle. Though Luo Yin is formidable, I know Kaido's strength intimately. I must intervene. She stepped forward, only to be halted by Cocoyasi. Yamato, do not underestimate Luo Yin. Recall he stands beside your father as one of the Sea Emperors. We know his power better than you do, and it rivals Kaido's. His devil fruit is a mythical Zoan, his might undiminished, his resolve unshaken. As Luo Yin had commanded, this battle belonged to none but them. But can Luo Yin truly prevail against Kaido alone? Yamato voiced her doubt. She remembered their clash in Wano. Luo Yin had bested her, yet not with Kaido's effortless dominance. Was he truly Kaido's equal? You fought him 2 years ago, Cocoyasi replied softly. That was then. Now, he has transcended. Yamato had joined late. She knew little of Luo Yin's ascent. But they remembered, well, barely a year into his voyage, he had already rivaled the emperors. 2 years later, none had ever witnessed his full power, yet all knew with absolute certainty that his strength had soared beyond mortal measure. Then he looked at Cocoyasi and said, very well, I will wait a little longer. If Luo Yin is no match for Kaido, I will go help him. And you must not stop me then. That will not happen. Cocoyasi replied with conviction. Cocoyasi spoke with absolute certainty. She was convinced that Luo Yin would not fall to Kaido. Unlike Dahi's impulsiveness, Rai, who was less powerful, watched Luo Yin in the sky with eyes full of hope. She longed for Luo Yin's strength to vanquish Kaido, for it would mean a chance to free Hijigwa. A year ago, Luo Yin arrived in Hijigwa and without ceremony slew the Dashi. He then burst into Rai's dwelling and in a bewildering instant abducted her. The process had been brutal and abrupt. At the time, she had been terrified, believing Kaido's men had discovered her identity and come to seize her. Later, she learned there was no relation between Luo Yin and Kaido. Indeed, Luo Yin had even brazenly taken Kaido's daughter. When she first set foot on Luo Yin's ship, she trembled, convinced his abduction had base intent. But she soon realized Luo Yin had never done anything excessive to her. On the contrary, he treated her with great care. Under Luo Yin's protection, after a prolonged and ferocious battle, Kaido and Luo Yin both reverted to human form and continued fighting without pause. Swordlight slashed across the heavens, a lightning spread like a spiderweb across the sky, while searing flames scorched the firmament into unbearable heat. Thundering Bogwalk. Kaido roared, wielding his colossal spiked club as he brought it down with devastating force upon Luo Yin's head. In response, Luo Yin raised the peerless great saber, its edge gleaming with lethal intent. A thunderous detonation erupted. Sound waves shattered the air, reverberating across the heavens. Both weapons shimmered with the aura of Conqueror's haki, their collision sending shockwaves that rolled the clouds outward like unfurling scrolls centered upon the two titans. Threads of lightning tore across the sky like fissures in reality itself. The sheer pressure of their haki-wrapped strikes made the heavens seem ready to splinter, flooding the void with overwhelming chi and radiating vile. Luo Yin met the assault with equal defiance. His blade exuded an eerie, soul-chilling specter chi, a miasma so potent it warped perception, conjuring visions of 10,000 wailing ghosts surging across its surface, their tormented cries echoing through the void. In Luo Yan's hands, the demonic blade transcended its cursed nature. It was no longer merely a soul-devouring artifact, but the perfect instrument of absolute destruction. Simultaneously, the two titans charged. Kaido's lightning-scarred club carving rifts through space itself, Luo Yan's demon blade trailing a wake of utter desolation as he cleaved the sky. Boom! Their attacks collided, and the heavens split asunder. Even for miles below, the sea surged violently, swirling as though inverted and drained. For one suspended instant, space itself froze, then convulsed with seismic fury threatening total collapse. Yet this was mere illusion, the hallucinatory tremor born of forces too vast for reality to contain. No victor emerged. He yearned for victory, yet he also yearned for defeat. Even when he realized that upon this vast sea no one could defeat him in one-on-one combat, the longing for defeat overshadowed the desire for victory. An unparalleled sense of solitude consumed his heart. To this day he still missed Kazuki Oden, for only that person had ever made him feel fear. But at that time he craved victory, and he needed it. Now, however, it was different. His thirst for defeat outweighed his thirst for victory. Kaido's ideals, his ambitions, the loneliness of many years along with countless other emotions sank with his body into the depths of the sea. The moment Luo Yin defeated him, he suddenly understood. He was not the one destined to become the Pirate King. He was not the one who could change this world. He was not Joy Boy. He recalled the conversation with King many years ago. King believed he was Joy Boy, and at that time he thought so too. He had imagined that someone might refute this notion. After Luo Yin returned to the ship, the women gathered around him. Kaya came with a medical kit, signaling him to lie down in the cabin so she could dress his wounds and administer treatment. Luo Yin bore many injuries, but with his immense vitality, he would fully recover given enough time. Not only his vitality, but also his strength would soon be restored once the continuous consumption of battle ceased. However, Luo Yin did not refuse Kaya's kindness, for with her help his recovery would be faster. Overall, the cost of defeating Kaido was significant, yet not so great. During the battle, Luo Yan's various abilities were constantly being depleted, and what was replenished could not keep pace. But once the fight ended, the depletion stopped, and his body began to recover steadily. He would soon return to normal. In truth, Luo Yin had not sustained serious injuries. The process of defeating Kaido was not easy, but the outcome was surprisingly effortless. On this vast sea, it was like, the tide of the world is about to change. Sengoku marveled at the outcome of the battle. Akainu snorted coldly. But this time he did not say much, for he also understood that Luo Yin, whom he now regarded as a thorn in his side, had fully possessed the combat power of an emperor of the sea, or even surpassed it. Luo Yin was no longer the same person Akainu had suppressed a year ago. At the same time, Akainu felt immense regret. If only he had done everything in his power to capture Luo Yin a year ago, none of today's events would have occurred. Clearly, during that encounter, he had always held the upper hand. He was certain that given more time, he could have worn Luo Yin down. But because Kazan intervened and disrupted their fight, and because he was wary of Kazan, Luo Yin had escaped. Now he was filled with remorse and regret. Someone who could easily annihilate the entire Don Quixote family could not possibly be a simple character, remarked naval advisor Tsuru softly. For a long time she had handled matters concerning the Don Quixote family and Doflamingo. Before Doflamingo became a warlord of the sea, she was the main pursuer. When Doflamingo was killed over a year ago, she understood that the person who killed him was no ordinary figure. Or rather, that figure had already been made public. Luo Yin, the man who had been hailed as the fourth emperor of the sea a year ago. Now he had not only secured that position and the highest title, but also possessed the strength to match it. The death of Whitebeard had not only failed to salvage certain situations on the sea, but had also created another Whitebeard. Of course, the Navy might as well be grateful that Whitebeard was dead, and even that Marshal D. Teach, who once sought to replace Whitebeard, was also dead. Otherwise, it would not be just the fourth emperor of the sea now, there would be a fifth and sixth emperor, and that would be truly terrifying. Luo Yin. What kind of person is he? Fujitor. Ever since becoming a Navy admiral, he had investigated Luo Yin. As an admiral, he could easily access information that ordinary people could not see. From various past signs, Luo Yin did not appear to be a heinous criminal. But the Navy and the world government labeled him a vicious villain. Now he was curious about what kind of person Luo Yin truly was. However, one thing was certain: every emperor of the sea possessed the power to stir the entire ocean. What should we do? Sengoku asked Akainu. Now that he was the great advisor, some decisions and matters were beyond his purview. He only needed to decide whether to assist the current fleet admiral, take advantage of their weakened state after the battle, capture them all, and simultaneously hunt down Kaido, seize two heinous pirates at once. Akainu said without hesitation. Chi Quan would seize any opportunity to apprehend pirates who threatened the seas. Now that Luo Yin had been fighting Kaido, Kaido was undeniably defeated, and had fallen into the ocean, his capacity for resistance greatly diminished. Luo Yin too must be exhausted and grievously wounded after expending tremendous strength. Present were not only an admiral-level force like Qi Quan, but also Tenghu Zhanghua and the capable He, 3 admiral-caliber powers, backed by numerous Navy ships and elite vice-admirals. With such overwhelming support, he could not believe they would fail to take Luo Yin. Luo Yin and his crew of course were unaware of the Navy's intent, yet Luo Yin had sensed their arrival and would not be caught unprepared. He planned to have his ship put to full sail and leave the area at once his vessel outpaced the Navy warships, and he believed they could not catch him. As for the admiral's, Luo Yan's stamina was recovering by the hour. It would not be long before he w. It seems there is no need to make the ship depart. Luo Yan felt Hong Fa's presence and was slightly surprised. The Navy too noticed Hong Fa's arrival. Unlike the wounded figure hidden aboard Luo Yan's ship, Hong Fa's vessel and its fluttering banner were plainly visible. The officers called out that Hong Fa had come, and that whatever plan they had would now fail. Zhanghua glanced at Qi Quan as he spoke. The Hong Fa crew were not like ordinary pirate bands in the Navy's reckoning. Every member was exceptionally strong, and the Vice Captain Ben Beckman was rumored to possess power approaching Hong Fa's own. Hong Fa's habitual conduct was inscrutable to the Navy, yet his actions seemed aimed at preserving the balance of the seas. Beyond his conduct, Hong Fa's very standing mattered. The 4 emperors maintained a tense mutual restraint, rarely allowing outsiders to intervene in their conflicts, while the Navy pursued confrontations with a far more fatal intent. If the Navy acted simultaneously against Luo Yin and Kaidua, not only Hong Fa, but even Big Mom, might be compelled to respond, risking a full-scale war. In short, Hong Fa's arrival meant Admiral Qi Quan's plan could not be realized. Qi Quan merely shot him a glance, and said nothing more, since assuming the office of Fleet Admiral, he had to consider the larger picture and could no longer reckless. As Hong Fa arrived, the Navy ships had advanced as well, so the 3 vessels stood not far from one another, though Luo Yan's ship remained at a distance, and Luo Yin himself had not appeared on deck. Hong Fa, what are you doing here? Qi Quan shouted across the water. Across a span of dozens of meters, Qi Quan demanded of Hong Fa why he had come. Hong Fa answered plainly, I am here to stop this war. Qi Quan, pretending to misunderstand, replied that the war was already over, and there was nothing left to stop. Hong Fa only chuckled softly, evidently confident Qi Quan understood his meaning well enough. Hong Fa was not concerned with the private feud between Luo Yin and Kaiduo. That was pirate business, and he preferred to keep his distance. But when the Navy reached for a 4 emperor, Hong Fa could not remain idle. His constant principle had been to preserve the sea's equilibrium, whatever the motive. Some suspected he was also waiting for Luffy to grow strong, a theory made plausible by Hong Fa's previous restraint during major battles where Luffy had proved himself. Qi Quan scoffed, asking why Hong Fa would meddle in matters that did not concern him, and taunted that the timid folk aboard Hong Fa's own ship had kept their heads down the whole time. Was Hong Fa prepared to risk himself for them? Qi Quan's barbed words were a clear attempt to sow discord, but Hong Fa's arrival was not for any single person, and his free-spirited nature meant he did not bristle at Luo Yan's absence. Why had Luo Yan not come out? Because the women aboard would not allow it. Luo Yan was gravely wounded and needed rest. They would never permit him to face the Navy's merciless fury. The women had guarded Luo Yan carefully, ensuring his safety. The women protected Luo Yan thoroughly and would not let him be exposed to needless danger. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, Marshal Qi Quan. Hong Fa replied indifferently, completely unbothered by Qi Quan's attempt to sow discord. Seeing that Hong Fa was determined to intervene, Qi Quan had no choice but to relent. Let's go. Qi Quan uttered the words coldly, his gaze fixed on Hong Fa as he gave the order. The others naturally raised no objections, and the marine warships slowly departed from the waters. The crew of the Red Hair Pirates watched Qi Quan, Admiral Tung Hu, and the fleet sail away. Luo Yin, the women on the ship called out to Luo Yin, having overheard Qi Quan's words. The Marines are gone. Let's go out and take a look, Luo Yin said to the women. He had no interest in dealing with the Marines, especially Qi Quan, with whom he had some past grievances. However, he had to acknowledge Hong Fa's involvement regardless of Hong Fa's motives. At least his presence had prevented the Marines from acting, though Luo Yin would not have feared them even if they had. But that was a separate matter. Luo Yin led the women onto the deck and turned his gaze toward the Red Force where Hong Fa and his crew stood. Hong Fa met his eyes, and they exchanged a nod. Neither had any intention of meeting. Luo Yin had no desire to hold a banquet with Hong Fa at the moment. Soon after, the Red Hair Pirates departed, and Luo Yin sailed away as well. As for Kai Duo, no one paid him any heed. After all, Kai Duo was still one of the 4 emperors, commanding countless subordinates. Even if he had lost to Luo Yin, his strength was undeniable. The weakness of devil fruits left Kai Duo powerless when submerged in the sea, but his form. Usopp quickly explained, seeing that Luffy was slightly annoyed by his words. TCH, that bastard. Now women all over the world have seen his face. Sanji remarked sourly, staring at Luo Yan's bounty poster. His envy wasn't over the high bounty but the fact that Luo Yan's fame had spread worldwide, making every woman see his face. After all, Sanji aspired to be the ladies' man. He only became a sea emperor not long ago, and he's already caused such a stir. As expected of you, Luo Yan, Zoro said, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He remembered that Luo Yan was also a swordsman and he would definitely challenge him one day. Of course Zoro was self-aware. He knew he was no match for Luo Yan now. But when he neared the level of the world's greatest swordsman, or even surpassed Hawkeye Mihawk, he would challenge Luo Yan. At the Sabaody archipelago, has it come to this? Rayleigh murmured, looking at the news reports and bounty posters. He had already investigated the incident in Luo Yan's village, and concluded that Xiao Ba's death could not be blamed on Luo Yan. Even if he wanted to hold a grudge, he lacked the strength to do so. After all, even in his prime, he was not certain he could defeat the current Kai duo, and now with his age and declining stamina, a prolonged battle would be too much for him. In the Whole Cake Island, Mama, that brat has brought us many surprises. First he replaced Whitebeard as a sea emperor, and now he's defeated Kai duo. But if he dares to challenge me, I'll show him that there are differences among the four emperors. Big Mom declared confidently, believing that Luo Yan's victory over Kai duo only proved Kai duo's weakness. Yet beneath her bravado, she felt a hint of caution. She knew Kai duo's strength was not to be underestimated, and Luo Yan's victory was a testament to his own power. Luo Yan. Big Mom's son stood below her. Katakuri holding the report on Luo Yan seemed lost in thought. At the Holy Land, Mary Geos, Kai duo has been defeated. How unexpected. I've always said that Luo Yan is a major threat. Now his menace may rival even that of the late Whitebeard. He's just a pirate. What is this sea emperor nonsense? Exactly. Even if another pirate emperor appears, it won't shake the world order. They can't overturn the heavens. As long as Lord Im is here, the world government will always rule this world. Before Luo Yan had fully grown, the world government had tried every means to eliminate him. But now that he had risen to power, they seemed less concerned. Or rather, before his rise, they merely wanted to nip a potential disaster in the bud. Even now, Luo Yan's threat was far from endangering the world government's rule. The world government has ruled this world for 8 centuries. A fleet admiral's combat prowess runs far deeper than what appears on the surface, especially with I'm the sovereign of the world, whose power remains unfathomable. The government's profound legacy justifies its pride. Perhaps the rising Lao Yan poses a nascent threat, but so long as the 4 emperors of the sea remain divided, no single one can challenge the world government's supremacy. It is their solemn duty to eliminate gifted pirates before they mature, yet they do not fear those who have truly ascended, for their reserves run far deeper than any outsider dares imagine. Cocoyasi Village. Lao Yan, Nami, and Nojiko have truly come of age, grown beyond measure. Belmere murmured, her eyes blazing with pride as she scanned the report. Her sons and daughters had become pillars of the world. She recalled vividly how years ago they were still tender children nestled in her arms. Time flows swift, yet memory lingers like yes. Surely look, Madame Chalier's bounty has risen again, said Shirley, gazing at the poster with quiet wonder. Who could have foreseen that the serene world-removed Madame Chalier would surrender to love at first sight, and become a pirate aboard his ship, earning such an exalted bounty? To this day, they still believed it was pure fated affection that drew her to Lao Yan. Though their interpretation strayed slightly from truth, it remained undeniably romantic. Future Island. Bonnie, how deeply comforting it is to know someone guards you. A wizened old man with half an apple atop his head, Dr. Vegapunk, the world's foremost scientist, spoke softly. Since Bonnie set sail, he had watched over her closely. Once he'd feared for her safety, a child adrift upon the vast, merciless sea. Now seeing her welcomed into an emperor's crew, his heart settled at last. Kuma, I imagine, may finally rest easier, he murmured. Though Kuma, long transformed into an emotionless automaton, no longer felt such peace. Dressrosa. Look, Aunt Violet. It's Lao Yan's news. The very Lao Yan you followed all along. Rebecca slipped behind Violet, playfully teasing her aunt. Is that so? Let me see. Violet's eyes shimmered at the name, Lao Yan. Swiftly turning, she snatched the newspaper and bounty poster from Rebecca's hands. For 2 years since Lao Yan's departure, he had haunted her thoughts, especially because they had only just confessed their love before he vanished. How could she not yearn for him? Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock sat in silent contemplation, her gaze fixed upon the report, her thoughts veiled, inscrutable. Across the globe, news of Lao Yan spread like wildfire, and every member of the Lao Yan pirates received a dramatic bounty revision. Leishdi. Lao Yan 4. 2 billion belly. Though Lao Yan had defeated Kaido, his bounty fell slightly short of Kaido's, and edged just above Shanks. This was unsurprising. Among the 4 emperors, Lao Yan was the youngest, his faction the least entrenched, lacking both a vast armada and sprawling dominion, only modest territorial holdings. Bounties reflect a synthesis of personal strength, influence, and organizational might, thus his figure. This bounty update was substantial. Robin, being a threat to the world government, received a high bounty. Those with crucial roles on the ship, such as the navigator, also had significant bounties. Moreover, Yamato's identity as Kaido's daughter seemed to have been discovered by the Marines, and her second bounty exceeded 800 million. The first time was when Luo Yin became an emperor, and Yamato's bounty was only 100 million then, because her identity had not been exposed, and she was just a new recruit with little to show, so the Marines barely noticed her issuing a symbolic bounty. Individuals with special identities or threats generally had higher bounties, though strength was the primary factor. The more outstanding the display of power, the higher the bounty. The reason the subsequent women had lower bounties was not due to lack of strength, but because they rarely fought. This led the Marines to only roughly estimate their abilities before setting the bounties. Even so, these unable to act against Luo Yin, Sengoku Akainu, and the others left the sea where Kaido and Luo Yin had fought. Later he crossed the Red Line and arrived at the former Marine headquarters Marineford in the Grand Line. What else can I think? He is a pirate, the most despicable pirate I know, and a heinous criminal, Tao Tu said coldly. Not even a word to him? He asked. No, this matter cannot be told to him, nor to anyone else, Tao Tu said. But one day it will be exposed, and then something unpredictable may happen. He looked at Tao Tu with a complicated heart. Over a year ago, Tao Tu had given birth to a daughter, and clearly this child was Luo Yan's. Without Luo Yan's knowledge, Tao Tu had borne him a daughter. Before that, when he learned of Tao Tu's pregnancy, she had asked Tao Tu to temporarily leave her post. Now the Vice Admiral Tao Tu had not shown her face for 2 years. The Marines were increasingly short of personnel, and her behavior naturally drew criticism. However, there was no choice. A Marine Vice Admiral suddenly having a child, and that child being the pirate Luo Yan's, was something that could never be known. So they had to conceal it as much as possible. But as time passed, if Tao Tu did not abandon the child, she would have to raise it. And if she raised the child's identity as a Marine's offspring would one day be exposed. Now that Luo Yin had taken Whitebeard's place, it was possible that when the child's identity was discovered by the higher-ups, it would lead. He advised Tao Tu. I'll consider it. Tao Tu hesitated for a moment after hearing his words, then said, although what Luo Yin did to me back then made me loathe him deeply, I have to admit he is right. The child is innocent. Tao Tu knew how pervasive the Marines were. If the child's identity were ever discovered, the consequences would undoubtedly follow the same path as Fire Fist Ace. Ace was once the son of Pirate King Roger. But the Marines' capture and public execution of Ace were not primarily due to his identity. Rather, they wanted to lure Whitebeard and eliminate him. So such a thing could very well happen. If the Marines used a pirate to lure Luo Yin, what then? After thinking for a moment, Tao Tu spoke softly to he whom she had always respectfully called sister. Sister, can you help me contact him? I want to meet him face to face. Tao Tu resolved to meet Luo Yin. It was not only about the child, but also about settling the ill-fated entanglement between her and Luo Yin. All right. He nodded. Seeing that Tao Tu had come around, he smiled. Although privately contacting an Emperor of the Sea was absolutely not something a Marine should do for Tao Tu, he was willing to take the risk. On Luo Yan's side, it had been several days since he left the sea where he fought Kaido. News came that Kaido was unharmed. But that was none of Luo Yan's concern, though he had never intended to kill Kaido. At this moment, Luo Yin was enjoying a rare moment of peace. Luo Yin, I want to ask you a favor. At that moment, Kazuki Hiyori walked up to Luo Yin and said softly. What? Luo Yin asked. I want you to help me liberate Wano country. Kazuki Hiyori pleaded with her eyes. Hearing her words, Luo Yin was silent for a moment. Then he looked at her and said, Hiyori, do you trust me? Hiyori did not know what Luo Yin wanted to say, but she nodded. Good, since you trust me, then wait a little longer. I will help you in time. Luo Yin said. Liberating Wano country was not that simple. It could not be done without first finding Momonosuke. Momonosuke's death was beyond doubt. Meanwhile, Huokisi was also waiting for the right moment, or rather waiting for Luffy. Liberating Wano was not easy. He planned to go with Luffy when he fought Kaido and Wano, making it much easier. Of course, perhaps Luo Yin could do it alone, but that would be far more troublesome. After all, Kaido commanded a massive force, and relying solely on Luo Yan's crew to defeat them would likely come at a cost. Upon hearing that Luo Yin would assist her, Yuri beamed with delight. Though uncertain when his help would come, it was still infinitely preferable to utter despair, offering at least a measure of solace. Luo Yin, a naval vessel is approaching, yelled Yaorita, who had been scanning the horizon. A naval warship? How many ships? And who's aboard? Luo Yin asked. Only one. Crewed entirely by female Marines, Yaorita replied. Moments after her words, an arrow shot from the warship and embedded itself in the deck near Hawks. A letter was affixed to its shaft. The crew had already noticed it, none reacted. Only turned to Luo Yin, silently awaiting his decision. Rising slowly from his lounge chair, Luo Yin strode to the arrow, pulled it free, and removed the envelope. Inside lay only a few lines. I wish to speak with you. Come alone aboard the warship. The signature read Momonga. Momonga, Luo Yin murmured, surprised. Yet recalling what he had done to her 2 years prior, he accepted without hesitation. Turning to the women gathered around him, he declared, Wait here. I'll go see what this is about. What are you going to do? Frost Moonxia asked, puzzled. I'm boarding the naval warship, to speak with those aboard. What did the note say? To make you willingly board a naval vessel. What if it's a trap? No trap exists, Luo Yin assured them. You can sense it yourselves. The ship emits no formidable aura. Its crew poses no threat to me. As he spoke, twin wings unfurled from his back. With a single powerful stroke, he soared toward the warship. The women exchanged glances, but offered no resistance. In an instant, Luo Yin alighted upon the warship's deck, where numerous female marines stood watchful, yet motionless, their gazes sharp, but restrained. A door creaked open. From within emerged an elderly figure with snow-white hair, Commodore Kaku. She glanced at Luo Yin without surprise. She's waiting for you inside. Go in. Kaku's demeanor toward Luo Yin, the so-called Emperor of the Sea, was neither cold nor reverent, markedly different from how she treated other sea emperors. Luo Yin paid it no mind. He stepped quietly into the cabin. As he entered, Kaku closed the door behind him and instructed the Marines on deck. All of you, proceed to the bow. Yes, ma'am, they replied in unison. Inside the cabin, furnishings were austere, a single bed, one chair. Beside the bed sat a striking figure, Mamanga, her luminous eyes fixed unwaveringly on Luo Yin as he entered. He paused a short distance away, drew up the chair, and seated himself. After a long quiet moment, he spoke softly. What is it you wish to discuss? Luo Yin studied Mamanga. 2 years ago his actions toward her had been reckless, irreversible, now haunting him with quiet remorse. Yet regret could not undo what was done. He struggled to reconcile her identity, a Marine, a sworn enemy, yet bound to him by something far more complicated than enmity. Her title mattered little, her relationship mattered even less. What truly weighed on him was her present stance, what she felt now, and why she had summoned him. The moment Luo Yin entered, Mamanga remained silent. Her gaze locked onto him, unreadable, layered with turmoil. She hated him, justifiably, because 2 years ago he had inflicted wounds no medicine could heal. Yet beneath that hatred stirred emotion she refused to name, and the unbearable truth of his irrevocable role in her life. After a long pause she whispered, How does it feel? What do you mean? I mean, looking at me now? How do you feel? Surely you're triumphant. Aren't pirates always? Perhaps you've even boasted of our encounter across the world, flaunting it as proof of your conquest. Indeed, most pirates in this world were brutal, unrestrained, governed solely by impulse and desire. Imagine a pirate who defeated a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters. What would he do? He would boast, loudly, endlessly, proclaiming his strength, his victory over a vice admiral, perhaps even embellishing details for effect. Luo Yin was startled, yet understood, by Mamanga's opening words. To Marines, pirates were like this, and indeed most pirates were. Meeting her gaze, he said quietly, I understand how you see me, and I am deeply sorry. What I did 2 years ago was born of blind impulse. 2 years ago Mamanga had hunted him relentlessly. As a Marine bent on killing him, she earned no mercy in his eyes. Yet her beauty kindled something dark within him, something unlike his feelings toward any other woman. She was his enemy, but breathtakingly so. He could not bring himself to kill her, yet refused to let her go. So caught between hostility and obsession, he committed an act both cruel and senseless. Looking back now, he saw only folly. Honor and principle were anchors in his soul, and that act had shattered them utterly. Facing Mamanga, the Marine Vice Admiral, he should. I never imagined you'd apologize, Mamanga said, eyes wide with disbelief. She had expected arrogance, boastful retelling of his transgression, or worse, the same careless disdain he'd shown her before. But remorse? Never. In her mind, Luo Yin was pure evil, a pirate without conscience, and most pirates were soulless. Tao Tu had been harboring a surge of anger, though she had no intention of resorting to violence. Her tone had been less than amicable when she spoke earlier. But faced with Luo Yan's apology, she suddenly found herself at a loss, and for a moment much of her hatred for him dissipated, though she still despised his identity as a pirate. Seeing Tao Tu's silence, Luo Yin refrained from further words. He believed that Tao Tu had not summoned him merely for this. There was something else. However, he needed to wait for her to broach the subject herself rather than interrupting her now when her thoughts were so tangled. After a moment, as expected, Tao Tu spoke again. Do you know why I called you here? She asked Luo Yin. No. Luo Yin shook his head. I don't care what you think of me or what attitude you hold toward me, but I think you need to know one thing. Tao Tu looked at Luo Yin and said, What? Luo Yin asked. Follow me. Tao Tu then slowly rose and walked toward the door. Luo Yin, filled with curiosity, followed her. They stepped out of the room to find he and all her Marine subordinates gathered at the bow. As the two emerged, their gazes converged on them, especially on Luo Yin, whom they still regarded warily. Tao Tu did not speak to them. Instead, she led Luo Yin into another room. He said nothing, merely watching silently as they entered. Inside, compared to the adjacent room, this one was clearly meticulously arranged. Against the corner stood a table adorned with delicate trinkets and several photographs placed face down. Near the bed was a dressing mirror. The entire room exuded warmth. It was unmistakably a woman's private chamber. In fact, it was Tao Tu's room. As for why Tao Tu had such a room on his warship, it was naturally his doing. This vessel was exclusively his. Unlike mass-produced warships, it was custom-built much like a pirate's ship. Many years ago Tao Tu had served as a FEMA. Tao Tu naturally noticed the expression on Luo Yan's face. Her voice brought him back to his senses. He let out a long breath, looked at her, and asked uncertainly, "Is she my child?" "No, she's mine," Tao Tu corrected upon hearing his words. "Really?" Luo Yan nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. He believed the child was his, but he wasn't sure. Moreover, if the child was indeed his, then Tao Tu's response just now clearly did not acknowledge his role as the father. "Did you summon me just to see her?" After calming himself, Luo Yan regained his composure and continued to look at Tao Tu. "Don't you have anything to say?" Seeing Luo Yan's suddenly flat tone and expression, Tao Tu's voice grew sharper, and she asked angrily, "Is this how you react upon seeing your own child?" It truly disappointed her. And this reaction from Luo Yan caused Tao Tu, who had just felt slightly better after his apology and had begun to reconsider her opinion of him, to once again feel disgust toward him. Indeed a pirate. Even seeing his own biological child, he appeared so cold and heartless. In reality, Tao Tu was being unfair to Luo Yan. Although all of Tao Tu's actions suggested that the child was between them, her answer when he had just asked was far from clear, leaving him utterly confused. This made Luo Yan, who was already dazed by the sudden sight of the child, even more disoriented, and for a moment, he wasn't sure if this was his child. If it was, Luo Yan needed to calm himself. He could accept it, but he had to suppress the excitement in his heart. If it wasn't, then he needed to be even more calm. After all, despite their hostile relationship, anyone would be angered by such a scene. "Get out!" Tao Tu shouted at him in fury. She was now somewhat irrational. Seeing Luo Yan had already filled her with rage, but had taken great effort to slightly improve her view of him, and now he treated this child, whom she cherished so dearly, with such indifference. Luo Yan was not worthy of being the child's father, nor did he deserve her forgiveness. "Nonsense." Luo Yan said this, then turned to leave. Regardless of whether the child was his, one thing was certain: if Tao Tu refused to acknowledge his fatherhood, then any effort on his part would be futile. In truth, under normal circumstances, Luo Yan would not have lost his composure like this and walked away. But Tao Tu's actions and the sudden appearance of the child had profoundly unsettled him, filling him with an inexplicable agitation. He was both troubled by doubt over whether the child was his and frustrated by Tao Tu's unwillingness to clarify. "Whoa!" Tao Tu, fuming, drove him away, and Luo Yan irritably reached the door. Just then he heard the sound of Tao Tu's sobbing. At the sound he stopped. He turned around and approached her. "The child is mine, right?" he asked in a hoarse voice. This time his tone was filled with certainty. Tao Tu stopped crying, wiped her tears, and silently stared at the suddenly returning Luo Yan. He paid her no attention, instead gently sat on the edge of the bed, and with extreme care took hold of his daughter's tiny hand. Yes, the feeling of blood connection, the incomparable familiarity. This was his child, his precious daughter. Gazing at the sleeping little one, and feeling the soft little hand in his, all the agitation in Luo Yan's heart dissipated. Throughout the entire process, Tao Tu merely watched Luo Yan's actions in silence, offering neither obstruction nor a single word. Yet there was no doubt that in her heart she had gradually begun to accept Luo Yan as the father of her daughter. Of course, he had always been her daughter's father from the very beginning to the end. "What do you plan to do?" Luo Yan turned his head to look at Tao Tu, who was so close. He believed that there must be a reason she had brought their daughter here today. "Before I answer you, let me make this clear. This is your own flesh and blood, conceived from that encounter 2 years ago. And from start to finish I have only been with you. I think you should understand, so you need not have any doubts." Seeing that Luo Yan had already accepted the sudden appearance of their daughter, and observing his actions, Tao Tu gradually calmed down and decided to leave the girl with him. So although the matter was already clear, she still felt the need to explain, lest any lingering resentment remain in his heart. After all, if Luo Yan harbored any ill feelings, she would not feel at ease leaving her daughter in his care. With so many women on his ship, who knew whether a resentful Luo Yan would allow their daughter to be bullied by them? "I know." Luo Yan nodded. In truth, the moment Tao Tu had wept he had already known, or rather had been certain. But hearing her explanation only made his heart feel lighter. After all, this signified that Tao Tu acknowledged him as their daughter's father. From the moment of her birth until now, he had never cared for this daughter. Indeed, he had never known of her existence. And her arrival had been so unexpected that even though he was naturally her father, he still needed Tao Tu's acceptance despite their opposing factions. From now on, at least, he would respect Tao Tu for the sake of everything. "Did you bring her here just for me to see her, or do you have other intentions?" Luo Yan asked. Tao Tu listened to his words and observed that even after knowing he was the biological father, he remained so composed. She couldn't help but doubt whether the decision she had made was the right one. But now, with no other option, she asked helplessly, "Do you accept her?" "Isn't it obvious?" Luo Yan replied. "No, I want you to say it yourself," Tao Tu said with firm eyes. "Of course I accept my precious daughter." Luo Yan didn't know what Tao Tu was worried about or thinking, but he had to accept her. After all, she was his first child, and a little sweetheart at that. "Good." Hearing Luo Yan's words, Tao Tu nodded approvingly. Then she added, I don't want what happened to Fire Fist Ace to befall our daughter, so I want to entrust her to you. Tao Tu looked at Luo Yan seriously. Is that so? That's wonderful. An uncontrollable excitement spread across Luo Yan's face. In truth, he had been thrilled from the start, but because his relationship with Tao Tu was strained, he didn't want to appear too unrestrained in front of her. But upon hearing those words, his excitement could no longer be contained. After all, the appearance of his daughter was already a delightful surprise, and her mother's decision to leave her in his care meant he could watch his little sweetheart grow up. How could he not be exhilarated? Seeing the joy and barely concealed delight on Luo Yan's face, Tao Tu's expression finally softened into a rare smile. This was exactly the attitude she had hoped for. It set her mind at ease. By the way, does she have a name? Luo Yan suddenly realized he didn't yet know his daughter's name, so he quickly asked Tao Tu. Annie. Tao Tu replied softly. Annie, that's a lovely name. Luo Yan nodded. He turned his head, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at the little girl. He let out a long sigh and spoke softly. I'm sorry, Annie. I knew nothing of your arrival, and I regret that I wasn't by your side when you were born. Right now I am both overjoyed and remorseful. I regret the things I did to your mother back then, things I should never have done. Yet I am so happy because of you. You must have been confused when you were born, wondering why your father wasn't there to welcome you. You must have felt sad during your first year, and more wondering why your father wasn't with you. But rest assured, from now on, no matter what, I will always be by your side, quietly watching you grow. At this moment, Luo Yan's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, indescribable and profound. He rarely spoke such heartfelt words. Words meant for his daughter whom he was meeting for the first time, and also for Tao Tu. Tao Tu watched him quietly, and for a fleeting moment. No need. The relationships on your ship are too complicated, and I don't want to stir the waters any further. Tao Tu declined Luo Yan's suggestion without hesitation. Oh, I see. Then how about I stay on the naval vessel for a few more days? Luo Yan asked tentatively with an awkward smile. That won't be necessary either. I doubt anyone here welcomes you, and besides, the ship is full of female soldiers. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to stay. Tao Tu refused again, her tone equally firm. Her two rejections sounded harsh, as if she wanted nothing to do with Luo Yan. Yet in truth, compared to before, a closer look would reveal that her acceptance of him had greatly increased. Though her words were blunt, they no longer carried the same resentment. In short, Tao Tu seemed to be warming up to Luo Yan. At the very least, his behavior had been satisfactory to her. She had also sensed his sincerity and discovered that he was not as brutal as other pirates. Although she couldn't be sure if it was an act, it was certain that her opinion of him had improved significantly. 2 years had passed. Time had a way of smoothing over even the most bitter memories. Even this unforgettable grievance had lost much of its sting. Moreover, Annie's arrival was a bridge, a link to dissolve the animosity between them. Now, with Luo Yan's attitude combined with everything else, and his unique place in her heart, Tao Tu no longer hated him as much. A day later. What's going on? Luo Yan has been staying on that marine battleship for a whole day. Could he have been captivated by some pretty girl on board? Xuan Yuexia complained somewhat. That's not impossible, Nami said. Knowing Luo Yan as they did, it was quite plausible. Moreover, they had just seen him following a woman into a room on the warship. Let's wait. He probably isn't in any danger, Nojiko said indifferently. She had long understood Luo Yan's nature. One more or less made no difference to her, since there were already over a dozen women on the ship. The other women shared this attitude. They only needed to know that Luo Yan was safe. On the marine warship, how about staying another day? Luo Yan held his already awake daughter in his arms, teasing the adorable child while speaking to Momosaji. Hearing his words, Momosaji hesitated. She was indeed reluctant to part with her daughter, and for some reason, she also felt a trace of reluctance to leave Luo Yan. Momosaji, don't go. Annie, her daughter, spoke in a childish voice, looking at Momosaji. In the world of One Piece, people developed quickly. A 1-year-old could already speak fluently and understand some things. Why call her Momosaji? Call her Mom, Luo Yan said, looking at his daughter with affectionate eyes. No, I want to call her Momosaji. Rabbit cute. The daughter pouted, her face full of adorableness. Has she always been like this with you? Luo Yan smiled slightly as he looked at his daughter's stubborn expression, then raised his head to gaze at Momosaji. Yes. Momosaji looked at Annie with deep affection. How about this? You could stay on my ship for a few days. It wouldn't matter much anyway. Luo Yan continued. Momosaji hesitated. Previously, she had rejected this proposal, but now that she was about to part from her beloved daughter, she wavered. You can also spend more time with Annie. Luo Yan pressed on, then added. Or have the warship stay a few more days. No. In the end, Momosaji decided not to stay, for it was absolutely unacceptable for the Marines and an Emperor of the Sea to be too close. All right. Luo Yan felt disappointed. He had hoped to spend more days with Momosaji to make amends and perhaps deepen their bond, but now it seemed his plan would fail. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock came at the door. Come in. Momosaji sensed that the visitor was Tsuru, and since she had no reservations, she simply said. Hearing her words, Tsuru pushed the door open and entered. Inside, she looked at Luo Yan and Momosaji sitting by the bed. They were close not at all like bitter enemies, but rather warm and intimate. It's already late, we should go. Tsuru glanced at Luo Yin, then addressed Momosaji. Spending a whole day here with the pirate ship was already suspicious enough. They absolutely could not linger any longer, and she also had matters to handle, so they had to leave now. All right. Hearing Tsuru's words, Momosaji turned her head to look at Annie, her eyes filled with reluctance. Momosaji, Annie reached out her little hand toward Momosaji, wanting to touch her. Clearly she knew it was time to say goodbye. Momosaji had already told Annie everything, and the one-year-old could fully understand. For some reason, people in the world of One Piece matured early. Just like Luffy, who didn't feel any resentment even after his father left for years, and was even more optimistic than anyone. Perhaps this was the legacy of the strong and natural grace and resilience in their blood. Momosaji gently took Annie's little hand. Annie, you must stay obediently by your father's side. I'll come visit you often, okay? She said softly. Okay, I'll be good. Annie's adorable face broke into a smile. She was very well behaved, neither crying nor fussing. Perhaps she knew this was not the final farewell, and there would be many more reunions. Take good care of her. I'd better not hear that she's been wronged. Momosaji smiled at Annie, then turned to Luo Yin with a serious expression. Of course, she's my daughter. Right, Annie? Luo Yin replied, rubbing his cheek against Annie's round face. Annie said nothing, but her bright eyes narrowed like crescent moons, utterly adorable. All right, you may leave now. Fighting back her reluctance, Momosaji said to Luo Yin. Okay, remember to come visit your daughter often. Luo Yin nodded. Knowing they would meet again, he didn't feel too much sorrow. You don't need to tell me that. Momosaji said softly. Heh. Luo Yin smiled slightly. By late night, since there was nothing to do, Tsuru had arranged for the female soldiers on the ship to rest. So when they came out, the deck was empty and no one would see Annie in Luo Yin's arms. But even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Tsuru had brought only her most trusted subordinates who had served her for over 10 years. I'm off. Luo Yin gave Momosaji one last look, then spread wings from his back and flew away with Annie. Goodbye, Momosaji. Annie's sweet voice reached Momosaji's ears. The little one didn't feel the same sorrow that Momosaji did. Perhaps she didn't understand, or perhaps she knew they would meet again. Momosaji watched Luo Yan's departing figure, her eyes reddening. But it wasn't sorrow for Luo Yan's departure, it was the pain of parting with her beloved daughter. After all, Annie was her own flesh and blood who had been by her side since birth, a true family. All right, let's go back. You can go out to sea normally now and find opportunities to visit her often, Tsuru said to Momosaji. Momosaji nodded. Now that she no longer had to take care of Annie secretly, she could return to the Marines openly. She could continue leading her troops, and when at sea visit Annie discreetly, so there was no need to be overly sad. As Luo Yin departed, the Marine warship slowly sailed away. Meanwhile, Luo Yin returned to his own ship. Although it was late at night, the women had not yet slept, they were waiting for him. When he landed on the deck, they all came out of their cabins. Then they immediately spotted the child in Luo Yan's arms. At that moment, confusion filled every woman's mind. Who is this child? Why is he in Luo Yan's arms? Why did he bring her back after visiting the Marine warship? A myriad of questions flooded their thoughts. It's a bit cold outside, let's talk inside, Luo Yin said as he walked into the room. The women followed with questions. In the spacious room, they gathered around Luo Yin, who was holding a child. The child, and looked curiously at the women surrounding her. Luo Yin, who is she? Nami was the first to ask. She is my daughter, Luo Yin said directly without hiding. He hadn't planned to conceal it anyway, since they would be living together. Lying was unnecessary. What? You must be joking. Hearing Luo Yan's words, Nami exclaimed. She and Luo Yin had been together all along. How could she not know he had a daughter? Hearing Luo Yan's words, not only Nami but the other women also had mixed thoughts. Luo Bin looked at, and in Luo Yan's arms, then at Luo Yin, thinking about the warship he had gone to, lost in thought. Probably only Luo Bin could guess where this suddenly appeared daughter came from. After all, she knew very well about the matters 2 years ago. Nuo Chigao's face was also full of shock. She had never heard that Luo Yin had a daughter. Or perhaps this was an adopted daughter, she guessed. But this was obviously unreasonable, since a pirate adopting a daughter from a Navy warship was too absurd. Kaya was curiously looking at the little cutie in Luo Yan's arms. Her cute, adorable, curious little face made her heart melt. Carmen was thinking about what delicious food to make later to attract the little cutie into her arms. Yes, whether this was Luo Yan's biological daughter or a mysteriously adopted daughter, Carmen could accept it, and she was even delighted to have a little cutie joy. Ga. The cute little duck Pao de Kwai showed human-like curiosity. It scratched its head with its wing, as if thinking incredibly cute. And it seemed to like Pao de Kwai a lot. Lying in Luo Yan's arms, her bright eyes were fixed on Pao de Kwai. Lachi looked at the little girl in Luo Yan's arms, and suddenly thought of the little girl far away in the Sky Island. 2 years had passed, and she must have grown a lot. Kanisi watched, and staring at Pao de Kwai, and suddenly remembered the cloud fox Sisi she had entrusted to her father. At the same time, she was also curious who was the child in Luo Yan's arms, and whose child was it. Kali Fa had always pursued strength, so she didn't care about children. She didn't feel much about Luo Yan suddenly having a child, but she was a little curious. Madame Xiaoli looked at the little girl in Luo Yan's arms, then at her own body. Her upper half was beautiful, no different from a human, but her lower half was a mermaid's body. She herself was a mermaid, and she wondered if she could give birth to a human child. Moreover, she was stunned. She had not foreseen this future. Bo and I was purely a child, truly a child compared to the others on the ship. Her curiosity was strongest, and seeing Luo Yan's doting eyes full of love for the child in his arms, her face showed envy. If her father were here, she would also be able to enjoy such loving fatherly care. Suddenly, she made a decision in her heart. He slowly walked to Luo Yan's side, curiously reached out a hand, and poked An's cheek. Giggle giggle. And responding to he's kind and curious touch, reached out both hand. Dahi, it seems she likes you very much. Luo Yan said with a smile, looking at Dahi. Is this what a child is like? It feels so strange. Dahi felt her finger being held by a soft little hand, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. Awu Sha Tang stood beside Mo Nai, eating grapes one by one. Sha Tang was over 20 years old, but her mind and body remained at the stage of a child. Her expression was blank, but her eyes were fixed on, and with curiosity. Mo Nai looked at her sister Sha Tang, then at, and in Luo Yan's arms, as if pondering which of the two was cuter. Luo Yan, you didn't say it wrong, did you? Nami asked again. She couldn't believe the little one in his arms was Luo Yan's daughter. It's true. This matter is complicated. I'll explain it to you slowly. Luo Yan said seriously. Alright, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Nami said seriously. She didn't dislike the cute little girl in Luo Yan's arms. In fact, she was a bit fond of her. But the fact that Luo Yan had kept a child from her made her feel uncomfortable. After all, she was his childhood friend. It was one thing that she didn't know anything, but it was quite wrong of Luo Yan to hide it from her. It's like this. Luo Yan began to slowly recount the matter between himself and Tao Tu. Luo Yan recounted everything that had happened 2 years ago, as well as the events on the ship with Tao Tu to the women. He spoke the complete truth without any deception or omission. Luo Yan believed that he and Tao Tu would eventually come together, so he felt it was better to be honest about such matters. Though confessing honestly might tarnish his reputation, or even make the women think he was a scoundrel, he still insisted on telling the truth. To him, being a scoundrel was far better than deceiving his family. After a long while, he finished narrating every detail without exception. Upon hearing this, the women fell silent, some even expressionless. So you bastard, you did that to Tao Tu. And it was forced. When did you become so despicable? After hearing this, Nami seemed somewhat angry. Not only Nami, but the others also had odd expressions. Though Luo Yan was a pirate, somewhat overly flirtatious, and even had a few crew members who had been forced aboard, he still had virtues that the women admired. He was always honest with them, and showed them respect most of the time. Not only to them, but he also treated those who were not his enemies decently, not like a malicious person. Compared to other pirates, he was far better. Yet they never expected that Luo Yan, who usually appeared noble and righteous, would do such a disgraceful thing. Forcing a woman, even if she was an enemy, was utterly vile. Killing Tao Tu would have been better than this. Luo Yan opened his mouth, but suddenly found he had nothing to explain. He could only lower his head in silence. Then give Annie to me, and you go reflect by yourself. Nami said as she took Annie from Luo Yan's arms. Annie did not struggle, she happily slipped into Nami's embrace. The little one was completely unafraid of strangers. Once in Nami's arms, Annie turned her little head to look at Luo Yan and called out in a baby voice, "Daddy." As she called, she giggled as if she had found something amusing. "Little Annie, from now on I'll be your mommy," Nami said, softly, maternal light shining in her eyes as she looked at the smiling Annie in her arms. "Mommy." Annie responded to Nami's words with a sweet, adorable call. She called me mommy." Hearing Annie's words, Nami was pleasantly surprised. She had just spoken out of joy without thinking and never expected Annie to actually call her mommy, which delighted her immensely. The little one was simply too endearing. Indeed, from the original story, it was clear that Nami adored children, and now it was evident. "Luo Yan, you stay here alone. No dinner for you tonight. Little Annie will be looked after by us." After her moment of joy, Nami said sternly to Luo Yan, then took little Annie and left the room. The other women followed. Baby 5 watched the departing women, then looked at Luo Yan, hesitating whether to stay or go. After all, her heart had always been solely devoted to Luo Yan. She was simply love-struck. "Baby 5, you come out too." Nami's voice reached her ears. "Oh, Nami needs me." "Sorry, dear," Baby 5 said, pursing her red lips, then apologized to Luo Yan and walked out. Now truly Luo Yan was left alone to reflect. He didn't mind the women's attitude, he indeed needed some time alone to think. Outside. "It's hard to believe that the captain has a child," Robin said with a smile. As she spoke, she looked at Annie in Nami's arms, marveling inwardly. Kawaii. Indeed, Robin was utterly defenseless against cute things. "Luo Yan eats so much, Annie must love eating too, right?" Bonnie said, uncharacteristically handing the pizza she had just gotten to Annie. Annie accepted without hesitation, taking the small piece of pizza from Bonnie's hand and bringing it to her mouth, chewing it in small bites. However, the piece was a bit large for her, and after eating for a while, she had only managed a small portion. Haha, I told you Luo Yan's daughter would love to eat. Bonnie laughed heartily as she watched Annie nibble on the pizza. Seeing this, Sugar hesitated for a moment, then took a grape from her basket and reached out to offer it to Annie. But then she realized she was too short. Nami was standing while holding Annie, and she couldn't reach. So she poked Monet's leg. Sister, pick me up. I want to feed Annie too. Feeling the touch on her leg, Monet looked down, heard Sugar's words, then crouched and lifted Sugar up to Annie's level. Sugar brought a small grape to Annie's lips. Annie didn't refuse as she simply took the grape in one bite and swallowed it. After eating, her face lit up with a smile as she looked at Sugar. Sugar also smiled. Kawaii, Robin murmured at the sight. Annie, this is Mommy Nojiko. Seeing Annie finish the food, Nami carried her over to Nojiko and said softly, Mommy. Annie called out softly to Nojiko. Nami, how can there be so many mommies? And we seem too young to be mothers yet. Nojiko said, helplessly looking at the evidently delighted Nami. At the same time, she smiled at Annie. Nojiko, Luo Yan's daughter, is our daughter. What's wrong with calling you Mommy? Nami said to Nojiko. Hee, if Annie doesn't mind, I don't mind either. Nojiko replied with a smile. Of course she doesn't mind. She just called you Mommy, didn't she? Isn't that right, little Annie? Nami said, smiling warmly at little Annie. Mommy, little Annie seemed to enjoy it, giggling and calling out. Kawaii, Robin murmured again. Nami, I want to hold her too. Vivi walked up to Nami and said, Little Annie, is that okay? Nami asked softly to the Annie in her arms. Annie directly reached out her little hand toward Vivi, clearly indicating she wanted to be held. She likes me too. Seeing that Annie didn't refuse and seemed willing, Vivi beamed with joy. She reached out and took Annie from Nami's arms. Luo Yan's daughter in some ways really resembles Luo Yan. Shuang Yuxia remarked, observing Annie's unreserved acceptance. Now that you mention it, that's true. Shuang Shizhouts said thoughtfully. 3 days had passed. After a minor disturbance, harmony resumed aboard the ship. Though now one new presence had won the hearts of all the women on board. Naturally, Luo Yan felt no jealousy over his daughter eclipsing their affection for him. Meanwhile, today brought Luo Yan an unexpected encounter. No, not merely a person, but an entire pirate crew. A vessel with a charming lion figurehead approached. There's its hull noticeably smaller, nearly 2 sizes down from Luo Yan's ship. Perched atop the lion's head stood Luffy, straw hat askew, crimson shirt flapping in the wind, shorts fluttering as he waved vigorously toward Luo Yan and his companions, shouting, Hey, Luo Yan. It's me, Luo Yan. Their ships drew near until mere meters separated them. Luffy, I never imagined meeting you here. Whoa, Luo Yan, I had no idea you had a sister. Luffy declared, utterly oblivious to nuance. Haha, I didn't expect to run into you either, he beamed upon spotting Luo Yan. Then, eyes widening with childlike wonder, he pointed at the infant cradled in Luo Yan's arms. Hey, who's this? Your little sister? Haha, she's my daughter, Luo Yan replied with a gentle smile. Whoa, you're a father now. That's awesome. Luffy exclaimed, wholly untroubled by the revelation. Yet others reacted quite differently. Zoro stared stunned. Assuming Luo Yan with his formidable strength was a lone ascetic devoted solely to martial mastery like himself. He hadn't anticipated that Luo Yan had quietly become a father. Truth be told, Zoro's assumption was misplaced. Any clear-eyed observer would recognize Luo Yan bore little resemblance to Zoro's austere ideal. Sanji meanwhile slumped into shadowed seclusion, heart shattered. That scoundrel Luo Yan already has a daughter, and she's adorable. Whose child is she? Nami-san's? Or Robin-san's? His world dimmed to monochrome despair. Hey Luo Yan, is she yours too? Usopp asked, gesturing curiously toward Sugar standing nearby. No, Luo Yan shook his head. By the way, where are you headed? Luo Yan asked, puzzled. I'm going to be the king of the pirates. Luffy declared, answering a question never asked. Luffy, you've got it wrong. Usopp interjected. Then turning to Luo Yan, he clarified. We're searching for Laugh Tale, so Luffy can claim the title of king of the pirates. Usopp, what you just said isn't any different from what I said. Luffy scratched his nose. Of course it's different. To become king of the pirates, you need to find the red poneglyphs Master Rayleigh mentioned. 4 of them, to locate Laugh Tale. Only then can you truly claim the crown, you dummy. Usopp retorted with crisp logic. Oh right. Yes, I'll find Laugh Tale and become king of the pirates. Luffy reaffirmed, turning back to Luo Yan. So, do you know where the road poneglyphs are, eh? Luo Yan asked. Luo Yan sensed they knew nothing concrete about the road poneglyphs. Not even a clear destination, yet roamed New World aimlessly. Nope. Figured as much. Luo Yan sighed, resigned. 2 years had passed, and Luffy remained at heart unchanged. Well, perhaps slightly altered. But since Ace still lived, that transformation remained subtle. Fine. Since you don't know, let me offer some guidance. As Luo Yan handed baby Annie to Nami beside him, Sanji's heart splintered anew. She's Nami-san's daughter. He retreated to a corner, drawing sorrowful circles on the deck. Once the child was safely in Nami's arms, Luo Yan leapt onto Luffy's ship. There, instead of launching into explanation, he scanned the vessel, left, right, then asked Luffy under the crew's bewildered gazes, wait, I just realized, you've changed ships. Where's the Going Merry? Luo Yin held genuine concern for the Going Merry. Would its fate shift now that certain events had diverged from canon? Would it still succumb to irreparable damage and be cremated? Ah, the Going Merry. We left her at Frankie's place, Luffy explained. Why? Did she lose her seaworthiness? Yeah. Frankie said she's riddled with critical damage, no longer fit to brave New World's fury. So though our hearts ached to sail on, we chose safety, we anchored her in Water 7. Usopp added, voice layered with bittersweet complexity, grief for lost voyages, gratitude for having spared her final collapse. I see. Luo Yin nodded. For the Going Merry, this was perhaps the kindest ending, still whole, still breathing, still a vessel of memory. Having settled that, Luo Yin turned fully to Luffy. Luffy, if you truly seek the title of King of the Pirates, as Usopp said, you must gather all 4 Red Road poneglyphs. I will become King of the Pirates. Luffy repeated, ever off script, yet Luo Yin hardly blinked. Even with all 4 poneglyphs, the path remains arduous. You know well, the seas are ruled by 4 emperors. Among them stand Shanks, Kaido, Big Mom, and myself. To claim the crown, you must not only decipher the poneglyphs, but dethrone the emperors. They are your rivals, and your trials. Luo Yin, I will beat you, and become King of the Pirates. Luffy's gaze burned with unwavering resolve, as if battle might erupt that very instant. Fair enough. I know you're not one to yield easily. Luo Yin nodded, unfazed. Coincidentally, of the 4 road poneglyphs known to me, 2 rest in the hands of emperors. Luo Yin, you mean the road poneglyphs are with emperors? Do you hold one yourself? Usopp asked, intrigued. Luo Yin paused, then smiled faintly, leaving the question hanging in salt-laced air. Of course not. I only became a Yonko not long ago. How could I possibly possess something that was divided long ago? Luo Yin shook his head, then continued. But although they're not in my hands, I can tell you which 2 Yonko have them. Luo Yin, just tell me. Luffy urged impatiently. 2 of the 4 road poneglyphs are in the hands of Kaido and Big Mom respectively. If you want those 2 poneglyphs, you must either defeat them openly or steal them, Luo Yin said. Alright, then we'll go right now, defeat Big Mom and Kaido, and snatch the poneglyphs. Luffy declared eagerly after hearing this. Hell, Luffy, you idiot, the Yonko aren't that simple. Luo Yin chuckled at Luffy's words. Although Luffy's current strength was considerable, defeating a Yonko before his devil fruit awakened was nothing short of a pipe dream. However, given Luffy's talent for creating miracles, Luo Yin figured his awakening was only a matter of time. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Luffy would eventually become the Pirate King. In truth, by now Luo Yin had lost interest in the title of Pirate King. What truly intrigued him was the treasure hidden on Laugh Tale. Though he had no idea what lay there, it was clearly something capable of overturning the world, and might even explain everything about this world. That said, Luo Yin and Luffy had no conflict. Luffy wanted to go to Laugh Tale simply to become the Pirate King, who once he had that title, Luo Yin figured he wouldn't mind if Luffy took some of the things there. After mulling this over, Luo Yin continued. Also, if possible, go find Trafalgar Law. He has a mink white bear on his ship who might be able to take you to a moving island. That bear of Law's. I knew that white bear wasn't ordinary, but I never expected him to be the key to getting the poneglyph. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he recalled the bear. He had met Law before and had his Viver card. He had noticed the white bear beside Law long ago, and now it seemed he was indeed extraordinary. Luo Yin only smiled at Luffy's reaction. As they spoke, another ship approached from afar. To their surprise, a small dinosaur was sprinting wildly across the sea ahead of it. Roar, a flying dragon. Luffy, who had also noticed the dinosaur, was completely captivated, his eyes gleaming. Hey Luffy, which eye of yours saw that dinosaur flying? It's clearly running on the sea, Usopp said, rubbing his eyes. He could hardly believe a dinosaur was running on the ocean. It's heading straight for us, Usopp added. As the dinosaur ran across the sea toward them, everyone on the ship except Luffy tensed up. Moments later, the dinosaur climbed directly onto their vessel and was instantly subdued by Zoro. To their surprise, a little girl was on the dinosaur's back, seemingly unconscious. There's someone on the dinosaur's back. Sugoi, amazing. She can control a dinosaur. Luffy stared at the girl, eyes shining, convinced she was the one controlling the dinosaur. And he wasn't wrong. While the crew gathered around the dinosaur and the girl chattering endlessly, the girl suddenly spoke with her eyes still closed. Damn it, these people have no sense of decency. Why are they all crowding around me? But perfect. Once they let their guard down and ignore me, I'll sneak into their kitchen and eat all their food. Plus, they'll help distract the people chasing me on that ship. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Olga muttered to herself. What's she saying? Luffy was puzzled. Obviously, she's speaking her thoughts out loud, Zoro said, stroking his chin. Oh no, I said it out loud. Olga suddenly realized what had happened. Realizing she had blurted her thoughts, she stopped pretending and stood up facing the crew. Hey, where did you come from? Zoro glared at her fiercely. I'm not telling you. Olga snorted. I'm definitely not telling these guys I fled here, because I'm being chased by that ship over there, she murmured. Then catching herself, she gasped. I said it out loud again. So that ship over there is chasing you. Why are they after you? Zoro pressed. I won't say. Olga turned away. But her habit of speaking her thoughts ultimately betrayed her. Turning her head, she unconsciously blurted out, "Humph, I'm definitely not going to tell you that those bastards are chasing me for the ring on my finger, and I'm definitely not going to tell you that the ring contains pure gold." "Ha ha ha, you're so funny. You said it out loud again." Luffy laughed heartily, finding the little girl utterly amusing. Then with a smile he asked, "What's pure gold?" "I won't tell you. I absolutely won't tell you." Olga quickly covered her mouth, afraid of spilling her secret again. "Forget it. She's just a little girl. That so-called pure gold probably isn't anything important," Zoro said dismissively. As he spoke, he glanced at the approaching ship. What they really needed to focus on now was that vessel. Not important. Pure gold is the legendary heart of gold. It grants immortality. That's why they're chasing me. And I'm not some little girl. I'm over 200 years old. Your grandmothers aren't even as old as me. Olga blurted out upon hearing Zoro's words. "What? It grants immortality? No way." Usopp was astonished. "Probably a lie. But I never thought anyone would actually believe such hearsay and chase a little girl," Zoro scoffed. He didn't believe in the power of immortality. Although they had encountered the Millennium Dragon before, even the dragon's bones were only rumored to grant immortality with no solid proof. And even if such a power existed, they weren't interested. What they truly sought was adventure. "It's true, you fools." This time Olga spoke aloud, not merely thinking it. "So, does that mean you're already 200 years old? You're a granny." Luffy gazed at the girl before him, astonished. "I told you already?" Olga huffed, glancing sidelong at Luffy. Throughout, Luo Yen had listened silently to the exchange between Luffy's crew and the girl, saying nothing. Yet at the mention of pure gold, his interest stirred deeply. He knew she spoke no falsehood, though nuances existed. Pure gold indeed conferred longevity. Not true immortality, but rather an extreme deceleration of bodily growth under its radiant glow. For instance, this girl appeared 12 or 13, yet her true age was 2 centuries. All thanks to pure gold. According to canon, over those 200 years her physical development had scarcely advanced, her form nearly identical to what it had been 2 centuries prior. Thus pure gold's stunting effect was staggering, slowing growth to a pace where a single year's maturation might require centuries, even millennia. In essence, such suspension. With a thunderous crash, the vessel collided with the Thousand Sunny. Then from the taller deck above, a figure emerged, bound in chains, radiating arrogance. This was the treasure hunter Mad Tarega. He pursued Olga on commission from the Golden Emperor himself, seeking pure gold. "Hand her over, and I'll spare your lives." Tarega sneered down at Luffy and his crew. At his appearance, Olga shrank fearfully behind Luffy and whispered, "Help me drive him off, and I'll share what I know about pure gold." "Done." Luffy agreed without hesitation. To him, pure gold mattered less than the hunt. For a pirate, treasure seeking was sacred. Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat, bounty 500 million berry. "Stand in my way, and your head becomes another jewel in my collection," Tarega declared. "Hey, I don't care who you are. I won't let you harm that girl. She promised me we'd search for treasure together." Luffy fixed Tarega with unwavering resolve. "Yeah, he seeks pure gold too. So we're rivals. Then I suppose I must kill you here." Tarega regarded Luffy with mocking amusement. Though Luffy's bounty was staggering, Tarega felt no fear. All the while, Luo Yen stood motionless in the rear, observing Tarega's performance with silent scrutiny. The treasure hunter's gaze locked solely onto Olga behind Luffy, completely overlooking Luo Yen, or perhaps arrogantly dismissing him, even a Emperor, as irrelevant. "Luffy, clowning's over. Let me handle him. We have unfinished business." Just as tension crackled between Luffy and Tarega, Luo Yan's voice broke the silence. "Fine." Luffy nodded. Normally he'd never cede a foe, but hearing Luo Yan's claim of personal grievance, he reluctantly yielded. "You are." Tarega followed the voice and saw Luo Yan. He assumed some former victim ripe for mockery, until his eyes met Luo Yan's face. His pupils contracted violently. "F4 Emperor, why does a sovereign of the sea sail aboard a lowly pirate's ship?" His voice trembled, his earlier bravado shattered. "No one ever told you. We're friends." Luo Yen offered the rarest of explanations. Then coldly, "But frankly, you needn't know anymore. Our grudge ends in your death." "Haha, did I once plunder your treasures for Emperor? How delightfully thrilling." At Luo Yan's words, Tarega erupted into manic laughter, just as in canon. Chapter 186, The Lanternfish Appears. Shink. Facing the raving man, Luo Yen uttered no word, only drew his blade. In one stroke, Tarega fell, severed head from body. Their grudge was no fabrication, but neither was it literal. Luo Yen acted on behalf of Nami, avenging the wrong done to her in canon. And since Tarega had appeared, conveniently, he died. Perhaps impulsive. Yet as a Emperor, impulsiveness was his prerogative. After the strike, stunned silence fell. Luo Yen so ruthless. Usopp swallowed hard, watching the man who killed without pause. Though the slain man was an enemy, Luo Yan's detachment chilled Usopp. The Straw Hats rarely took life, and never so casually. Luffy, however, showed no reaction. Though he seldom killed, he'd long accepted that piracy demanded stakes of life and death, both given and taken. Zoro needed no introduction among the Straw Hats. He was the undisputed Reaper. Having spilled more blood than any other, his demeanor coldest of all. He wasn't shocked by the killing, but by Luo Yan's swordsmanship. That single effortless stroke concealed terrifying power. As a swordsman trained extensively under Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest, he sensed instantly Luo Yan's mastery rivaled Mihawk's. Whether superior, uncertain, Mihawk's full strength remained unseen. Luffy, let's go treasure hunting. Luo Yan turned to Luffy after dispatching Torega, eagerness sharpening his tone. Luffy pivoted toward Olga, then paused. He realized he didn't know her name. What's your name? He asked. Olga. All right, Olga, let's hunt treasure. You promised. Luffy beamed, energized. I did promise, and I keep my word. But we cannot depart immediately. Why not? Luffy frowned. The pure gold lies inside the belly of the great lantern fish. First we must find him, the Lantern Lord. Then let's find the Lantern Lord. Luffy declared instantly. We needn't seek him out, we can lure him here. Before Luffy could reply, Olga slipped off her ring and fiddled with it. Instantly golden light flared from its surface. Whoa, Sugoi, this ring glows. Luffy stared amazed. Of course, it contains pure gold. Ah, so the treasure's here. Found it already. How boring. Luffy's face fell, disappointed. Idiot, are you single-celled? I said the pure gold resides inside the Lantern Lord's belly. This ring, merely a key, to summon him. Olga gazed at Luffy with gentle exasperation. Oh, so it's a treasure key. Sugoi, a glowing key. Realizing it wasn't the treasure, but its key, Luffy lit up anew. Treasure hunting resumed. Still, I don't get it. Why must we use pure gold to find pure gold? Usopp asked, puzzled. Didn't I tell you, eh? Olga tilted her head, bewildered. No. Usopp shook his head. Very well. Listen, the Lantern Lord adores pure gold. For millennia he's amassed it in the abyssal depths, where none can reach him. Only its radiant light can draw him forth. Ah, I see. Usopp nodded. Just as Luffy cried out from the rail, everyone, look, a massive fish rising beneath us. Luo Yan sensed it too. A colossal lantern fish dwarfing their ship like an island. Even submerged, its shadow loomed vast and ominous. Luo Yan leapt lightly back aboard his vessel. They risked being swallowed whole, so he ensured the women stayed close and he remained beyond the beast's maw. Compared to the tiny speck of pure gold within its belly, Luo Yan coveted the enormous, brilliantly luminous sphere atop its head, the very source of its light. As predicted, the moment the fish breached the surface, its jaws gaped wide. Hawks, transforming instantly into a colossal vermilion bird, seized the ship's edge with talons and lifted it skyward with a soft wing beat. The lantern fish swallowed seawater and Luffy's ship, but Luo Yan's vessel hovered safely aloft. Having consumed them, the beast began to descend, when Hawks gently lowered the ship. Then reverting to human form, he drew his blade and struck. Boom! His colossal slash severed the filament anchoring the lantern to the fish's head. In a blur he dove, talons snapping shut around the golden lantern just as it neared the beast's maw. The colossal lantern, forged entirely of pure gold, had already plunged into the sea. As Luo Yan seized it, his claws dipped beneath the waves, and the instant they touched the seawater, an inexplicable lethargy crept up his limbs, spreading slowly through his entire body. Fortunately, only his claws were submerged. The creeping weakness remained within his control. Without hesitation, Luo Yan gripped the golden lantern and violently beat his wings, surging skyward, lifting the massive artifact high above the ocean's surface. The lantern fish let out a deafening wail of anguish, then thrashed its enormous tail beneath the water, churning the sea in frantic attempts to leap forth and reclaim its treasure. But Luo Yan would not grant it that chance. In a flash he soared toward the vessel, rocking precariously upon the turbulent waves stirred by the lantern fish's desperate flailing. Landed upon its deck, placed the golden lantern aboard, and then clamped his razor-sharp talons onto the hull. His words carried a quiet sorrow. They had come only to seek treasure, not to take a life. And the depth of that sorrow echoing from the dying beast resonated within him. He never even entered the belly, Zoro remarked, though his tone betrayed no grief for the fallen creature. If anything, he'd been poised to cleave its stomach open after all the brute had swallowed them without warning or pretext. You mean, Lord Lantern is dead? Olga asked, disbelief sharpening her voice. Yes, Luffy affirmed with a firm nod. Good riddance. Her sudden declaration startled Luffy and the others. They had not expected the same woman who had reverently called it Lord Lantern to rejoice at its demise. Sensing their bewilderment, Olga lowered her voice, her expression clouded with sorrow. 2 centuries ago my father forged the pure gold. The moment it gleamed, the lantern fish followed its radiance to our island and swallowed it whole. Every soul perished. I alone survived. For all these years I lived within its belly, bitterly resenting my father for creating the gold, yet far more bitterly hating the fish itself for devouring my homeland, for claiming my mother's life. Powerless then, I depended on it to survive. Yet even so I never denied the truth, it was my enemy. And now that it is gone, I feel only relief. Tears glistened in her eyes as she spoke. Ah, I see. Then let's hurry and find the treasure. Luffy replied, a warm smile breaking across his face. Earlier when Zoro speculated that Luo Yen might have slain the lanternfish, Luffy had felt a pang of unease. He had heard its final mournful cry. But Alger's revelation dissolved that discomfort. To him the fish was no noble creature. However tragic its end, it had slaughtered countless people and harmed his friend. Yes, in that brief span he had already embraced this young girl as kin. His nature was direct, unclouded by ambiguity. He knew right from wrong. A being that hurt his friends was nothing but a vile monster. He resolved that once free from the belly he would roast the fish and eat it. Waste was unacceptable. Meanwhile, as the lanternfish expired, Hawks gently lowered the vessel back onto the sea's surface, then shifted back into human form aboard the deck. There the women stood awestruck before the colossal, blazing lantern. Nami asked, puzzled. Though undeniably beautiful, the lantern was colossal, blindingly luminous, and absurdly space-consuming. Ha ha ha, this is no mere lantern. It's a treasure. Luo Yen gazed upon the magnificent artifact with quiet satisfaction, addressing the women with calm assurance. Then Luo Yen drew his blade under the women's puzzled gazes and strode forward, slicing twice across the enormous lantern. With a soft shhk, the lantern split cleanly along its circumference. Yet no cascade of intricate mechanisms or hidden contraptions erupted forth as imagined. Instead, a colossal metallic sphere emerged, gleaming with the radiant, unadulterated luster of pure gold. Hawk swiftly stripped away the outer lantern shell, like peeling skin. And before the women's astonished eyes rose a golden orb towering even above Hawk himself. This is gold. Nami's eyes instantly transformed into gleaming berry coins. Had she not been cradling little Annie in her arms, she would have lunged forward to embrace the massive golden sphere then and there. Precisely, but not entirely, Luo Yen replied to Nami's exhilaration. Do you mean it isn't gold? Her luminous gaze dimmed at once upon hearing his words. It is not gold, yet it is the heart of gold. The heart of gold. That's a legendary artifact. Is this truly the heart of gold? Upon learning the object before her was indeed the fabled heart of gold, the light that had just faded from Nami's eyes blazed anew, so fiercely that she nearly dropped Annie to rush forward and enfold the heart in her arms. Yet she restrained herself. To her, kinship outweighed wealth, and besides, the heart stood right there, immovable and eternal. Witnessing Nami's rapture, the other women grasped its extraordinary worth, far surpassing even gold itself. Yet none among them save Nami had ever heard of it. Sensing their bewilderment, Nami explained, the heart of gold is said to be the quintessence of gold refined through arcane and elaborate processes. It is gold, yet infinitely more precious. Legend claims even a single grain could purchase an entire island. If true, this immense heart could easily acquire dozens of sovereign nations. The women cared little for acquiring dozens of nations. They were captivated instead by why the heart of gold commanded such unimaginable value. Nami speaks truth, but she has not yet revealed all. Luo Yen addressed the women, whose eyes filled with quiet curiosity as they turned toward him, awaiting his revelation. Nami is correct, even a speck of the heart of gold could buy an island. Its worth is incalculable. Yet its rarity stems not merely from being gold's distilled essence, but from its power to grant immortality. Immortality? You're joking. The women's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Yen, since when did you grow so superstitious? There's no such thing as immortality in this world. Frost Moon Xia voiced her skepticism. No. I know of many proven paths to immortality, or at least longevity. Longevity is no mere myth. Captain, are you truly serious? Even Robin, the most worldly and well-traveled among them, found herself doubting his words. Do I look as though I am jesting? Luo Yen met their gazes with unwavering gravity. Wait, if you're not joking, then this pure gold can bestow immortality. But how? By ingesting it, grinding it to powder, and brewing it as tea. Nami interjected as the others debated. All eyes now turned to Luo Yen. I've already said, there are multiple ways to attain immortality. First is a legend. We ourselves once visited the Millennium Dragon. Its bones are said to confer eternal life, though no one has verified this tale. Second is absolute, the operation fruit. When fully mastered, it enables surgical immortality. Though the cost is steep, the user dies upon granting immortality to another. Third is this pure gold. Observe its radiance. The light it emits prolongs life. That little girl who rode a dinosaur onto Luffy's ship. She is 200 years old. What? You mean that child is 2 centuries old? Their disbelief surged anew. Yes, beyond any doubt. And she looked exactly as she does now, 200 years ago. Luo Yen affirmed it without hesitation. Robin paused, reflecting deeply, then murmured, so prolonged exposure to this golden light delays aging, perhaps indefinitely. If the girl appeared unchanged 2 centuries ago and remains so today, its effect is profound. In essence, it does achieve immortality. We've truly struck gold. To Nami it all sounded fantastical. Yet Luo Yan's solemn expression betrayed no falsehood. So it was true this pure gold could grant immortality, at the very least centuries, perhaps millennia of life. Her mind reeled. Such a colossal mass of gold alone held incalculable worth, but a substance capable of defying time. Its value was beyond measure. The women gazed spellbound upon the towering golden orb. Then, does it bear side effects? Frost Moon, she asked. Indeed, it exacts a price. Luo Yan nodded. Frost Moon Shi's expression confirmed her expectation. If even the devil fruit, a source of immense power, cursed its wielder with the sea's wrath, then immortality far more profound and perilous must demand an even greater sacrifice. Those bathed in the golden light do experience slowed aging, approaching immortality in effect. Yet growth ceases entirely, in every dimension. Take Annie. Should she remain under this light from now on, her body will never mature, frozen forever in its present form. Likewise, were I perpetually exposed, my appearance would remain unaltered, and my cultivation would stagnate. This is the price of the pure gold. Are you certain this isn't a benefit? The women stared stunned. They'd expected a dire, terrible cost, yet all it demanded was suspended growth and halted cultivation. To them it was no burden at all. Eternal youth. Unchanging beauty. This wasn't a penalty, it was divine grace. They realized the cost of the pure gold was none at all. Only boundless vitality, timeless radiance, the very dream they'd long cherished. Luo Yan said with a smile, although it's hard to believe, the truth is that as long as you find the right method, longevity and eternity are not as difficult as you imagine, nor do they require excessive cost. Perhaps in a world without any extraordinary power, longevity is basically impossible, and even a long life requires great sacrifice. But this is the world of One Piece after all, where countless miraculous powers exist. Is it any wonder that immortality can be achieved? After Luo Yan finished speaking, the women acted in unison, expressionlessly taking out a piece of cloth from the cabin and wrapping the huge pure gold, completely covering it. What are you doing? Looking at the women's actions, Luo Yan was somewhat puzzled. Such a treasure certainly cannot be left out in the open like this. If someone sees it, wouldn't they become greedy? Nami looked at Luo Yan speaking while showing an expression that said, "You don't even understand this. The sea is so vast it can't be that coincidental that someone would target us right after we got the treasure." Luo Yan said with a smile. He didn't think anyone would see the pure gold, nor did he think anyone would be foolish enough to provoke him, but he didn't stop the women's actions. Pure gold was indeed an extremely precious treasure in this world. So have you made your decision? Luo Yan looked at the women and asked. What? They were puzzled. What were they supposed to decide? The jewelry you want, of course. With such a large piece of pure gold, we should make the most of it. Then each of you will be sparkling with gold. Won't that be dazzling? Luo Yan said with a smile. TCH, you're thinking too tacky. Who wants to be sparkling with gold? Nami rolled her eyes at Luo Yan. Glittering gold had its greatest value in her eyes as money. The same went for the essence of gold. Pure gold, except it also granted eternal youth. But even so, they didn't like being covered in gold. That would be too vulgar. Nami said this, then changed her tone. But what you said makes sense. This piece of pure gold is so large, we can't just let it shine there forever. It's too dazzling. Turning it into jewelry or other things is indeed a good idea, and it will be convenient to carry. I'll leave this task to you. Nami came to Luo Yan's side and patted his shoulder. Leave it to me. Luo Yan did not refuse. The shipwright profession encompassed various crafts such as shipbuilding and repair, and essentially included skills of carpentry, blacksmithing, etc. Naturally, as the one who built this ship and served as its shipwright, Luo Yan found it easy to craft jewelry. With a bit of imagination and some technique, he could transform the entire piece of pure gold into accessories for the women. He could even forge a pure gold sword for himself to wear. Then for the next few days, Luo Yan devoted himself entirely to this endeavor. Hairpins, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, anklets, bangles. The huge piece of pure gold was fully utilized, giving birth to a variety of imaginative accessories. And as he had thought, Luo Yan made himself a pure gold sword for easy carrying. 10 days later, when Luo Yan finished everything, the pure gold had shrunk by a quarter. The reason for such shrinkage was that Luo Yan had made more than one item for each person. However, after compel, he missed out on the fun of adventure. How pitiful. On the Thousand Sunny, Luffy said while eating grilled meat. He were the ones who suffered. After all that trouble in the big fish's belly, we only found a tiny treasure. The worst part is the thing we finally found fell into the fish's stomach acid because of your clumsiness. Usopp looked at Luffy helplessly. We had found a small piece of pure gold, but because of this guy's carelessness it fell into the fish's gastric juice. Well, we've eaten that fish now, so there's no way. You could have gone into its stomach to find it earlier, but you didn't. Luffy said nonchalantly. Who would go to such a disgusting place to find a piece of pure gold? That's too gross. Chef Sanji said, that's true. Maybe the pure gold has already been pooped out by the big fish. Luffy said disgustedly. Damn it, can't you see we're eating? And the fish is dead. Can it really poop it out? Zoro shouted. Well, you didn't want to look for it, so it's not my fault. Luffy said with a shrug. Forget it, it's just a piece of pure gold. No big deal. Frankie said, as sometimes the world is strange. For people like Luffy, the eternal youth function of pure gold held no appeal. For Luo Yin, who monopolized almost all the pure gold in the world, he also seemed somewhat indifferent. Only the world government, which had been desperately searching for pure gold for centuries, never encountered what they wanted. New era. On the ship, after completing a series of tasks, what was Luo Yin doing? He was watching a live broadcast through a visual den mushi. Yes, when he was bored after finishing everything, he suddenly thought of Shank's daughter Yuta. Coincidentally, the people on the ship knew the frequency of the visual den mushi for Yuta's live broadcast, so Luo Yin naturally started watching. Yuta could be said to be the most famous singer in the world of One Piece over the past 2 years besides Brook. Her songs were transmitted to the entire world through these visual den mushi. At the same time, her loneliness from. Thank you all for listening to my music. Now we move on to the next segment. Please feel free to share any troubles you've encountered in life. I'll listen attentively and perhaps offer some thoughtful advice. After finishing her song, Yuta first expressed her gratitude, then spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, many people requested calls to confide their inner distress. Yuta listened patiently, one by one, offering gentle counsel. On screen, her crimson and white hair framed her forehead, partially veiling one eye. Her attire was stylish and contemporary. Wearing headphones, she leaned in, truly hearing each voice. Her face was angelic, her temperament tender and empathetic. She seemed a celestial being tending to every soul's sorrow. Yet Luo Yin, who had read the original story, knew Yuta was already slipping subtly, unhinged, overwhelmed by endless lamentations, with no outlet, saturated by misfortune and darkness, and worn down by profound solitude. Her psyche had begun its quiet metamorphosis. She resolved to forge a world where peace and joy reigned eternally, free from worry, free from pain. Her method was simple, harnessing the immense power of her song fruit. She would draw Evrio. Let's go to Luo Yin. I love Yuta's songs. Nami declared at once. Robin approached Luo Yan's side, gazing at him with her serene, beautiful eyes, merely murmuring, "Captain," saying nothing more. Yet her intent was unmistakable. She too wished to go. Indeed, in the original narrative, both Nami and Robin were devoted fans of Yuta, and remain so. Meanwhile, aside from those indifferent to music, nearly every woman aboard the ship wore the same eager expression. "Very well," Luo Yin replied. "We depart immediately. For the island of music, Elegia." He saw no reason to refuse their request, especially since Yuta's original fate was tragically bleak and his presence might yet alter it. "Yea, Luo Yin, you truly understand me." Seeing Luo Yan's agreement, Nami beamed with delight. Vivi, even more elated, darted beside him and kissed his cheek. Gak. Pudding, the ever-loyal, ever-energetic little duck, watched Vivi's gesture, utterly baffled yet instinctively mimicking her. He flapped his wings, scratched his head, then waddled forward, beak poised to peck Luo Yan's face. Luo Yin reacted instantly, snatching Pudding's bill mid-launch. "Pudding, what on earth are you barging in for?" Luo Yin gently stroked Pudding's head, then retrieved a glass of juice he'd sipped earlier while watching the broadcast. "Here, you go drink this over there." Gak. Pudding chirped excitedly, seized the glass with both wings, and scurried off to sip it through the straw. Luo Yin no longer blinked at Pudding's uncanny humanity. It had long since ceased to surprise him. Half a month later, Luo Yin and his companions arrived, just barely, in time for the concert. The island of music, once desolate, now teemed with humanity. People from every corner of the world, diverse professions, diverse races, gathered solely to hear Yuta sing. Volunteers had arrived days early, constructing an immense, breathtaking stage. Her fans, too, organized themselves, serving as stewards, maintaining order, safeguarding the performance space. At last, beneath roaring cheers that shook the very air, Yuta stepped onto the colossal stage at its center and launched into her first song, igniting the crowd like wildfire. Meanwhile, Luo Yin and his companions settled into their reserved seats. "Luo Yin, I told you we should have left earlier. You're late now." Nami pinched his waist, exasperated. Had he not dawdled, insisting on buying popcorn and juice, they'd have arrived on time. "Well then, Nami, we arrived just in time. Arriving early would have meant waiting idly. Now we catch her opening number. Surely that shows foresight." Luo Yin grasped her hand, attempting to deflect. Foresight. That's just tardiness dressed up in fancy words." Nami refused to be placated. Luo Yin merely chuckled, slid one arm around her waist, and lifted her gently onto his lap. Leaning back comfortably in his seat, he watched the concert unfold, serene, unhurried, utterly at ease. "You're embarrassing me. I have my own seat." Nami muttered, cheeks faintly flushed, but made no move to rise. Clearly she welcomed the closeness. Luo Yin savored the music, munched popcorn, and fed bites to Nami. She accepted the service without hesitation. Why lift a hand when she could simply recline? Unfazed by onlookers, she nestled deeper into his embrace, surrendering wholly to Yuta's transcendent voice. A sea of voices rose, melodies soared. Every gaze fixed upon that ethereal girl at the heart of the stage. Each song was exquisite, each flowed seamlessly into the next, more stirring, more luminous than the last. unstoppable, irresistible. Setting aside Yuta's later descent into madness, this concert was undeniably triumphant. All present heard her sublime artistry. For fleeting moments, all felt music's pure, unburdened joy. Glyphs and musical syllables danced through the air like living things swirling in rhythm. In the audience, people rose, swaying, moving in time, bodies in. Luo Yin murmured inwardly. Indeed, something felt askew, not in attendance, but in chronology. In the original story, when Yuta held her concert, Luffy had already caused chaos on Whole Cake Island. His bounty soared to 1.5 billion berries, and he bore the unmistakable aura of a pirate emperor. Yet here Luffy's bounty stood at only 500 million, and scarcely any time had passed since their encounter with the pure gold. It was even uncertain whether Luffy had ever set foot in Grand Tesoro. In short, Yuta's concert was taking place far earlier than in the original timeline. Still, Ruo Yin paid little mind to this temporal discrepancy. After all, his very presence had already reshaped countless events. Such minor deviations hardly warranted astonishment. Though he sensed no trace of Luffy or his crew, Ruo Yin distinctly perceived the presence of the red hair pirates. Upon detecting them, Hawkeye ceased employing his Kinbunshika haki, lest he provoke unnecessary misunderstanding. Within his heart, however, a quiet musing arose. So Shanks still cares deeply for his daughter after all. Ruo Yin remained ambivalent about Shanks' decision to leave Yuta stranded on this island. If anything, he leaned toward judging it as profoundly unwise. Though Yuta herself had raised the Music Kingdom, Shanks' desire to shield her from that truth was understandable. How could an innocent, tender-hearted child bear the psychological devastation of learning she was a mass murderer? Yet leaving her alone on this desolate island defied comprehension. Shanks could easily have lied. Yuta had been unconscious at the time. Unless Shanks simply could not face the fact that his own daughter had slain countless souls, no father should abandon his child upon such barren, forsaken ground. Ultimately, however, such choices belonged solely to Shanks, and though Ruo Yin deemed them flawed, he held no right to pass judgment. His immediate concern lay with the concert itself. Would it awaken Tot Musica, the music demon? At that thought, Ruo Yin expanded his Kinbunshika haki to its utmost limit, scanning the. Ben Beckman turned to Shanks. Moments earlier, an overwhelmingly potent Kinbunshika haki had swept across the area. He sought Shanks' response. It's a friend of Luffy's. No need to intervene. But keep watch. Under no circumstances must he approach Yuta. Shanks spoke with grave solemnity. Where is Luffy's friend? And if he's truly Luffy's ally, why must we guard against him? Lucky Roo frowned in confusion. He's Ruo Yin. Ben Beckman replied. Then vigilance isn't enough. We must enforce absolute containment. Not a single step closer to our little princess. Upon hearing that Luffy's friend was Ruo Yin, Lucky Roo instantly raised both hands and feet in fervent agreement with Shanks' decree. They knew precisely who Ruo Yin was and why he posed such peril. His arrival today likely signaled no mere appreciation for music. Ill intent loomed large. Others might be expendable, but their beloved Princess Yuta must never fall into Ruo Yin's grasp. Captain Jesus asked quietly, you hold Yuta so dear, yet you refuse to see her? No, I'd best stay away. She seems to have found something she loves. I won't intrude upon her world and shatter her peace. Shanks shook his head. Yuta was his daughter, and his devotion ran deep. Yet he feared that resurfacing now would resurrect wounds from long ago, poisoning her present life. Thus he chose invisibility, bearing the weight of that ancient tragedy alone, convinced it served her best. He had fallen into a profound misconception, believing silence and solitude were acts of love. In truth, Yuta had learned of the catastrophe years earlier. Far more than absolution, she yearned for her father's presence beside her, not his solitary penance. Indeed, in the original chronicle, Shanks' self-imposed exile bore no small responsibility for Yuta's descent. His crew stood in silent contemplation. Though they believed his reasoning flawed and longed to urge him toward Yuta, they dared not oppose their captain's will. As Yuta's father, his choice remained beyond their authority. Meanwhile, Nami asked, puzzled. She'd been perfectly immersed, her comfort abruptly broken by his sudden movement. I have matters to attend to. Please continue enjoying the concert. I'll return shortly. The women exchanged faintly bewildered glances, yet the next verse swiftly reclaimed their attention on stage. Trusting utterly in Ruo Yin's strength, they felt no alarm. He slipped out of the concert hall and sped toward the chapel's location with blinding swiftness. Moments later, he stood before it, a remote, ancient, and desolate structure exuding palpable gloom. Inside, an uncanny presence coiled thick in the air, immense, malevolent. Following its pulse, Ruo Yin arrived before an aged, trembling box, its surface pulsing with violet light, as though something monstrous strained to burst forth. He dared not touch it. Consequences were unknowable. Instead, searing crimson flames erupted from his body, intense beyond mortal endurance, and he hurled them onto the box. The fire ignited instantly, consuming it in a flash. From the ashes emerged a single music score, its violet radiance intensifying. Glyphs upon its pages throbbed rhythmically, straining to leap free. But as Ruo Yin's inferno, yet something felt deeply amiss. though he could not quite place it. Having already destroyed the musical score, he assumed all was well. Assured of that, Luo Yan returned to the concert hall. Upon re-entering, he resumed his seat, then casually lifted Robin from the adjacent chair and cradled her in his arms, intending to savor Yuta's music once more. But moments later, he sensed something wrong. Robin ignored the popcorn he offered her lips, a reaction utterly unprecedented. Moreover, he noticed the women around him were profoundly entranced by Yuta's performance. Earlier, he had presumed their absorption stemmed solely from rapt attention to the music, so much so that they failed to notice his return. Now, however, their expressions appeared vacant, their faces eerily still. Not only the women, every single person present wore the same hollow, lifeless gaze, eyes locked unblinkingly upon Yuta at center stage. Something is terribly wrong. Terribly wrong, Luo Yan thought, surveying the uncanny atmosphere. His gaze fixed on Yuta, who continued singing beautifully and dancing with vibrant energy. Yet an aura clung to her, one strangely familiar to him. That violet aura. It's identical to the one emanating from the scorched score. Luo Yan recoiled in shock. Had he not just incinerated the very medium linking Yuta to the music demon? Why then did she now appear bound to it? Possessed, even? What could possibly explain this? He paused, mind racing as he sought answers. After brief reflection, several conclusions crystallized. From the original chronicle, it was clear the music demon did not possess anyone at random, nor could it be summoned haphazardly from its sealed dimension. First, the score served as a conduit. Only through it could the demon be called forth. Second, summoning demanded both melodious music and lyrics precisely matching those inscribed upon the score. Thus, Yuta's condition strongly suggested she had sung one of those very songs. So it is not the parchment itself, but the music encoded upon it, that functions as the true medium. The realization struck him like lightning. Judging by their current state, everyone here has likely been drawn into Yuta's sonic dreamscape. The music demon may well have manifested within that illusory realm. Just as foretold in the chronicle, it will seize control of Yuta, tear open the veil between illusion and reality, and unleash devastation upon our world. As he pondered further, another possibility surfaced. The music demon might be intrinsically tied to the Song fruit. Legend held that each devil fruit housed a distinct demon, and that fruit users derive their extraordinary powers from the demon slumbering within. By that logic, this music demon was almost certainly the entity sealed inside the Song fruit. Hence it could manifest in reality only through Yuta, the fruit's wielder, and she in turn could awaken it. As for why the demon possessed tangible form, that too likely stemmed from the Song fruit's unique nature. Its power wove a shared mental realm drawing. With that resolve, Luo Yan strode decisively toward Yuta at center stage. Meanwhile, outside the concert hall, Captain Luo Yan's heading straight for the little princess. Should we intervene? Ever since Shanks' warning, Rikiro had kept watch on Luo Yan. Spotting him rise from his seat and advance toward Yuta, he turned urgently to Shanks. Something's off inside. Luo Yan seems to have sensed it too. Let's hold back and observe. Shanks replied calmly, his own gaze never leaving the hall. He too had noted Luo Yan's movement. But where Rikiro feared interference, Shanks sensed a deeper malaise. Though the audience sat motionless, they resembled hollow shells, eyes vacant, spirits absent. Inside the hall, Luo Yan approached Yuta. She sang on, yet her gaze shifted to him, eyes widening with surprise. Every soul present had been drawn into her constructed dreamscape, so how could he walk freely among them? Yuta's wonder mirrored Luo Yan's own. In the Chronicle's account, a spectral Yuta sang to her captives within the dreamscape. Yet here in reality, she moved and acted autonomously. Why? Yet curiosity could wait. Under Yuta's astonished gaze, Luo Yan reached her, and before she could react, seized the microphone from her hand. What are you doing? Yuta bristled at the theft. You must stop singing, immediately. If you continue, the demon dwelling within you will awaken, and under its control you'll slaughter everyone here. A demon. Yuta murmured, her eyes clouding with recollection. Visions from the den mushy flashed, scenes of anguish, of childhood terror. She knew precisely what demon Luo Yan meant. Was it not this very entity that long ago had seized her body and raised her nation? Impossible. Shanks defeated it, it cannot awaken. Her voice trembled with disbelief. Yet the truth remains, the demon resides within you. You must feel it, even now, and it likely dwells not in your flesh, but within the dreamscape you've woven. Therefore you must cease singing, not only to delay its awakening, but also to release every soul you've drawn into that realm. Luo Yan spoke with grave urgency. No, demons. I see now. You seek only to shatter my vision, a world where all live in peace and joy. That dream is mine alone, and I will never let you destroy it. At the mention of releasing those trapped in the dreamscape, Yuta flared with passion. This concert was her sacred offering, to unite humanity in harmony in. As Yuta refuted Rorinoa, a sinister violet aura thickened around her, even without singing. Clearly the music demon was awakening. Soon it would fully rouse within her spiritual realm and trap everyone inside. Worse still, it might even obliterate the souls of all those ensnared within. You're lying to me. I won't believe you. Yuta cried, her voice unhinged. She then shouted to the assembled crowd, "Everyone, don't you long to dwell forever in a world free of sorrow? Don't you yearn for joy and happiness? If so, seize this man. He stands as the sole obstacle on your path to bliss, the very barrier preventing me from bestowing upon you a radiant, joyful world." Her words stirred the soulless bodies, those whose spirits had been siphoned away, to rise from their seats and advance toward Roronoa. Fortunately, though they had entered Yuta's spiritual realm, her power proved insufficient to command the formidable women among them. Roronoa flicked his hand, and the boundless inferno descended instantly, encasing the women in searing flame and shielding them from others. If you don't cease now, your spirit will exhaust itself utterly. Not only will everyone remain trapped and perish within the spiritual realm, but you yourself will collapse into madness and die. Is this the paradise you wish to create? A shared grave cloaked in delusion. Roronoa sighed, weary. This girl was unbending, fully aware that a demon dwelled within her, yet not only refusing to suppress its awakening, but seemingly embracing it, heedless of others' lives, or her own. "No, I've granted them eternal happiness. They'll dwell with me in joy forever unharmed," Yuta insisted, shaking her head wildly, utterly rejecting Roronoa's warning. Ugh, what a nuisance. Roronoa watched Yuta's frenzied gaze, then scanned the tide of hollow-eyed civilians drawing nearer, his first truly vexing adversary. Striking Yuta was out of the question. He needed her cooperation to release the souls imprisoned in the spiritual realm. Should she refuse, even killing her would doom those souls to eternal entombment, or worse, allow the awakened music demon to seize her body and wreak havoc. Yet her stubbornness was absolute, persuasion seemed futile. As the crowd surged forward, he considered unleashing Conqueror's Haki, but recalled its efficacy depended on spiritual resonance, and these people possessed no souls left to affect. Instead, he activated the boundless inferno, sealing himself and Yuta within a crimson barrier. "What have you done?" Yuta glared at Roronoa, furious, as walls of roaring crimson flame obscured all sight beyond. "I must guide you," gently yet firmly, Roronoa said, stepping close, within 20 centimeters, then paused. "Truth be told, I know something of your past, and of Shanks." "Shanks? What do you know?" At the name, Yuta, who had just recoiled, lunged forward and seized Roronoa's collar. "Do you know what befell this nation?" "Don't you?" Roronoa countered. Yuta faltered. She knew full well what she had wrought, yet she cared not for consequence. All that consumed her was one agonizing question: why had Shanks abandoned her? Why had he left her utterly alone? Did Shanks despise her for what she'd done to this land? Even after witnessing the truth, seeing the devastation, she refused to believe his abandonment was an act of love, a desperate measure to shield her. To her, he was simply a father who walked away. Her heart overflowed with devotion and longing, and with searing, inconsolable hatred. Shanks stands just beyond those flames. You may ask him anything, but first you must release those you've imprisoned. Their lives hang by a thread, and you must resist the demon's pull. Surrender to it, and you'll never grasp Shanks's true heart. Shanks, you lie? He cast me aside long ago, left me here utterly forsaken. He'll never return. You speak only to shatter my perfect world. I won't believe you. Yuta dismissed the claim outright. Shanks had vanished years prior, never once returning. Roronoa offered no further argument. With a subtle gesture, the boundless inferno parted, revealing a lone figure stepping through the infernal veil, Shanks himself, summoned via Roronoa's observation Haki. "Shanks. Shanks," and Yuta stared in disbelief at the man before her. Not she confirmed it was truly Shanks. A flash of joy lit her eyes. Yet, just as she stepped forward, she froze in place. And then, cold and cutting, she demanded, "What brings you here? To witness the wretched life you abandoned me to. To watch me suffer at others' hands." As she spoke, Yuta's gaze flickered toward Luo Yen, clearly implicating him as the one who had bullied her. And though her tone brimmed with accusation and frost, that final line betrayed something warmer beneath a child's plea for paternal comfort, a subtle instinctive plea for reassurance. And after all, when children are wronged, they seek solace from their parents. Shanks took several steps forward, reaching out, but Yuta recoiled, retreating again and again. In seeing her hesitation, Shanks faltered, visibly unsettled. Listen, Shanks. Hurry and persuade your daughter to release the people trapped inside her mental realm. My family remains imprisoned there." Observing Shanks hesitate, tongue-tied, and on the verge of speech, Luo Yen sighed in exasperation. In delaying further, risked repeating the tragic course of the original timeline, where not only would rescue become uncertain, but Yuta herself would surely perish. As one of the four emperors, Shanks had sailed the ends of the Grand Line, witnessed countless phenomena, and was above all Yuta's father. Surely he understood this much. "And Yuta, I heard everything outside. I'm deeply sorry. My decision back then was gravely mistaken. I never imagined how deeply it wounded you, nor how profound your loneliness truly was," Shanks said, his face etched with sincere remorse. "What good is an apology? Does saying sorry erase the fact that you abandoned me?" Dark, sinister energy now swirled more thickly around Yuta, clouding her judgment. Yet remarkably, she had not fully surrendered to the music devil's power. Fragments of her own will remain intact. And, from this moment onward, I need you beside me, Yuta. I need you. Not just as my daughter, but as the Red Hair Pirates musician. Shanks offered no grand speeches, no elaborate justifications. Only these few quiet, unadorned words. Yet for Yuta, whose deepest longing had always been to stand once more at Shanks' side, those words struck with fatal, irresistible force. Her icy demeanor softened instantly. Gazing up at him, her voice trembled slightly. You mean? It's true. Of course it is. You have always been my daughter, and always the Red Hair Pirates musician. I see now how wrong my choice was. I failed to consider your heart, Yuta. Grant me the chance to make amends, to carry you with me wherever I sail from this day forward. Shanks spoke with unwavering sincerity. And had Luo Yin not known their bond, he might have mistaken those words for a lover's desperate entreaty, not a father's tender reconciliation. And indeed, Shanks' words held far greater weight than Luo Yin's ever could. And though Yuta had shouted again and again that Shanks had forsaken her, that she hated him, the moment he stood before her speaking those simple truths, her heart dissolved. And all her years of solitude seemed to vanish in that instant. She could return to Shanks' side, reclaim her place as the Red Hair Pirates musician, bask once more in his paternal love. And he had never truly abandoned her. And Shanks. Na's sob tore from her throat as she flung herself into his arms, tears streaming down her cheeks, body trembling with unrestrained grief and relief. And Shanks said nothing. He simply held her close, gently patting her back, a quiet, radiant smile softening his features. No matter the circumstance, Shanks carried himself with unmatched gravitas. At Luo Yan's voice, Yuta withdrew from Shanks' embrace and pointed accusingly at Luo Yan. Shanks, look at him. He spoke to your daughter with nothing but contempt. His tone offended me deeply, and just now he threatened me. Nias. Scarcely had reconciliation taken root before Yuta began playfully leaning on her father. Are you some kind of demon? I was the one who held you back, and I burned that cursed score beforehand. And had I not intervened, the devil within you would have fully awakened and seized control, driving you to attack your beloved Shanks. Don't forget, I played my part in reuniting you two. Luo Yin retorted, exasperated by Yuta's sudden mischievous turn. Haha. Yuta listened to Luo Yin. That devil inside you is no trifling foe. You must release those trapped within your mental realm before it fully awakens, or they may remain imprisoned there forever. Shanks chuckled softly, turning to Yuta with gentle firmness. Yes, I'll set them free right away. Yuta nodded, obeying Shanks without hesitation. And truly, though Luo Yin and Yuta were scarcely acquainted, such blatant favoritism seemed unfair. At the very least, he deserved acknowledgement for saving her life. And because the cursed score had been destroyed, the devil's awakening had been delayed. And when it attempted to re-emerge through Yuta's mental realm, Luo Yan's timely intervention forced further resistance, further postponing its rise. And now reunited with Shanks, Yuta refused the devil's power entirely. And thus the tragedy foretold in the original chronicle, her eventual subjugation, exhaustion, and death at the devil's hands, never came to pass. And smoothly and swiftly everyone regained consciousness. And deprived of Yuta's conduit, the music devil sank once more into the depths of the mental world she had crafted. Yet one truth remained certain: it would awaken again, someday. And by then perhaps Yuta, wielder of the song fruit, would command the music devil utterly rather than be enslaved by it. A demon. What demon? We entered a strange mental realm, and there towering before us loomed a colossal demon radiating overwhelming malevolence, immeasurably powerful. Yet for reasons unknown it remained immobile, trapped as if bound within that domain. And though motionless, it blocked the sole exit, the gate leading out of the mental realm. And yet moments ago it simply vanished, allowing us to open the gate and escape. Bonnie recounted the entire ordeal in one breath. And hearing it, Luo Yin felt a wave of quiet relief. And good. So it wasn't as I feared. That demon had already awakened. It sought only to possess Yuta's body. Had Shanks never arrived, had Yuta failed to awaken to the truth, it likely would have seized control, just as foretold. But thankfully, that fate never unfolded. After the incident on Music Island, just as in the original story, the Marine Admiral led a team to capture Yuta. However, with Shanks and Luo Yin, they ultimately failed. After this event, Luo Yin and Shanks officially met for the first time, and they held a banquet on the island for a day. During this, Luo Yin and Yuta naturally became friends. However, Shanks always kept an eye on Luo Yin, so nothing happened between them. Although Luo Yan's ship always lacked a musician, so far no one had been able to fill that position. After that, the Luo Yin pirates spent 2 months wandering aimlessly at sea. Meanwhile, during this time the sea seemed calm on the surface, but in reality it was treacherous and turbulent. The most notable events were the supernovas, and among them the Straw Hat Pirates were the most conspicuous. The Straw Hat Pirates caused a ruckus on Whole Cake Island, and their captain Straw Hat Luffy had his bounty skyrocket to 1.5 billion. during these 2 months besides. Liberate Wano country. Luo Yin replied briefly. Originally, he planned to wait for Luffy to come along, but after much thought he had essentially completed everything in the new world and had explored it thoroughly. Moreover, the World Council was imminent, so he intended to go to Dressrosa first, then return to the Grand Line to resolve matters in the Arabasta Kingdom regarding the World Council. Therefore, he didn't have much time to wait. He had to finish these things as soon as possible. To liberate Wano country, fine. Fight me again. Defeat me, and I'll hand over Wano country without a fight. Kaido's voice was deafening. All right. Without hesitation, Luo Yin grew wings from his back and flew into the sky. Then followed another protracted battle. Unsurprisingly, after a day and night of fighting, Luo Yin emerged victorious once again. This time Kaido kept his promise and truly withdrew from Wano country. His Onigashima floated into the sky, moving away from Wano country towards the sea. After defeating Kaido, the 9 red scabbards appeared in Wano country, and they told Hiyori of bad news. When they had traveled from 20 years ago to the present, they landed in Wano country again. Finding that Wano country had become Kaido's territory, they fled with Momonosuke. Unexpectedly, Kaido seemed to have discovered them and sent 2 of his 3 calamities, Jack the Drought and Queen the Plague, to pursue them. In the end, Momonosuke was brutally killed under the giant elephant, transformed by Jack's ancient Zoan fruit ability, turned into a pile of minced meat. However, because the 9 red scabbards fled separately, most of them survived except for Kinemon Reizo and Kanjuro, who guard. At that moment, the women had been invited to the banquet hall as Cyrus and Rebecca had already arrived. Meanwhile, Luo Yin met Violet in her private chamber. Luo Yin. Violet exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Her makeup freshly applied, her gown resplendent. Her beauty remained as breathtaking as it had been 2 years prior, her poise even more refined. Yet what truly distinguished her now was a newfound grace and warmth, serene, dignified, irresistibly alluring. He stepped forward and swept her into his arms. She clung to him tightly, her hands gripping his back with quiet fervor. I'm sorry. I promised I'd visit you, yet it took so long. Luo Yin spoke softly, his voice tender. No need to apologize. I know the sea holds countless duties for you, and over these past 2 years I've often heard of your deeds. To hear your name echo across the oceans fills me with pride, Violet replied with gentle understanding. Though she had yearned for him ceaselessly, every day, every hour, she would never burden him with such longing nor stir guilt within his heart. Their reunion alone was blessing enough. After lingering intimately in her chamber, they walked hand in hand to the banquet hall, taking their seats beneath King Riku's benevolent, smiling gaze. Thus began the grand feast. Held within the royal palace, it lasted only a single day, far briefer than any pirate revelry. Guests dined heartily, exchanged cherished memories, then departed to attend to their own affairs. The women, ever thoughtful, retired to their chambers, granting Violet and Luo Yin precious time alone. The next morning the women left the palace to wander the I support you in all you do. Violet murmured softly, her eyes shimmering with quiet devotion. Moved by her unwavering understanding, Luo Yin felt a surge of profound tenderness, and something deeper, unnameable. Rising swiftly, he lifted her effortlessly into a bridal carry. It's still early. Not so early. The scene echoed that of 2 years prior. Yet Violet was no longer the same. She had blossomed fully into the woman who belonged beside Luo Yin, embodying the quiet strength and devotion of a wife. 2 days later, Luo Yin departed Dressrosa, once more setting course beyond the new world toward the Grand Line. Half a month passed before he and his companions arrived at Fishman Island, a territory now firmly under Luo Yin's protection. Its merfolk and fishmen greeted him with warm familiarity, and his arrival instantly enlivened the entire island. King Neptune himself welcomed him in person. After 2 years' absence, Luo Yin met Princess Shirahoshi again, the gentle, radiant heir of Fishman Island. Upon seeing him, she lit up with unmistakable joy, calling him Lord Luo Yin in a voice sweet and bright, brimming with youthful charm. Shirahoshi, I've come not only because my path led me here, but also to speak with you, Luo Yin said gently. What is it? Shirahoshi tilted her head, her large luminous eyes wide with innocent curiosity, cradling him carefully in her hands. I ask that you not attend this World Government Summit. Why? As she asked, puzzled. She had long yearned for this summit, not merely to glimpse the world beyond the sea, but to witness Fishman Island's decades-long effort culminate in the formal presentation of its registry to the world government, a historic step toward peaceful coexistence between fishmen and humans. This journey held immense symbolic weight, and King Neptune himself had planned to accompany her. She could not fathom why Luo Yin would oppose it. This summit will differ markedly from past ones. Great upheavals are imminent, and the celestial dragons are capricious, volatile. Your beauty, though pure and radiant, may draw perilous attention. In the original timeline, revolutionaries infiltrated this summit, triggering events that reshaped the world. Shirahoshi herself had faced grave danger there, only rescued by a celestial dragon indebted to Queen Otoheim. Now uncertainty loomed larger than ever. With the world's tectonic shift drawing near, turmoil would soon engulf thee. Luo Yin spoke with solemn resolve. If Lord Luo Yin commands it, then I shall not attend the summit. After a soft, thoughtful pause, Shirahoshi smiled, warm, trusting, radiant. That brings me great relief, Luo Yin said, a gentle light softening his features. Then he added, rest assured, you may yet see the world beyond. Once the summit concludes, I will return personally to escort you. Under my protection, nothing shall threaten you. And this fulfills the promise I made to you 2 years ago. As he spoke, his fingers lightly brushed Shirahoshi's smallest finger. Yes, I will wait for Lord Luo Yin to come for me. Hearing those words, Shirahoshi beamed, her earlier disappointment melting away, replaced by quiet, radiant hope. Though she could not attend the summit, she now knew soon she would finally step beyond Fishman Island and discover the world guided by the one she trusted most. After persuading Bai Xing, Luo Yin sought out Neptune and discussed the matter with him. Has something occurred? Joy Boy has reappeared. I trust you've sensed it too. This era is poised to descend into chaos. An unprecedented war looms on the horizon. Sending Bai Xing forth amid such turbulence would be unwise. Moreover, her extraordinary beauty renders it perilous to escort her into Mary Geos, the sacred sanctuary of the celestial dragons. To do so would be akin to leading a lamb into a den of wolves, far more reckless. Luo Yin spoke earnestly to Neptune. Joy Boy. Upon hearing those words, Neptune's eyes flickered with intensity. Then hesitantly he asked, do you know who he is? The Straw Hat Boy. Luo Yin replied without hesitation. The Straw Hat Boy. Neptune fell silent after hearing this. He had indeed met Monkey D. Luffy, yet Luffy had shown no discernible distinction. He then asked, are you certain? Indeed. More precisely, the Straw Hat Boy is Joy Boy's chosen successor. He consumed the fruit of liberation, the sun god Nika, a fruit that once chose Joy Boy himself. The warrior of liberation, the sun god Nika. I understand now. You are right. If the warrior of liberation has emerged in this age, then profound upheaval is inevitable. Bai Xing must remain on Fishman Island, for now. Neptune nodded solemnly. Ha. It pleases me greatly that you see it this way. Luo Yin smiled faintly. Thereafter, Luo Yin lingered on Fishman Island for several days before departing once more, under Bai Xing's sorrowful gaze. After 2 weeks of full-speed sailing, he finally reached Alabasta Kingdom, the first port they had touched upon entering the Grand Line 2 years prior. Unlike Dressrosa, Alabasta was a desert kingdom, its climate fiercely arid. Yet with Crocodile gone, Alabasta flourished under King Cobra's benevolent rule, its people living in peace and prosperity. Cobra, a monarch deeply beloved by his subjects, enjoyed immense popularity. With the World Government Summit less than a month away, Cobra was preparing, meticulously drafting arguments to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system and compiling evidence of its systemic harms. Luo Yin's vessel docked directly at Alabasta's capital. Returning home after 2 years stirred deep emotion within him. Vivi's excitement was beyond words. Luo Yin, hurry. I can't wait to see father. Vivi cried out exuberantly to Luo Yin. Gak. Running fast shared her elation. His family awaited him here as well. Vivi sprinted ahead, running fast close behind. Luo Yin and the others followed, smiling warmly. Though Vivi had become a pirate after the crocodile incident, her stature in Alabasta remained undiminished. Her people still revered the princess who had saved their nation. Thus, she was recognized the moment she stepped ashore. News of the princess's return spread instantly across the capital. All citizens eagerly awaited her arrival. Vivi was without question the kingdom's most cherished child. King Cobra, of course, received word immediately and dispatched emissaries to welcome them. Under their guidance, Luo Yin and his companions arrived at the royal palace amid a sea of onlookers. Cobra personally received them, and they beheld the king himself. Father! Tears of joy streamed down Vivi's face as she rushed into Cobra's arms. Vivi, my daughter, you finally returned. Cobra too was overjoyed. His eyes glistened faintly. From afar he had followed every report of Vivi's exploits, and knew intimately each peril Luo Yan's crew had faced. Though all had survived, the Grand Line was unforgiving, and his paternal heart had never ceased its anxious vigil. Compared to 2 years prior, Cobra had aged slightly. Silver threads now streaked his temples. Yet his frame remained strong. He walked unaided far from the wheelchair-bound state foretold in legend. Father and daughter reunited. Their conversation flowed long and deep. Later, during preparations for the welcoming banquet, Cobra met Luo Yin privately. You've returned deliberately, and just before the World Summit. Surely there's more to this visit. Cobra asked, his expression grave. Yes. Though I wish to dissuade you from attending the summit, I suspect you'd refuse, Luo Yin replied. You harbor such doubts. Does this summit truly pose danger? For others perhaps not, but for you and Vivi it is undeniably perilous. Explain further. It is time I revealed what I know, Luo Yin said, glancing at Cobra, who watched quietly, saying nothing, awaiting his words. You must harbor questions. My revelations will answer them. 800 years ago a great war raged across the world. Its victors were the original 20 kings who founded the world government. Among them stood Queen Nefertari Lily, the ancestral sovereign of Alabastus royal line, your own forebear. You know even this. Cobra's astonishment was palpable. This was a royal secret passed only from monarch to monarch across generations. That Luo Yin knew it defied belief. Unperturbed by the interruption, Luo Yin continued, Queen Nefertari Lily's true name was Nefertari D. Lily. She belonged to the D clan, the race whispered to be heaven's eternal adversaries. It was she who 8 centuries ago scattered the poneglyphs, stone tablets inscribed with the void centuries lost history, to every corner of the world. Thereafter she renounced her status as a celestial dragon, refusing to relocate to Mary Geos. She vanished mysteriously soon after, her fate unknown to this day. Luo Yin paused, meeting Cobra's gaze. The D clan. That is why when you attend the summit you must remain silent until its conclusion. Ask no extraneous questions. Approach the 5 elders at your peril. That is why I tell you this now. What else do you know? Cobra pressed further. Beyond this, I know only that the world government's ultimate authority lies not with the 5 elders, but with an entity named him. He sits upon the highest throne, commanding all. Even the 5 elders kneel before him. I know neither his gender nor his true identity. Yet I suspect he is one of the original 20 kings, having achieved immortality through some arcane means. And he stands in opposition to Queen Lily. Indeed, he is the D clan's true ancient enemy. Luo Yin concluded, his gaze fixed steadily upon Cobra. I never imagined there were so many secrets in this world, so many things I didn't know, and each one is astonishing, even shocking. After listening to Luo Yin, Cobula couldn't help but sigh. Then he said to Luo Yin, as you say, attending the World Council is indeed somewhat dangerous. But regardless, I must still go. However, you have answered my doubts, so I no longer need to ask them. It's best that you think this way, Luo Yin said. Although I brought Wei Wei here, it's better that she does not attend the World Council. Luo Yin said. In the original story, after Imu killed Cobula, he extensively pursued Wei Wei. Although it's unclear what threat she poses to him, or what use she has, it's obvious that Guy is very concerned about Wei Wei. So if we take Wei Wei to the World Council, the events in the original story are likely to happen. Therefore, to avoid this, I must explain clearly to Cobula. Okay, Cobula nodded. Under normal circumstances, to show respect for the World Council, and to allow his children to broaden their horizons, many kings would bring their offspring to the Red Continent for the World Council. However, the discussion content of the council was only for the kings to participate in, and only the kings were qualified to hear it. Therefore, whether the princesses and princes went or not did not matter much. Moreover, after hearing those unknown things from Luo Yin, he indeed thought of not bringing Wei Wei. After all, Queen Lily was once an enemy of the current true rulers of the world government. As a descendant of Queen Lily who knew what would happen if she went. After telling Cobula these things, Luo Yin and Cobula returned to the banquet. From beginning to end, neither of them, or rather Cobula, discussed the matters between Wei Wei and Luo Yin. It seemed he tacitly approved of what had happened between them. Even if it was tacit approval, it was rare for Luo. After the assembly concluded, the kings of each nation returned to their respective lounges. Meanwhile, the revolutionary army took action, stirring movements within the holy land of Mary Geos. However, the revolutionaries acted with great caution. Aside from a few guards who were startled and subsequently neutralized, they did not alarm many. Sabo, the second in command of the revolutionary army, stumbled into the chamber where Im resided, but he concealed himself so adeptly that for a time, neither Im nor the others detected his presence. Where is the princess of the Arabasta kingdom and King Cobra? It appears the princess of the Arabasta kingdom did not come here, but Cobra did. He is currently in the lounge, one of the 5 elders replied respectfully. Detain him for now. Once the princess is captured, dispose of him. Im commanded. Unlike the original story where Cobra sought him out, Im seemed intent on eliminating Cobra regardless. This was not surprising. In the original narrative, Vivi had done nothing during the assembly, yet was still seized by CP0 agents, clearly indicating it was the world government's order. Im appeared to know something, or perhaps grew impatient. He had long desired to act against the Arabasta kingdom, or more specifically against Vivi. Evidently, Vivi played a crucial role, though only Im knew her true purpose. Hidden in the shadows, Sabo overheard the entire conversation. After Im and the 5 elders finished their discussion, he quietly departed and headed toward the location of the Arabasta kingdom's king. Meanwhile, Luo Yin and Bonnie, who had sensed the revolutionary army's movements, also began their actions. Without a word, they directly located Kuma, reducing the celestial dragon, who had enslaved him to ashes. Simultaneously, Luo Yin, with his formidable power, subdued the bears. Personnel have been dispatched to apprehend them. According to intelligence, they are currently hiding in the Lelugia kingdom, which is about to be seized by the revolutionary army. One of them said respectfully to him, "Can the mother flame invented by Vegapunk be used?" It is unclear, but the mother flame is indeed very close to ancient energy, one of the 5 elders replied. The remaining energy in that thing is scarce. Use the mother flame to test it. Target the Lelugia kingdom, Im said calmly. As you command. The 5 elders answered in unison. Several days later, the news of the Lulugia kingdom's annihilation spread across the entire sea. Rumors even suggested that not only the kingdom but the entire island had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the Kamabaka kingdom, a large number of Lulugia's citizens had been transported there. The one responsible for this was Bello Betty, the eastern commander of the Revolutionary Army. As the user of the Roko Nami, she had brought many willing Lulugia citizens to the Kamabaka kingdom, who had thus fortunately escaped the catastrophic event that wiped out their homeland. At the same time, Sabo, accompanied by Cobra, arrived at the Kamabaka kingdom and recounted everything he had witnessed to Dragon. In the Arabasta kingdom, Luo Yin had returned the day before. He also heard of the Lulugia kingdom incident. As I'm used an ancient weapon, Luo Yin thought, surprised. He hadn't expected the original story's events to repeat themselves. It doesn't necessarily mean something has happened. He might have been rescued, especially since the world government seems hostile toward your family, Luo Yin said to Vivi. The only difference in the newspaper report was that the original story had explicitly stated Cobra's death, but now it only said the Revolutionary Army had acted and Cobra had disappeared. Luo Yin certainly did not believe the Revolutionary Army would kill Cobra. The remaining answer was obvious: the world government likely wanted to harm Cobra, and the Revolutionary Army had intervened to save him, framing them for the assassination of the Arabasta Kingdom's king. Conveniently, Luo Yin had Sabo's contact and could call him to inquire. Without delay, Luo Yin took out a Den Mushi and dialed Sabo. In the Kamabaka Kingdom, Sabo was discussing matters with Dragon and the Revolutionary Army's commanders when the Den Mushi suddenly rang. He answered. Hello. Sabo, it's me, Luo Yin. I want to ask, is Cobra with you? Luo Yan's voice came through the line. Yes. For reasons unknown, the world government tried to detain Cobra, so I intervened and brought him out, Sabo replied, not hiding anything from Luo Yin. He then asked Luo Yin, our people said you took Kuma. He is a commander of our Revolutionary Army. I know. To be precise, it was Kuma's daughter Bonnie who took him. I merely assisted. I believe you know Bonnie, Luo Yin said. In that case, we should meet, Sabo said. I was thinking the same, Luo Yin replied. The two indeed needed to meet, for Kuma was a Revolutionary Army commander and Cobra was the father of Luo Yan's crewmate. Due to Kabula's disappearance, the Alabasta Kingdom was thrown into turmoil for a time. Moreover, the world government seemed to have dispatched numerous agents to the kingdom to investigate Kabula and Princess Weiwei. Consequently, the meeting with the Revolutionary Army was not arranged in Alabasta but in the Rinyao Kingdom, a major base of the Revolutionary Army. The fact that the Revolutionary Army chose this location for their rendezvous with Luo Yin demonstrated a certain degree of trust in him. Luo Yin arrived at the Rinyao Kingdom with his companions. Awaiting them at the port were most of the key figures of the Revolutionary Army, including its leader Dragon, the second-in-command Sabo, the 4 army commanders of the East, West, South, and North, and several other members. Naturally, King Kabula was also present. In essence, the entire Revolutionary Army had gathered there. Father. Weiwei could not contain herself and rushed into Kabula's embrace the moment she saw him. The news of Kabula over the past 2 days had terrified her. Commander Dragon, I've long admired your reputation, Luo Yin said, looking at Dragon. Although he had heard of Dragon's fame, the two had never met before. I've heard much of you as well, Yonko, Luo Yin Dragon replied courteously. Sabo, thank you very much. After exchanging greetings with Dragon, Luo Yin turned to Sabo. You have shown kindness to Ace and saved Kuma. If anything, I should be the one thanking you, Sabo said with a smile. Hey, regardless, I am still deeply grateful to you, Luo Yin replied, also smiling. By the way, how is Kuma? Sabo asked with concern. He is on the ship currently under Bonnie's care. However, he has been completely transformed into a machine and seems to retain little emotion. The only saving grace is that Bonnie can soothe him. I plan to take him to see Vegapunk afterward. Since he was the one who modified Kuma, I believe he might have some means to restore him, Luo Yin explained to Sabo. I see. Although I would very much like to keep Kuma here, it seems Vegapunk offers a better chance for his recovery. The only question is whether he will be willing to help, Sabo remarked. I know a bit about him. I believe he will be willing, Luo Yin asserted. Both sides met the people they wished to see. Subsequently, Luo Yin took Kabula with him, and Kuma did not remain either. Luo Yin brought him away. Compared to staying here, Kuma seemed calmer beside Bonnie and more receptive to treatment. Luo Yin and his group returned to the Alabasta Kingdom once more. After this incident, Kabula saw the world government for what it truly was. Although he knew that for the time being it would be better to continue as a member state under pretense, having recognized the true nature of the world government and identified the real enemy, Kabula chose to directly withdraw the Alabasta Kingdom from the world government's member states. Naturally, Luo Yan's flag was soon planted in the Alabasta Kingdom. At the same time, Luo Yin issued a declaration: anyone who harbored ill intentions toward the Alabasta Kingdom would be his enemy, and he would unleash a full-scale war showing no mercy. As a Yonko, while his forces and subordinate fleet, having agreed to Bai Xing's request, Luo Yin brought her aboard his ship en route to the future island. They arrived successfully. The island was heavily garrisoned by marine forces. Upon reaching its periphery, Luo Yan's crew contemplated infiltrating or breaching the island by force. Instead, they were confronted by Lilith, a colossal mechanized warrior embodying the malevolent aspect of Vegapunk, her sudden appearance both startling and imposing. To their astonishment, she launched no assault. Rather, she led them into the island. Along the way, Luo Yin asked, "Bear has been transformed by Vegapunk. As one of Vegapunk's avatars, do you know how to restore him?" Logically speaking, Lilith replied, shaking her head, "His brain and body have been fully mechanized, his memories have long since vanished. Restoration is virtually impossible. Yet he retains lingering affection for Bonnie, suggesting certain aspects of his humanity remain unaltered. Whether full recovery is feasible, I cannot say." Luo Yin pressed further, "What of your original self?" "We share a single consciousness," she answered, again shaking her head. "If even I am ignorant, then the likelihood that Vegapunk himself holds the answer is exceedingly slim." Seeing she offered no resolution, Luo Yin shifted focus. "Why grant us entry?" "Our motives are our own," she replied. "Consider it an act done for Bonnie's sake. After all, Bear and Bonnie once dwelled here for many years." In truth, prior to Luo Yan's arrival, another crew had stumbled upon the island by chance, the Straw Hat Pirates. Coincidentally, they were already preparing to depart. Luo Yan's timely arrival proved fortuitous, with both the Straw Hat and Luo Yan's crews united. Their odds of breaching the island's defenses and escaping world government custody rose dramatically. There Luo Yan met Vegapunk's various avatars, and Vegapunk himself, alongside the rest of the Straw Hat crew. "Luo Yan, hey, are you here looking for me?" Luffy cried upon spotting him, eyes alight with excitement. Before Luo Yan could utter a word, he burst forth, "I've grown stronger. Let's fight. Only by defeating you can I become king of the pirates." Luffy, not now. Let's settle this after we leave," Luo Yan replied. Given the timing, the world government was likely preparing to move against Vegapunk. He still pinned his hopes on Vegapunk restoring Bear, and had no intention of exhausting himself in battle with Luffy now. If the 5 elders or admirals arrived while he was spent, he'd stand no chance. "Fine, but promise, you'll fight me once we're out," Luffy declared, crestfallen, yet instantly rebounding. Luo Yan nodded solemnly. This time Sanji greeted him with uncharacteristic restraint, though traces of suppressed emotion flickered beneath his composure. Zoro, listening intently, watched Luo Yan with eager anticipation, clearly itching for a duel of his own. Luo Yan signaled silently, Luffy first, then him. Soon after, Luo Yan entrusted Bear to Vegapunk. His diagnosis echoed Lilith's. Yet he left room for hope. Bear's residual emotional response suggested vestiges of humanity remained. Our restoration, though improbable, was not entirely beyond reach. At minimum, Bear's fragmented memories could be preserved within his neural matrix, paving the way for deeper therapeutic exploration. Meanwhile, Satin Saint and Admiral Kizaru arrived as foretold. To secure Vegapunk's escape, Luo Yan's alliance clashed fiercely with Satin Saint. Luffy and Luo Yan jointly overwhelmed Kizaru and shattered Satin Saint repeatedly, reducing him to dust. Yet each time through some arcane art wielded by Imuhi Rez. The world government failed to capture Straw Hat Luffy, and instead he successfully arrived at Lafutalu, becoming the Pirate King. At the same time, the news that Luffy was Xiao Ibo had already spread throughout the world. In the half-year that followed, the Revolutionary Army first clashed with the world government. Luo Yan also made preparations. Luo Yan and his group successfully unearthed the Ming Wang from Hajigua. The Ming Wang was a colossal warship forged from a material unknown, indestructible, equipped with all manner of war weapons, and its deck was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands. As Luo Yan had speculated, activating the Ming Wang required ancient energy, that is the mother flame. With Luffy becoming the Pirate King, the War of Resistance officially began. The Revolutionary Army, along with the large number of pirates led by Luffy and Luo Yan, all gathered together. The battleship Ming Wang, as well as the numerous sea kings controlled by the High upon the vast ocean. "I shall become the king of adventure," Luffy cried out joyfully. "Hey Luffy, stop shouting about kings and crowns. Haven't you already fulfilled your dream? After all, you fed everyone aboard." Sanji, sure, my dreams come true, but I still love adventure. Since the title of Pirate King belongs to history, naturally, I must now become the greatest adventurer in the world, the king of adventure," Luffy declared, utterly matter of fact. "Fine, have it your way," Sanji sighed, exasperated. Everyone aboard shook their heads in resigned amusement. Marineford, once the Navy's central command, had long since been transformed into a tranquil retirement haven. Garp no more upholding hollow justice or betraying true righteousness. "You look remarkably spry for an old man," Sengoku remarked from his reclining chair, glancing at Garp beside him. "Sengoku, where's your senbei?" "I can't find a single one," Garp retorted, completely ignoring Sengoku's words. "Get lost. I've got no senbei." Sengoku snapped, instantly incensed. It was bad enough that the celestial dragons had stolen his senbei before their fall, but now, even after their overthrow, Garp still hounded him for them. Had their revolution truly been in vain? Little did he know Garp's senbei obsession bore no relation whatsoever to the celestial dragon's downfall. "You two old fools, must you bicker incessantly? Can't you keep quiet for 5 minutes?" Kuramaru roared from nearby. At her thunderous rebuke, both men fell silent at once. Thief, don't run. Though the Navy had dissolved, organizations dedicated to preserving maritime order endured, and Sakazuki, now serving as both member and commander, remained fervently devoted to punishing evil upon the seas. Yet attuned to the spirit of the age, his methods had grown markedly more restrained. He no longer harmed the innocent in pursuit of villains. Kizaru remained within that same organization, but had long entered semi-retirement, idling away days with casual clock-ins and effortless paychecks, finally living the life he'd always dreamed of. Akiji upheld the justice he held sacred, wandering the open sea at will. Smoker and Tashigi continued their vigilant crusade against darkness. Big Mom and Kaido had withdrawn to a secluded island. Save for Big Mom's prodigious sweet tooth, they stirred no trouble. Shanks, needless to say, sailed alongside Luffy, not as a pirate but as a renowned adventurer. The Revolutionary Army dispersed across the globe, quietly safeguarding world peace. Since Royen gazed upon the vibrant gathering, filled entirely with beloved kin, and sighed wistfully. Indeed, just a few years ago we suffered under Arlong's tyranny. Who could have imagined this? Nami murmured, voice thick with emotion. I boarded your ship, lured by your dream. But oh, how deeply happy I am. Nojiko smiled tenderly, eyes shimmering with devotion. I never imagined becoming a physician. For the Royen adventurer's vessel, Kaya beamed sweetly. Kaya, it's the adventurer's crew now. Royen laughed. Royen, you eat so much. Being your chef is exhausting. Carmen complained, though her tone held no real ire. So, you wouldn't want to be my chef? Royen teased. Of course I would. Only your chef. Carmen narrowed her eyes playfully at Royen. Though you kidnapped me, I'm genuinely happy, Arlong grinned. Compared to before, I love this life. Valentine added, equally warm. Such harmonious days were rare indeed. Crunch. No mission required, just sunbae and green tea. Perfect. Golden Week munched contentedly. Now that we're married, you have no excuse to make me disembark, she said, chin resting on folded hands, eyes locked on Royen. Hearing the true history was once my sole purpose, yet now it feels irrelevant. This life, this peace, is precisely what I yearned for, and it's all thanks to Captain Royen. Robin smiled, enchanting, deeply reflective. I'll never forget Alabasta, Vivi whispered, her gaze impossibly tender upon Royen. They had all gathered here, because of him. Adventuring at sea is infinitely more thrilling than island life. Shimo Kasumi exclaimed, radiant with excitement. And I've grown vastly stronger. Shimo Kori spoke plainly, but her expression betrayed quiet pride. We've all grown so much, Shimo Sora murmured softly. Gagaga. Rapid ran a quick lap, then resumed sipping juice from his cup. The sea below Sky Island proves far richer than I imagined. Every voyage brims with wonders. Riki marveled. Soon I'll return to Sky Island, to see Father and Sure, and tell them everything I've seen. Koni's laughed. Far better than serving the world government. This freedom is my true calling. And yes, I've grown immensely strong. Califu affirmed. I've glimpsed a future beyond my wildest dreams. Shelley watched Royen, awe softening her features. Father's undergoing treatment. He'll recover soon. Royen, thank you. Bonnie said, gratitude shining in her eyes. Meeting you was my greatest fortune. Without you I'd still dwell in darkness. Violet murmured, her gaze overflowing with tenderness. Me too. Rebecca echoed, her eyes alight with heartfelt thanks. Wano owes its present prosperity to you. And soon I'll leave Wano behind to sail with you forever. Nami stroked her belly, glowing with maternal radiance. Grapes, delicious. Sugar declared. Though I've forgotten my past, I no longer wish to recall it. This life is perfect just as it is, Monet smiled gently. My husband will always stay by my side. Just thinking of it fills me with bliss. Baby 5 beamed, radiant with happiness. Just boarded the ship and the age of pirates ended. Still, this new era suits us well, Dazalia chuckled. I fought in a battle unlike any before. Hard to believe. Lily said, gobbling meat in disbelief. Wano's liberation. Where's that good-for-nothing father? But sharing this feast with everyone. What a glorious life. Yamato declared, carefree and jubilant. Nor did I foresee such a fate. Hancock whispered, eyes brimming with quiet joy, though when she glanced at the other women a flicker of unmistakable jealousy crossed her face. Annie, here, try this. Tashigi cradled Annie lovingly, then cast Royen a glance shimmering with pure contentment, never imagining she'd live such serene days beside a former pirate. Mama, I want Daddy, Annie announced, scrambling upright and dashing straight into Royen's arms. Royen lifted her gently, settling his precious daughter securely in his embrace. Lord Royen, the surface world surpasses Fishman Island in wonder, and I've finally seen a real forest. Shirahoshi beamed, cheeks dimpling as she gazed adoringly at him. Compared to that gloomy, icy castle, this place is infinitely more delightful, Perona smiled. Then, to a beautiful tomorrow and an even happier future. Cheers. Royen raised his glass, cheering heartily. Cheers. A chorus rose as all lifted their glasses, drinking deeply of wine steeped in memory, joy, happiness, and hope for what lay ahead. Windmill Village. Belmere tended her orange trees, missing her children, who'd recently departed. Syrup Village. Mary managed Kaya's household in her stead. Alabasta Kingdom. King Cobra planned to pass the throne to Vivi upon her return. Dressrosa. King Riku harbored identical intentions. A gentle breeze swept across the place where it all began, rustling the roof tiles, swaying the orange branches, and flowing onward, toward the sea. No more power struggles. No more brutal competition. Only joy, adventure, and a future radiant with happiness. Across the open sea, Ro-Yen and his women were sometimes glimpsed, embarking upon yet another unknown voyage. End of story.